Why did you, well? I mean, maybe, but she's a really pretty lady. Right. That's kind of the joke of the show. Um, and so yeah, there's that show that was good, and um, what else did they have that was good? That was also on CBS. That became the big show after Seinfeld and Friends, and it helped start a decade or so of dominance in prime time for CBS. That's when you started to get The Big Bang Theory and How I Met Your Mother and all those shows. Were you aware of that, Zoot? Yes or no? I'll wait. Cool story, bro. Most certainly, they've become too expensive. Yeah, so with sitcoms, you have to pay out residuals, and with reality TV, you really don't have to. So it's a lot easier for these companies to say, hey, let's put a reality television show together, and then in the future, when we sell it off to be in syndication, to basically be on Netflix or Hulu or whatever, we don't have to pay anybody and we get to keep all the money. Additionally, they don't have to worry about huge salaries for the actors. If it's reality television, like nobody's making a huge amount of money on it, no matter who they are. But if it's like a television sitcom that's popular, well, then yeah, that's nothing though. In comparison to like when Friends hasn't been on in 20 years or so, and on Friends, each person on Friends got $1 million an episode. That's $6 million an episode. Yeah, but still, that's $6 million an episode. Now you're talking about you. That's why they made this. That's why like every season towards every series towards the end of the season, they make like the last season only a few episodes. Well, that's an that's an arguable point. If he wasn't there, it's a big part of all. You notice that he wasn't there. Don't remember if he was there. The artist getting paid much of the actors. You know. Well, and sometimes, sometimes, like in the case of The Office, the writers are mad at the actors, and they will basically take they will take how would I say it? They will take it out on the actor. So did you ever watch the last season of The Office? Where is it? All right, well, Ed Helms, who is an actor, was on the last season of The Office, and people on the last season of The Office felt that he was not giving himself to the show because he was making the movie The Hangover. Do you know the movie The Hangover? Zoo, do you know the movie The Hangover? Zoo. All right, so he was making the movie The Hangover. At the same time, he was filming the last season of
My good friend,
David Kreinberg. He was filming The Hangover at the same time that he was filming the same season of The Office. And the Office cast, or I should say the writers, were pissed off about it because he was prioritizing a movie over his television series that he was starring in after Steve Carell and Michael Scott left. And so they made him do all kinds of weird stuff in the show. Like, he had to be gone, Ed Helms had to be gone for a significant period of time during the filming of the show. So they just would be like, all right, how are we going to have him be gone? And they're like, let's have him be on a boat. And he just randomly gets on a boat and leaves. And then whenever we need him to be on the show, he'll just like FaceTime. And that way we'll be able to film this and not need him on location. But what ended up happening was there wasn't really continuity with his character, and the show suffered because of it. Because it's like throughout the show, normally all the actors are together in the same place, in the same location, and what ended up happening was, in this case, they had one actor, Ed Helms, who wasn't on set and just ended up being on FaceTime all the time. And the show just didn't mesh very well. What other American shows do you like, dude? I'll wait. No, I just joined. Okay, here's my question for you, Zoo. How hot do you find Patricia Heaton to be? 0 to 10. Patricia Heaton. The wife on Everybody Loves Raymond. All you need to do is be a little persistent on social media. That woman's beautiful. You're using anyway. Different. You know serial killer. My house. And what's going to happen, Zoo? Anyway, Giants. He was involved. Nobody knows about those. Tell us all about it. In depth, to the point where then I'm an expert and I'm teaching you and things that, like the Dingo Lady. No, you have to tell it to be, and then if I find it to be interesting, perhaps we'll watch a documentary on it.
He was a serial. He stepped up as a serial killer. They talked to people welfare. They appreciate that welfare payment. So they talk to get that welfare payment.
Okay.
So they committed welfare fraud and they killed people.
And he was 9 or 10 years old?
No, when he was 19 years
Oh,
old.
19, okay.
That was the great way to go. So like people behind it, to get that on there. And there's another guy. There's two that are going to be in jail. His son just is about to get out of jail. He was just doing, he was terrified of this, that, so he was just doing his everything, everybody said that, everybody just getting released, people are mad. If you watch the best in town, I think he should be released because if it wasn't for him, he was just in the wrong time, and if the football for his stepdad, going down that route.
The little.
Okay.
How he slid down.
Now here's my question to you, Zoo. Did the murders happen at all when he was a minor?
No, it's not living.
He was 19.
Okay, he was 19 on the first murder, right?
Just to see him slide down.
They got arrested.
Dude, then I don't think that guy should have even gone to jail.
They cut up the
Yeah, dude, Australia's got some fucked up laws. And like, did you hear? I know it's just a joke, but it's a good point I think they made. Like, what was going on in Australia with the Aborigine people? There was like there was like a slaughtering of the people up until like the 1970s, right? And like that's pretty recent. This isn't like the United States. Everybody talks about slavery, but that was like 160 years ago. We're talking like within the lives of people who are alive today. That genocide went on, and it's not really discussed that much. I mean, maybe it is in Australia, but outside of Australia, it's not. And then the idea that you have, like what happened to Lindy Chamberlain is terrible, and I don't know. There's just like vengeance that's taken on people. I know I'm just seeing a small snapshot of what goes on in the Australian system, but it seems like there's corruption too. I'm sure there's corruption in everything, but in this case, if this guy was American, I don't know if they would have put him in jail. They would have said he was a minor when it started, and he was afraid that he was going to die if he didn't continue to do this. He's as much a victim as any of the other victims.
You got it's done 25 years.
Yeah, he should be out of jail.
You know how to shut an animal on Shabbos? You're allowed to shut an animal on Shabbos. You come in. You know, twice a day. The Muslim.
I mean, we can watch the movie Snowtown. Maybe Snowtown kind of like it kind of. I'll tell you the movie Snowtown narrates it, so it looks like Snowtown narrates it. So it's like it's surprising. It's like it's surprising. Released like no one's released like no one who doesn't like no one's seen this movie. If you watch this movie, it's like this guy. I feel sorry for this guy. He didn't want to be in that situation.
Right. Yeah.
People just say like conviction and go black and white thing, say conviction. That person must be a terrible person. Conviction, but they don't actually the story behind the person.
I think that's a very intelligent comment. You're exactly right. People judge a book by its cover. They don't want to look into the case. Look at Lindy Chamberlain. That woman would still be in jail today. I have basically no doubt in my mind if it weren't for her child's clothing being found on a random search of Uluru or whatever. What do you call it? What's that mountain called? It was Ayers Rock, but now it's something else. Isn't it like Uluru or something? And it just, that is such a random thing to happen. And I'm going to agree with you as well that, wow, they had a movie made on it with
You know what's
Meryl Streep, and nobody knows about it. That's wild.
Well, here's the thing that's he snitched slash right? And he was promised if he was snitched, he would get the possibility to parole. So like that should guarantee. Just give him parole. I don't think he's dangerous. As long as if he's on parole, if anything, if he does anything, then that's the failure of the parole.
I get that. Yeah. Do you think he is going to have the opportunity to be free?
What Shabbos?
On parole, yeah. So you have limited parole. Everyone knows what he looks like now because they did a suppression audit. So that's to release the suppression order.
Okay, what's a suppression order?
Because he snitched, and he was in prison, they released this suppression order for 25 years. But now they released the suppression order so that everyone can see his face.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting thing. Do you have witness protection there?
Whoa.
Yeah.
They get rid of it?
There aren't a lot of places for people to go.
But in Australia?
Yeah, there are like eight cities. There's Sydney, there's Darwin, there's Perth, there's Adelaide, there's Melbourne, there's Hobart, there's like Canberra, there's Brisbane. That's it. I mean, I know that there are like other places. They're just kind of.
You can wear a flat.
I mean, it's such a big country, but just such a sparse population. Did they ever send people out of the country for witness protection? Oh, okay, so that's a thing too. There you go.
Witness protection.
Yeah, it's not really talked about that much in the United States either. It's like a secretive thing. All right, so in what city does Snowbird take place or whatever, Snowtown?
What city?
Yeah.
What city?
All right, are you going to stream it?
I don't think I'll be able to find it.
Okay.
I can find the better.
Fuck that. What's the most famous thing about Adelaide?
Oh, it's on Reddit.
We have 3 things here. Actually,
The movie's on Reddit?
we're gonna go on Reddit. Like a catch 22. We're trying to prove
All right, are we watching it?
that something that's also to an individual
Why not?
should be also.
Why did they take it off?
What it says, let's learn from Malika. You know what? Malika, when I kill a bird in some English with my thumb, with my nail, so it's also for the individual, it's more for the Mizbeach. So what I'm going to say, no. But the reason why it's not a good raya is because it's something special that as the claim kills it, he makes it
Riser.
And at the same time,
You are Riser. Zoo.
So
So they took it off of Reddit?
Yeah.
All right. So what's your favorite Cosby show?
Also, the individual, both of them is bad.
You should at least. They don't ever have one. They don't ever have one.
Whereas the
Cosby Christmas Fest.
Yeah, that wasn't a thing. They never celebrated. No, they didn't.
The nation of these two things, I could learn.
It was quite a secular show.
To learn that there is a concept where something is also for an individual, multiple than is bad. Let's see inside. 3 lines.
That's
the top thing in this chart.
Which one? They have a bunch of them.
How many sages?
There's like 7 or 8. It was the #1 television show in the United States for at least a few years. It dominated all of the Emmys, and this is in an era with like shows like Cheers and Roseanne and some pretty big shows, and it dominated.
Individuals also need something that have Malika.
If you ever have to watch an episode, there's an episode with Stevie Wonder. Do you know who Stevie Wonder is? There's an episode with Stevie Wonder that's very good. It's called A Touch of Wonder. And it's my favorite Cosby Show episode.
You just have to hold cup. When am I knocking the Kalfheimer? And if I'm knocking the Kalfheimer, I need a pulse.
Have you ever seen the Cosby Show episode, A Touch of Wonder? Okay, why not?
Take a look at the chart. All these things.
Okay, here's my question for you, Zoo. Have you seen Seinfeld?
It's red. It's also to the individual. It's more to the Marno. But all these things, the Malika, that's the only way to do it.
You've never seen Seinfeld?
That's the way you do it. That's the way you sprinkle the blood on.
Zoo, are you saying that you're a stand-up comedian and you've never seen? You have not? So you've never seen an episode of Seinfeld? Okay. Well, is it something that you ever think you'll do?
Why do I need a policy that says not this? Sorry, not this one. I'm trying to get to this one.
Yo, dog.
We don't need to see it, but it's gonna play it.
Do you think you'll ever watch an episode of Seinfeld, Zoo?
Why do I need a policy when I have a cup of flavor that tells me that a tray push should not be allowed on the
Zoo, you know Seinfeld? Do you know Seinfeld is about being a stand-up comedian? And you're a stand-up comedian and you've never watched it?
No, you got it.
I thought you said that you haven't ever watched it.
How much is Gary's character?
Like on the show?
And the animal are equals.
They don't ever really talk about his salary that much, except on just a few examples. One time, I think he played some gig in Atlantic City, and his parents were impressed about how much he made. Another was that Elaine, like his girlfriend in the show, or his ex-girlfriend in the show, who becomes his friend, she one time saw how much was in his bank account, and when she found out how much was in his bank account, she became much more attracted to him. And
He wasn't a big comedian.
You're saying he was not a big comedian in South Australia?
Inside the show.
Oh, that's correct. He wasn't like, he was more a bigger comedian outside the show. In the show, they had to keep him like not a celebrity. So he would be someone who was like nobody ever when he could go anywhere in the show in their universe and no one would ever recognize him. So he never got to be like a national headliner in that show. If anything, they would just have people who would be like, I went and I saw your act or something like that, and that would be the best thing you'd get out of it. Ask me another question about Seinfeld.
Do you think that's realistic?
Well, so it was before that show was before cell phones, and it was before social media, and in some ways, especially if you've ever been in New York City, people are living in their own lives, doing their own thing. They're not paying attention always to people around them that much. I mean, some people do, but some people are just in the zone. They go from their apartment to the subway to their work, back to the subway, maybe to the bodega or something, a grocery store, and then they go home, and that's it. And they're not paying attention to the people around them. When there are other people who are just, maybe they're not working or something, and they're just always people watching, always checking out what's going on. So it kind of depends on the person. In the case of Jerry Seinfeld, I mean, he would be bigger than an open mic comedian. He would be like in the show, he's a headliner, but it would be like, sort of like you can walk around your city and nobody recognizes you for being a stand-up comedian. But if you go to the club, people do recognize you. So, do you know who Doug's?
You know what's crazy?
What's crazy, Zoo?
I don't know where he pulled out the
4 years ago, he looked so sick.
100%. 100%. Yeah, that's exactly right. I would have said the same thing about James McCann had he never been the host of or a guest on Kill Tony. He would have just been some random person. But now to me he's a celebrity.
There's so many comedians.
Yeah, because they're not like something has to make them celebrity status, and usually it's like a movie they're in, or a TV show they're in, or a special that they have, or they're a guest on Kill Tony or Joe Rogan or something like that. What is Sia?
I'm going.
What is his full? You're not going to be back. At least you said see ya. At least you said see ya. I appreciate that. Riser and I were hanging out all day today.
Really?
Yes, sir. And so he had poker night with his friend. Dude, how is Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Union doing? Yeah, you're not leaving. I'm going to keep asking you questions. It's at like 2 cents.
Sorry?
It's at like 2 cents. It's at 18 cents?
Not 18 cents.
Dude, go check it. It's at like 2 cents.
Yeah, it's at 2 cents.
Why did you say it's at 18 cents?
Because I can't break decimals.
Oh, okay. You saw 0.08 or 0.18. Okay. Does that mean that it's dead? It's on Ethereum. Do you think that hurts it?
Hayan is mutter to do that by the carbonate.
Some.
You didn't make the Hayan. The Hayan is
I think
like the animal that you put in the ground, which is not kosher.
I don't know. I don't take my personal.
Yes, I do. I want to hear it in depth.
You're allowed to eat.
I think main course is Do you know what I think? Do you know what I think is going to be popular?
What's going to be popular in the future, Zoom?
You know what?
Anything token plus news event. Anytime the news event happens, people buys the token. Trading. What are you doing in trading? You're betting on the news. Right. Trading is essentially betting on the news. So you have a token that's being to a news event, like you go to war going on, like a pandemic. What do? You buy the token. Because every time the token's talking about the news, the token should be going up. The token should be going up. But I think that's going to be what's next. I think that's going to be what's popular in the next cycle. I think we're going to have main tokens and news tokens.
Okay, let me ask you this though. Then are you guaranteed basically a loss unless you buy that news token very early on?
So
Aren't you basically like guaranteed a loss with a news token? Like unless you got in really early? Because no matter what the story is, whether it's World War I, World War II, or whatever, eventually people stop to lose interest in that part of the news, and there's what's called the news cycle, and then it just changes into the next story.
that's the same with tokens. So it's no different than what's happening now.
That's a valid point.
Eventually. Market cycles go news cycles.
Okay, is there a hantavirus coin?
Yeah.
And how is that done?
Went to 20 million more.
Okay, and what's that now? Do you know?
700k.
So it rubbed?
Paper salt.
Okay. So do you think that it is destined to rebound, or is it done?
I mean, if that hantavirus comes back, could go again. It's probably done.
Okay. What happened to the hantavirus?
Wow. Why do I want to say something like the 6 people that
They're still around. Not a serious threat yet.
I bet that it becomes a pandemic.
Hasn't been saying it's a serious threat.
Yeah, but neither was COVID in the beginning either. We're early.
It wasn't a serious threat.
No, I remember it was like November, December of 2020, and people were like, "There's this Chinese virus," and it wasn't a big deal. And then in January of 2021, everybody was focused on the economy, and things were really good in the United States. Like the stock market had never been higher, and then they had the Super Bowl, and then they had and the big thing was like around March 17th, when like there are a bunch of holidays usually, or there's a holiday, they canceled all in-person things for that holiday, St. Patrick's Day, and then that was like the end of it. And I feel like they could do that this summer. I really feel like. All right, so take care, big dog.
called simanim. Before you did that, you created a tray for you, and you're allowed to eat it. Forget the eating. You're allowed to put it on the mizbeach. But now we don't know about eating it. We know about the mizbeach. Oh, they're out the Rabbi. Oh, they're out. What's the case exactly? Even when Malika the Oilas, or if the Bible tell me that the Malika, I let it put on his back. What kind of rice? About. Also, you can put on his back. What is Bamu? Thomas is out of the animal, but Thomas is up. Check this out. I got an appointment at the base from Dutch today. Can I come in? Absolutely not. I can see you've got a permanent cut on your lip. Leave this place at once.
May I come in, please?
Yes, of course, with pleasure. What was that supposed to be? Why did you let the injured dove in? I also want to be offered on the Mizbeach. Let me in! Stop yelling. The explanation is simple. What do you mean? Yes, if you join the Daf Yomi Shul and start learning Maseches Menachos, you'll know it too. He doesn't have a boo-boo and a book anymore over there, so that's just the right? There's a concept. There's no zakur in a bird. In other words, you cannot differentiate. Physically, and it doesn't really matter either way. You can bring a female or male. Another thing is no common. There's no such thing as a bird that has a blemish. There is something called that a bird is missing a wing, a bird is missing a full limb, like a leg. That's it. Stop. But just a blemish is not a problem. Cataract, all these blemishes is not a problem. Oh, tomorrow the Liga de Chavis are over there. But the point is that there's a tray for which you can eat. What is the tray? There's two types of birds we bring. An oil on a hat. Oil on the entire bird goes on his best. The whole thing was special. But a chatas, just like an animal chatas, you have to eat part of it to kind of feed it. The bird also has to kind of feed it. But it's a tray for. The kind went like this with his finger, he made it a tray for. You see, there's one case of a tray for the food of the and that's why you can't learn tray from everything else. It says Gemara, is eating right off in his back. In other words, the fact that you're going to eat is not the fact that Hashem allowed. Hashem took it from his back. Now, once it's ready for his back can eat this tray, but now the tongue gets to eat from him. It's different way of looking at it. Legend Kyle says over there that's the child of Tumas. When you give the client 10% or 2% to Tuma, 10% to the lady to nicer, and the lady gives his 10% to the client. It's not shot that you're giving the client. You're giving it to the Rabbi. And the Rabbi allows the client to take from him. The way of thinking it. You get it that Hashem. So if you could think, divide it. Now you could use that same thing. Maybe that's what he meant. Like Zaka also. Not Shach. You're giving to the poor person. You're giving to Hashem. Hashem give it over to you. Poor person. You're giving back to Hashem. It's a different way of looking at it. I'm giving a donation to Hashem just like you're doing a part. it to Hashem. Don't give it because you're giving it to Hashem. Something's like I'm giving it to Hashem. And here's a great place to stop and emphasize an unbelievable, beautiful thing that I'm very, very proud to be part of MTY. As we know, last Shabbos, exactly 2 years ago, the Clever MDY, Mamish, movement, appeared by finding an aliyah for $180,000. 180, it's a crazy number. We said as a joke, Chaverim, together, after that, during that, what do you think that the pay rate is going to be? What do you think, that I brought a marshal that the year before, got together and $20,000 for my car so that I should learn tonight. You don't want to learn? $1,000 that you do is special offer $1,000 that you offer a lot of people. Not $1,000, not my fun. So the Maisi did it, and the Maisi still doing it out. But 50% of the people pay it off. Somebody just paid, not like today or last night. What do you think? He asked my wife to be down. Pay it. So, listen to this. The number which I mentioned yesterday, it's an unbelievable number. It's a number that you have to think about. Beautiful. MDY is beautiful. From $180,000, $130,000 is collected already. You cut this number, it's unbelievable. You got this row. Very proud of that. Very. My Chaver was like, you get $30,000 out of $180,000. I said, it's about $30,000. That's great. 130,000 in 1 week. People wanted, pay the for 12 months. It's also about 130,000 in it. Unbelievable. Wasn't collected. Nobody sent out a letter, an email. It was garnished. Just gave on their own thing. And here's the crazy. I didn't know. Oh, so some numbers. Officially, $5,000 for Rabbi getting. Three things like I said. Give $4,000. Paid it. Sure. My official paid off. I don't remember how much. He gave a crazy amount. 20, 30, other people, Ben Solomon, all these people paid it off. Crazy. I didn't know the numbers. Official caterer. $5,000. All right. That's me nice this whole time. Oh, Vela Barhoff. Finally, again, let's wrap it all up. Then the soup. I'm telling you, then the soup. Why? If I have to say, Mina Baka to tell me that you cannot bring an animal that has a hole in your heart as a partner. I could learn it from Lassie. You cannot learn it from Lassie. Why? So you're going to learn from a Kalmon. Someone that would learn this. Look at this bird over here. He's all banged up. You can see that it's lemishing. But a tray phone, we know. Anybody that ever went to a shop place, you have to open up the chicken, you have to open up the cow. You have to look at the lungs. You blow it up, they blow up what? And then say, oh, look, there's a slip over here, the white down here, the whole. Not something that you notice. Most of the time. And a Mela cannot learn out a treifa from a bamboo. Maybe. It makes a lot of sense now I'm thinking about it. What's the pasuk? I know the words. I'm going to blame that you don't bring this to a Moshe. Everybody's screaming it on the screen. You see, I believe that. When you bring this to a Yutza Hashem, no, it's very, very, very. A memory, sorry. But it's mamish on the tip of my tongue. I use the cloth. To save emotion over there. Anyway, the point is a puzzle. Would you bring this to the guy, the ruler of your city? Absolutely not. So don't bring this to Hashem. Now, when a bird looks like this, it doesn't make. Do you bring this to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Is that something that you're proud to bring to Hashem? But a tray for a boy says, "Me left the shot." The tray for is inside. It doesn't look bad, Hashem. It's from the outside. Because he's wearing a black hat, he's wearing the jacket, he has the face. He's a good guy, no? What's going on inside? There's a nice hole inside. She's missing from the moon on the chocolate. That's on now. That so easy about it.
You threw it in the shower on fire.
The table knocking off. You're telling me that he's from this parcel. Now, Baltar, let's see the puzzle again. 15 times. This is the puzzle you really very well. You have other ones. Magadaki, we're actually strong. You said that we learned yesterday that do not bring the garbage out of this barcode from something that a kid can't drink from. That's when Mashi's. Well, as we wrote things. But it wasn't this one. And another second puzzle. Because you have a shavet now. We know that we have 10 animals, and one goes for mice. But do not include letting out of the pen 1, 2. That's one, you hit it with the red tie. Didn't show it today because we have a lot of other stuff. But if one of them is a treifa, has a hole in the heart, he's not part of the 10. Part of the treifa, so you see that you can't bring a treifa on him. So you want to choose something to open. When you're in a poker, you're not too strong, you sit down and try. You know, so I don't even be able to do this as a question. I'll say that when that is going like this, so it's able to do the other way like that. I'm not going to show the whole other. We're running right there. Other than the first 3 years of a tree, you're not allowed to benefit. You're not allowed to sell it, use it for any sugar. You must let it rot. That's all right. Let's just watch the first year, and then you get the rest after that.
You seem confused. I'm not Columbo or
anything. It comes out or whatever it is. Use it, benefit from it.
Something touched that up here.
Let it rest. Okay, second. Diagram is if you have a junior with Rick, you know how to sew, you know how to plan. The right point that everybody eats meat, but the point the most and on it's also other vegetables as well. And believe it or not, the more learns this from this puzzle, the match piece in other words, black parents and our law is they were born that they never had a classification, they never had a moment that they were murdered. Where the paper, give me a normal animal and also a nail, go to his stomach and then go to the I was just as a kosher, but if it was good, maybe it should be kosher. But if I'm kosher, yeah, that's why I need the second one. Now, if I don't have to add this piece to the first one, kosher, yeah, but I'm like, we'll do that thing for and then you made it up, it's no good. You made the nicer. That's like nicer. It's straight, and then you try to make it nicer, no good. It may come true. And then you have to do the idea at the moment that you need it. Like this piece to be like this. There's nothing wrong with it. Stay with the style.
I hate the new year because it's always people who believe in crystals who want to tell you how they're going to change. I believe more in people who do crystal than people who have crystals. People have crystals that are like, I love jewelry, but I really want it to mean something. My jewelry guides me. I don't like it. I don't know. And it's always people who have crystals who are the biggest bitches. It's like, what is your crystal telling you to do? Like, just be a cunt? Do you have a clip piercing crystal? How does the
So, you have putting it in a flea, you have a lofa, you have putting it on the deck. So,
I don't know. One thing that I do want to be over in 2018 is chain messages. My dad sent me a chain message. It was like, send this to 20 of your friends or have bad luck for the rest of your life.
We're going to ask you right away, so I just want to point it out.
My dad doesn't even have 20 friends. And he doesn't have that much longer to live. Is he really worried about being cursed?
What's this somebody walking in? Somebody just want to start. Why? Just start the mission. Call them in office. What you got? All in office.
Hi, Allie. Hi.
He's strong.
That's
He
nice.
can meet us. I'm going to show you what pizza is in a second.
Yeah, that's nice. I went to a house party and just kind of hung there, watched the fireworks, and then my boyfriend told me he loved me.
If you perform the pizza,
I know.
full yard,
I was like,
there's a person.
Is that really what you said?
Coming. I
No,
wanted
he
to meet
said
for
he
that.
said I love you, and then he kissed me right after, so I didn't even have time to.
Because he's not wearing the button that he's supposed to wear, he's holding on to the nerve. And that was 8. And then 4. Look how sure it's before. Because the moon, if he's in this state of purple. No.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. So the person is coming. He's
That
there.
was after.
He goes to
It
the
was in his
car.
car.
5-0.
No,
Now he's purple. Now he's clear. But if he's a Zav, and he led this, he has to wait until the following day to become the beauty car. It's not enough.
Yeah.
Here. The next. If all comes, it's still green.
Maybe. If we break
Now,
up,
once he gives the shade, he turns green. He can leave. He has to bring the car, and once he brings the car, he's completely fine.
I'm in it for the bets.
So the Rabbi to the Rabbi finally did not watch his hands and feet.
He's really nice.
All right. he's a Jew, but his brother died during the Bris Milah, so he didn't do one.
I haven't been with really
So
any other
he's
serious
saying
fish. I
because of our
have
Bris,
no
he cannot be free. He's coming. Yoshi, he's sitting down. Why don't I got Caleb? He's standing on top of any kind of
tried to stay away
device.
from
He's not
that,
standing
but
directly on the floor. He's amigos.
that is a
He
lot of my
cannot
life
perform
experience
the
being that I'm young and don't have much life experience.
or standing on an animal. I got very famous on an animal. Yes, he's
Yeah,
directly
me
on the
too.
floor. I got realized with my very standing on his friend's feet, which are like his feet. No, it's funny. Awesome. Can't be smart. He performed the glitz instead of with his right hand, he did it with his left hand.
Don't we all?
Awesome. Ben said right away. So he said, let's say you did it with your left hand. Take everything here and have a bunch of flour. Take it, put it back into the bucket. And then you start over. Not, yeah, then you do it again. And then you do it with your right hand. Hold on, it's right. He didn't need some. He was right. But inside the pizza, he found the stone. It's not a full pizza. That's me. Oh, you guys remember?
Have you done crystal?
No, I haven't.
60 grams of salt, or card chili, or a piece of frankincense. Also, why? Why you it's wrong one. Maybe it's a Yoshi, also, you make too much pizza. Or too little. Also,
Yeah, Lucy Bird was my
Based on
work.
that, the months in the
Little
virus.
Lucy Bird.
Let me demonstrate.
Yeah. It was great. He pulled up,
Unfortunately,
there were
these
two
gloves are
Maybachs
medium
that
size.
pulled
How
up
much
outside of my work, and then he just,
It's going to,
then he just popped out shirtless, and I was like, this is the best.
schmuck.
That was the highlight of my 2 weeks gone.
The way we
Yeah, and it was crazy because last time that I was on here, I was talking about Little Lucy Bird, and then I manifested it. It could be the crystals.
and then you close the 3 fingers.
All right, Allie. Well, there you go. Another brand new minute from your
And
regular
that's
limit.
a perfect nature because
She goes.
on both sides you go with your thumb. And now, this amount that I'm about to stop right over there is
Before we go back to the bucket,
the
I have a
sideways.
question for this audience. Do you guys like special treats? Sounds like
You
they
see
do
this
like a
part on
special
top
treat.
of
I'll
my
give
hand?
you something special.
That's in the virus. That's no good.
You know,
That makes it awesome. Don't say, oh,
we're gonna
it's
bring
more.
somebody up here
No,
to
no, no.
perform stand-up
If you come, you
comedy
gotta go
for
like
the
this.
first time in his
Or knock it
history
down.
ever at the Comedy Store.
Right? And we can go like this.
You know it from Czech.
Now it's nice and almost even. See, like that. Now, with that certain what's possible, we need 2 of. And that's the problem that we have now, because we have a stove in there. It's too little.
So,
And what's the
I was in yoga last week.
notice how my fingers go with the bottom of my palm. See
No,
that?
I take yoga. I really do. I've broken
What
so
if
many
those
bones. I have
like
to take
this?
yoga.
Your fingers are bent
And I was
all
laying
up
there and
to
I'm
the
getting
top.
all like
And
ready
you
and
have that little
zen.
amount. That's what
And this wind just comes across me.
you got. It has to be
Oh,
all the way
fuck.
down to your palm.
In here reeks. And I look over and this hippie
Like
lady
that.
with like
That's
jewels
funny.
and stuff on just throws her mitt down
Oh.
right next to me. And I'm just smelling
That's
everything. I'm
what
like, oh
happened.
my god, I'm fucking dying. I can't, there's no way I can be in yoga right now and just breathe this the whole time. I'm like, I'm gonna
Oh,
die.
okay.
But I'm like, fuck, I just have to do it. Just be zen. So I go through the whole class. Like, fuck, I hate that lady.
Lama dedi biz ne yapalım başka bir dakika kalamın office. Why are you telling me
Next
to
day,
kick me
same
one out of
time.
the office? The new
In the
call
class.
Why?
Oh, it's bad.
This is kalamın office come Sorry, fine.
And I'm
Just start from all the
hot
office.
chick
Because
next
it's
to me,
class, all the
I
office
went
gonna
over,
have.
she thinks it's me. And I'm like, no,
Oh,
this
you
is
said
not
it's
how you
doing
say
pizza.
so.
And you cannot
So
have.
we're all good
Oh,
now, and we get down into like
And
doggy
all that
position. It's
So
all
one
like,
of those
it's filled up.
it's really
Check
I'm not
out,
all for
go
it's
check out. And I'm
Just
like,
hang on until you do
lady,
stay in the
I
hospital
just want to be nice. I'm like,
In fact,
next
when
time
you're
you
about
come
to
to
sign in,
class, wash your fucking bag
and you
and
probably
your
got
towel. And she's like,
why
what?
should
And
the
I'm like,
sinner's
wash your
mincha
bag,
require
wash your
oil
towel.
and levina?
She
Why?
gets up,
She
pulls
doesn't
her
get
bag,
stuff because
and
you don't want
storms
somebody
into
to
class.
sin to
And
them.
I'm like,
But because you're a sinner, you don't have to
what's going on?
spend extra money on the
Oh my God, that's
frankincense and on
I love this
the
class. It
does it make
looks
sense?
good. Everybody's
Well,
looking
you're
at
not
me
a
like,
sinner. And this approach I realized that these are true by approach love explaining the things of her. That's when we started talking. She was very kind of the girl. I was back to the same because I don't feel the why is that they're fighting not to spend extra money. Just make them spend extra money. But the bottom is because I don't want this carbon to be a beautiful carbon. Okay, I want it to be a beautiful carbon to show, hey, you sin. Nothing you fancy thing here. Well, you know, unless we didn't even stay, I'm supposed to do it myself. The same thing should apply to carbon. Not only a carbon, because you sin, nothing without that one kind of state. So if there's this stuff, you should bring the wine that goes together. The libation. You're not doing no wine, you're doing wine. So if somebody knows that I don't want to be a fancy carbon. So we have to, this might do that. Something, I'm telling you guys, Christian is the one that says, I don't want to have a nice carbon. It's just saying you're mad at this lady and you got to see a little bit of your short temper. That's one. Oh, chocolate carbon is no worth no love. But no,
it wasn't even jewelry or nothing. He was like,
corn. So
oh, never made a garage. It's just like stuck on the like for days. And I'm like, no. Like I look around like these guys all day, whatever, and skaters all day. Dudes.
I was dying. I was
like, oh, fuck, I'm here, but teacher, what you do?
listening. So, whatever you just said, something's fucking minutes. So, you know, it's minutes fucking. Say the same exact thing, something's fucking. You know, listening up to spend that fucking, you should bring the tacos as an example. And you're not why. To say that it goes on the shit.
I'm seriously fucked.
I'm not really on the job. I don't know if she didn't see any version. What do you see? I'm just not I'm seeing the fundamental code. This is the code. It includes formula. Doesn't say besides. Full last one. It includes all. But not full last one. It says. What else? Or it includes every single work in the world. Question. So you know, why in the world do you highlight this aspect?
Of course.
So it's only that one, how to feel a relationship with your child. The first mission of the Septus Vachim, we already established.
4 years
The first mission says that if you do one fire, you can't call the one fire. It's not doing that to me, that's my precious. You can't commit as my precious, or whatever you call it. The owner, the whole cabinet is giving them. Two more places it does. So the thing that the second mission doesn't go like anything by fire. So the first one doesn't go like anything. The last one does go like anything.
Shops now and then. That's
We're not. The last one doesn't go like anything. The last one brand is to go on.
That's the greatest part of the show to me for some reason. Shops at the husband.
I'm reading what Marcus wrote. The men who
I'm still over
$500,000. Something like that.
I know.
I really got it, no? That also
Good.
gave him the pleasure.
That feels like big
I should think all was $500 guys, the $1,000 guys. And the guy, I said it, I would say, I don't know if I said it this year. He's a guy, a young looking guy. Let's call him in his 20s. He donated $500. So next thing I know, he gave $500. And then I saw him going over to one of the party. I was going around. And that's I give him another $500. I take $500 and give it over a year. That's how. The $500 went so much there, you need to break it up into 7 payments, 12 payments. Unbelievable. Wow.
I mean, we're here one day. Pretty sure
Sorry.
you are 5 years after you have a 5-year plan.
In the
Yeah, I'm moving somewhere where there's a lot of acreage.
you swell. You come to the show, we're going at 5:10, 19. Tell me your
I'm going to the chocolate factory.
It's a swell bus and it's no good. But it's back into the car. What's the problem?
You ever want to test something
As you know, we were about to out here, you want to know you misunderstood. My puzzle actually asked you. Yeah, of course. Actually, it's just like the car. It's like the car. It's close. So what in the world does the Sarah add? Well, first of all, it's not a conversation. Same exact same thing. Put it back in the pot. That's what you would say. Just put it in the pot. So the pot now just put it back in the pot. Dude. You can take it. When you do something very little, probably the figure of one day, see it. It's in his hand. How does it put it back in? Who's got wall? It's in the process. One side of the side of the other. Oh, the boy side. Can the individual go to his house? So here's the continuation. So
I was just thinking to myself, because for all the stuff we've been through over the years, there's so many stories that are really.
But wait, I'm not even a coach. I'm a soft.
The Zara. If a Zara is a commitsar, he just puts the comments back into the plea with his inquiries.
Yeah, I get it.
I like to go, Jason.
Boy, babe, talk to my Shemitah. What am I going to do now? Huh?
Okay, now we've got a problem.
I know what I'll do. I'll go home. The other thing I'm saying,
No, that's a good.
by the way, that's the black of that Sarah.
According to the Chachamim, your mincha's got no food. Let's say we go to commercials.
Oh, that commercial. I'm gonna go there. This is the China. Someone. The first time we're going to get busy in Atlanta. The one holding you can do something clean to make it a little fun. You can't just go and grab some flowers in the house. So we saw like up in the base in Atlanta. So it is the machlokes. Yes, it was machlokes in Tanakh. Very simple. If the Shemitah got lost, the dog ate it. So can you refill it from your house? I said, tomorrow, but the words in the mission don't seem like it. Why? She can say, go to your house. Go to your house. Go home and bring the flower. They didn't say that. The other one said, oh, you have to. The other one said, so then you have to run into the space and go home. You know, none of the other you do. You know, that's it. So the more you come around, you should be saying, Ram was not taking it upon you. Ram going talking about the sheep. What did he say? Rab says, if you straw, let's cancel with his left hand, put it back in the ball and restart. That's what the Sarah says, what Rab is going with the Sarah, then he married. They're not big law, they will not strip it. Rab's going to either the whole list of the mission of the oil and the 53 of the speed. So the puzzle, that all the people grabbing the ball and to restart. I would think of themselves just talking about the left hand versus the other one.
Do you think is the hottest?
I think like about the Sarah was
I don't know how to answer that, but what am I going to say?
On the yes.
It's your daughter, bro.
Oh, yeah, 12 minutes. Let's see what we can do with that. Nice and small.
I have a lot of adult things in my life. They were addicted to speed.
When the Bible sends hold stuff to me, has to hold on to the players on your paper. There's a lot of users left hands. You see the exception to the rule on the left. So now you have to share the sheet.
Another fun fact about the guys that my mom said that she was pregnant with me for like half the pregnancy. So she was just drinking, smoking, doing drugs, there were strobe lights.
One of the four
On the right side, my mom's uterus. The best part I've ever been to. Guys are all invited.
All right, we go to the car. We go to the after holy people. Why don't we go to holy people? Because it's considered not right. All right, because it says, everybody knows. Let me do it. They know. I'm saying that part of the so it's cool. This is exactly what it is. We don't understand it.
I'm a very nervous person. So people split this a lot.
Like that, but you can't do anything.
Why do you look like a young version of the shovel?
Part of the fucking like a bike. I'm telling you that a part of the
young version of old man shovel slayer.
How do you make a bike? Some people especially that
He sweeps the driveways, and we never know what he did with the bodies. They're like in training for that.
So that's the high
I
usual.
want to know something 20 miles
Something
per gallon does
low
the
level.
mystery
I don't
machine.
know for the basic English, but our people do it in the same to do whatever they want.
I'm just
A
surprised
part
that
of the law is in the lower category. But you let it go back. So you know what it makes no sense. You need a claim because the lower category is the third. in the high category in the fight. When you come in, it's even in the lower category in the fight, certainly in the higher category.
This is me. I'm like, you gotta be freaking out all the time. But you got to have that's good that character.
So to me, there's from that.
And
We're going to have to stop shitting. I'm just ready to eat.
you gotta
I'm not
be
nice
the
to go.
only
When
child
I'm playing with
molester
you
still
don't
going through puberty.
It's not considered an avoid, but you definitely need a fight.
How old
That's
are
the moral of
you?
the major problem. What can we learn from a bum all that was? That even though he's showing a lot of perform, that was on a bum in the backyard in the he didn't learn a little bit, but you can't learn maybe from a bum because it's illegal. But I know we learned in 98 to come over here. Oh, the thing is, I'm not going to show it now, but the thing is, the moment we made this video, how do you know that these certain things that once they go into the bed, they don't have to come off. You know, it's off you put on, but you don't have to put on the wash. And we learned something about it. We were born a bit of a time when I let you over here. Very good. You want to know? And I was very sorry. It was on. You learn from a process. But just use the ball as an smacker of what's up. At a wonderful. Look, it's spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. Everyone's
Facebook, the Twitter, the Instagram, all the applications that those young kids use. You're like a young Gordon's fisherman or something. Belong like you seem like you belong like a liquor spokesman or something like that, like the world's least interesting man or something. Yes, I committed the murder. It'd be like when you
good.
I would have got away with it too if it was for you.
Morning rap, boy side.
Did you go to college? Go to school? College?
Did you pass live from Park City, Utah? We have some Chaverim over here. I'm gonna spin the camera around for a second and see what I see over there. Oh,
No, I don't go to school. Yeah.
so good. Let's go to Zubnik. We have Igor, right? Igor, and then you have, what's her name? And what's her son?
Yeah. Just do
Alright,
this.
coming back around. So first of all, big shout out, what's the first name?
And my dad's very disappointed. What do you do? Where's your dad there? He cleans houses. He should be very disappointed in you.
It's serious.
He's doing a woman's job.
Yeah. Listen, you know, at the end of the day, it's not every day. We're talking about this. Check it out.
Somebody's not interested in working for big corporations.
You never know. Maybe it's a ball.
Is there really a lot of people doing
You do like driving, you know.
Yeah.
Really?
I have a lot of family. Have they ever shared with you? No.
I gotta say this.
This is why I look like
Very
this.
interesting about himself.
When he was a baby.
His name is
Yeah,
Nathan Zippin. I don't want to forget this.
that's why
He's
you
a
look like
pilot
how
for
you
flight
do.
club.
That's what I said. Well, my mom, I don't know. I think I look
And he
like
sent an email a few years ago,
person.
and I forgot about it. He says
What part of the Washington are you from? Where are you from?
mostly Josh.
I'm also from
And every single, listen to this, right? Every single time he flies out of JFK in New York or some really Jewish place, and he's even on the flight. Part of his announcement is fixing his doctorate. And the soup. You know, something is his Mazel Tov, and then seeing his welcome. And
was a date last night.
he says a guy just came over to him as they were coming off the plane.
She was
You know,
a treat
I don't know. Not young. How's your nail cut? I'm going to try that young.
Where's she
You
married?
recruit somebody. It's amazing. Delta Airline pilot. Nathan Zipper. Waiting for some schmuck emails. I said, I want to hear his announcement. He said, I'll send it in. Dozen guys joined tonight at the launch to see the first cheer walk. Dozen guys in see those. They called it.
Parking lot garbage. Did you guys eat?
Have an update. This guy was spotted in a grocery store this Friday, and he said over a story here. This is the origin of the story.
People thought, hey, Staten Island Hospital, live, yes, maybe. Good update for NDY. What's going on? It's a girl. So we have to clarify. Wendy's wife actually sent him to get some goodies for Shabbos. Here we are. Otherwise, the fire go over to America.
I don't take public transportation.
Find my number. Find my number.
She has walked up, given an umbrella for some reason, even though it wasn't raining.
He was able to find me 2 minutes ago.
Sorry, I'm late. I made a mistake wearing this jacket. I knew you guys were just gonna go nuts on me. So you think if I didn't wear that jacket, it would have been okay.
So here we go. Here's the update for the entire Savannah community. Let's check the next step now. By NDY community. You saw me in the grocery, so NDY merch.
It's like he tries to get you to sign up for Greenpeace.
He spotted me right away.
I don't
Mazel tov. A lot of nachos. Keep that.
I'm sorry, I did that. I was like,
Actually,
you
by the
did
way,
that
it
too,
wasn't one
door to
word.
door last
9
night.
years ago.
You've had some crazy
The
kids.
one of the story.
No, it's a good story. Good story.
People smile here. With a box. Real life. Like I said,
Ideally, almost every night or every night.
amazing.
Okay, so he said that he didn't have kids for 9 years, and then he learned from sepsis, and then
Family obligation.
he called it. Okay, what else
I
do you
guess
have
just
there?
like having
This is the
dinner
Cedars Live.
family
So first of all, since we went to Toronto this past Tuesday, 120 people joined us in Toronto, and they just did this and go to short. The resident community for 2000 people joined in Sefra. That was too low. We're already around 3,500 people. With those who registered in tonight, I think we're my target time. So Gary Rose brought 20 people to the share, and this is about 3,500 people that joined the office, which is crazy. It used to be that people joined in the beginning of Shas, and the office, who wants to join during the office? Now the people showing random things that the world's really on fire about in the water, and it's going to rent this, and very positive. Please stop here. Good statuses are for recruitment. By the short clip platforms, if you scroll by the short fund beyond. It took 3 to 4 years of us. This isn't a couple short clip, but something really quick this weekend. You invited Jonas Fight, Eddie Gill, Irish China, and the rest, that's cool. With that comes sound like 10 years ago. I had a dining room with Tony, but his name that Brad, the small doggy set up the Eastern borderline court. That's the good news and bad news are building for anyone's growth. All the exposure is bringing more people to fire on this pumping, work together as a team, and bringing more people to fire on. Truthfully, we're not far from the hundreds of thousands of the original people that's welcome to Southeast Road. Yeah, it was one of these weeks that it got a lot of hate mail, a lot of stuff. The last video that we showed on this episode was a rap video. I think people loved it. They watched it a lot of times, but there's a lot of people that were offended by it in rap. Me personally, I didn't know it was even an issue with rap, but I found out later a lot of people are very anti-rap. Even Alicia Black sings songs about everybody telling them rap, they won't listen to it. Like, rap is also. Why have no clue? One day someone will explain it to me. Like, why is that different than a Morton David or a Fleshy song, which is also completely Goyish or whatever, taken from the guy. But okay, a good Pasha. A lot of hate this week. There's like 3 different things. I said something about maybe cheering. What else? Oh, the snowboarding video. Also a lot of hate. I think you learn Torah while you're snowboarding. It's hustlers. Yeah, Torah. Okay. Rabbi said official edition of NY Shas in Sefta by Iranian and Levy family, Perik, Shani Magdalsky family, the Daf by Rabbi Yaakov Blight, in memory of my father, Oliver Shomer, Ruben, Ben, and Frank Fisher Blight, the friend of Rav Hanifka, Fatay Off, Tasha Pehey. That's the individual Daf. The Blight was the Bakira at the Shantan, Yeshupayach Gadol. episode was sponsored by David Salmon, dedicated memory of Kobe Murray. So here, I'm pausing here. I know I can't fly through it. David Salmon brought 50 people to the document has now a group of 50 people with accountability. So done, people right in that they finish the document. We'll just join and then fall off, join and somebody do it to make sure you don't fall. The small bar for the kind of speed does, you're going to rock off. Exactly sponsors, gold medallions, the release like the college bag medallions, anonymous support Europeans, and guys who college families, and major European smiles. Rather than from college and makes it to Ely. College of Larger Foundation, one of the first schools in America. So the sponsor of anonymous is from Moshe Ben Rizal. Anonymous is we're so proud of you, like the Mordecai Keith Steige. As you know, each one of these is a $9,000 sponsorship. And I think it's 8 or 9 of them. Sending Girls Family, Candy Island, UK, in honor of Kelly, changed my meaning of life. Honey Almighty, Leslie Mark, and Benny, and all, Leslie McSorty, MBY, with Broken Town Sparrow. Monthly sponsors. Barry Simon, Christian Mother Murray, Brooklyn Miller. Jimmy Azulay, Christian Messi, Pascuna, Ezra Walkinston, Husband and Anna Walkinston's 40th birthday. Anonymous, Rothschild, who died, both Susan and Connell, Lindsay Young, Anonymous. Who's living a play in Leia, inside the next generation. Anonymous, memory of Mazel Bat Leia, the Sonata, and his Kia. Anonymous is supposed to learn is good and open and revealed way for your perfect and back to Leia. Daily sponsors, family Schwimmer in honor of your brother-in-law, and the room died. Foreign state fishing shots, Mazel Tov. Moldova, remember Zaydi, like the Yitzhak, Ben, or Miller. The original in honor of all the haters makes me want to give more and help me why grow. Oh, I didn't know these haters. The English man's not going to find my taking girls to make it by some no kids and families, no really face off. Thank you, the rebellions and the king for the terrible tone. After seeing speeches were powerful and energizing fuel for the year ahead. Anyway, what she likes, that's our big artist. He gave me back because Mucky Bucks she gave him, I forgot, $5,000, he gave it right back to NY. And on it, Mucky Bucks took a dream of swap out and gave it to me to our video. Mucky actually said that I would video that I'm videoing my friends.
Message her to see what happens then. And then she was like, hey, you want to meet up?
English subtitle
and we went to like this like
come on, the ultimate fight sells for much real life, the same level from the broadcast. There's 4 former most of the next year, the first year, my name is Ben, a yellow tester of West League. Really only on the bottom of the government day is Moscow. I've always said so, about these things happen when you're with like by yourself in Park City, and they try to pull a fast one, but you know, started this year at Moscow, which is like Thailand from the bottom. But we're going to patch in now, and I'll just leave these words also. So to patch in, we actually only got to because of Shabbos, Legis and Shabbos, stopped at El Canada Community Lab. So that's a 15-line skit, which never happened, but it's not. So there's a El Canada Community Lab. We're talking about like 20 lines from the back. Again, Rabbi is the only story that if you slow, that's easy. This is the bowl of flour. If you slow, it takes the 3 kilos away from the bowl. Keep going. If you put it back into the bowl,
it's just kind of like a room. There's like
just mentions the whole list of other people.
it kind of looked like kind of retro looking against the TV that's on the wall. And she says she wants to like I guess she done. This is like a thing she did on the thing. All right.
What time did I do that? Because Rob said he put it back in.
Yeah, she is teaching you the way.
Hold on, back on the question. I was going to say, I was thinking that what you put back in is if you do it through left hand. Do you left hand, you put it back in, it's all over. What if you slow it out? What if I'm not even on the
Yeah, she wanted to have sex. She wanted to make it clear that she wanted to do that. And I was happy to oblige. She gave us an example of like something. She gave us an example of something that made me think that she just really
the whole year is also supposed to put it back in. The timing, another thing it says, the comments in shop.
She just messaged me
When
on
the
the
comments
wall.
in shop from there.
It
There's
was
nothing
just
to that
the
there
messenger.
on the
She was
place
just like
that the feet
being like,
of
sexting and
the
stuff.
Israeli
Like, we
stand.
made the
They say,
hotel
right, the 19 comments in slow, she has the abs and the
She
ignorant.
paid for the
If you
room.
messed up, you do it with your
We
left hand.
split
Put
it.
it back
Oh, okay.
again, start over with it.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
I'm learning how to talk in shop.
Tear so
You
many
know,
movie
you give them
tickets for
nothing to come
this.
start from the same
I
place
guess
that you did
movie
pizza.
the other
If you
half.
left, do it over again. It's not a problem. The key is
She's
the
like,
first
what's
time it's
Venmo?
not small.
Did you see her again? Or was it just
So
one and done?
it's obvious
No,
that the
I
puzzle's
did
not
message her
referring
and she didn't
only
reply.
because the left hand is the right. It's supposed to be talking about Israel.
Did you finish quickly with her? No, I thought it was a good amount of time. I thought we just this woman
When
knew
can you
exactly
return
what
it?
she
In
wanted.
all situations, even if you did the pizza,
She
and
said, he's too old.
put it into the smaller second vessel.
Yeah. Where do you think I went wrong? Why do you think she didn't
You
message
shall.
back? Tell the truth.
The
Be
guy
honest. Show some
pizza.
humility.
This is what you write at.
Maybe she just
You're Israel.
didn't want to hook up with another
Put it
23-year-old again or something.
Becomes
Why
public.
do you, where do
Take
you
that,
think we
dump
went
it back
wrong
into the
that night
original
sexually?
phone, and start all over this. We kill it.
Whoa! 90's taking shots over here. Damn. I'll say he didn't bring more than
Well, that's not the time, and this comes to
normally I don't embrace or allow
differently.
everything of any
Exclude
kind
these
to come
phenomena. Let's
after
say the sign
a Becky on
of
the show.
Yosef
She's
and
a
Yosef and
superstar
Yosef.
in our world. So I'm going to follow up on Aphrodite's question for a second. Do you have a
But
smoking
Yosef, the
Aphrodite?
son of Yosef and Yosef, son of Yudan Apple. By the way, these are not saying.
3 inches.
I heard once
It's
it's
not
not
3
not
inches.
that it's a bagel. That is that it's pretty so
It's more than
beautiful
4.
like
I'm
fresh
saying like 5
bagel.
or 6.
It's not, it wasn't necessarily a bagel. But then when I'm going to come up with Kiddush,
I think so.
they say different languages. We just said that even to go to the second three, you can still use it. No. When can you use the original pieces when you didn't put in the second three?
Dakota Freeman. It's nice to meet you. There he goes.
See that? Because the three also gets too low. You can't do anything. You get out of me? And some say, come out in,
He's
Kiddush,
so fucking
low.
bad that I'm about to cry right now. Look at the drawing
After
from
you
Ryan
did,
Gmail with Steve and Kurt
that's
Fox.
in rough. Come out in, Kiddush, low. Not like we said before, that if you put in the three, that it's okay. Rob said, no, if you put in the three, it's not. Command kind of tonight, and he fits right in with Yossi, with Yossi, with Yossi, and Yossi, with the Nachtoy. They go hand in hand. If we use the pizza, if you don't put it into the short, you just put it directly back into the bowl, but if you put it in the second bowl, it becomes also.
Follow Kirk on all social
Now,
media.
got it done up.
Steve-O,
And now we're going to catch in. From Master Lord of Master. We have Rabbi Zippy, we have big people that started today, I'm sure. Out of 3,500 people, someone started today for the very first time. What is pizza? So you're able to bring, in the English, you're able to bring a gift. Usually it's a gift. You're going to when we put on the staff, you add a flour. Sometimes you add a little oil, you add a little frankincense, Levina. Sometimes it's plain just flour. The procedure is as follows. Let me show you. Here it goes. This is an older AI video. It gets better every day. I don't like that.
How about we make some noise for 30 pounds heavier Jeremiah Watkins?
Thanks. How are you?
He's going to be the host of Real Tony next week. How many of you guys are coming back next week? Sure you
The
are.
world code. Yeah, you have a safe code. No, that's not it.
Jeremiah, what else do you want to
Both
plug?
codes.
Tune in to Kill Jeremiah next week at the Comedy
You're
Store.
probably going to want to see school.
I'm headlining down to San Diego on
So,
January
what you
18th
saw
at Reach
over
More
here,
Neighbors and Willie Hunter from The Wave. So if you're in San Diego area, check that out. I got some shirts up at JeremiahWatkins.tv/shop and follow me on social media at Jeremiah Stand Up. Thank you, Steak, for sponsoring me.
That's a minta. Then whatever you have to add, you add sink, oil, bottom, top, and more oil, and the minta. But this right over here, these two fingers worth, that is the minta. That goes onto the minta. That is the machir, that's the part. The rest, the fingers, the other.
This is one of the
So that was
craziest years of my life. Thank you guys
Rob
for carrying
says,
coming out, man. I love you
that's
guys.
like kind of like
Children Menez. I'm
in the
also
top. Rob
performing
says
in
that if you straw,
Chicago the second weekend of January.
and that's been done by a phone.
Philadelphia
But let's say
the
the
last
straw
weekend of
jumps in,
January with a
and
bunch
you
of
did
my
the
crazy
pizza,
friends. So
then
that's
you
all
just
available
return it
to
right back to
in any
the
of those cities, and there it is,
to the
Houston, Dallas.
you put the pizza right back for the bowl.
Josh Martin. That's him.
So we had a machlokes exactly.
Hey guys, happy New Year, everyone. Thank you so much for
What's
coming
going
out. Have a
on?
great night. See you next week.
What happens if he doesn't put it in the bowl? He puts it in the second bowl. Now, I don't know if you noticed here. Let's go back over here. Okay, you see now he's taking the kmitza. What does he do with it? He puts it into a second vessel. It's in one klisharis. This is the first vessel has kedusha, and then he takes the 3 fingers worth, and he puts it into a second vessel. So there's a machlokes. Once you put it into the second vessel and you return it to the first one. Here, this is our. I don't want to really get dirty here. Okay. We're going to be using this soon. Once you take the kmitza from here, Rav says, even if he's shroud, takes it and he messes up, you put it right back, and then let the time start all over again. But if you put it into the second smaller vessel, so you can't do that. That's one kmitza. I'm not like this. So now we're holding punch in the back. No problem with this. Master Rabbi. Michael found out what exactly do you hold? The easiest thing I love is when you draw a takes the few fingers, that's considered one of the 4 essential avodas. Like when you cut the covenant in the beginning of the shita, Abala, a lot of Yuka. The essential avodas are coming back. What about the kmitza? If you hold that, putting your hand in and grabbing 3 fingers is part of that avodah. The other one, I think, clean and have it. So who cares if you put it into another clean?
What the fuck? Yeah, welcome to Kill
Correct.
Jeremiah.
Thank you.
Live
Well,
at
I
the
was getting
Comedy
cheered
Store,
here
ladies
out
and gentlemen.
black people, and I skipped around.
Yeah,
It wasn't
that's
good. Then
right.
I had to go back
My
and fix it.
co-host,
So thank you.
Redman,
Mike
ladies
is
and
out there.
gentlemen.
If it's considered not avodah, if it's considered not avodah, I've got to do it not included. So what difference is it between the clear? By him putting his hand into the clear and going like this, he made it. He didn't have avodah. He should make it possible. He can just soon love avodah.
Oh man, I'm so excited.
And it doesn't count for anything. The other not the cleaner out, so then he dumps it into a second vessel. So what good is it? Why is that a problem? Why would you say that putting it in the second clean?
Jeremiah, congratulations.
Hold on, I'm not going to lie about avodah. In fact, it is considered that. Well, John Rabbi does say the other not that clean.
30 pounds in one
So he says something very interesting, that it's a combination. It's not a complete avodah. It's let's say
3.5 pounds.
50%. Are you putting your hand in and grabbing this? The second part is when you put it into the clean. That's the second 50%. So it is an avodah, but it's not a complete avodah. Therefore, when you by Yisrael things hand in, you get 50%. It's not possible. But when he bumps it into the second clean, then he finishes it off. Boom. Then the
trending on Twitter tonight. So everybody
becomes
your
a complete avodah. Then it becomes possible. You can't use it again.
And tweet something to either
Lucky. That's the more
stand-up or
affiliate. Between the Hadril and the Clemens, top of Zamanin.
Kill Jeremiah.
Between the Hadril and the Clemens for this day, Elizabeth.
What do you say, guys?
Let's say he's going to flower from here. This is a golden vessel. This is a kedusha. This is a kedusha. So then it takes that to the other man. Then he goes, puts it right back to where he started. Use it. How can you use it? This is a free shot. By him putting it back in here, is what accomplished it. He gave it to Dusha. And now he ruined it. So there's interesting places here, because we do all places, especially when we have the 2 lines. Because we're right over there.
Let's talk a couple things while people are tweeting some questions. Guys, you can see me headline at U31 Bar in San Diego on Thursday, January 18th. I'm bringing Jamar Neighbors and Willie
other guys that
Hardman
do
from
the sleeping routes.
Yeah, that show's produced by
I had to do a sort of
Entertainment,
usually in the nice
Sample
spots,
Spot.
whatever.
Every
Because
second
guys,
of the month, come
when you
check
put it
that
back
out.
in here,
And,
where does it fall? It falls on top of the flour. So the full
yeah, I get it. You're not in control
back on
of
the
the
flour,
show.
how can you have a Dusha? In order for it to have a Dusha, that's falling into the vessel. It didn't fall into the vessel, it fell into the other flour. So those,
Do you have that breaking news sound effect? Yeah, sure I do.
because it's the famous concept of limited meaning and crisis, it's throwing it out there. We have 2 items that are the same.
Guys, I
One is the same. It's flour, then
that's right. Jeremiah
there's no
Wonders. It's
pizza.
finally
So
out.
it's as
You guys
if
been asking for
when
it.
you put the pizza back in the bowl on top of flour, it's as if it hit the bottom of the plate, because the flour that it fell on is not going to provide a barrier of separation between the food and that. That's what it is. So I don't know if you're going to list it. Yeah. Yeah. No, throw it directly in the fire as is. Usually with other stuff. With right now, it's the frankincense stuff. All of your things. So the question is, let's go back to the question to understand the answer. The question is, when you cook, what do you straw? We're talking about a guy who's possible. It's a straw or a person that loves it, that's relative to sachet, and onion, that's the love. All these people are possible. Doing that, right? They put it around in, and then not so you put it back and start over. You put it over. Flour start. Why? When you put it back in, you know the coverage should be no good. I'm not the other thing there. The chart is 80 countries million. When you put it in, you have intent to have the shards to make it covered. You have to have intent. Everything that you're using is in the mind. Everything.
Okay,
we do a mitzvah,
also,
you have to
I want to give a shout out.
think.
You see these awesome shirts that the men are wearing? They're weight gain champion t-shirts.
You can have the same action, put the same thing. If you thought one way is good, the other way also. You put it back in the plate. If you don't have that I want it to be punished, doesn't happen. On the dice, the conscience really tell me, but if you did have intent, it should be punished, it would become punished. But
does your business
if
have
so,
any
how come it is, but by the way, Trump was working on, Trump wants that to be the show is not the country sort of appeal in part.
every business
Can
done a better job transforming how you
the
find the right
sharks
talent?
take something that's
Like they're trying to
awesome
find talent better than
and
you
make it
got.
punished, they can put it on his
You
back.
do that, right?
With vitamin there, so the other one, the church one,
Close your job
conscience seems like a appeal in part.
under the
Well, then you
website.
got you. But you haven't told you selfish, but it doesn't make you do stuff. Why not? Although you say that by putting in this non-good pizza that was done by your chef, it makes it cover if you have the right intent. She says, I'm away, I'm catching the toilet, I'm catching the password. You have to make a distinction. What the other one is saying is that's not punished enough to put it on your tail. But it is punished enough to make it possible. The bottom line, you go to zero, you get so good. So, you know, let me just show you what you should do. Here's this piece of Gucci. You guys see it? Piece of Gucci. Meaning, it's overflowing. There's a big peep over it.
We're almost there, guys. Yeah.
And here for what? That's why there's no Kedusha, because it's outside of the Kli. The Kli, in order for a Kli to make it Kaddish, it has to be within the rim. It can't be above.
But you have to do something.
Someone says, oh, we don't say Kli. If that's the case, how do you do pizza? You put pizza from the big peep, which is not in the Kli, which is not a good pizza. Hello, so we have to retract a little bit. Rothschild is zeroing the piece of Pacific. That was, he put it back and it was very full like this.
You've seen him on Showtime's I'm Dying Up Here.
It's all the way to the top.
You may have seen him on Workaholics. I absolutely love this guy. I can't pick him to be on the show this night. Please welcome
He didn't come this way.
ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies, if it was all the way to the top. But him, when I go to sleep. Better not get him in time to sleep. Okay, so this is the flower, yeah? He puts his hand in like this, straight in. It takes 3 fingers away. Like that. So what happened? You guys see the hole? There's a hole. So when he puts it back in, he put it right back into the hole. So it's great. But it's in the crease. It has to be below the rim. It doesn't mean, it's not below the rim because it's very full. Okay, but when he did his pizza, he went like this. He made a giant hole. And then when he put it back, he could be right up, so put it back. So he puts it right back in the hole. So what is more answer?
Where's Lucy?
Here's a hole.
We love Jeremiah. Jeremiah, everybody. I also think it's bullshit that you gain 30 pounds. I mean, I should be able to come on the show. What the fuck is going on? Maintain 30 pounds overweight. That should be the next chairman. Well, then Red Band will be.
I don't want to play a doctor of the mother.
Red Band, you a big
Look, put it right over here.
You act like you slim.
Oh, you see? This is no good. This is a fucking rim. Yeah? You put it in the hole. So don't let them cook it out. The pizza is still wild because it's level. It's a good pizza, but you didn't put it back in the hole. If you put it back in the hole, it wouldn't be fine. It'd be cut.
As many of you know, it's part of the tradition of Tony losing.
And then what?
And me winning, I got to host the show. Tony gets to take my place in the band and
You
gets to commit to a character the entire episode. He had to pick an instrument, and he had to pick a character that is unknown to me. I have no idea. We did not talk about it. I'm very excited to see what
Once it's good like this, you shook it out. You see now it's the low with the rim, sort of. And that's okay. Now, Robert is speaking, what did you say? I think shaking like this. Did he put it back in the hole or it happened by itself? Okay. He shook it up and it went into the hole. I would think also, it says my see that. Kumar says no. Look what the Gemara says. Gemara uses very strong language. The Nasa to me should zero out tight. It's as if a monkey put it back. Here we go. We actually have a little bit of thing, major. In other words, Judah didn't put the flour into the hole. He shook it like this, and it kind of, it's like an after effect. I don't exactly understand the svara. I have to tell the truth. That's what Gemara says. You ever think about it? How come monkeys are very powerful, right? They never invented anything. And to see what?
So we actually know these characters.
What's the reason? The reason is because they don't give from generation to generation. Each one is on its own. Everything that we invented, we put it up from previous generations. And it's not like someone just came and invented. You know what I mean? I think that's the reason. Monkeys, just whatever they invent, it's for them, and then you go on. They don't keep it for the next.
So that's what I was going to try to get to. So we've actually seen these guys before.
I have a question.
Douchebags.
It's actually
Yeah, they're
a proof, not a question.
loving
But look at
douchebags.
Gun Ship Zero, Clea Muna for that card.
You know what?
What are you guys saying? When you take that
Tony
one,
picked to be a douchebag. That's quite a stretch for character
That's
for
it.
Tony.
the Clea should make it public on this. And actually ruin it. Why? Because I'm in this row. I'm not a parent. I have no right to take the pizza. At least put it back in here. It should be ruined because the fact is this Clea is a Kedusha. It's a golden Clea. The vessel is an inch has a Kedusha. Anything you put in it comes public. So maybe you straw, I put it back in, it comes public. He says, oh, I have a hop. Maybe this vessel is on the table. It's on the floor. kind of not holding it. And I put it back in because it didn't have any kedusha. Elamai, you see, in the fact that the Lord didn't answer that, but that's not a problem. That this vessel doesn't need to be held. Held. I'm not over there. Comes to the piece of our time. You can meet some from us. You don't have to have to hold it. That's what he wants. I'm not just you actually touched upon a question that we have. There's a beanie, kind of enough is big up here. He's like an adapter. We're going for this. It's almost like ADD sort of. I'm so much draw noise here, I use this all the time. This idea. When you have a story, you know, learning, you just say, like, something you should get your story. Don't worry about it. If you don't know the something, you should go. This is exactly what happened. Look how it works. He says, there's a question that we have. Rabbi under the Numbers Miracle. Because Rabbi was learning the Numbers, this Mesefta, by a sister. That's the Gemara. Before we go any further, Avini is the Rebbe. How is Avini learning from his Talmud with Chizda? The one said, who's the Kodei, Valley, interesting words, I got chewed up physically or verbally from Avini, my Rebbe. I love your Shmaika.
Yeah, that's right.
Because I forgot something. Well, I have to do two translation then. If the orphans have to pay back like a debt, and we want to take some of the inheritance and sell it to pay back the debt, we want them to get the highest price, most value for whatever they sell. So what do? We announce it for 30 days, or we announce it for 60 days, chain condition, only on Monday and Thursday. So we do that for 60 days, it adds up to 18. Yeah? So the way you could understand it is, let's say if you do a Chazara on Gemara, if you took this daf and you reviewed it 10 times in a row in one day, it would be much less effective than doing it like every other day or once a week. 5 times once a week is much better than 10 times in one day. So the same thing over here. If they announce it 30 days in a row, it's not as powerful as announcing it 18 times over the course of 60 days. Then we have this, our weekend.
He always learned just yoga. Always. He loved NBY so much. Truly, Colbert, Ikini, Pretoria. Your father owes me money. He passed away. We got nothing to pay you. I'm sorry.
I love the guy. He's going to comes up.
Don't worry, guys. The base in will sell off your Yerusha. And from that cash, I'm sure you'll cover the cost. How's that going to work? We got two options. 30 days on Plaza, or 60 on Mondays and Thursdays at 18 on Plaza. What do you think, boys? I don't understand. The Yerusha gets sold at a public auction over a long time. Every Monday, folks, anyone want to throw out a hit work? The guy in the coat? The poster with the eye on the right? Reminder, this is your last shot of the bid. That reminds me of the cuckoo clock my Side H had. I'll pay any price for it.
Guys, give up for Stephen Kyle Garcia.
Hey, by your hub, up to our secretary tomorrow. So hand you the cash. Well, okay. Sometimes it's humorous, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just a short shot. A little bit of both. Okay. Zoggy Gemara. But now we're like smack in the middle of something. The fifth of that smack by Rabbi because he forgot this halacha.
Fucking sucks being this close to strangers.
You see, this is actually the spirit.
Yeah.
The Gemara explains, so out of the concept that a human will learn enough by so you are really receptive to actual receptive. A being forgot entirely receptive. Yes, and then like people are like, hey, you know, what they're to learn. I thought it was fascinating. Or a forgot a little, he got a snack from him. And he forgot the entire receptor. He gets beat up by it. Okay, you like to learn from it. Okay. You like to learn from it. I said, no, how can you decide this is bad? But you going to a system, embarrassing yourself, walking over there, whatever it is, I'll have more. That's what I'm in this way. I think it's tremendous society, especially in Torah. Rashi says, you got to be an obsessive. You think you got to be obsessive. You're dealing with that. The more you work for Torah, the more it's going to stay. I really felt that if you call and say, hey, you're my Donald Trump, I'll sit on my couch, he'll just give you. No. By me going to him, which is hard. We went to him. That's embarrassing. What do they tell me? Let's sit there by you didn't listen to them. That's very bad. So it's amazing. Think about it. If you learn Torah when you are tired, and you don't have, you're not in the right mood.
So recently I started wearing condoms because just in the job
the value is that much more. I think that's why people will say, oh, three generations, or like this, right? I don't know. You know, I always argue with people. I was always on the losing side. One other day, I say, oh, my generation, they were genius. I personally find that hard to believe. I met a lot of people in my generation, they weren't too smart. Just what, 50 years ago, they're that much smarter? But one thing I will do, they used to go to yeshiva, far from home, barely have anything to eat. They used to work on what's called, no, you know the word is, TED. It's called TED. They used to get a little food from here, a little food from there, sleep on the floor. They worked really hard for this study. That's a big difference. Our generation, we spoiled and have everything that was really I'm not saying to that, you know, that's what we have, that's what we do. But for players to stick more, and to be more powerful, and then the times more, it comes with a lot of hard work. And you see over here, it's not just learning more, it's even growing and coming and all that is all part of it.
I liked your first 40 seconds a lot. That was really funny.
This is what Rabbi wants to dive in. Amalei, keep it coming. Amalei, please, keep going. Put it like that. See that ball right over there? Like that. That's a good piece. Amalei, if it comes to the pitch, I'll have baggage for that. They use something like that. It's like, what? Amalei, you're not going to cut. No. I was saying that's a great plea. I didn't say like that on the floor. I was saying it's the lift. Okay, so kids are coming up. Now I pay the flour, and I want to put it into a plate to make it. I brought from home. I brought a bag of flour. I want to put it in a plate. How do I do that? Amalei, nice little please. Yeah, put it. Point to the left. So that's the relaxed man. You can watch me push. I got the bag up. Do something with it. Boy, Amalei, no, I'm not going to kind. We're talking to forest or kind of hold it. And then, drop the switch down. Come down. We need 3 bananas. We need 1 plate, the whole, the big plate. Another plate, the stick his hand on the big plate. And the 3rd plate, the whole, the 2nd plate.
I've been doing stand-up comedy all
right, you just put it in a smaller vessel. So you need 3. They treat the plate also get on. Every morning and every afternoon, you make something good. 7 days a week, 365. They brought a coffee. How many time do you need for that? You need 13. Okay, it's a big deal. So you have to eat. Well, why is 3 such a big deal? Hey, say, exact. Wow. When you take the pizza, you put it into the vessel. You take the vessel of the mitzvah, and you bring it to the mizbeach. I'm not putting it on the mizbeach. Level double shadaki level. That's the mission of people. We're not going to go into it, but I tell you, as you do one of these things, the essential items you can have in mind that's going to eat it is eating. By doing so, you ruin it because it's bigger. You can only eat it for a certain amount of time, not 3 days. But once you think about it, it's over. And if you would eat it, you get punished for that. You don't like the other time. How it says, it's not good. What's anything about it? I'm hoping, I'll tell you what. Of course you have to hold it. And I said, alright, it's not good. Let's say this on. We're talking about the essential of it. We're not talking about the lighter things that you this exact question I just had. What's the halacha doing mitzvah from a flea that's on the ground and the tongue is not holding? Alright, put the now holding it down. You put it inside, but it's in it. The first thing too, the lesson of fun. Let me tell you this. How you guys do this? In the call to something called the shulchan, and on the shulchan we have bread. Usually they put on a Shabbos and eat it. Shabbos, you can see there's two, what do you call them? Kalim that have, it was like a friend. These two guys right over here. Now, what's the procedure? How do you take the breads off and how do you put the new breads on inside? So it says, I brought the hand in this lesson. It's not the other three breads. Each play at home 6 breads. That's 2 out of home 6 breads is cold, right? It's not the other thing either. And the program will be teaching students contains the Levi.
Thank you. My name's Akia because my mom loved the movie Coming to America and shitty name. A little bit more about myself. I am recently gay, and I love that sentence. I'm not recently gay. I've been gay. I just got caught. Like that's all that happened.
Everything
I forgot to lock the door. That's what happened, you guys. I skipped away. That's okay. We skipping something. Sometimes at the same time, but it's complicated. We do it. Oh, yeah, sex on weekends, I got tailgate or some content, no straight people. But I realized that's dangerous. But the way to do it is you got to be straight about it. Like, for instance, if I'm trying to fuck Tony, which I am, I can't like, yo, Tony, we walk in like, no, I got to be straight about it. So I do like, hey, Tony, do you have a girlfriend? He says, yes, I'm like, yo, me too, vagina's amazing. And then we high five.
Like this, his foot's
and then we high five. And then I smell my hand. That's what's on, guys.
So now, this process right over here, right? These guys.
I did, guys.
This one right over there. When you have the 8 people picking the bread, putting the bread, I was going to mention about another 2 people lifting up the table.
Charge.
Didn't say anything to lift up the table. Similar to pizza, where everybody has to hold the green while you do the pizza. Sure, they are to hold the table while they put the bread in. And that explains that the deacons, those spoonfuls of lavana, is what allows the banana to eat from the bread. This is not good. What we call a mouth. When you burn those, then you're able to eat the bread. Same thing says Rashi when it comes to pizza. When I go like this, I put my hand in it, it allows the banana to eat the rest of the flour.
That's what you gotta
So
do.
it's similar. What I'm saying is, you're right. Maybe you're cutting this off the whole. Mama, I'm supposed to say that it's not that. I'm not saying that it's not that. So Rashi says over here.
I get that. So, okay, if
Rashi? The reason why it's not mentioned here, he says Rashi, the reason why lifting the table is not so important, it's not in a place of Hashem. It's not an important one, it's not in the way. But maybe it's not, but it does have to lift up the table. Tomorrow, wait a minute, you told me husband, you know, on the guy, and he said, it's not part of the rules, There's a nice fight with this civil shooting mentioned. The Mesa was the Mashia. No, something please on the carta, Shmamino, you see the please on the carta, on the ground, on the table. You don't need to turn the table. That's how you start off the subject.
Sweet. I'm glad gets positive encouragement from huge bags over there.
Yeah.
This next segment, we're about to do. Sometimes, if you normally watch this podcast, Tony Hinchcliffe gets real mad at me for saying dirty things.
Turning is out. That's all. Don't worry. It's only
Let's get
some
dirty.
like international payments, for healthcare. Some of the other public rights. Another timer. Really back in
Wow, I wonder who produced this thing.
Amarava. 6 lines from the
Hey,
top.
I got another segment idea. It's called Let's Not Get Big on
Here's
ZipRecruiter.
where it's established. It's so simple that if the ball falls on the floor, on the table,
I got a new segment. It's called
you
Word the Whole
don't
Fucking
need
Thing
another
Down.
kind of
Oh,
ball.
yeah, dude.
Why? She gave the team a single position. You saw the improvement from the short pump. See, there's nobody looking at the table over there, and it's
Dude,
all
I'm totally happy right now.
the
Word the whole
short pump.
fucking
You
thing.
gotta come here. Next, Mikachi moves off the police or kamikaze. When I go home and I bring a bag of flour from my family, the bring with his amigo, I need to make it happen. Even though I say, by the way, when I say that this bag of flour is going to be no flour, so it doesn't become color, so it becomes I want to make it really colored. I need to put it into a police shark. I don't want to do that. If I'm going to do a police shark, I can put it into the police shark, it's on the ground. She can continue to see the position. You find something like the shulchan, you take the bread, you put it into the shulchan, the tongue doesn't have to be open. Something that I don't know. Kiddush Kohen time. When, what's the process again? There's a large bowl, I put my hand in a large bowl, take 3 fingers worth, and put it into the small bowl. That small bowl doesn't turn up to hold it or not. What's the question? You can say feeling you're learning from the rest of the things that you just established as you it's and I can put the flowers in the bowl on the ground. So doing the second ball at the end. And you're not being or as I learned from blood, you have the whole rest of the stuff is not from this all about this. And when the client, when the English shuts the animal, blood comes squirting out of the neck, you have to grab the blood with the clicharis. That's the golden clicharis, and that blood, you bring it to the spectrum and squeeze it on the spectrum. That client has to be holding. You can't have a flea sitting on the ground grabbing the blood. The client has to be holding a little bit more.
Yeah, and then I came out the games way possible via Facebook.
So the question is,
I'm like, damn, everybody gets one.
and what is the question? I wish I had this, but I don't.
No, I just made one of
I
those.
mentioned it before, I mentioned it again.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're right. I just
This
made a long ass
process
post.
of taking
And everyone was
meats
like,
from
oh, you need to
flour
keep looking at go see what we do.
mimics
You know, your status and class.
a carbon has 4 elements. Shmita, Kabbalah, receiving the blood. Halacha, moving the blood from his back. Zrika, pouring the blood on his back. So 2, you have the kmitza, similar to shmita. We have you taking that kmitza, putting it in a small vessel, that's kabbalah. It's like receiving the blood, kabbalah. Then the kohen takes that small vessel, moves it in his back. That's a lot. Then he puts it on his back, that's a kapara. That's what shmita does. So,
Have you ever hooked up with a woman? No. That sounds terrible. What about a guy that looked like
on the pasta, so this idea
I kissed
of
3 chicks because I kept losing yes to the bottle.
putting
Like, that's how that
the
happened.
shmita into a bowl is similar to kabbalah of down. And down, we know that a part that a part has to be holding the food when you receive the blood. So too,
Because
this
I'm
means
fucked just because I'm bored. So if you want to see
I'll
what
keep it over here. Say this right here. I'm punishing This means so. He takes flour with 3 fingers. He puts 1.5 fingers worth in one vessel, 1.5 fingers worth in another vessel. Is that good? We're not put on my favorite part. No problem. Everyone says it's good. Problem is, if you are the one who is,
and that's how you get Spanish dudes
small
on the
vessel.
low. The same, like
Like
white guys
the
like,
blood, you see the blood in the small vessel, the misa levels go down. You should learn from blood, and by blood you can't put half and half. You need to put all the blood into one vessel. If you want to look at it, you're right. He says that when you reach to the knock, that it's pizza, half and half. If you failed, it's no good. You regretted that. The diamond on was how do you know you can't make love colors halfway? You put half of the blood in one city and half in another city. So, this is by the Paraguma. So, in the time of the base on the so, here's the Paraguma. The only way to become hard after going to a funeral culture with this person is by being sprinkled by the water that's mixed in with the ashes of this Paraguma. And to make a lot of ashes, you put a lot of wood. That's why there's a whole pile of wood over here. This is like this. Kiddush, something that has other things, something that has other things like it. This is a little bit of exaggeration, but the 3 layers, the big group, the high six. And they would dunk it into the Paraguma water. It has it's mixed water. It's not that violent, but yeah. And they'll spray the guy with the. So now what happens? There's more? What happens if this pool doesn't have enough water? You have to use 2 things. I don't know. So, here's one of the guys. You see, by the Paraguma, it doesn't work. You need to put all your water in one vessel. What about the contest, the inner contest they do on Yom Kippur, let's say? What about blood? Everything about the Paraguma we know, it's halacha, that's it, there's no. The halacha Moshe that tells us you have to do it so. You can't learn anything else from it. Or you don't also time the city of mind. Or perhaps not. Or part of it says the word of the cover of my mind, and it teaches us we have to have enough water. You can't use 2 different vessels. It has to all be in one. We have said we talk about that. So do by blood, it says the same word, and you're so made I don't know that you can use 2 vessels as you want. This one is real over the law. I mean, don't make you no. You know that if you have these on the that then it's going to put blood. So what's it got? You're giving 2 different vessels, it's not considered good for what's it got. I know what the Rabbi, the law is happy. Happy is a good friend of mine. He used to come to my show. He does, still does. That doesn't matter. I have sensory issues. Like the sound, different things bother me. So he used to sit right next to me back in the day. And the real shit, you open up the yogurt, open it, and then you lick the cover. And the real shit, good. And then at the end, you put his finger, going around the top. Yeah. So anyway, that was my for me. That's the sound. The fellow, when the praying, let me show you what he's doing. In the headphone, on the people who say afas, so that's this right over here. He takes blood, dumps his fingers in the blood, and pours it on the floor, 7 in a row. Now, we're really talking about it. You cannot do misafas. You can't do this. You can't take from the blood that's on the edges. You gotta stick it right into the blood. But she had 2 in part. You have to have all the 7 drops of blood in that one vessel. So you can't have one vessel that has 3 drops and the other vessel 4. That doesn't work. All of them have to be one. You're not going to be in there. You look at me. Let's see what's happening. So this is more visible. How about it's it's really wrong. Because of that more of a dollar, where do you guys come? Read something. New Jersey. What? You got Levi today? You got an Aliyah today, no? Not you? Somebody else, okay. You're in that, sure, I saw you somewhere. Where do you see you? Where? You're not. Oh, okay. A dog, she was on shoot human first. I gotta say it again, just in case. A lot of people, they don't only watch the email. Right? I get that. Real quickly, we had a guy, Nathan Zucker, Delta Pilot. You know that he came out here. Delta Pilot, who watches the show for almost 6 years, and he announces on the PA system, the clouds were up, and he always sticks in when he flies, only when he flies. He Jewish locations like JFK, he sticks in the dial. I said, today's dab is Rafa, Menachem dab. Like, what are the non-Jews? They don't even hear it. It's like, no. And then he said that he'll do like that. He said, there's a Sia, magical Sia. And then a guy just came over to him the other day and said that he's going to start the docs because he announced it. I let him announce it. He came after the fight was over, he walked back. Now I just remembered another story. This is not the story like the release. This is one where I said, yeah, he doesn't do the shit. So he's in Romania and he's in a Cuba. And he's minding his own business, the driver turns around and says, he says, yeah. He says, you remind me of those defense. I told you today.
You said you sing?
All right. You got to get his name. You know what I'm talking about? You were actually there when he was telling this story. We were standing by the door.
Sean, we really enjoyed your set, and Josh over there
The
for
entity was fine. No.
Sean Karen, guys.
We need to commit the power of the down. We need both words, the tongue and blood. Because we're one of the power, we have to come to finger in you. How about me not that? We people shit too. Because I think that even if you don't have enough blood for all sex, because I'm one of the down, you need in that one vessel, you need all 7 sprinkles. Because one of the down, I mean, I'm feeling the socket. They go around like this, like the yogurt.
You know what? That last guy was great. You
That's one of the no, don't get into it. I mean, I don't should be in and looking at what does it mean? You get these words, you really understand what it means. I mean, I don't should be in
Is
it.
Eric gonna need to help you read this next name?
I'm going to she ran to that stuff. It's interesting. She ran to that stuff means that when you put your finger into the blood, you sprinkle. You think they could go again. You have enough blood to do the second time? No. In fact, I saw in the art scroll, but not in our Gemara, so I have to ask my producer why not in our Gemara. The art scroll says you have to wipe your finger down every time between looking in. That's the art, because I don't know where they got it from. I don't see it in Rashi. In our Gemara, I would think this doesn't have it. But if it's true they have to wipe it down, it's a problem. You should put it in there. Yeah, because basically what the art scroll is saying is that once you put your finger in and you sprinkle, now everything left on your finger is no good. Yeah, I guess it's like on the side of the thing, you're dipping it in, you're using the new blood. It's unreal. So he says you gotta wipe your finger down. Am I fitting to the sugya coming up? Again, we're talking about the dinner context. And this is interesting a lot where we discussed a lot in Boston. And that is, if some of the blood from the carbon goes on the cutter's garment, there's a fear of washing. You must wash the garment. He says, he's in the middle of doing the hazon, down the garment, he might actually use a tongue keeper. If it's before you did any of the sprinkles, you have to wash the garment. You should use it once it's done, then you tongue keeper. It's not right anymore, so you don't have to wash. But let's understand. Okay. My love actually go on Rothschild. What does it mean? These two guys, they finish completely. You should go on Rothschild. Before you finish, and after you finish. I mean, just running to that, that's crazy. You see from here that if you didn't finish, then the shiran on the finger are good enough to continue on. Why are you telling me you can't? Why are you telling me you have to dunk in every single time? He wants his blood. Actually, Yotsu Miyade Azar Tonkibu. To me, we're talking about each individual sprinkle. You can break it down to 7 different sprinkles. Yotsu Azar Miyade ain't Tonkibu. And each and every one, you dunk your finger in, and then it got your clothing dirty. Then you have to wash your clothing. Once you went like this, you sprinkled it on that individual one, then you don't have to wash your clothes. Think about that. That was actually not really beautiful. The way it works is, you'll take your hand and wipe your hand down on the parasol. Why? Because later on, you're going to burn the entire parasol. Like, so we want everything to be burned, including all the blood that's left over. We burn it. How do you burn it? How it goes, it's kind of nasty. Take your bloody hand, you go like this on the part. I'll tell you why I think it's nasty. I'll show you in a second. I don't know if you ever tried it. I didn't, but I'm assuming for myself. If your hand is full of blood and go like this on a cow, what's going to happen? You're going to end up full of like cow hair and all sorts of stuff. Like you're worse off doing that. So sorry. You can either go on my room and go on my life. Seems like that's when you completely finished, but it's not. You don't wipe your head down. Oh, well, there you go. You're gonna have yoga. No, you're right. It's a good deal for you just said, because it seems like in between fingers, like fingers, because fingers, fingers. No, oh, well, there you go. You're gonna have yoga. You finished. Wipe your head down. But if you didn't finish completely, you can have you must wash your finger down, like you were saying. You have to wipe your finger down. Maybe that's where the archer got it. Right over there. You come now, it's funny. You have to wipe your finger off in between each and every. It's a good time on our remark. Our new official remark sort of, I think, you could expect it. That's the case. You have to wipe your finger off. It should have been in the shop.
No, sir.
So, you know, this one is going to have any difficult part I understand why I have to wipe your hand down on the cow to see the start of the parlay. You burn the cow. Hell, you're going to connect with the dog. You might be coming out. So Rashi says something very interesting. How are you going to wipe your finger down? Rashi, because you're not by the cow. The cow is down there. You're on top. It seems like you're doing the sprinkling in different places. So why am I going to make you go in between each one of these 7 sprinklers? You go up and down the mountain. This is hierization, right? What do you do this? This right over here is on hierization. Facing the door day. We're going to make you go up and down. Really, and welcome to the fishing shot. That's the fishing shot. He says, you know, wipe your finger on the cow. It's going to look like this.
The original punch is so fucking good. It's so good that you can
Picture, you're going to go here and you feel all good.
that big laugh and you're like milking it, but I think
we skip over there. And about your Wisconsin as well. How do you feel? You're right. You don't wipe it down on the cow, you wipe it down on the vessel, on the edge of the vessel. You see, the fire is off. Fire is nothing of wiping it down. The boy side. Having wonderful. America's perfect. Studies work throughout the world. Sponsor a tour today. Maybe that's something.
Yeah, good advice. You get the whole show, asshole.
He's mad because last time I was on, I roasted his ass.
Oh, looks like I wasn't the only thing he roasted. What have you done for me?
Is that all you got? That's all you got? That's all you got? Fat chunks? Tony, I'm just so happy that tonight you're not dressed like a fucking Pokemon trader.
Oh, thank you. That joke was almost not as precious as you
Morning
are.
rap boy side. Parts to the Utah. Last year, parts to the Utah. Tomorrow morning, Sunday morning, I'm going to do another year. I got tested with the
I'll give you that.
The plan for today's year is we're going to do a lot of sponsors. Not to say a lot of so I want to introduce first. I'm going to turn the camera. Whoever you want to be the camera, do you mind? What's your name? Rabbi from Valley Village, California. Ooh, another California.
seconds.
Hold on a second. That's Mayor speaking. It's on a bus. It's on a lot. We're here with the bus here. And we have the now you're there. Let's go.
Oh my gosh.
We got from Los Angeles, of Los Angeles, doing the stop with us more than necessary to go on the cruise. In other words, he's from New York. He's full brothers. New MDY, from somebody. And that, I think you a few times, but not enough. So much. Now we have you, Igor, you know. Then, in the orange shirt, we have Captain Nathan Zicker. Rest of your life. Maybe you should play. Are you able to play it here? Or give it to me at least. I'll play it. Or play it less. Yeah, I'm going to put the...
Oh, my goodness. The only person who writes in all capital letters is Black Sharpie. Please welcome the legend Aphrodite to the stage.
Today's 2 hours and 18 minutes. Wheels up to wheels down. We can taxi on the front and the back end. We just need to play words. Pretty flights. We'll try to get that sequence in as quickly as we can and keep it off as long as we can. If that's or if you just think your seatbelts, keep your seatbelts firmly fastened. No one will care about unexpected fare. We've got 4 of Delta's very best flight attendants on board today. We've got Angela and Thomas, Ron, Jillian, and Barbara in the back. They're there primarily for your safety, but if there's something they can do to make this trip a little more pleasant for you, please don't hesitate to ask. If you're doing Daf Yomi, today's Daf is Zvachim Daf Kuf Ben Hadron Halan Masafet. Zvachim.
Oh, I got a history of fucking serial killers.
Thank you so much for choosing Delta.
I stay in days all the time.
Talk about it. You said you got a guy to go with that. Right? That's what you said. Yeah, try. Hey, everybody. Let's see if the camera make it all the way there. It doesn't make it all the way there. You know,
I'm telling you.
you know, what's you guys' name? Let's see, the father. Okay. Guys, thank you very much for coming. Now, let's see if they come back to me. All right. The record is sponsored by Shimon Rothschild and Family. This upgraded record is in honor of the great Jewish Kodesh and the elders continued in the news, the Mokmah Shirus, the cloud of in the news, the Mokmah Shirus, Shimon Rothschild. I missed you at the Shabbaton. Oh, I had this interview with Yaakov Lenny on Living with Chaim a few days ago, and he said, one of his comments said, if there's 1,000 likes on this comment, I will join the dot. That was a weird set for you because you 1,000 comments. There you go. What you were saying, like you could see like an auctioneer. 1,000 likes. In the comments, you got 1,000 likes. And I have to go up calling him out. Yaakov Lenny, you better be doing the dot. I don't know what he meant, but I hope he's in this minute one day. Yeah, here we go. Your value. So, I don't even really want to go into it that much. There's a bunch of, since I started till today, this week was probably the most in terms of hate mail and stuff like that. I get it once in a while, but I kind of earned it this week. I did a video with me snowboarding, and I had a Gemara in my hand, or something like that, and we had a video, a last video, Zvachim, and a bunch of things for that, and the kids are in out. So I got a bunch of people writing me love mail. You know, like, you're such a great guy, we love you, don't let it bother you. So it's like the other reviews that I want to share with you the commentary about the hate design rapping snowboarders. So I think that it's not bad, very divinely inspired. Let's explain. Before I started living with MDY, the desire, last time I learned the actual that was when I was in high school. Even my year I never took to it. I was always share daydreaming and drawing images of Simpson characters in the town. The first day doing MDY, thanks to pressures of my friends and ready on golf, I saw in one day of we shared an AI video of Homer Simpson performing on the desire. I immediately found it with you and the stream at MDY started to see love to the man again. We were still seeing that on the desire. And there was my family and my mother's 80th birthday. Some child, Suddenly, my wife is tired and I take the post of coming to it. So therefore, it is a social way to combine rap, snowboarding, culture, continuous to Florida. Their life is priceless and should be commended not matched that. That's his opinion. Some people would argue. So to go with it, where you guys from? I learned Spider-Man Stern. God there, in the old building and in the new building. It was in 87, I think. So when you look at cards and playing, look at the big picture cards, Universal, Universal, Connect, well, you know, all you get into it there, I gotta get into it. Yeah, you do. I'm gonna be flying to New York tomorrow. Maybe get in, I would love to be free. Because my excited to do also. Whatever change, you're creative, the key to social growth in the bottom of my heart. I'm being invigorated in the trauma. And thank you, Simpa. Johnny. He's on something like that. There's only these guys. I work with two of the Houston, Texas with OME. Yeah? Wow. I'm married to, you know everybody here. I'm married to 6 people. So one of my kids, we all mouth has a very weird condition. He's currently in the hospital with specific illness. We have her on the list with Remarco Pass. This guy, you know? That's a new thing. Just wanted to know that I'm a newcomer. I got for like a week. For your class, if you start with the office, I'm loving the vibe, the decision of that, especially the young. You're keeping over in the hospital, just want to say thank you for all you do. May I share things to give you the strength. It's incredible. Kazi, Johnny, Uzan, so there's a flame and you start. This is what we try to go through this. And we start with learning 2 shots together. Dear Bernie, you know, I'm just going to skip all these emails for now. There's a lot of good ones. Thanks a lot for them. Another one, Shia Eisner. And then you're shaking it around, and then there's like this like hum. Found these people like you together for their life to be so normal and normal at the same time. People enjoying. Oh, there's a video that sounds close to the world recorded video. It's exactly 1 second. I timed it. He's embarrassed. His son knows child. It's going to happen right now in Newark. These people are learning about with his father, and I guess he's going to say, what's the video? Take a video. They're looking at you. You got to give him a little bit of a look over there. Yeah, let me show you just a full second. Wait, you said white? You know? Look at those eyes. So, just tell me, my son, and you never like, okay. What happened here? Oh, we're trying to get into the Latino Week crowd. You know about that crowd? So I did a big interview with Corey Sean, and he actually flew that interviewed me. His name is Ariel Shinabe, and he flew into America for 2 days just to get the telephone. He wrote a beautiful article. It's not the all right, here we go. I'm sorry. The official edition of NY Shots. I have this thing right here, this shots. We just started. We did Paris and we did Minneapolis. It's a brand new Heroes. It's one that's been basically just explained to you. Really not notes. The whole thing is just put a shot all one, and on this side it has the other with the two different Gemara, and in the back it has some MDY special charge. Like this, so that we're actually using this charge bunch today of the Shamid Bush. It's in here. Different charts, and calendar, and different, with 60 different satellite locations you have, etc., etc. So what's interesting, the reason why I'm holding today is because today's podcast was sponsored by our unbelievable founder, Mark Ashkenazi, who's online every single day, twice a day, with the People and the engineer. Today, he actually is doing the industry, into Newark, and driving a car, and he's going with this. I see the highway back. We had a technical difficulty with like going with this and trying to get YouTube on it. All right. So anyways, you start marking, you start putting it down, and we're supposed to be following. Actually, the first time ever I learned from this Gemara. How to speak how it's good. I don't have anything to do with editing, and maybe to give the artist. So anyways. The official edition of English Shots is separate by the Iranian Levy families, Shani Mati Boston family, Daf, Mark Ashkenazi, Yunus everybody is the time then a record. This is sponsored in Solomon Berkin in memory of the Marie with small bulk, very high seed goods and rock. The Talmud is only raised like 62 people who got this receptor and was all group effectively. The insect response to drug medallions, the insect response to medallions, and others are so looking at that. How many times? That's not what I'm saying. 917. I saw the looking at the College Family Foundation is able to try to allow a girl to turn colleges in election to either College Muslim Transition, one of the first yeshiva in America. This other sponsor, the first family Moshe Ben Nizal, Anonymous, the first family, and Ritz Young, the way of successful. The Strolling off the Kelly Place, kicking off his ever festive. We are so proud of you. You have the Mordecai, Peach, Tiger, Center Gross, and family, Candy Island, UK, and honor the very changing my meaning of life. Right now, money, Lesson Mark and Benny, and all the facing the second DY is what we found horror. One response is right time with full film of the murder, but when you're in Virginia Zula, it's the same as the Bastima. That's what we see. I got you emails, Virginia Zula. I don't know if I can read all these emails today. Mother talked to my husband, was beautiful email. Mother talked to my husband, Common the Connell, Washington, his 40th birthday. Anonymous, Brahma, Lee, Dyke, Jason, and Star Lair, you can go to Kava, Anonymous, and Persona, the whole husband, and Leia. The inside of our generation, Anonymous, Mary, Mazel, Leia, the Sonata, and Kiskia. Anonymous, discuss a verdict that is good and open in your way to us more than back there. Using you, the Lewis, as supposed to everyone in need of Shiva. Anonymous, the merit of the phobia, so rest and success and blessing and all areas of life. These are the ones you get. Using you, the Lewis, as a stick for everyone in need of a Shiva. Mother sponsors, speaking out and growth, doing smarts, I let the others of our colleagues, and zombies, I used to run the Raha, and I go to speak to the Faith of the Raha, which led me on the Canadian name of the third Raha. So I'm just joking about these passages. It's only 1.5 minutes, okay? Back in Swedish, Swedish was out of my grandfather. He used to have a big old bear, my sailor, early in the year. What is positive is each was my yeshiva, a tiny medicine. It just seems like it just happened 2 months ago. Every time, I don't know. The tiny medicine of a tiny wave that was roasted over that wave. The first thing was over the city, you know, it was come out on the ice, down there almost every Friday night, and everything comes to the Mark person, the name of Harley, very rich on his first very set. Anonymous, the news from Zeb Dollars, Freddie, oh yes, Jim Gandhi, and all of the ladies so down there on the occasion of his 50th birthday. Love him up, love a mother, a wife, knows it's important to his son, Mayor Gandhi, is big real estate agent. He does a lot of real homes in America, a lot of stuff. The only wife, the Englishman, showing them enough than nothing, the Englishman, how you got fast, you strong. That's good, huh? That's good. Anonymous, the beginner of full framework from Marco Bas Kayome, first time you do, the Englishman, Ruben, Ben Abraham, Lady, the Green, my grandson. Anonymous, the memory is Rabbi Yehuda, Talmud, Rabbi Yehuda, Ben Joseph, Psycho Bracha. Mark Ashkenazi, Mazda from my dear brother, David, and his Kabus on being the sign shots for the second time today. And Mark, it happens to be that you believe that today's dot, the Englishman's father, interesting coincidence. I know the coincidence he did on purpose. Also, my son, he basically only was flying from Park City. We took a flight from here this morning. We got to Newark, and they're starving. They don't eat anything. They don't eat steak. They don't eat hot dogs. So I told Mark, you have to find somebody to eat that. He says, yeah, I have a flight from Muncie to Newark. This is going inside. Basically, you can go from the park pizza. I think. I don't even know if they got it or not, but let's just tell you. Anyway, the Ocean Wives, in honor of Lucky Boss, with the crew that's rough on the great Jewish video. Mark, the Ocean Wives, sorry, for us to be about it. Show me one of the Canadian of the Sheriff Rafa. Before someone more coming out, the first I yell it, and he'll say, Ben, I yell it, that's the. Yeah. Oh, wow. 1 minute. Okay, that was a long one. Usually not that bad. The website, we're holding all the way on the bottom of Zion on the page. 2 lines from the bottom. Got it? When the Omer of the Lord of Hockey. One of the examples is Iron Chipper trying to take the blood of the Hatas, and he sprinkles it 7 times on the floor. All different procedure. Over here. And we say, Iron Chipper, we say, that's the street of blood. Can you receive that blood from the Hatas in 2 different vessels? So, Rabbi is of the opinion that if he receives, let's say, 4 drops worth in one vessel, and 3 in the other, no good. Says the Gemara, Well, the Omar of Lover Hopkins didn't really say so. Well, it's not such a thing, though. It's amazing, beautiful, simple, very easy dance, phony dance. A lot of this Shmaka stuff, I love this stuff. It's all about, when you get from the Doggo and the different things that we're not very familiar with. And one of them is, did you know that a Doggo reads a mincha twice a day? Every day, he has to bring a flowery gift Hashem. He has to bring the flowers from his home, and he puts it in a vessel and he's sorry, and he provides it. Half in the morning, half in the evening. Well, I think it's on this minchas machbas is called. When you have to know that you can't simplify it. You can't make it harder half an hour. You usually have in the morning, have in the afternoon. So you would think, okay, so I'll make you half cutting right now. What do you cut? I bring a bag of flour and have to bring the flour yesterday. Bring a bag of flour from your home, you order Costco, I go push it. But as soon as you put it, I could say that I want to make a mitzvah machbas out of it. So then it will change into, will become Kodesh and the Bedek Abayis. But I want to elevate the Gusha. I want to make it really Kodesh. I put it into the vessel. I have a gold bowl. I pour it, whatever fits the gold bowl becomes Kodesh. I need to pour the entire Yisrael into that vessel, and I cannot do half an hour. That's what we're going to say. Look, she argues. She said she's going to look outside. Look, I'm going to put on the Gizbeah a half. I forgot that we have a video of it. I forgot to use it. Here we go. Look at my class. I'm very talented. AI guys. When you're not seeing the last video, these are useful. They take from the A-file, they take the Nisara, recording that. Which is good to remember. There's two palim over there. One is for the solids like flour, and the gold one is for liquid, for the oil. We'll be talking about that later on. We'll do another video for that. You see, there's two. One for the morning, one for the evening.
It's always that way, bro. I'll tell your son is funny, by the way. I thought we learned something about you, and it's very interesting.
There's no different than rap, though. Maybe it's also, I don't know. You never know.
Actually, I'm on Twitter. We have a regular on this show.
That's in the morning.
And
that's in the evening. That's beautiful. So, the Muslim says, not that, no? Says the Muslim, since it's broad at 2 different times, you can make the coverage 2 different times. That's Ches, we saw, and this is true that you would love the whole. That it's not collect the blood. They're going to be sprinkling on your chip on the floor or whatever. It's 2 different vessels. Live the die. Why did you the Muslim say that it's okay
What an intro.
to put all the flour in 2
Happy to
different
be here.
vessels?
I was reflecting. I remember that when I was in high school, I tried very hard to tie cherry stems with my tongue. And I thought it would impress guys. And then I realized that guys aren't picturing a hot blowjob when you're tying a cherry stem. They're picturing their dick being wrapped like a bow tie. They don't want that.
And this is one of them. That perhaps you don't learn one thing from
I don't know. I have 2
2
older sisters, and guys are always weird about that. They're always like, "Oh, are you guys close?" I'm like, I don't know what that means. Close, like we don't talk a lot. Like we talk a little bit, or like, are you asking if I tie my sister's cherry stem in a knot?
That's the A-hole, the red dots.
I do have
And
two
the
older
blue bag is
sisters,
where
and
it's supposed to be the community
my
supposed to
boyfriend
take the
met them, and they're
flowers and
hot,
the
which
kids,
is like,
like,
I'm like,
2 kilos worth, puts it in another
can I
vessel, and
finish?
that.
Okay,
That's supposed to
great,
be done
thank
in
you.
Manzara.
I
What
have
if
two
you
older
do
sisters,
Manzara?
and my
You went
boyfriend
to
met them, and it makes me really insecure. I'm like, does my
That's okay.
boyfriend want to fuck my sisters?
Look,
The answer is probably.
And
And I know that he does because when we got home, he was like, we should hang out with your sisters more. They're super
This is
cool.
the left of the shoulder.
And I'm like, no,
Also,
I'm the
my
cool one. I have to make up for not being.
normal. Well, it's a combination, right? That should
The
keep
hot
you moving.
sister. Thank you guys so
So, on
much.
the shake pan, you have 12 breads, look them up on it, and 2 spoonfuls of frankincense, of Levina. The way it works is that when you take the Levina, you take the 2 spoons and you put them on this bag. Then that allows the Kehanim to eat the 12 bread. Before you put the Levina on the bag, you cannot eat the bread. The Levina is a matter. It's a matter. It allows you to eat the bread. So, pizza action is very similar to the Brazilian. The similarity. Pizza is what allows you to eat the rest of the bowl of flour by taking the pizza and that. So to the Brazilian. Where did you do? Where did you take this whole video? Where did they play?
Sick and tired of this goddamn sausage fest.
Yes, where is this? Where's the shofar? The shofar is placed in the Hegel. That's what it's called. In the Hegel, we have the Denaria, we have the shofar, and we have the Jaffa Shayla. Anything else? Then you stop. So, it's an Hegel. You see that you're letting it take the Zika in the Hegel, so you can do it to the Hegel. What do you see? There's a lot to learn. Mincha, which means from the Lechem HaPana. The Gemara, Mincha, that's not good. You're learning a mitzvah from Lechem HaPana. But guess what? Lechem HaPana is also a sort of it's a bread. It's a floury. It's a flour. So it's like a mincha. From mincha, I don't want to learn mincha from blood. It's just like blood you can't receive in two vessels. So too, the chavitim you can't accept in two vessels. You can't learn. If before they remove the you don't have it for me. I just like to put so I look at the end of this video.
Tony, I'm feminist Tanya.
Okay. So again, you take the 2 spoons, put it on the what happens if before you were able to put it on this bag, somebody took a loaf of bread and broke it in half? Now what happens when you break something in half or you loaf of bread? Remember, the little crumbs fall to the floor, you're going to be missing part of the bread. That's a very big problem. Because anytime you have missing from the actual mincha or from the Lechem HaPana, it causes a lot of problems. So here's our actually if before you're able to remove the 2 spoonfuls, there's already some of the bread missing, a lesson hustle, the mackerel of the position. You have a major issue. You can't do anything with the bread. You can't eat the bread and you can't even put the position of the vita on his bread. However, once the Kehanim removed, you saw yesterday we have a video of 8 Kehanim. Remember, 4 bring the new bread into the position, 4 remove the old. So when the Kehanim remove the old, the position, once they remove it, and then the plate grab the loaf of bread and scratch it in half, you should hear from this was not well, but that happens afterwards. Since you can't eat from the bread because some of it is missing. However, once you remove it, you're not going to eat it until on the bread.
Why? Because I'm a fucking feminist.
It says, look at the mouth. Off the plate. It just means that it's the time that you remove it, which is the 6th hour. At that point, even if you didn't take it off, as if you took it off.
Oh, what is that supposed to mean? Like her butt, her second half?
You have to raise
What's that supposed to mean?
When the clock strikes 6 hours into the day, with the afternoon, sunrise here is almost at 8 o'clock. 6 hours later, no? Something like that. I don't know exactly. I don't know if that's true. Maybe I just made that up. Does that make sense? 7:48. Exactly. No, what's 6 hours? 6 hours from when? From 8 from Maybe from Alois, maybe. You should check out an app when Chatois is, I doubt Chatois 4 or 5 nights. But okay, anyway. 6 hours into that. Okay, she is not on fire. Obviously, football. Okay. I was going to say that it did me something to say that when something's right, it's ready to go, so it's as if it happened already. And a lot of times people. It's on a tangent for it, but a lot of times people have a goal. Okay, I want to achieve this. I want to reach a certain number of ways. Whatever it is, I want to do that, and it doesn't happen. And most of the time, I think, I don't know if it's true, you can tell me if I'm wrong. Most of the time, the reason is you don't want to. If someone really wants something, you give up sleep and whatever it is over a certain thing, I think it'll be successful 99% of the time. It's when you don't really you want it, but you don't really want it. You really want it, you'll keep your goal. So Tamai, this is Gemara. Means if Rabbi loves or learns one mincha from the other, so you basically can learn the regular mincha from the lechem hapanim, and vice versa. So let's consider this a mincha that was missing a little bit of any mincha that's missing some of the flour. And so we're also it's missing a little bit of the lechem hapanim. Some of the bread, right? Somebody took a loaf of bread, cracked it in half. We went to, just me and one guy from NBY, we went to a bakery next door. Everybody knows the name, I forgot the name now. Up north, somewhere we're going to go. The whole crew, we're going one day. We learned it up. And they showed us how they make lechem hapanim. It was very, very complicated. Massive bread. You couldn't do it, like falling apart. He said he has a hard time. It's like, but imagine, just grabbing it, I can just see the whole thing falling. It's just like this, like it's a weird shape, and to get the top to like not bump the lid, it's a whole place. So a guy grabs a loaf of bread, he breaks it in half, side out, exactly, he breaks it in half, anybody else with one by 12, maybe check it out, so like, so he breaks the bread in half. We said, oh, it's okay, because if it's 6 hours in a day, and everyone's everyone in the back. I know. Part of the bread is missing. Part of the bread is missing. You can't do it. You can. And then says Gemara, no. Holy cow. I want to show you the whole. We cannot prepare lechem hapanim for lechem hapanim. No. So holy cow. When you have a bowl of flour, nobody knows where the kmitz is. You didn't have the kmitz yet.
His name is
But by lechem hapanim, we know straight out what the kmitz is. So the 2 spoonfuls is sitting right in front of you. It's bigger than a minute, and you don't know what the kmitz is. And therefore, you should use it as long as the time goes, 6 hours in, and I know exactly what the kmitz is. So I don't really have to put it on his back. And even though some of the bread was missing, I can continue putting it on his back.
Hey, you're a great charity. Give us some of your good looks.
Some of the lechem hapanim is missing.
That would be nice.
After
Life is way too hard,
the
especially when you look like this, okay? I tried to hang myself, not to kill myself, but to make myself taller.
Bring the Zeke and under his bed. You can't even bread. You can use that's more one.
I don't know, but something really weird happened while I was
there's one opinion
hanging around up there. I all the blood just rushed to my chest.
Some of the flour in the bowl went missing.
Most largest throbbing erections I've ever had in my life.
You don't put the
And I've orgasmed. I
some of the
orgasmed.
flour missing.
One of the most wonderful orgasms I've ever had in my life. And I'm wondering, tall people, does height have anything to do with your orgasms? Like if you're 6 feet, certain someone told us before your orgasm is more sensational than someone say hypothetically 5 feet. It's height have anything to do with this sensation of your orgasm? Okay, just one.
No, this is the most fun in town on one
You
time.
look exactly like the
Oh,
really small
over
version
that
of
before,
our
let's
friend
delve into it a little bit more.
right?
So So somebody in the crowd sent me that this is the number one place in China. He said, oh yeah, another guy that has two more, but this is like real food. Like the whole thing is you don't even look at it because I just know this stuff is fun. For me, it's a lot of fun. But actually, I think Yuma was probably my favorite reception. Well, I like Hagrid of the Zara, I like the Zara. Yuma, but the whole idea of this nigga, and love like this, and how it's gonna be, it's just good stuff. I enjoy it. I will enjoy it. I think it's like that. These Hagrid are so people. You have to know how any division of that. So the point of like this, that's how we start off. Yeah. We have to know that you have to put all the flowers if you want. That's all. That makes it funny. We're going to since anyway, you're going to be marked half an hour, so you can make it probably half an hour. I'm going to rock my dad. Let's just go to usually here. We're definitely on the floor. Milk maxis. What's the word for the color? The milk half an hour. No, the milk after that. First, it should be on the milk. Period. Yeah, the whole thing there. Maxis, so then you chop it in half. May say that's a problem. I think it's like, no, this isn't foolish. That you should not bring his hat in there. I mean, maybe you saw this already, but they told you bring the whole percentage in the room and then come in there.
I'm not used to that, Dad.
Yeah, and you want to tomorrow to be
It was the first girl I was ever with, and she was like 5'11".
You remember me from it doesn't make sense always want to do more than that. You remember me from Maxis. But he's not would say me from Maxis. I would know this. It's just me from Maxis. So you know what? It was in Maxis. It's maybe Maxis or maybe it's Maxis. So I was just nice. You should bring half a bag of flour in the morning, half a bag of flour, then go back home, and bring another. I'm learning about a teaching about like, just to show you, you bring the whole thing together, and then cut it. So what's the question? Because you have the one who say that if you can sanctify half and then another half. It says before go here, you bring the whole thing. That's how you do it. It says tomorrow one word. You live it.
Very nice.
Just that it says you should bring the whole thing in one shot. It's the better way to do it. It's the more the way to do it. You want to get the most out of the mitzvah, you bring the bag of flour and you have it in one shot. However, you do it like that, you also get a good look. All I have to do is cover it. But who could see that? If you look at it, it says, the prayer of Mashiach, I just wanted to be a kid. Years old, and he came to the Shabbat. He actually was on because he sent a video. The video is very emotional. Everybody watches, very emotional. He says, look, here, and all of a sudden, he drops the bottom. I'm dyslexic. And I'm not good at tomorrow. I'm going to do well in school. And this sheer helps me. He got up over Shabbos and spoke to everybody. It was beautiful. And he said, you have color-coded charts. And I don't know what he's talking about. And it hit me like after Shabbos. I think he's talking about this. That we have color, like in super. So trust me. But yo, kukla. Those kukas are colored by Parazuma. It's a rule. You don't ask questions, and there's no way around it. That's not
I tried to go to the
gym. So therefore, I would just say, it's a look at my conversation. You just higher things than this conversation. So I have to tell you, it's in the first place that things to do. If you have it, you know, it's okay. It's not okay. It's cool. You have to do it only one way. And then, it's another video showing you this concept, which is something when you read from your house, it is an email. It should be whole. It should be one piece. So this morning, I make sure you go like, what? The church. To bring up, when you tell your kids how you bring the flour from your house, from your pantry. So, the art school through the Kabbalah, I looked it up now, right before Shir, and he says, as Rich says, that when you read it, it's beautiful. But he needs to say that you should sanctify the Jewish government, so at least make it covered in one shot, the really level of people. Yeah, we want to make it covered. Like, what's the word? Not Kachigay, but Post production, basically. You want to make it the highest level. That's not the right way to say it. I'm missing the word, but the highest level of show. Right? Because 30 seconds is half of that. But when you bring the answer to the doing, the doing is to the people. Because on the end, you have to sanctify. When you're making the first level of the shot, put your LZ in one shot, and that's what the third part. Don't break that up.
I just wanted to
We
put
all
the
are
mic
giving
right
them.
here.
Did you ever really say that
Give up for feminist
when it comes to look at now the first line of the Gemara, well, the point of the things is the reason you can't break it off into two. It has to be one to one. Well, it's now said, up on that little ice is, and this is referred to a white side, very important, it refers to a regular mincha, not a mincha study. A regular mincha. A person wants to bring on the mincha from God, wants to be a gift packet. She brings a bag of flowers to Israel. And he thought, I'll have these songs. And he had in mind, and he had in intent, and this is also, yeah, you describe your own mind. You had in mind to have. Rabbi, it's funny. You don't bring the full story. Go ahead. It's not funny. Let's remember this, Rab. Rab says it's not funny. But we have an on my cover. It is good. He saw when we come to the different home that the kind of has to do everything in one shot. How come he doesn't learn the regular income from the kind of that has to do everything in one shot? How come over here, when it comes to a private person, you can bring it in two pieces? If you can't reveal it, it's a little. Once again, we're going to that story that we saw over in the top, like stuff on it out, 2 lines in the top. Listen, this idea, I can't learn one thing from the other. It's puzzling because throughout the player, you barely ever see this idea of the job. Don't learn one thing from the other. Don't learn one thing from the other. That's the whole tomorrow. We learn one thing from the other. Anyway, here's question. We don't learn one thing from the other. Anybody need water?
This is the
Guys,
One Chip Challenge. Have you heard of this? It's a survey on the internet for months. And a Kiltone Tony fan gave me this once. I don't know if he's here in the audience right now.
Oh,
what's
this
your name,
is
sir?
Tone. When I told him up, this is not when he spoke, but I told him up for the, anyway.
So,
if you ever listen, then turns out that it was Daisy went to my cheer in Chicago like 20 years ago when I gave Daisy Bosch, like his grandfather. And so now I'm just thinking maybe his great grandfather. I think there's a person named Daisy Bosch. That was a great grandfather. I don't remember anymore. I'm getting old. If you never been able to listen to this, maybe what you have to learn from Colorado that you cannot divide it, and that the regular rules of you also can divide it. Maybe I don't learn the regular rules of some places. Why don't you shop in the neighborhood share? Check this out. What is it? This is talking before you use it. What do you shop? Now, slumming is part of the category of custom power. There's a lighter category. So lighter category, you can check it in the north and the south part of that zone. In other words, in the entire blue square. What happened, he took it into the Hafer. He used it for special occasions, for the Torahs every day, for the Menorah every day, for the Lachamakonim on Shabbos. He goes and brings it. He loaded up the Hafer inside. Kosher or not kosher? And he uses lots. He doesn't shut it at the entrance. Papa, come and look at whoa. This blue that line is nice. This is the red. Look all the way at the end of the red. There's like all the way at the end. So it's like you go from that Zoro, very holy, goes to the head of holy, and you already pray for the Russians, the holy go holy. So if indeed some of the people want to say that you can be second coach for production stuff, because like the kind of place, if it's kosher, in that Zara, certainly in the Epa. This is something going on, it's really come from I'm learning one area from another area. If it's good in the area of blue, it's also good in the area of red. So let's learn one thing from another. You just told me you don't learn one from another. You want to back to the Rothschild family. You don't want over here. When a person has in mind to be another having to have a bag of flowers in his house to ask his real place, okay? Because you had in mind to do it. It's not that he's adding another. While he had the half, the first half, he said, I'm going to have another half. That's as if he had the whole thing. That's what I was saying. So it actually becomes Kaddish even before he added it. Just the thought alone, you know, make it okay. The sign of narrating same part, right? So,
Every man in here knows free time plus and equals destroying that background house. Every time.
that the vessel of flour is the completed faith. I won't sort of shock. I have no idea who said it. He said, how come this vessel that we fill the flour in, you did a whole calculation, that's worth about close to $10,000 in today's value. What is the flour inside the vessel? 50 cents. Yet the Torah says the sorrow, it's like very lame, full, it's all big. So you know why? Because money is really just a way to get to the mitzvah. All they need is to show you. Yeah, that's $10,000. No, but at the end of the day, for what? For the mitzvah that's only $1,000. But one it says over here, you know, in the Millennium Understanding, has to be whole. Now, if you look in the Gemara, this spreadsheet, Gemara, when the Kaddish actually is starting from, anybody who knows Gemara knows this is not Gemara. This is like literally like, I don't even know if recent wrote this. And that's why there's so many of these spreadsheets all over the office, and the people who sticks them all out. It just seems like, I don't know, it seems like somebody in one of the generations wrote his own little explanation on top of the text, but somehow somebody found it and put it into the text, and then they realized that it was not part of it, because it's not Gemara. You'll never see anyone in shops that says Kalema. I don't think. No other should say that. There's 45 that says Kalema. Somebody can say right now, does it say in shops Kalema? Huh? I do say that. It's going to take a minute, right? Oh, no. Oh, yeah. My bad. Only 22 times. So what am I literally? No, it says okay. I said it's never, only 22 times. Great. And you thought I already could have, I checked it and I'm pretending to check it. No, fine. Busha. Editor, take it out. Leave it.
That was amazing.
So, the Kalema said, Kodesh, actually, it's not a lesson of Marshall. Bar of Yossi. In Marshall, the man saying that you lost. Marshall, that you lost it. You shine. But was we a full vessel all the way to the top, a flour, where you don't have any tank to fill it up? What's in your bag right? Yeah? You had half a bag of flour, it went up there. You went to the closet, you just knew it should be more flour. So it's covered. As you put in the first part, covered. Second part, covered. You don't have to wait for the second part. Watch it every time. Fill it up. Give out. As you put it in, it becomes covered. The Chavitim, now remember, like just 7 lines up. That's a regular mincha, not by the kind of a regular mincha. Mr. Yisrael, let's see something with a half a pound of flour and review to go home brewing more. She goes home brewing more. Is that okay or not? Was it cut off the first half that he put into the P-sharp? Did he put it or not? So Rob says no, not covered. What about with Rob Hole when it comes to the plain double? I mean, Bravo takes his chavitim and breaks it in half because he pours half the flour for the morning and then he pours half the flour for the afternoon. Is that covered for now? Is it the same thing as a regular mincha? Says
wow, you got Tony as a woman.
The Rabbi Chavitim not you. He does not really hold that half and half is good. He just holds up a regular mincha. It's not good. Regular Chavitim, how come he doesn't hold that you made a regular mincha from the Tango's mincha that half and half is good? People don't know how to do it, so you know, this is the first time you've seen this. Maybe they say, I don't learn a regular mincha from the Tango's mincha. From around, this convention will show me. I could take flour, put it inside that some comes even though I didn't have the oil, even though you do it. That's how it sounds. By the bread. The bread, you look at fun bread and they don't have oil. What about the little bread? Like the bread? They become kadosh with the Alec percentages. Why? To get it to them.
That's supposed to be like it's a bacteria or something. Like fuck me pussy, but that's some very disrespectful shit. Like this is a really big fan. I don't know if I ever get to talk, but I'm a really big fan of Tony Hinchcliffe. And he has a lot of amazing. This weekend he's in Chicago, and then he's in Philadelphia right after that. And then Joe Tony's in Houston, Dallas, and stand-up shows, and everybody in the band is awesome. So I know I'm going to be traveling all around to see those Tony Hinchcliffe shows. You should too. TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets.
Really short.
Jeremiah started saying he was really uncomfortable having Tony so far.
What's your face is also short?
Like it was
It's a really very good guy.
like that. You guys have done
Okay, fine.
they've done over 240 episodes of the show.
So poor that it's like it's a joke up for it. It's like it's crazy. Yeah, I heard about
This
poor.
amazing show, this amazing
No,
format.
so what? The shop is also very poor.
Well, this
It's
is
like
John
your face is
Coltrane.
different, like he has a hunchback.
John Coltrane. We also
Let's
have
say,
a video
you
of
know, he
Ski
doesn't
Dance.
have
Check that
hunchback.
out. Chris
You know, it's
Dillon,
not.
then one back from Chris.
Well, that's the first
Instagram.
place is,
Joel
heard you
Jimenez,
guys are
Joe, they're
the
gonna
worst
Joe,
one in the way
Jimenez,
to
Joe,
Illinois. No, so that's gonna break the shit up.
I'm looking for drummers in Houston and Dallas to let me borrow stuff while we're there. So, yeah, so drums here in Houston and Dallas.
What
Bring
about
me your
without
stuff. I'll
LeBron?
use
No,
it.
LeBron is what about that Shannon?
We can't
just
bring
like
a
fuck.
drum
Whatever
kit
you're gonna
on
fuck the guy,
Spirit.
he's gonna
So
say
am I
no.
supposed to carry it on?
You have a reason why you're like, I can fund it.
ZipRecruiter, once
You
again,
see
we need more
that
money, ladies and gentlemen. So the
Rob
band
doesn't
is
learn one
multiplying
thing from
Spirit.
the other. So if Rob would learn one thing about this, and he holds a twin brothers, they could split it in half. So you should hold the same thing by regular music. You split it up, you're doing 50 How come that says that by regular music it's going to break it up into two? Obviously, God, the music is like, as the old, you cannot break it into half by regular music. So another, so too, you can't break it in half by regular music. All right, music legislation, you just said. I'm talking easy stuff here, not like these complicated scenarios or whatever. Cool stuff. Rob says that a mikvah becomes covered to cook the flour to that, so even without oil becomes covered. Legislation. She gets into the components, travel, travel, travel. The way you're running here without the prejudice, stuff. Like that, and later, but now we're just ready, but you're really fast. She gets into the covenant. It's founded by the sinners. Mincha, he doesn't bring Levina, he doesn't bring Shemin, and it becomes covered. Shemin Levina, Kachi Hai Belay Hai, Hai Belay Hai. Shemin Levina, the oil, just the oil itself becomes Kaddish without Levina. And the Levina becomes Kaddish without the oil. Each one becomes Kaddish by itself. Shemin, Shkemetzino, Belay. Where do you need oil? That become that you really see that becomes Kaddish by itself. You find that Belay, Shemin Shematzara. We know that in Matzara, one of the processes of where it comes to the car. You take the blood from Noshim, put on his finger, on his thumb, and then toe. So too with oil. Toe, thumbs. You put the rest on his head, the whole thing. On his ear. You find that Levina becomes Kaddish by itself on the Lechem HaPonemas. Rashi, but over there is bread. Okay, but the main thing is in the Bezit. Rabbi Chanina Amar, Daf Ches, Amud Beis. No. The only way a mincha becomes kaddish, listen to this. You need all three ingredients. When you have three ingredients, you need all three ingredients together to become kaddish. You need to pour the oil, the flour, and the levina all into one bucket, into one bowl. Then you can make it kaddish. If you just put the flour by itself, it doesn't become kaddish. Just the oil by itself, it doesn't become kaddish. Now, when the Rebbe Chanina is sorrowing to Loma Nimsha, why in the world do you need a special vessel called a sarin to be holy? If this vessel of Yisarin doesn't create kedusha for the flour on its own, because you need the oil and you need the levina in order to make it kaddish, so then why does the Yisarin vessel that measures flour, why does it have any kedusha at all? You hear the question? I don't know what this is. Oh, 1/8 for sunny sun. What? Which one? Seriously, he started it right. He started his lashon of a pen. Okay, not this. This okay, but if we just look at this guy, the little son guy has kedusha. In other words, Moshe Rabbeinu came with oil and anointed this tree. He took a simple tree and he poured special oil that he had, and he made this vessel kaddish. Now what? Every time he puts something in it, it creates kedusha to that thing. For what purpose? What flour needs to be kaddish? Flour itself cannot have kedusha, according to the Tanina. According to us, this is strong enough, but as kedusha right up. According to the Tanina, you need to add the oil, you need to add the levina. Then you're not adding the levina and the oil into that he started. He started just one tight measurement of flour. So why? It's simple answer. It's going to skip the room. The milk is perfect. Yeah, there is one milk, but the sinner that has zero oil, zero levina, all it has is flour, and that needs kedusha. So that's why that clears kedusha. And why does the vessel, that golden vessel that holds, and it also measures a lug of shemen, why does it need kedusha? If, according to Chanina, you have to add the shemen together with the flour. You like shemen tzari because there is one case of tzari that needs oil without anything else, and that needs to be covered. Now we have a chiddush from Shmuel that, for whatever reason, it's just interesting how he's very talented. Our Shmuel guy, the AI department, made a whole video on this sugya. So let's see. We'll see the sugya, then you'll understand the video. Shmuel says, he also agrees with me. It's not. When you have a vessel, a measuring cup that's designed for liquid, so any liquid that goes into it becomes kaddish. What liquid do we have in basic English? We have oil, we have wine, and we have water. So those things become kaddish. And any measuring device that's designed specifically with demarcations, let's say, of dry, because we have liters and ounces and milliliters. We have certain things that are designed for liquid, and we have, what do we have we have pounds, and what else do we have? Grams. Certain things that are more for solids. Yeah, I think we have the same thing in
podcasts in the world. How's the audience doing tonight?
Right? You would have different measurements for liquids and for solids. So you would have special measuring devices in the base of language for liquids and special measuring devices for solids. And the question is, what if you decided to measure solids like flour in a measuring cup that was specifically for liquid? Does it work? So we give it kedusha.
Got it. That was fucking weird last week.
He says no. No, if it's designed for liquids, it cannot give any kedusha to dry goods. So it doesn't say of it. It has no. And a measuring device for the dry goods cannot give any kedusha to liquid. More, very confused. In the English, when they receive the blood out of the animal's neck, they'll take it in the middle, which is a cone-shaped device, which was designed that you cannot put it down. Since the bottom is pointy, you can't put it down. You put it down, it's still. They didn't want the ground to put it down, they didn't want it to rest, they didn't want the blood to PG. She says that kli, which is actually a kli, it's a vessel that contains usually blood, which is liquid. Then if you put some flour in it, it will become kaddish. These are possible. Oh, the Rabbi did the Rabino, mincha lachi, what do you bring me a raya? But a mincha is actually considered liquid. Why? I don't know how you would view it. What do you view dough? Is dough a liquid or a solid? Most of you say solid. What? No, you're right. So it could be that in the base of there's so much oil because they put three oils on the bottom and on the top, and then after they do this again, so maybe it was more of a liquid. But the Gemara understands it's a liquid. That in fact, in the mincha, even if you're going to mix it up, you don't have great mixing devices. You're mixing it by hand, so you're always going to have like a lump of flour somewhere. You know, the thing gets that liquid in it. And that can become, what it tells you, that the dough is liquid. And if it's liquid, you can put it into a liquid measuring device that should give it kedusha. But guess what? In every mincha, there's lumps here and there. And they're not being very large ones, very small ones. 10 grains of flour. He said, Michlik was ready, huh? I'm the bear secret. So, whatever, small little lump, but it doesn't have liquid in it, so that wouldn't give it food, it would become part of it. In a liquid measuring device. Shalom Aleichem, keep it out. Wait, you didn't just show up now, you were here the whole time, no? Well, you left and came back? I don't get it. Okay. Maybe you look like somebody else. So yes, sir. I thought, you know what I thought you were? I thought you were Daniel, what's his name's son. Wow. He looks like, oh my gosh. Take a picture, I'll show you. Daniel Benedict's son. That's the some other thing. Okay, have a seat. Roman's got 5 more minutes. Woman, do you have a million? That's the question. How you doing? Shalom Aleichem. Shalom Aleichem. Great. So, oh, you came just in time for the video. So he says like this. First of all, you cannot use this milk bar that has a lot of water in it, it's very liquidy, as liquid, because it's parts of it that are not liquid. Second of all, if you say now milk bar, let me down, you have down. And today, and this you see all the real blood and swimming sheet. Oh, yeah. You're able to see by the sea. So, blood is very liquidy, and gold is not liquidy as liquidy as blood. So yes, it might be, you can consider it a liquid, but it's not liquid when you compare it to blood. But yeah, if you want to do, you have to go over there. What is this? He's showing me that he's on the wall. Because I accused them of going to the airport for no reason. Just because it. Here's the video. I should do Stanford survey on this one. Look at this guy. Stanford. Wow, the brand new one. Isaac Estelle. You know, like all the NY doctors in South Florida, we should all be, let's do it, groupies and guys. On me. Not as many of the worship and parents, first roadside, cost design. Okay, here we go. Here's the video.
In the Mishnah we learned the Choikin Seder. Every kli works only in its gay better. A kli Allah, we Kaddish the liquids and meat, a Sayevish for souls and the light. One vessel, one Mekadesh, the other. The Kalim are distinct from one another. But you came and taught us a Kiddush, an exception in the matter of Kiddush. The mother is the key, it's the liquid vessel, but it Mekadesh the dry, that's the rule settled. The Pasuk says it's clear, and so is the boat. Making that Kodesh as the Torah. As with the wonder so great, how can the souls have a dry item state? The minachas, bilula mixed with the oil. It's moist and it's wet, so the proof must recall. Rabbi answered with the clever thought. The soul is dry before the oil is brought, or compared to the blood, it's dry as can be. That's the Azruk logic, as you can see. Shmuel came and taught us the Kiddush, an exception in the matter of Kiddush. The Mazruk is the key, it's a liquid vessel, but it's Mekadesh the dry, that's the rule, it's settled. The Pasuk says it's clear, so it's good to know, making the Kodesh as the Torah spoke. It's actually awesome. Everybody that listens to this show is extremely creative.
Wonderful.
Always fun and interesting. Comedians, you guys too. In fact, I know my
America's book spreaders roar throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
Crazy Ass. That's their new logo. Crazy Ass. Squarespace.
let's jump right into this puppy. I'm excited to bring out tonight's guests. Two of my favorites. They've been on the show a bunch of times. We're gonna have so much fun tonight. I always give you two of the funniest comedians in the world. This one's no different. Two of my favorites. Let's make some noise for the great Louis J. Gomez and Tom Herrera. Come on, people. Holy shit. Seinfeld, Big Lebowski, Legion of Skanks, Gas Digital Network. Look at this powerful union. There it is. Louis J. Gomez and great Dom Herrera here from 2018. We got a couple crazy shows to kick off the year. I figure let's follow momentum with fucking heavy KO hitters. Let's do this shit. Oh yeah, here, love Los Angeles, love New York, amazing weather, amazing people. Mexican people you guys are cool too. It's so nice here. It's so lovely. How does it make you feel when you walk around those buildings? You feel like that's some shit New York like in your face.
So I think the president was one place and we're going to share now. After the show's over, after you drive the States, but I'll be there. And it's here, thanks for having me. Nice to see you. I'm going to come around for a second. You'll be like, and that's better. I do have to explain. In the before, we have very expensive equipment. Stationary. I walk in, I put a mic on, and we start the show. Every day, my God, and we start talking. On the road, we have a lot of charts and videos. And to combine the charts and videos together with the cheer with on the same screen requires technology. And I don't know how to do it myself. And that's why I recognize doing characters. I'm excited that they are back as a full unit tonight. We got to together for the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band, Matt Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez. And Colin Chris, the bass player. Alright, the women. The whole cheer got up and
Diner waitresses? No fucking way. You're gonna be diner waitresses throughout the show? Like old school. Matt Reagan has massive tits. Just kept shoving it in there.
I just got this from the garden. I want to show you something.
A mug of cigarette butts.
Hey, now we over I was about to go in
They really followed through. They really committed to the cigarette butts in the mug. They are real smoked cigarettes.
how nobody,
Hell yeah. I'm just gonna go with my gut here and guess that you guys are like old school diner waitresses. Yeah. What do you want going on?
how is nobody talking about it?
Everybody's got a salon.
Like a patient at a psychiatric ward.
Maybe a salon.
You just
Girl, I thought that was the first part of our story.
Yeah, start off the show like that in Lakewood. I want you to start going to go about.
I'm excited. Joel Jimenez back there is clearly an Indian warrior in here to take this land. He rode in on horseback and bow and arrow.
She's clearly the lady that they hired to clean up the
1100
restaurant.
people. A little bit over 1100.
How, man?
Wow.
This is very exciting. Well, diner waitresses, two of my favorite comedians, Brett and everything's in place. I have a bucket full of comedians' names, or sometimes not many comedians, sometimes it's somebody's first time or just an insane person that signs up for random things. And for their names, they get 60 seconds completely uninterrupted. We don't bother their 60 seconds, but after that, we can talk to them about anything in the world. Meet them, find out more about them, talk about what they talk about, shit like that. You know, your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. It means wrap it up there, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Wow. Alright, you guys ready to start this thing? It's Bill Tony live from the Mainer. Diner waitresses Here we go. I see movement. There's a person jogging towards the stage. Coming this way. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise, getting us kick-started. The pressure spot is now in wow.
I want to tell you, we have seen satellite Q, and it's very, very popular. In America, it's harder because it's not live. And our show live, we have over 30 locations, and they just started another location now in, what was it, Kiryat? Yeah, Kiryat is in the 31. And also, in the time, we start a morning one. So if they do, look at you guys, 3 hours in the morning, you can give a time. And that's not live. We should do better here in America. This is the public of the areas. There's a video that my son put. I like it. Some people put offense to it, but I think it was about it. I was snowboarding, holding them out, learning the smart. There's a point. They weren't tired in every situation. So here's something that helped us. So he's learning how to, not learning, he's moving as we're going to jump into it right away. We have the voice side. This is unbelievable. I used the restroom in the house over there, and I had to steal a couple of items. I might not take them home, but I want to show you what I found there. This is in the Green's Public. In the bathroom, the MDY's towel. It's not a joke. I thought I'd take it home. Why not? Why? Because in the bathroom, in the Quincy Diner thing, the MDY. Am I making this up? This is who's there. So, you didn't put it there just for today.
Are you telling me, kid?
I'm going to do this so like put it on the camera.
5 years and you hesitated after 30 seconds?
You can look on the
It's
wall.
amazing how much Chris
See
would
the
leave
two
for
lights
charity.
over there is the thing that you gave him.
Seriously,
The
good
other
job.
thing
Keep up.
on the
You just said 5 years I said your name. I went, no.
there, yeah, and it's that's something over there between the two lights.
Yeah, what part?
Dallas Fort Worth less.
Okay, the boys side, the official edition of the World Class. It was set up sponsored by the Rami and Levy families, the Parrot, the Shani Moshe Gulf Street family, which not see the barrel cover, it's gonna run Moshe. The Daf, today's Daf, seafood, and the hummus bureau, each was with Abba Zed or Sayyid Alevi.
But what were you doing to make money?
The summer sponsored by David Salmon, dedicated memory of murdered from Bar Credit Times. The blood comes off of sponsors. Well, the Valley's doing something for College of 2009, so the Gatsby's family and legal getting Maserati, Glory,
Getting jolted by
Anonymous for Stemel, Moshe Ben Mizaha, Anonymous for Stemel, and Rick Stone, Today, Basesky, Stone, Mountie, Democrats, People Out, Basesky, Chicago, got more Steiger. Senator Stanley, Candy Island, UK, and Honor Rebellion, Changing the Meaning of Life, Claiming Our Money, Yosemite, and Benny, and Oral Police Kentucky, and NDY, the Corporate Times Square. The monthly sponsor, Larry Simon, the first day of marriage of the Miriam, President in July, was between Esmeralda, Esmeralda, my husband, coming to town, walking for his 40th birthday. Anonymous brought out the diver to Elizabeth, trying to live with the young time. Anonymous was home to face everything, and Leia, the second now generation. Anonymous remembers Leia, Sonata, and Ischia. Anonymous is disappointed that it's good and open and revealed way for Yosef. Mordecai Ben back to Leia. You Lewis and you Lewis as a supposed for everyone to meet her the shit of a man. Anonymous for the merit of the whole things for Yosef, success and blessing in all things in life. Sprinting out growth, he looks from Zambia, exit. Nominizing Ben Steve Shapayan, Sistema, Jonathan Nathan, Ben Basheva, Brofa, Ishkoya Allen. Yaakov's life in honor of wedding to his son of Rabbi, head of the Jewish community to live once. Interesting. I wonder if Yaakov's life knew that when he donated yesterday's job, looking at yesterday's job, but it's something to imagine. Right, this was Ashkenazi. First, time again, son-in-law, they added roasted on receiving Smichas Yoyer from Yitzchak Berkowitz. We are very proud. My son also got a Yoyer from Yitzchak Berkowitz. We were also very proud. Anonymous, memory of a real fantastic passage for Yeshua, young mother, Anyway, glory to lights, in honor of those people who have stepped up and great AI videos. If you guys are famous artists, you received a gift from Lucky Bell's team, but he didn't want to take the gift, so he gave it back from UI and he sponsored a week for another Lucky Belsky, the guy that gave the gift. Yosef which is that? Yosef Ben Chaya, sorry for the Rabbi, for Shem Yohana, Tanetna Ben B'Shem Rothschild, for Shem Morkav Esther, before Sayel, Daniel Zev, Ben Ayel Desser, voice. Here we go. We're going to pass Amud Beis. What's the schmack about these sugyas? We don't have any difficult sugyas. The stars are not difficult. The musogim are beautiful. There's a lot of new things that a lot of us are not so aware of when it comes to the Beis Hamikdash. Ufa, mom was snapping in the middle.
That there wasn't even a kernel of any
You know what? I don't know if it's too late now. I would have asked you for a bowl of flour. You could have given this morning. Forget it. No, go ahead. Pull yourself.
So you lived here for 6 months. What else are you doing other than doing stand-up? Like, obviously, you're going to open mics and
All the way
stuff.
to this house.
Yeah.
You have to do it.
Oh, really?
You're going to go to the house with your hair on.
I went to this is glorious speaking.
Take a look at this.
I went to USC Film School for
This
screenwriting.
is, by the way, if you look in the back of the official Gemara, you have this picture.
Yeah,
That's one of the things that the Gemara has that a lot of Gemara don't have.
What
It
do
has a lot
you
of
think's the
parts.
creepiest thing about you?
Now, it doesn't have the blue dotted line. It's the red dotted line. It's all about it. So, she needs that. This is something you're allowed to bring, as well as the components, you bring a minifal. Minifal is a flower, gift that was broken, that you carve it into a flower. You bring this, a few things you have to do. Some of them you got oil, you don't.
You live by yourself?
Some takes his hand,
With friends? How many
and
of
this
your
is
friends
the
do you have?
flower, takes the skin of flour. That's the chorizo. Inside is the
Small
hummus.
flakes?
Takes the hummus, puts it in another bishart, and another vessel. And then they take that, drop it to the step. Oh, hold on.
Is that true? You really live with your mom?
Yeah,
my mom and sister.
Oh, are they really here?
Cool. Okay.
No, not here.
It takes from here, goes like this. It's larger than
What
the
does your mom
circle.
do?
It takes out 3 fingers worth,
A what?
and it puts it on the step.
A surgical tech?
Now, what does it do? It's supposed to do it in the blue box, the dotted
What
box.
did your sister do? Other than drop you when you were a kid?
What happens if he doesn't do red dotted box? What's the red dotted box? What's that called? They call it a very tall building. It's about 400 feet tall.
All right, Noah. I'm going to let you go. Thanks for coming. Anything else you want to say?
Inside,
Noah Tidwell, everybody. Come on. There you go. The one and the only. 5 years in the game. 42 strong seconds.
and
That's
past
almost
that, you
10
have the
seconds per year. He just touched
inside,
me.
inside, all the way at the end, on the right side of the street.
One of my least
So
favorite things.
inside,
Because
the
of the
inside,
idea that
red
the
dot,
glass box, like
and it doesn't
Robin
mean-
Quivers and
you
this
put it on.
goddamn thing.
Where's this kind of
Somebody
thing?
give me
Where
that,
the
like,
food
for a
bags?
present
Because
someday or
those
something.
juices certainly on the red box. You know, that's what I don't say though. And it's in the secret
Hold
spot.
another name out of the book. You guys
So
having
first
fun
of all,
out
it
there? You
says the
get it?
secret
I just met Noah
by
Tidwell for the first time. Went with his mom and his sister from Texas. They all moved
By
out
the way,
here 6
all
months
this
ago.
is original art. And I want to
Dude, it's gonna be your next comedian.
They created, you have one guy working for months just on the design of the syndicator. So here you have the still with the 12 left my color, and there's also two sleeves full of Nirvana, Davidson. And what happens, you have to take the Nirvana off of the shoe pump. I'll zoom in on it. These two screws. You take those off and you burn them, and then the bottom could eat the left my color job. Where's the shoe pump? Oh. This position, taking the Nirvana, is similar to the Crease. Just like the Crease is similar to P-Club. And Shriek on the, take the Crease to the covers, you put it onto the stack. It's like Shriek, everything is similar. You understand, just like we're able to do such an avoida in the Eichel. So we could also do Crease in the Eichel. Also, we comments we shop. Send the positive comments we shop. You should do pizza from over there. What's over there? You're not going to track that right now. Now, there's an area. If you look in the back of that Gemara, you can see it clearer. It's called Ezra's Yisrael. I'll zoom in on here where it says Ezra's Yisrael. See, it says Ezra's Yisrael. There's 11 out, like 22 feet.
And I got her Spanx. I didn't know she wore Spanx.
Not there. Let me see if I can find it. Right over there. This one. See the red dotted line? That's where Yisrael stand. Us guys, most of us in this room, we stand there like sardines from this point here, by the width of the Azara, 11 arms.
This wetsuits?
So it says that you do the fruits over there. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Why do you do fruits over there? Back over there. Do it anyway. Do it all over that Azara. Why not over there? But the Seira, Oimer, the Nain, Shimpas, is one understands maybe like, do it over there, not inside over there. Only over there. The Seira, Oimer, the Nain, Shimpas, the smoke, she has to be equal to you.
Let me get this right.
What if he messes up with his left hand?
Urea.
She has to be equal
Your
to
act
you.
is
That's
dying.
what
Urea.
look back at now, it's all over.
I know it's 60 seconds.
Why not the points and stuff? I don't know if it's even with beer or when you sell stuff. That's for some reason,
You said Jeff,
Really,
or
that
whatever
goal,
you swipe.
placing the 8 ball and that's all. Placing the goal. Same goal they started.
Not have his name right. Tony Hitchcock. You are hard.
Who waits in over? Trying to
Yeah, exactly.
He himself asked the question.
Just fucking DM. I'm gonna get
He
him
answered
correct
himself.
how I said your name, but it's fine, dude. Nobody's gonna remember you after this.
He answered the question.
You are one of the funniest
strong
men
from
we've ever
that
had on the
person.
show.
As all our the finish is with the shot that you could do the pizza in the fire zone. They play the other ball a little bit.
Jeff, what's your story? I haven't seen you around the company.
I wonder if I put this in the other day's docs. I don't think I have it here.
See, this is your first time on the show, right? First time on the show. Okay,
This
I haven't seen you
wall
around
right
the
over
company
here,
for
where
what,
the
like
laser
6
is
months?
going, that's
4
sulfur.
months.
That's the northern
And
wall.
so what's your job?
From this laser all the way down here is the northern part of Gaza. Country, which are Oila, Tata, Osha, Tanzir, they're all down here in this area. Country Power, like the Shraga and the Qaeda, they're everywhere. This entire area, even in the south. Right over here. You are saying, oh, I would think that a little could only be done in the northern part, taking steps down. Hold on, 1 second. Your voice says this is very important. Hold on. It actually hurts when you drink it because it has like pieces of silver. Oh, schmuck. What? Hold on. My spoon. Put that down.
How long ago did you say you were?
Running, so you know the growth very happy I'm doing. Even though there's no caution, this one is there, but more than only this one reason, and the other reason is okay.
Engaged. That means you're
So
no
we're
longer
talking
engaged.
about oil, the beautiful country. Where do we shut the oil? Only in the northern part of the Azar. Only half, like from the half down. So do say by Newcastle. My other two suffer, my no, can't be right from oil, my oil, so you put the whole thing on the stairs, so that's why you need salt. And the milk you get to eat, it's a lighter kind of thing, so there's no reason why you do it only in salt. Maybe I'll learn this context. Nevertheless, that's the only with sulfide. So maybe the milk also only malfunction in comparison to the priest. It's also very common. The person who found and people that did the Taurus. So now it's this one. I love it. You need a dummy. Let's mean a dummy.
It's an interesting thing. All right, I'm intrigued. So you were engaged. How long were you with
her? I go to a dummy. I didn't tell you. That's why you need something.
So it really broke your heart.
Why do I need this puzzle? The constant shock. What does constant shock give me now? A milk is different than a carton. At least, I need something that I mean, I will see the green that I can be shown this way. Good comments. Oh, so now we're going to talk about Agosha. Those of you who learned Monopoly, those of you who don't, might not know what Agosha is. So here's Agosha. Find it. Agosha. Here we go. The idea is to take the flour and put it on one corner. Anybody that knows? Huh? Southwest. Airplane. Very good. Southwest is airline. That's right.
Probably fucking already.
One of the main corners of this bath, you can see in the bottom, you have to do shipping over there. Not the shipping, the plane. So I once said Southwest. I threw on the screen Southwest Airlines. But if you remember a year later, Southwest. So I rushed to me to take the bowl of flour, take it, and you literally touch the corner of his bath, the southwest corner of his bath. So in Mela, I would think that just like Hagdash is weird on the southwest corner of his bath, so too the pizza also should be on the southwest corner of his bath. All pizza should be done right over there in that area. Not Hagdash over there, because my rub is out, please now we get rid of it. Come on, on that. That's what I mean, function. Great. Ufa. You say, as long as you shuffle the heichal chair, you can take shlomi and you bring it into the heichal. Caution. Shneimar ushchotoi pesach koyemay.
Like what did that happen? Because I've never really heard that.
Says the Gemara, if I take shlomi, usually I have to shut shlomi where in the blue that.
When you're a comedian and you're alcoholic.
That area, shlomi is a touching power. It's a touching power. Also in the south part of that zone. Or what if I take it and bring it into the hair? It's like a little scoop. Nobody goes to there. That's the Naira. Pirates once again. But chef, the animal blood.
You said that shitty car with no gas analogy in your life.
That's much more crucial than that Zara. Sir, is he okay?
Can I ask you? That's a good thing.
Basically, he's a little raw bumble.
Somebody drinking a Corona right there. This is live for you. Jeff, how long has it been that you've been sober?
From alcohol, 4 years.
4 years.
Yeah, March will be 4 years. Just like a year.
Hey, Jeff, how long have you been sober?
Rabbi that it is permitted to slaughter in the sanctuary by Kal V'Chomer. Right, but not everything that's mutter is something you should actually do. What if I tell you Rabbi say it's mutter to do the dock while snowboarding, wearing shorts and an empty white t-shirt?
Good morning, Rabbi Fair. So, Rabbi says that it's not special in the Sugya. And from here we can see what Rabbi Yochanan means.
Yeah, nobody understood.
It was 9 hours after last drink. I showed up.
Maybe I guess I don't maybe know what's going on. Okay, fine.
Alcohol counselor smelled alcohol.
So just because it's mutter doesn't mean they should do it.
9 hours after last drink. Is this before or after you had enough time?
So it says tomorrow, Mason. But you can say in the 90s, people raise Hazara.
What was your drink choice?
You go to my Randall, and that's what says in Buffalo that the shooting missile people like huh?
I would just fucking go out and party and get.
But it's the rules. Remember, listen. It's the rules. Involved it.
There is, but like not like.
Ballistic missiles. That's how you remember it. Just over there. Yeah. Ballistic missiles. Ballistic missiles.
So I drink every day.
The guy who marks surrounding you. You go into that Zara, the man loves that Zara, and then you punch.
Now I went back.
You see what I'm talking about? The left guard actually plays great. It's 3 feet full of with the last close to
You're just a fucking. You're kind of a failure. You're trying to turn it into this party animal thing, and it's just not.
I mean, other than naming 2 DUIs, sure, showing up hungover. Well, I mean, like, what's something like what you have to have like fucking something crazy that happened or that you would do?
How's that another that you killed? Come on, bitch.
Let's get to the good shit. Isn't it good shit?
The
Good
mix
shit.
of
What's the next
you have a mitzvah, you have
What?
a mitzvah of Achilas Pachim. That's
What was
the
his name?
okay, that's not very right now. That's all I want to say. It's fear without
It's so physical here.
without
That's the
tomorrow.
way like those sensitive our tables are on County. It's just smoking beers, bro. Everything tips over here.
You're gonna
Some strong
hold
beef
you
and
tomorrow.
steaks table
Go
you're
with
using.
it. That doesn't make sense to me.
This is just look at how wobbly that's
I wish they could.
I didn't know you could get a DUI when you
Go, sit, eat, touch it. That's what you're not to do.
There's actually a guy in my DUI class who got a DUI running
We
a
had it from
horse.
zero. So you're over here. This is the
DUI.
only ones.
דיווח המבוסס על מערכת ההתראה הארצית, כך נמסר, מתקפת טילים בדרך אל המקדש בירושלים, טילים בדרך לבית המקדש. אנחנו נמשיך לעדכן. צבע אדום, כולם למרחב המגן. מה אתה עושה? זה הזמן לאכול? עם ישראל צריך זכויות. יש לך זכות גדולה יותר מאכילת קודשים?
Jeff. Well, I guess we'll find out more about you next time.
Thanks for having me, guys. You're awesome.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Coming back, guys.
Not only is he sobering, so is his comedy. Jeffrey.
Someone went
That's one of those awkward moments where I
opening his
my
trailer
fish
shop.
they start shaking like
Like before
this.
Shabbos, the shop is
Yeah, but sorry about that. Next time. These people are too nice. You said they're nice. I want to be mean to them, but then I look over and I see their faces. I'm like, all right,
What's the priority? Right now, what are you supposed to
can we
do?
bring up a real asshole next?
I'll bring up at the end what this next guy is.
Do this.
Pretty big
This
ass.
is to do right now.
Big
This
ass
is
asshole.
That didn't make any sense
well,
whatsoever.
tomorrow on the way out, I don't know. On the way out, the
I'm Matthew Maloney, everybody.
but if you're going to surround,
He's a nice guy. But he is big. I think if you're going for the big thing.
I was just being sarcastic.
Wow. Matthew Maloney, everyone.
January's half hour.
If you could eat the punch.
You guys still pretending you're going to lose weight? Because I am. Started looking at gyms. Turns out they're all rip-offs. $40 a month? Are you fucking kidding me? Netflix is $8. So I decided I'm going to build my own gym. And you better believe I ain't paying taxes on it, because it's also going to be a church. Gonna call it God as my fitness.
That's something more.
Come on in. Confess to cheating on your wife or your God. Either way, will absolve you.
That's really not fine. You can come to your rabbi.
It's going to give whole new meaning to the term.
To take it to that step, you eat inside the headphones. Roll for it.
Thank you very much.
That you know.
Fuck yeah.
And that's why you can also come to the crawl. The puzzle crawl, the back from the room right here. I loaded up here. Too many videos.
How are you,
Another
Matthew?
one.
I'm doing good, Tony. How are you?
You
Good.
can dry
It's
out.
been a while since
Don't
you've
worry,
been
we're
on
not
the
just
show.
for 25 videos.
Getting bigger.
Yes,
This is in
Really? Just straight with creme brulee? How do you even do that? You make it yourself? Vanilla custard? You flame the top? How do you flame the top? I got a kitchen torch. You have a fucking kitchen torch? Wow, just so that you can make yourself creme brulee. Is that even on the menu, ladies?
That hasn't been on the menu. You can just use Aquanet and with a lighter. Also, you don't need a torch.
I feel like I ask so many people like that question sometimes, and never really got the answer I wanted.
Like it's saying it.
I make it myself.
Okay.
Like, yeah. That's crazy. I mean, you're just eating straight up. Like, I mean, that is just, you are eating the worst parts of the cow. Like the fattiest fucking just most creamy whole fucking buttery. It's just custard.
The whole fucking pot. Right, same guy. Okay, we're not gonna talk about it. Zombie tomorrow. Welcome.
You want cut your just cut a fucking lighter and some jello pudding.
Oh.
It is basically the
not using vanilla extract. I'm actually cutting oh, Jesus Christ.
Logo.
So, what else has been done for fun, man?
Logo here. We do have a video. This is more for learning purposes. It's not a funny one or anything. This is how you make it yourself.
I see an album name, a TV show name, and your merch.
Now,
You can be the creme brulee king.
turn it
Now,
up.
what do you think about this creme
First step is
brulee?
pour oil first, then you put the oil, garlic powder, you put oil again.
Nancy looks like the biggest baby in the
You
world.
mix it all together. One hand, you can do this mix, and meanwhile, you do outside of the base. I mean, you have my is a good
Does everybody in your family have that baby face?
Loro, sometimes I say, we don't know what's slow, so I'm saying, like, slush from material, lots of other terminals, and first you do all these things. You put the oil, then you put the refinol, the hot iron, only after the heel, then you add it at the top.
I bet he is.
Then,
Aviation doesn't fare well
comes
with
the
the
people By the way, no matter what you get in shop, you can also agree to this that a czar and sort of wall.
It's a real.
You need to very large with a spoon on. Say everybody.
See,
That
brother got big too, right?
it says it's fun. Seriously, that you see put it all together, we saw it. And
What was
this
your
is going to be the argument. And since you don't need a partner, so what's the you need money buy it. She makes it, it doesn't jump. It's easy strong. With the green love, so you can also do it outside of this thing. There we have an argument. Look at this picture. What are you doing? Eating and talking food. It's a cliche. It's execution food. Since you do it today, you need to buy you're right. Certain things are avoided. You don't need a fight. Like street food. Part of the process. So putting it in the food charge is also part of it. Might not be functional. You don't need to carry it, but it's still part of the process. And then they love who needs that, and it's really what we need to be inside of it. Something.
Came back from the mushroom trap.
Thank you for saying that. You have no rice and low dessert. It's a dessert. So it's encouraged. If you do it outside, love is a meatloaf. It's
How do you pay for your creme
you
brulee habits?
boil inside, you touch it outside of the dessert.
It's not that hard. It's only like just eggs, cream. All those things.
Right over here.
How long have you been doing this creme brulee?
So we're gonna have
I just got into it.
two more flavors in here.
It's a new hobby of
But
mine.
we have five steps. You have putting the flour in,
Why do I feel like
putting oil, love, mixing it in, and now comes the meat. After it's all mixed in, the point goes like this, not this, right? We're talking about a milk that has oil, so it's not into the flour, it's into the dough. It does the meat. What happens as the tomorrow, if the mincha is missing part of it, obviously you can't do a pizza when part of it is missing. But what do you do? Stop thinking, because I heard this story twice this week, so it's like, yeah, say it over. So probably similar, say it over. It's not a bad story. How did it go missing? So maybe the guy had, shaky head. Be live is
Why do I feel like my advice should be for you to stop eating creme brulee for Jeff or you have a start drinking?
It's kind of hard. It's flowers.
It's too bad to make a call back. Everybody
The nice of a Java in a show.
All right, as all diner waitresses do, Jeremiah came out with some bubble gum.
So you're going to buy it. You gotta have it up. I want to open. You want more? You want more? I'll give you more. Let's finish what you have. Finish the half. Pizza one day for the time.
You ever try it? They're like dating sites for bigger people, like plenty of fish.
Listen, you share with a guy over there that should be like, are you a full cup? It's all over. So you have fear. It's gonna be embarrassed. And not embarrassing. My house, everybody gets to have it.
Try it all like that.
Go around set up. Okay, so you more. It's not. This is what you got. The government says,
have you tried the torch?
Go home, do some more stuff. Some of the government basically know you can't do it. It's too late. We're lack out of this must spend. Why? Some of the government basically know they're good. Basically know the pizza colony. It's good. Why is it good? Because when you get pizza, pizza, that's it. Now it became a milk. It's missing now. Okay, so you can't do much to the pizza. So go home and do a little bit more.
Catch that?
Says in the closet.
You only lost 2 buttons
That's
and a zipper
green.
on that back over.
It's got it says 15 years. Somebody else with their athletic ability. You're not Minnesota, so it has to be a Minnesota. Not pre-Minnesota, it has to be a Minnesota. So what makes it a Minnesota? I'll tell you what makes it. The pizza makes it.
Ladies and gentlemen, there he goes, Matthew Maloney. He's on Twitter at Matthew Maloney. Jeff, are you R-R-E?
Once you put it in, once I scout, everything you put in, becomes covered. Oh, once I put it in, it became covered. Here's like that. You don't let them insert it. Here's the material. So what's the name? This yes, the golden tree on the pouring the oil into another plate of lemon. And from this left hand, this the whole glass. Something like that. Those who don't know. By the way, he's not good. One of my kids, I'm not going to say who, you can figure it out. She wears them outside, she wears them without law. Mary Shams learned jobs. She couldn't do today, I come from Canada. I kept on it, just the practice. She takes the first, put the water on the palm and then on the big toes and on here. Then you take the oil and put it on the same spot. On the one, on the palm, and on the ear. The leftover oil, the left hand, where does it go? It goes on the guy's head. Oh, so what happened is from this look, so I just hold video is this look. This look, this is ours. Inside the food color is the oil, it's color. What did it say? It's probably the oil from this, because listen, you naturally also do not want to be inside the process. Throw it out. Even if it's poor, because the fire is Italian. It's like you're talking before. The oil is Italian. You can't, that's it, you're locked out. Well, they also, you're locked out. You can't add the oil to where you put it. All right, see? Like you're good. You're good. You're good. Fine. I just want to, it's not really my place, but I think once in a while I like to talk about it. Mention it, maybe we'll be talking somebody. I feel that there's a big tragedy in Yerushalayim today. Those of you know, 2 little kids were lifted, and not pointing fingers at anybody. I have no idea what happened, and that doesn't bother me. What happened exactly is not the issue. But I think it's once in a while mention. Maybe somebody will take it physically. I live in Eretz Yisrael. I don't know how it is. I can't make it also. I heard most of the driving here like so I'm throwing it up. For some reason, in Eretz Yisrael and in certain communities, there's a lack of safety. And people laugh at us. they look down at the buttons, the hard hats, they wear the shlusim. I want to say no. Maybe we have to be a little bit more careful. I've been to places, I've been to Iran, and like Weimer, Razor Shem, I'm never going back. It was so dangerous. It was pushing. I see a guy going with this 2-year-old. He was pushing to manage. It's nerve-wracking and Matthias, and I saw my own eyes kids climbing up buildings and cranes and then they're told they drive in their scooters at 100 miles an hour without helmets. I think we have to be a little bit more careful. We can tell our kids when we see something and make a aura. It's not the end of the world to say something to somebody else's kid. It's hard to know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what the Muslim religion, I don't know what it is, but I hear all, here and there, you hear like, it's like this, the way they drive with this accent, you'll be like, why? Why does it have to be like that? Why can't we just be normal? Drive normal, act normal, keep the safety rules, whatever. They know what this is, whatever. I'm saying what I'm saying, so I just take what you want to take. You don't have to be a nerd for this thing. Start with sequels to say, guys, let's cross it up. A little bit more careful. Itmar. Graham Shafasnu, the Kmitzo Naktar. Where was it? Oh, yeah, it's in Lakewood. I was in a shear in Lakewood, and it was right after the shear, I felt in danger. I felt in danger. Like they were pushing from all, and I have a video of it from all sides. It was like, calm down, seven, you gotta be careful. I'm an old man. I don't want to break the way. I'm not joking. It's like a little bit of like a path that, like, maybe I need to pick somebody up next time. Idmar, Shiram Shafasru, I don't have to here. When I was in the 5 down, they still like level, like Malish, and like this line like this. Guys, like, and then I got cut him off. He didn't say a word. Like different places. Okay, Idmar, Shiram Shafasru, Islam chart. Oh, so now we're moving on. We go to the next chart. Now you'll see why this chart is now. Here, you see this chart? First, we're talking about the flower and missing between the Kilo and the Kmitza. Now we're going to this chart. Moving over. Oh, so I'm moving. No. He already did the Kmitza. Now the flower went missing.
I like the fact that you didn't come up here and that was the only thing that you talked about.
Shirai supposed to be Kmitza like part. Now, let me ask you something. Let's see if paying attention. After the Kmitza is done, go with count. Go to your counter. Go to the thing. Yeah, do something. Just add a little bit. Not like that. Huh? No, you put it. Look at the boys. What? No, big buyout. There's no Kmitza up here. You're a big Kmitza. You're a big Kmitza. After the Kmitza, you can just pick out that flower. You know, pick out that flower. So you can't add flowers. That's what you got. Really, no, my parents are late. The question is, that if you move these boys off and put on the back, so I can just call something like this. This is the Shiari. This is the Kayana that you later on. But my Kmitza is done nicely from the right shear. Let him continue. Don't continue to do that. So let him fix it. You're so great. I think we're looking to out of it. As the ones going to say the second word, but he has to. Anyway, what kind of skills do you have? This Relaz is of the opinion that if this Shirai, you see on the right side, the leftover flour gets burned, gets lost, it's not a problem. Put your coordinates and put it on this bale. Why? Same thing that we have by a carton. This is a based on a carton. What happens after you set the carton? The carton goes missing. It got burnt. It's gone. Burnt paper ate it up. And you take it down. You take the ball and throw it on this one. The resident says yes. I don't need any cartons.
He's here, but I wish. Actually, I wasn't supposed to say this. He finally got a role. He's been trying to break back into the acting role. And he actually got a role.
Not the money to the He's he pizza, you need to offer. So that you want to impart? Yes, it's yes. Now that's the pizza mistake. You never say yes, right? If the guy working the other from the store, he's going to impart. No. Okay, yeah. What's the bar? You know, the famous Michigan sugar says that you give us a kilo, if you burn it faster, you divorce it. Now, we can make sugar, right? Let's see. Okay, divorce. Let's just call it divorce. With it. Okay, you divorce. Yeah? Michigan. No, it's not a Michigan. It's all right then. Gibson? I think he's like, I told you I don't have the number. Well, I remember my brother was getting sketch at his own car. Like, morning. Shout out to my governor of not my partner, but my brother was. You think that's the boy? What's that? He says that she likes a good wife that converts her husband's food, she takes the bird food, she takes another one. Or, anyway, so you have to have. But give the bird and make yourself a... It doesn't say it's just that she likes. The only thing you want is pasture. So, he looks at him and he says, oh, I know you're working on fitness here and nurses and your eggs. This is typical. He says, okay, very good. So why does that be powerful? Why do I have to sell it? So you should talk together. Unless your private plane is still flying, your vacations are mom is top. Everything's good holiday. Your partner is still doing everything. But your boyfriend has to suffer. Don't have to suffer. Okay. Wish you all the best. So, this is the Shira. Community is a Shira. Support the of course. Everything got burnt. Who cares? You have the pennies in your hand. You have the down in your hand. Throw them down. Put the streets on the side. Community is sure, but according to Julie Paulson, you can't just not have any of them. So you are not the possibility to master. Oh, and so the Madonna says it's possible to all of these because you have to have the movement property before you do the defense on the master. However, even in the two way you say this I've never remember also on one of the also starts with nothing is left over. Zero. Zero is left over. You can't put the from his back. When zero of the animal is not because you can see it's gone. You don't have a single part of the animal left. You can't just use it down. Hey, but over here, we're coming out that this is full of swamp. A little bit of the flour and regular seed. It's good, my legs. Even still say that's good. Why would you have a nice amount left? Oh, I don't know. Probably like a little bit of soy, but someone's got very starting to emphasize stuff. Oh, so right over here is the lighter from this line. Negative 15. If you have an apartment, one precise of food left over, now weighs 1,000 pounds. You have one little amount left over, a precise correct or precise correct. What's the difference between precise cost and precise correct? Kayla goes on these. Also goes in your mouth. Right? Also is edible for the biotic. And the third goes for his body. So you have the guys of the left over, that guy was left over, I can do use it done. If I don't even have that design, I can use it done. Or if I have a design, also, now it's like we're going to say. The Hatsi size also is the Hatsi size. But what if I had a half a design space and I have a design of that's the one together I have a design. And it's already done. The two different types of akilo. One is akilo solid, one is akilo that is bad. They don't go together. Ugo, this is about it. Akilo, the Hatsi size bosses. The nice Taylor, it's a done. But I had a half the size of you. And I have the size of Taylor. They combine together. Why? Because they should oil it. The entire anyways goes up in step. What's the thing? Edible or not edible? I think it's really bunch of so I have you guys with me. I have you guys with both of the bunches. Because you have you guys of the halo, a carbon in the middle I could do is use it up. We're going to come to the explanation. I'm going to get the explanation. We're going to follow this. Maybe I don't know. Here, if you have, even if your tire is full, you cannot throw blood. This blood, you just use it down and get to this one. Where is it? This my picture. We just use it down like this. All right, well, I'm going to solve it. See, we're doing new things every minute. This is called a multi solvent. That's a mixture that comes together with the carbon. What happened? The entire carbon cycle. Something happened. I had a foot. And I had a magic full of blood that I'm supposed to do weeks about it. And then I have this. I have a bunch of flowers mixed that went together with the carbon. It goes together, it's super nice. So maybe I would think I could use this without why? There's a little left over. It's part of the carbon. Sometimes, you know, everybody's a massive because it's never done, you know, maybe it's part of the carbon. From national law, they know, yes, we have to put it together with the carbon. It's not a carbon. The carbon is this. You can't do it. Use it out. Turning down, like our global, once I stopped really financial needs, Isaac Estelle, in honor of all the way down in South Florida, which will be Rufus and guys anonymous. The memory of Moshe in Paris, first Rothschild, Zion, Love them all. But we're rolling time. 7 minutes, really so long. Now, I really want to get to like, one more thing about this possible. Okay, love them all. And it's very simple. All right, welcome. You guys are talking. Some of the, oh no, it is. Yeah. Remind the person. You have 4 hours in the the focus you said is focused on the other on the throw, the hearing, the prayer, and the middle process for us, and even is very close. The hearing is the minutes, the things that you do for them. How many? The increase in the movement that says you're talking. You need the environment of how it goes. Listen, you can't put the pizza on cheese there. You need the whole thing. Then I'm going to call it a class. What does that mean? The point is, you look over here, it's very easy stuff. Has a lot of parentheses. Over here is a too long again, which it seems like someone other than the Amoran put it in here, so it comes out. But he said, that's easy enough to have a guy from the so there's a few. Lovely. As long as at the time of the pizza, when the friend put his hand into the flour at a full shear, what happened after that, I don't care. Check the pizza, I'm there. You need to put a hunch of class together at the same point. Is good. Is the right amount. Basically, we're going to talk to you. Actually, it's like yesterday. My very long. We're coming up to here. That is so fun. Comes a player and grabs one of the breads. I actually had to one of these. And it reminds like that. That's what happened to me. Because we were talking about it. It tastes and it's so heavy and so big. It's very about
just a clutter thing.
What happens? It breaks. When it breaks, you have crumbs that fall to the floor. They get lost. Now you're missing part of the lemon apple. So, actually, breaking the glass is before they pull the position. You see the Kohanim in this picture are holding the position in their hand. That's so true. But if it's right before that, the position is still on the table. And it's Kohen, Shanaz, or when, grab a piece of bread, the lechem upon without the sauce, and he breaks it in a small, part of it is small. Then you add a lot. Halachim Tassim, you can't eat the lechem upon him. We might put all this in the position. You have that full bread, the dirty, the perfect, the if something is lost, you can't keep the bread, and you can't put the levita on the thing. You should be gone because I'm not small. But it's like in this picture. We're looking at our holding on to the seafood. We're going to use it off the table. He had 2 days ago. How do you take it off the table? 4 day, how to walk in. One time you grab 6 breads. Next time you grab 6 breads. One time you grab 1 spoon. Next spoon. Another 4 pounds for a day. They bring you the new bread and the new basil. Here is the green and the flour and the balls in. My goal is
Tony will be in Phoenix, Arizona.
We already took the Zika off.
Links just
Then
went out today.
you can't do the bread, but you said put the Zika off. It's missing some of the. When it comes to bucket, some of the milk is missing without the bucket. You can't put the pizza on that. So over here, some of the lechem part is missing. You can't put the Zika on that. Now we go back there. Robert loves the Turkish mamish. It doesn't mean that he mamish took the Zika off the shulchan. El Pinchi gives manual authorities in 6 hours a day. El Pinchi the Turkish. Anybody look it up? Because Nets in Utah is at it's 8 o'clock. Nets 7:48 is Nets. So I don't know what time. I don't know how that works, but one 6 hours into the day. Like mom sleep. Okay, but anyway, 6 hours in the day is not. What time? We do like it's 7. No, Shkia was 5 p.m.
Life is good.
What was that saying? Like,
I'm excited about a lot of different things. You know what?
No, 5 time is Shkia like in Utah. Well, what time is nights here?
You know, we've been
What is also
placements. We have another big announcement coming up later. You guys are going to be shocked. This episode, I just want to warn
in
you.
the same country. I don't know if you thought. Same country. It's a 2 hour difference. You're 2 hours away. It's like right now it's what? It's 9 o'clock in Utah. And now it's 11 o'clock here, right?
Maybe another.
Right? I'll go on it.
A lot of people are going to be really
Tomorrow, it's not a problem. That some of it is missing. Some of the bread, some of the on is missing.
Do you know what opposed to your job to find the best candidates?
Tomorrow, on hey. On mine,
ZipRecruiter opposed to your job to avoid Rothschild's leading job.
The entire purpose of this, the entire workplace place. You can do things that can be done with that. You can lose replay. Oh my leg, I don't like telling me. I know I'm either off Mishnah Shlema, I'm telling you a whole Mishnah that goes with everybody. That was the app, because it's telling you it goes according to one Shita. And another route, here in Yazim, I hear in this route. He told me a very small finish. Guy takes a look at my phone like on the video, and he breaks it, and then 3 crumbs fall to the floor. Oh, it's missing. I'm gonna tell you a much bigger finish. If the entire level was burnt, not a single morsel left to the level, you could still put, according to Leslie, you could still put the position on this guy. Why are you telling me a case where a few crumbs are missing? The whole thing is missing. I feel sorry about it now. Ishtik, you didn't know what that is. I said, more about my shalsa. Why? There's something having the Bobcats. The Malay, Tzibushan. What's the Hanapon? What's the problem is something to the community. We have coolers when it comes to the community. How do you finish your tool to get by? We know all the things we can see. They should have to start. So a little bit of Hanapon is missing. So the Tzibur we're going to allow. I'll tell you why you didn't answer. It's hilarious because we just prove that we sorry we don't move them. They don't know on the
They need to review every application.
when something's missing, it's like a broken leg. We have a broken leg. People might see people can't get away with a partner that has a broken leg. About woman is about mom. So this level of partner is a mom. About mom. Same for people with it. You also have partner with a Schneider. Oh, there is my channel. By the way, I don't know if you know, a lot of you are new here. The big cuts will tell you on the days and all shots is much easier and much quicker. Right? Don't you know? So you start. It's for sure quicker. You're not saying you're not being one way easier.
Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by businesses of all sizes and industries to find the most qualified job candidates with immediate results.
Something that I don't know.
Right
I
now,
know.
listeners of this show can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free.
But the problem is when they get on the page, they don't know it's flying. It sounds like down up. So I have to put it back. Yeah. You also have to go over there, slide over there, this much over there. You send it over. You know, I see the real struggles with this time with the team. It doesn't say where the real struggles are. They'll argue even in the case of Lukas Oimer. What's Lukas Oimer? On the second day of Pesach, we bring in uniform, which allows us, for the song, allows us to be new craft the cover. We're going to like it in my place, you know. When I was a kid in New York, in Brooklyn, it was a big crowd. They weren't into this cigarette so much. It's America, it's something like that. You know, we're talking about, but okay, I'm sure. No? the restaurants, pizza shops. Should we map? We map it. What, here in like the Boardwalk also? Okay. Yeah? How long ago did this happen? It's a while. Now I know it's things change. That's what happens. I'm going to say this now, even though I'm going to get into a lot of trouble. I'm predicting that in 10 years from now, a lot of people are going to be wearing fakes. Seriously. It's the same thing. Chodesh was for weirdos. Kayla doesn't wear it. So many things. Nice at the end of the day. I know you're thinking, weird. I'll tell you real quickly why. It's a possible fire service. And they have tremendous rise that this is it. And the side effect, the down, what's the word I'm looking for? The downside is negative. You're not over on anything really weird. So the only thing is it costs money. And you look a little strange. You're going to look at you. Yeah. Time is wear ice. Good. Time you don't wear it. We actually, I hear, give all the good times. But I do have a video of the time saying that if you believe that it's the real thing, you have to be able to do it. Tell you, Mara. You also have public all the time. Take it out. 10 years from now, you'll see. There'll be many people. That's not it. I wear it. What happened was I once gave a Russian show about things. I wasn't wearing tails. I did my own research. I did a whole thing. I gave a whole speech. Then a guy came over and said, "You sound very that you managed to believe in it." So I don't believe in it. I was saying all the rights. Why they think it's this? Believe in it. If how are you gonna win? I that's it. But most people, the father was no shy. That's not why I wear it. I don't even know why I wear it. I think we went through the city. I'm Mushka from Chaim Tversky's Odin Goggin from Chicago. He did a tremendous big politician. He's a Tversky mind. The Tversky big politician. And the science and this and that. Did the whole thing. He said, whoever wants, I'll discuss later. Fine. I had a sitting like the Lord attacked me once. The guy knew the whole city inside out. You can't get a signas. Listen, man. Omar Adana Mahal is this sorry to Mamundon. Mamun. No, said Omar Tio says you must. So when I was learning this morning with my Fabruso, sorry, I asked him, this is a famous Rimakia, yeah? This, and so all the shots. I threw out for him, I said, is this the only time in shots that it says Rimakia without doing Rimakia? Because usually when you mention one or the other, the says, oh, Rimakia says these things, or Rimakia says that. I'm a flag is the Shvach is Gumas. Or no, the Shvach goes this way because it's Makia Kitzer. You know what I'm talking about? Kitzer. So I asked him, he's not sure. So he asked another guy, we have 3 guys that know shots inside out that shit. One of them is not the reason. So I heard him ask you, we're not going to defense, it's a Belgian puzzle. So we're not going to defense says, no, there's one more time and your phone is not cookie dinner. That's what on the spot. Yidom is the Kufi Gimel is where Malkir is mentioned by itself. Some asking where does it say Machlik Malkir and Malkir? No, that. Where is it mentioned by himself? Somebody put this in. We put this in on top. Somebody put this in. I got my reviews. Just to show this is Yivamis. That's Kufi Gimel. I mentioned in the Hebrew shir, so I'm sure Kobe, the Hebrew editor, will probably put it in. Here it is. Malkir. And that's it. Let's talk about Malkia. Okay. Malkia is that just sometimes you learn people that are a lot more talented than you, and then you can't let it get to you because everybody has their Myla. Everybody has their thing. Who's special at this? This guy's special at that. It's a little, and I'm like, I'm like, cuts. Because I can't remember what I learned that. I can't remember what I learned 2 days ago. These guys, he's hoping, you go to school from Gimel, you have to understand what this brain is. It's all different. Go to tomorrow. So I'll just take the sugya in 1 second, and that's end this. We have two psukim that both say that you're not going to have any flour missing. So that's a fine cash on who? On Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan says that that flour missing, you go be marketed. Find it to the two psukim. In fact, two psukim are a right against both of Rabbi Yochanan's sheets.
His browser
I'll remind the
is simultaneously the worst browser in the world.
Sheet number one, Machlokes number one, was when the flour was missing between the Kalila and the Kmitza, where Rabbi Yochanan said, not a problem, just go home and be more. And Machlokes number two was after the Kmitza, but before that Torah, where Rabbi Yochanan said, be more, it's not a problem. So since we have two psukim over here, and they both say we can't have any flour missing, what's two psukim? One is enough. Two psukim for both of these halachas. That's more
Now with this little bitch.
So now we got it. Real quick.
Sucks.
It says your Pasuk Soto, which is flour, the fine flour.
Shit's the worst.
This is going to be sorrow that clean also sorry. This part. Shamno, if it's missing a little from the oil, should fossil, from the loaf that holds the oil, a little bit is missing. The guy needs another pasuk. He says that I'm in I remember Shmasa eating, Shmasa Brinton, so even though that is good. It's missing anything from the mincha, the Ravina, no good. That's a large trick, right? So along the line, he says that if someone, and we're talking really about the flour. If someone got flour missing, why do I need that? La, the Torah, common Shmasa Brinton, pizza, the Chalish Grand Shmasa Brinton, pizza, like Torah. These two charts, this one, and this one. You tell us that we have anything wrong? With you, the revenue with their value, all of those stuff. Love. You know what I'm going to say? I don't know that if this happens, the players tell you, if you're missing some flour, not that it's possible. He made it basically well in the end. Go home and bring more. Don't be good. You play life. If you don't bring more, then it's possible. The Chad, the Shirayim, supposedly use that Torah. And all of us coming on the second case. You're right. They are talking about this case, but not like you. Saying that it's a right against a bit. Oh, we're going to explain. Even though you take this pizza and you make it, there's a big fish for both sides. You went ahead and you put the pizza on his back. What about this? What about all this flour that's left over? Usually you can get rid of it. Well, the fire says you're not allowed to eat it. The Bible, we actually had a question. We were going to try to it's like they're not going to lay it. According to what the Bible said, they can take the pizza and put it up in this bay. But what about the leftovers? When the guy takes the pizza, that's one he says. But when after the pizza, more goes missing, that's the serves and says. Then you can't eat. That is that as long as that during the pizza you have the right shield, what happens afterwards doesn't matter. You're allowed to eat it. Put it in voice side. I mean, wonderful.
Meredith is spreading Torah
No,
throughout
this thing
the world.
sucks.
Sponsor a share today.
This bitch got hot as fuck. Nice blood, girl. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shower. La 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 la. That's what you did. Hey, hey, hey. Not tomorrow. Hey, sha la 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 la.
What an amazing another applause. Welcome, everybody. How are you guys doing? You excited? Best podcast in the world. Nice to meet you. Jimmy Hinchcliffe. There was Ryan Redban, as always. Come on. Once and yes. The great Ryan J. Eagles joining tonight's episode. He's right there with a blank. Chasing after money and dreams that can't come true. I'm glad that we are different. Sheet of giant cake right in front of him, and I think that they have a little 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, Peter, these 4 drums here. Each one is made of plastic, topped with foam rubber and covered in a plastic skin. Now, that's a pretty dull set of drums. There's more to these drums than just hitting. There's an electrical cable running from each drum.
I'm excited about a lot of things. There's some
control box. I see it. Control box. And it controls the sound that comes from each drum. Right? That's right. It's called the drum synthesizer.
fun gigs coming up here. I'm heading to Philly for this weekend. Let's stand up with a bunch of my wrestling buddies from the Royal Rumble in Philadelphia. Hell yeah, dude. It's fucking awesome. And then Kill Tony goes to Houston, Texas next Thursday. And then we're going to try to Kill Tony in Dallas as well. We'll have 4 stand-up comedy shows. Well, 5 total. We're going to one in Houston after Kill Tony, and then 4 shows in Dallas and Hyenas downtown. Tickets available everywhere for that, and I'm going to Boise, Idaho for the first time. But Sacramento, California, making my territory there, and then also that brings us to some breaking news. Kill Tony will be in Phoenix, Arizona. Today, that's set for that's a live thing. Then we do the Tempe Improv after that. That's pretty much everybody. April 5th. Yeah. So that means the Johanna Jędrzejczyk rematch, which breaks my heart. Well, life is good. Other than that, I'm excited about a lot of different things. You know what? I don't know about you, but some replacements is another big announcement. It's great for you guys to be shocked. This episode, I just want to warn you this every week. This episode has a couple surprises wired into it. We're at an epic episode. I hope you guys are excited.
What the fuck is this? How is this a thing? What is this? I hate this. Get me out of this garbage.
It's your job to over 100 of the web's leading job boards.
This is the worst. Sucks.
Just one click. Get ZipRecruiter and actively look. Looks for the most qualified. By candidates and invites them to apply. They even review every application to identify the top candidates so you never miss a great. That's why ZipRecruiter is different. Unlike other hiring sites, ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on why candidates find you. It finds them. No wonder 80% of employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate to the site in just one day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by businesses of all sizes and industries to find the most qualified job candidates to meet the role. Right now, for listeners of this show, go post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. ZipRecruiter.com.
Boom. George Michael. Why? Because it's just the best. Oh, Prince is pretty good too. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Tony, one more time to try it for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/Tony. If you're looking for a job, you can also use ZipRecruiter. Your girlfriend actually got a job through ZipRecruiter. It's actually completely proven. It's one of the great evolutions of the internet and everything is that there's people that post. And it's a big year this year, 2018. What kind of physical impression do you want to make? Warhims.com is a one-stop shop for hair loss, skin care, and sexual wellness for men. Medical-grade solutions, real doctors offering well-known generic equivalents to name-brand prescriptions to help you keep your hair. Non-herbal supplement prescription solutions backed by science. No waiting room, no awkward doctor visits, same hours by going to forhims.com. Answer a few quick questions, doctor will review you, prescribe you direct. Way to your door, and you even spoke with the co-founder. Yeah, this is cool. So what you do is like there's certain things like say one for Viagra, right? That they have generic versions of Viagra. Instead of what I do, I fix it like gassing by some boner pills that have rhino on it. You can actually go to this website, talk to a doctor on the website, prescribe you generic Viagra. And I mean that's like a lot of yeah, Forhims also has Viagra. Generic Viagra. Oh, good. And what's cool is that a lot of people like the windows and stuff don't have doctors. ZipRecruiter here will sit and well, you can actually go to this website.
You're working part-time at a private dime. My boss is Mr. McGee. He told me several times that he didn't have my time, 'cause I was with the reach to be. Something close to nothing, but different than the day before. That's when I saw her. Ooh, I saw her. She walked into the outdoor. She wore a raspberry beret, kind of fine in the very hand. So, hey, raspberry beret. If it was wrong, it would have much more. Hey, raspberry beret. I think Dog, what is this fucking bullshit? This is the worst. Dog. I just fucking ZipRecruiter 5,000 times.
That's hundreds of people. The doctor of pharmacy. So instead,
Look at this, but it's a motherfucker's the strongest, sexiest, coolest motherfucker we've ever seen. And oh, what is this bullshit? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? this athleticism, folks. And look at the muscles. And look at this athleticism. Dog, if this shit doesn't start working, I'm gonna be pissed. Worst stream. Dude, computers are the worst. If anything, I can say that fucking Brendan Schaub's wife, Joanna Zanella Schwab, I feel her pain on fucking touchscreens. Worst touchscreens ever. Yo, dog, this is the worst. This is the worst in the history of humankind. That let's just get it down to the worst stuff ever. This is at the top of it. Why? Is it the top of the list or the bottom of the list? Both, bitch. Why? Why the fuck not? I'll ask you. It's like, what? What is it? Who are you mad at? The world. Why? Dog, don't you see? I'm having to go do this bullshit when I should be able to sleep. And everybody knows it. It's like, calm the fuck down. Why? This is the worst. Worst stream ever. I had over 100 organic followers and YouTube took them away because YouTube sucks. Everyone sucks. Sundar Pichai sucks. His wife Anjali thinks he sucks. Everyone at Google sucks. They're too busy about jerking themselves off and bringing their dogs to work instead of fixing their fucking website. It's the worst. Stupid.
We are holding in the middle of that cook festival. They had no fear. We are repeating the story, basically, of Conrad. Conrad. With Ben Conrad, story which Shimon HaTzadik was listed, the right before he was told one of the sons to be the Kohen Gadol. First story is we told the second son to be the Kohen Gadol. Connor got jealous and made up a story that we're going to see again. The second version of the story is there was the first son that was supposed to be the Kohen Gadol, and the second son, the second son, he told the second son, Kohen Gadol, but he deferred it to the first, he let his older brother be Kohen Gadol, and the second son got jealous, not the according to the mayor, the first version of the story, Kohen ran away to Alexandria, and he was being mocked. Hector's Karbonas, with his God. Yehuda, who ran away to Alexandria, but he's not just Karbonas, like that. The man comes to me, was God with his God. The Gemara finishes off the last line of the story. The Gemara says, Mazis lo yorah lokam. Jimmy, who never got the job, he never tasted the coverage, but he wanted it so bad. If somebody already tasted the coverage, certainly the margin is later on was sold. Certainly, he's going to have a problem with jealousy. All my letter of Yehuda. So Yehuda says to him, man, look how nice. That wasn't a story. A lot of the details are the same, but there's a little variation. It makes it big enough for me. Hello, like, people love Kanye. When Shimon HaTzadik got his deathbed said the Kanye should be the Kohen Gadol, Kanye became an Onav, and he killed him, and he said, no, I want his brother. No, we got this. That was the brother. Let him do it. Like the gas station, buy some boner pills. You know what happened? So you see off the government state for him. He told that to his brother. It's kind of been funny to see me off it. He should have listened to the God. When that's how he is talking about, he told him the reason, don't be smarter than your father, don't defer. And he decided for the moment, but also to him, now wait a minute. You guys just don't let go, you guys don't get to the button and kick it. How could I just let that slide? He, after being savage and returning to his brothers, he's the one that came over to the store and tried to kill his brother. Now, this one is kind of a puzzle between all my lawyers and told all of his plans. What about I never figure out? Hey, really, people believe he put him on some British clothing and women's clothes. But I go to the kitchen, he gave him a belt of a woman.
One of the funniest comedians in the world.
Something like this, maybe. Don't tell me, I don't know. I haven't been by the legislature. Don't tell me that they're wearing these colors yet. Nothing, right? I'm going to stick a Rabbi.
Making his return yet again, because we always have so much goddamn fun.
He went to his brother, to be honest. Well, really, we didn't get to the point yet, but he told him the truth. He chased him out of there. Dramatic experience.
I fucking love this show. You guys like this show?
That's a community, but it's
stand-up comedy, but in a different era, and it's largely,
exactly.
It's as authentic as it gets. And you've done this show before. We're gonna have a lot more fun. Let's get
Alexander.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the best damn band in the land on this show. It's a bunch of master genius friends and improvisers, great comedians.
You notice those cranes in the background? Alright, very nice. All my lawyers played on this for that, but let me teach you how to do it. On the first day, everybody knew, he saw his father dressed up as a Kandala, but what it looked from the inauguration there, there were people voting on the people who knew it and failed or somebody. All of them happened, then he went to the Adam Room and others that he came out of. Look at the gender that he found his wife. There was. He found his wife. Look how young he found his wife. Elvis moved into the tree. He asked me to sit into the tree. I'm going to wear your clothing in your honor, my life. Pick you up on the hair in my heart. No joke. No matter what you want to first grade, you're going to kill you. Some of them come away. Right before the kill them, you should listen. Let me tell you exactly what happened. My brother, he took me, he came to this. It's not me. You're the one who's in college. So this nigga, Russ was there, so he ran away. Russ Rothschild. So Funny ran away. Russ. This is the one who's going. Like when we from all that like we from trying to put it in the fair, we run and put it in the fair. And what is it say here? A funny place kitchen and what we made. All of the things from my this Savannah was came from my and I. No, all of you know, you chef like that. It's okay from Saturday. O Matei vai subir lá Shem, says the Jews back in Israel. And the Matei will be like Shem, so be for Shem, not as it is. But the trouble for some of the trouble, I'm good things from the guys. My God, but no. Oh, you ran away from the cover. You didn't want something to do. You don't know. Look what happened to him. That is very low. After some time, I saw the person and took me to the cover, looking for happy. Kind of problems after. That's too low. So I laid low. If somebody was telling me, students back in kids and nothing is an edge. It's an edge. 70s, daily oil on the 70s, oil. You come out there, too low. One of them, they would ask me to be a leader and coach to the nation of the area. I told them some of the lines. I hate cover. What do you want from me? I thought, but today, one of them is later than metal. You try to take it away from me? And he's not the love of cooking Chicago. That is so fucking metal. So, the famous line in Hebrew, they say, the Nefla Lakeva. Nefla Lakeva means something to honor, we said about Paul. Nefla Lakeva, big honor, they didn't want, he ran away, he didn't want to be king. So, Allah, everybody knows the story. Once he became king, people the house of David, you want to, that's it, you want to take it away from me, I'm going to kill you. Somebody might teach you to represent my bio, may I scroll, review the mail of it. Review the says 5 lines up. When I say that the Google Hashem, that it seems from the positive that Beis Chani was Hashem. So why did Rabbi say that it was a Zara Beis Chani? The Bible says something else. He's talking about something else. It's talking about after the fall second. Found the sons of the king.
Are you fucking serious? This is the worst. Look at this athleticism. Look at the gang signs. This motherfucker's the best.
5 cities in Israel. The Dabar Sasknan, they're going to speak Lashon HaKodesh in Israel. It reminds me of America. Like, you know, you have Monroe, you have Square, you have this thing. Over there they speak, what do they speak there? Yiddish. Not a word of English, right? It's garbage. They're speaking Lashon HaKodesh in Israel. Paul of Alexandria, Kanievsky would ask people, the Canaan says, where's the Shemesh? So they thought, people think, like, oh, because they don't, gosh, Shemesh, go, it's between flying, the name drop, no, where's the Shemesh? That's what he said. What's the answer? The Shemesh is in Egypt, it's in Mitzrayim. Good to know, because we're about to hear some scary stuff about the Shemesh. I want to relax. The city of destruction. My year ahead is your left. Give a target of Yosef. Harta, city of Beis Shemesh. The city of Beis Shemesh. The Osman Mitzvah is going to be destroyed in the future. The Zamar, the Chadim and Hoy, it's one of those cities. This city, the city of destruction is going to be destroyed. It's talking about, it's one of those 5 cities that we're talking about in Mitzrayim. Right there, Heres, this is the Shimshoi. How do you know the word Heres means? Shemesh, sun, the Siva, Oimer, La Heres, the Ches and the Hay are interchangeable always. Heres. Oimer, La Heres, or Yisrael, he tells the Heres, the sun, and it's not going to shine. Chavi Bonai Mirachai is missing the Tehara. Chavi Bonai Mirachai, Omer Abuna, Elin, Goluyoy, Sekavel, Sekaitam, Yisrael, Salim, Kibana. Then don't worry. I mean, he dances with Chayalim. He's not a off the derech from Shaman. He used the name. Lovely. No, I said I forced him to do it. He's like, you're not forcing me. I like it. Grab the gas. Over Abu Dhabi, go to Yishon Pavel. Should I do Yishon Salim Kibana? This man is again reminds me of America. I'm not going to say London because of what happened the other day. America, people are calm. It's schmuck, big houses, a nice car. They relax. They go with it. They don't even stop. Everything's developing. Shadaitim Yushev Salem Kibban. They're like men. Men are more cops. But when I say I could say ours, living with my daughters and the other side of the world, and other countries, they're not living it up as well. It's still very Shadaitim. Shadaitim Yushev Salem Kibban. They're a little bit more uptight, like women. Did I just say that? I meant it. Today it's Lebanon. From Lebanon, which I think I know where that is, they all know what is wrong with the Savim Shemayim. No, they say it's not, we don't know. Umitzor Klapi Marim Zatignik Klapi Mizra, who is fitting to this tomorrow right over here. That's west. Certain parts of the world they don't recognize it as Baruch. As the mark of the beat, Esvei, Rav, you pay attention to the word, Shimi, the son of Chia, to Rav. He happened to be Rav's son. So that means Shimi, his Chia's son, is Rav's grandchild. Shimi asked his grandfather, Rav, the Golad's daughter, right? Rav was the Golad's daughter next to Bubble. Rav, Shimi Kafir Rav, the Mizrach Shemesh at Nevoyer says, the Mizrach Shemesh, from when the time the sun rises, Ad Nevoyer, till it sets, everybody knows me. My name is great everywhere in all the nations. From Makkah, Mukhtar, in every place. Mukhtar, that would be that there's a place in the world that they don't recognize the Baruch Hu. All right, like, Shia. So the bunch of shadows, we had it already in the protest. What? You didn't want me to call down coffee. But there's a fascinating rashi here. But it's better reading the Reb's family. So I'm reading the Reb's family. Jimmy out. Remember your turn.
Jamal, what do you do for fun?
I thought it was a Shimmy. What? Shimmy, you're my grandchild. The fish lo yichoyer reyeyu mishum the day Rav Yuli Hasidus Rav is Lilis Chassid. So I'm again of an article. He wouldn't lift his eyes from the ground in front of your Mabit Meroivan. He looked down the entire time at a bad mouth. The Zoo Aha says something good, says it's one of the things the Rabbi knows. And then the Regeneration reminds us of a scary thing, famous, but it's good to repeat once in a while. The Rothschild living in the middle of Zoo, Rabbi Yosef got sick. The famous Rabbi Yosef got sick, and Rabbi used to remind them. The Rothschilds, the famous Rothschilds, the Nazi side, they want to be like the Rebbe, not to see anything. So they asked to be blind and they blinded themselves. They were blind for the rest of their life. After Rav was with them. Rav was saying, you're my grandchild, that's the second son of Rav. You didn't recognize me, you didn't see it, you never saw it. Yeah, why wouldn't you know him? You heard his name, he's at the bridge, you just never saw him. The Korah is probably sounding. The Korah, he said, the Korah, that the game, of course they know the Rebbeinu Shalom is. And there are people, I spoke to people that have this belief today. They listen, I believe that there's somebody, a creator. The creator is impossible that a human being has two eyes that can see over there, and ears, and everything, and the blood, and the clots, and all these things. This is a creator. What? He doesn't deal with the day-to-day. He delegates it to another guy. That's why they believe in what is it called? Another entity. What? He's so great that he doesn't want to deal with all the little, like the ants on the floor and the birds and the thing and the human beings.
Remember that when they were just way cooler than us?
That's below it.
Like us now?
That's what they say. No, how do they believe they know about the Rebbeinu Shalom? They don't want to believe that he's not the prophet.
It's that, and it's also skateboards are easier to see. They pulled another name out
in every place, he's a Torah, there's somebody, there's a carbon of moments of the Bible. Or I'm sure about that plenty of your son, Peter, Tamid Chachamim, Moishin, that Torah of the Chol Makoi. These are Tamid Chachamim who learn Torah in every place. Mali Aleim. All these people learning in all these places. I mean, they're learning in all different places around the world. We get the videos in Singapore, in Vietnam, in China. People are learning everywhere. It's as if they're bringing a carbon and they're serving it in my name. Somebody that learns Torah, the Kedusha, the one who makes the Yishuv from Torah, he marries the woman, then he learns Torah. Shira Malos. In a Baruch Hu Hashem, Kol Avdi Hashem. They bless Hashem, all the servants of Hashem. I'm the Beis Hashem Baleilos. Those who stand in the Beis Hamikdash at night. My Baleilos. The main avodah is during the day. What kind of avodah do we do at night? All my reviews, Elu Tamid Chachamim Moitzim B'Torah B'Laylo. Ma'ale Aleim HaChosek L'Tzikim B'Avodah. The those who learn Torah at night, it's as if they are doing the Avodah. Lo'elam Zoyis Al Yisrael. Omer Rav Gidol Omer Rav, Zem Mizbeach Bonim. You read this is crazy. This Mizbeach was created in Michol Sar Gadol and Michol Hamalo. Oimed U'Magri Volof Chorban. What is he doing? There's a wild places over here. In the call side, I go to let me know. Yes, we show him. We stay in such a big. Look at what is the mouth. That's us. We just finished it off. But when you're thinking, when you're dealing with the Beis Hamikdash, the avodah of the Beis Hamikdash, the famous Gemara, the article brings it that when you, if the Beis Hamikdash is not built in your lifetime, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash is destroyed in your lifetime. It says the Gemara over here, those who learn the halachas of a mincha. What shaykhs do we have to mincha? When are we ever going to use the mincha? We're not doing a mincha now. We're not accepting our body. You're right. You're spending your time learning about the avodah of the Beis Hamikdash. And his Baruch Hu considers it as if the Beis Hamikdash is pushing you. You don't have to worry. You're not the one that destroyed the Beis Hamikdash. You're the one that built the Beis Hamikdash. Over sluggish. That's it. So it's have Torah, Loila, Lamincha, Lachatas, Losha. So Loisik about Torah. If you learn Torah, Boisa, you learn in the morning, you learn in the evening. You do Hikr Loila, Mamish is this, you Masik Loila, Mincha. Says the Chofetz Chaim, pay attention. The Shlokish says that somebody that learns Torah, he will Hikr Loila. He did many times with that Hikr. Somebody who's taking your he will wait another jar. Well, he's like another jar. You can take him and then give him Misa. No. It's kilo. So you start getting, it's not mamish like you might be. It's called kilo. Says Rabbi, no, I argue. It's not kilo. It's much better than a karma. This is what it's like. Over Rabbi, I know the mincha. Why did it say la oila? It say oila. La means light. You don't need it. You don't need a karma. It's better. Torah is better once again we see in Shas over and over and over. Number one thing, Torah. Says the Chofetz Chaim, if you have a business, you're for the business. And you're not about to tell the verse of, I learned that tomorrow, so I don't have to bring a carbon. Carbon is going to be better than. But today, that we don't have it. Torah is more functional than it. Omer Yitzchak, my sin. Zoy's Terza Chatos. The Zoy's Terza Hashem. The Loy, Zoy's Chatos, even your Chatos. When you learn about Chatos, we just finished learning the Chatos, and Chatos. You learned about all of them. It's as if you leave your well, is the first Hashem? You leave your Hashem. Mamish as if this is one of my favorite Mishnayos in Shas. Mamish decided to share with you. Learn with you. You saw it in life, and you can take it to many areas. It says in the Oilah, it says the same three words 3 times about a behemoth, and the fire is actually laughing. He says, the number one thing in Yiddishkeit is in the head. You have to have kavana. And if you have kavana, it doesn't matter how much you say.
What is that?
You can say the entire Sefer Tehillim. A lot of people do. They have no idea what they're saying. That is not as good as saying one kapitel Tehillim and focusing on the word and focusing on what you're saying. Omer Zeri Micro. Where do you see this in the Bible? It's so geschmack, the sleep of that person who serves in the Beis Hamikdash. In the Advent Harbor, it doesn't matter if he brings a large carbon, small carbon, Yochel, the Baruch will eat it. Rabbi all my Ma'acha. The voice has Chayva, Rabbi Echoleh, with all those Chayva, the Karvana. There are many eaters, many Koyah. What advantage does the owner of the club will have? He doesn't care if you brought a lot, you brought a little. It says that, but you have to look at the end of the process. It's important. These last words that the Gemara doesn't read down are the punchline. Everybody knows the real truth what's going on here. He knows whether you had Shavana for the history. He knows whether you had Shavana before. A lot of people don't even think when they come to the store. It's like such a habit. That whole that's 2 seconds. Why am I going to my phone? Why? I want to do what can I show? I have a teamwork. Okay, boom. Is it like, you know what I'm saying? Rus, what's the line there? In the Rus, you know, it's all about what I think. I'm going to resume another. You might see the Parshas Karbonos. Julie never ran the Loi, the Loi, and the King El Hashem. It says the Shem Avaya, which is singular. Somebody shouldn't say so. Like it's a few, it's many that are enjoying these Karbonos sometimes. You never Kashar guy that says by the large animal, but what about that small little bird? The 5,000 cow and the $3 pigeon. It says the same exact function. In other words, when you get sucked up, you don't have the ability. You get $10 and the millionaire gives $1 million. If you have Kavana, he said, I'm doing this to Rosh Hashem, the $10 that's for sure is like $1 million. That's what I'm Es liebe the Shamayim. We should have done that. We say, maybe I can put the issue of bonus. We need to give them this. I'm like, I'm Arab, I'm hungry, I'm not going to tell you. If you see anything like I don't need you to bonus. I have everything. You never can be called Kaisiyar. I have all the animals in mine. Famous Variola, all the animals in the mountains over there. That's the life part of it. I know all the birds. This is so that you know everything that moves is mine. All the time, I started feeding them. I'm going to eat beef. But I'm not going to drink. Go blood. I think this is also beautiful. You learn a lot of things today, but this is so important for us to remember. A lot of times people ask a question. You hear this a lot. What does your person want from me? Keep Shabbos and I should do this and I should take a little. You think he needs you? He needs your Shabbos. You think he needs your tefillin? He doesn't need your tefillin. He wants you to have tefillin. He wants you to have Shabbos. For you, not for him. Give it to you. Your mom's like a father and a child. I want you to be. I want you to eat the vegetables. It's for you. To go to school is for you, not for me. It's for you. Yours goes never. Which means the diapers. You have that kavana. Again, once again, to be with your intent. The Bible is over. Not in the side, also, what if a guy is playing around with a knife and by mistake he slices an animal's neck? How do you know that it's possible? You didn't have kavana to do the shkipa. So this is last night. You see him sit over here. He's like, if you don't remember somebody's name, which happens here all the time, he said, "What's your?" He tell the guy, "What's your name?" The guy says, "Moise." Moise, I know. I meant, "What's your last name?" He says, "Oh no, Biodenu." No, this one I already knew. And I just wanted to know the next part. How do you know that you have to start over again? You have to be another part of it. the low man, there's so much cool.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So,
AJ Fachi, ladies and gentlemen, there he goes. AJFAJI.
Spreading throughout the
AJ
world.
Fachi.
Sponsor a share today.
It's incredible how short he was able to shorten his name to. AJ Fachi. Where did Prisoner Watkins go?
Jailbreak. Nice. He's having severe pain from pulling across and taking breaks. He's committed.
Yeah. Now we're left with the
funny Joe's nuts.
Those nuts.
Yeah, you like these nuts. This dope.
Alright, those. And you're sitting there next to it, these officers with the
oh, you know, how about the plus I had
we
this
still
up in
have
fire? What's the
Cheech
thing about it?
over
Dr.
here.
Mishler. You said
Yeah, man, different type of people.
you have a whole right? That was your that was so one of these animals was like which one?
I pulled another name out of the bucket. 60 seconds uninterrupted goes to Daniel
The whole
Balsh.
is kind of very kind of pretty much that.
Daniel Balshin. Here we go.
The top. So Homer Eckhart won because I had to that one before I won. He says one of my full Royalstein and only I got to them that misconcentrated. You gotta get the best. So now we take the same, we apply the same reasoning. You have three, and he said the best. Which one should it be?
I'm just holding out for the right woman.
He didn't say the best. He said I want to give one of both. It should be the best. What's the difference? 2 and 3. Says the Mishnah. Shloisha got 3. Beino Nishabam the middle one. This doesn't fit it. What we just said.
My dad's a
So the Gemara is going to explain. Just do Chazara here. It means also the middle one. Of course, the top one was the whole mitzvah and dream. We got to go to the top. Also the middle.
I have an American friend who lives in my house.
So 2 of them are cut. You may have a problem. 2. You got to get out of 2. You might use it. Basically, you're actually getting them. I remember designating one. I don't remember what. It's Omar Lee. How about any of them? My father died, and at the time he said one of the bulls is heavy. I thought it was going to take the number 1, top 1, the largest, heaviest, most expensive one. That's the one that goes. Look on the deal. So tomorrow, in fact, it's 2. Let's give the number 1. Alma Magnus buying the upper Magnus. A person always donates with a large list. He has a good eye. Ava Safer, the one we did the middle grade. Maybe it's bad. If you donate 1 out of 3, give the middle one. How's that possible? It's the top. It's the number 1. Alma Magnus buying Road Magnus. I'm not sure, but you have to be. Shot is no. It's not only the middle one, it's also the middle one. The top one for sure goes to the head because mid-time is great time you see the top. Also the middle one. You got me fucked up.
Are you really a virgin? Yeah. What the fuck? Why?
Hold on a second.
Really? How about a couple of reasons?
We're getting there. Oh, if we finish the scene and you have a question, then you left. We got fucked up. I mean, love for you. Very good. Small one. He is covered. That's tomorrow. Thank you. What should he do? He can't bring two animals.
It's not like I'm afraid. It's okay.
Homer came around. Huh? 100%. I'm still on absolute. What you do is you wait until the little guy sends him.
I know, I understand.
So, maybe you do know that you could have sex
either you show one on the top
right? Or
one,
you're
and
just
not on the
green
middle one.
pie or nothing at all. I mean, what's your theory here?
If I'm on the middle one, not on the top one, we're going to use the Kedusha, the owner is going to move the Kedusha as it has a book. I'm going to transfer. I'm going to transfer the Kedusha from the middle guy to the top guy, and only one is public. Of course, we're talking about, we don't know what's going on.
Sounds like your ancestors would have been green fires as well.
We gotta make sure that we dot our
Is this, so how
Omar,
far
I'm
have you
not
gotten?
gonna learn Rabbi the son of Omar,
So you didn't keep it to universe. No, I've never gotten that far. Are you
all my access secret men in the middle. I was Omar short before that. He's a good one. That's a whole lot.
Are you like the Khabib of fingering? Like how far have
The
we
actual
gotten?
access means number one. That's no question that
Can you show us on
This is
the gate police officer?
What if he says House of Houses? There's a bunch of real estate. House of Houses. Look like me, the biggest, nicest house. The nicest downtown. Charges far ahead. I thought it was a good question that a guy who did such a loss was the oxable oxen. You need to do that. How do you get this right, though? That's the most common.
Have you ever been making out? Have you ever been making out with a girl in a club?
She's just caution is enough. What's caution is enough? Any vamos a ver aquí en el segundo. Ahora mismo, a ver, like, I used to see anymore for love. I have a bunch of houses. I'm selling the house in house. I really love it. You're showing me the attic.
I mean, really cool.
You have to walk up steps. It's hard to get to. It might be a little, it might be a little slant in the roof. It's not your schmuck over there. So why are you getting the big space? The house is a house. You show them in Aliyah. A lot of the students, the money is going to make a mistake like that too. A lot of the students, isn't it because I'm showing you the words? Not the best. Lord, you're foolish about this. Look at the word Aliyah. Look at the word Aliyah. And somebody that is growing, is working way up. Aliyah in fact means the best of the best. What is that for the best? The pen down. I'm giving you the best. Not the attitude. I'm giving you the best. Nothing about it. Basically, I have a problem. George is what I think too. If a person says, George is part of the active oxygen. The active oxygen. Now, what is this for a second later? The same choice of oxygen. Yeah, let me just put them up. Together. You don't really read it, but okay, keep starting for it. What's the next one? First in the side. Doesn't say something. The same social hate to the side back here. The Rothschild. Pay attention over this. These cases right there. First in the side. Meaning, I have, this is a bad case. And we talk about it. In Kings Ranch in Texas, or wherever that place is, the guy has 800,000 acres.
Come on, dude, you know the truth.
$9 billion for copies. Old private. 35,000 Adam. That means, and I take one shot. I want to get into it. Take one shot, baby, and throw them in there. All 35,000, we get two. The helicopters over there, like the birds and things, it's like larger than this. You don't believe it, I don't know. It might be like something crazy, sure. So, you can really mess the guy up with this case, right? The same social head to the top. Everybody saying, Texas got mixed up with others. Had brothers to the end, what do? You pick the largest one, you make it heavy. The cool you walk through the social letters. In both of these cases, the voice like even the churches. Started what? You said started, and something else. The same social letter. What do? Top one, top dog, top starter. The rest. All four of them must be sold. Because you don't know which one, maybe one of them is your brand. Each one of the stuff is the book. It's $100 but the next is we said only the top one. Takes number one, so it's already only top one. The rest. Here's my short that I love about they sell everything is only the rest. Only the second page for purchase guide. Oh, thanks on that. That's the location. Sure. One is that you give the top one that's hot on both. The thing, the service story, first in the side of both cases, that's one of Now, the second I love, you have to sell the rest. The next second I love, only goes to the second case. Oh, sorry. I'm telling you, the house is out. You get off But what if the house is full? My regular, he tells the buyer, I'm sorry, your investment is right here with the rubber. Every time, whether they work at 100 slaves and telling the slaves, and they say one of them dies, my regular, Rabbi, more about my look at the holiday is if you think you get the top one, nice, but if you get the top one, let's see what's up. Let's see the 10,000, let's see what's about it. What's that? What's good? Then you were with that time, you rely on some regular transactions to see what you do. Finally, the guy that the guy that has the card is always I'm going to see my payroll all over Raya. I can also call. Yeah, I saw a card that played. I'm going to see my payroll over Raya. The fire of his house. But when it comes to acting, especially when that's the lucky. Oh, I'll go back. Here's what I'm going to do. You can say when the guy, when the kid is going to go show these guys, the Michael Vincent kids, he actually told me, get out of that. Over here, even for me, the best of the best of Garrison showed Michael. More than 10,000 white power. He actually meant that with the guy, Gordon. Back from the back. Why? It's not good for them. Well, every day, the first thing, that's start. He's looking for their right. All right, look there again. I really like your love. Here, start that out. Start the dot, start that out. I really like your love. So, I'm donating to her love. So, obviously, when you do the other doing if it's people who need to well, so this is not how it's done. We're going to take fully twice. He's a crazy story, right? So, given that topic was Sandogo 40 years with Titanium. When he was Mr. A lot of things played in the word of Ellen. He's not saying, a lot of things happened. As he was dying, he said, I want my son to be the Sandogo. And his older brother, Jimmy, was jealous. And he wanted his brother dead. So, Kanye runs away to Alexandria and built a base on Nico.
Do you ever hear your parents fuck? No, but I know when it happens. How do you know? Because my mom's happy. Wow, really? Well, the sandwich I just killed your mother up. Steven Wilson, there he goes. Not even on Twitter. That's a real life virgin, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty sure if you give him $100, he'll shoot like a virgin would on a paper towel for you. You can take it home or something cool. Go to the bench. Oh my God, I'm excited for this. That's the first time that's going to
I really like this Spaniard, but the first is I'm doing the oil and I'm going to get back to the Spaniard after going to be nickel. Oil will be a little. People, the Spaniard, or the Spaniard, the Spaniard job, we have to understand what this is. How in the world you bring it to oil in a place outside of Yerushalayim and say that you're young? Rabbi Shimon,
so I've been enjoying
the. It's not Rabbi Shimon Hatzaddik. It's not the Shimon Hatzaddik. It's Rabbi Shimon.
I've been enjoying the story about how
nothing. It's not a oil. It's a regular animal. You can sell it to everyone. To write it. It doesn't matter. It's not oil. Yeah. Same thing. Similar thing. I really love the first thing. I'm going to be in the. You guys think you have the new old here in the Kanika, just like this. You can be like with this funny on your sorry.
No one else had decided such a 9-year-old gets dick. I was like, fear factor. So I was like, fear factor, and they said you either have to be such a 9-year-old male or shit. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the Should we really go for the coverage? Actually, I thought about it for real. And I probably on my face, all on my face. It's not a I never know. We like didn't even do anything. We really just had, and then I was like, that's probably anticlimactic. Why never solved it? Cross-country train.
So speaking of his fucking athleticism, this motherfucker's the best. There's never been anybody as good. Never will be anybody as good. The word good was invented just to describe this motherfucker. Ain't no doubt, son. West Side. This motherfucker is so gangster. This motherfucker knows gang signs for gangs that haven't even been started yet. Woo, woo. Really? Oh.
I'm very close. I live in Iraq. I'm right there by Egypt. It's right over there. I'm not going to bring you over to this line. I have a little story. More than that, I don't want to tell me.
Sounds like you were like a sex intern.
The same kiss would be
No, I'm actually a MMA. I'm now a sex and veteran surgeon.
Trying to keep himself secret. Try himself.
I said New Year, new me. I'm now a sex and veteran surgeon. I'm sorry. There's a lot of racist jokes going on. So I can mention to that.
He's talking about funny. I feel like I can get there and cut my hair off and it's funny, right? Hey, let me see what's doing. More than that, I don't. So you know, something like that. You're not high first.
I I went to film school. I wasn't
You
like.
know about
I wasn't
lost
shy.
nothing about when we first come out there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm not slowly style like this from my other
Okay,
one.
you
Sick
was
people over
saying
there.
it's better. That's
Dude,
what
the
you
North
did.
here,
I was sitting over there. I was like,
you didn't
C-Stars
mean
is
at all.
better than USC for filming.
Chelsea
The
over
North here,
Sorry. You're saying
but
things. I
I
like
love.
this one.
I look for true carbon.
But I
He
like
didn't
it
need
this
to make it a
time.
carbon. He just said, I'm not going to have a fact. You asked me, but if the nozzle should be the same case. No, nozzle's different case. Two different
Yeah, I
cases.
know. I do conjugal
Nozzle
visits
here,
to
he didn't mean
these.
this for real. So therefore, if you cut a sphere off in Alexandria, not worry about it, he's going to not a real nozzle. But however, it wasn't a real nozzle. Talk about it, that he, when he kills it, he doesn't have to be another one. Now, but you're going to talk about the I realize, I love immense fun. They feel there to show. He shifted in there, so he also, but on the card. How do you get cards? Because it's a real card. And on the off area, Midbar, he thought in his mind that the Midbar still has to do so from the time of Midbar. He said, I want to get back into the Midbar. The key is in the yard. You also want to start, if you designate as a real idol, he's five cards. You have to mean, he's not prize. He said, I'm not absolving myself from any responsibility for this kind of vibe. Or even if I kill it myself, I don't have to do another one. We got love for our boys, certainly, like Martin is stupid here, but he's trying to have a desire from you. Then you talk Leno about that. Certainly, if you do have a desire, you cannot form that whether it's a good cinema, after you have a piano, you don't know what a bummer is. It's just. Yeah, keep on talking over here while he's playing in the background. There's a bomber who's going to be flying in all the matches together. With these Goyanas, they get brought sacrifices on the bomber. He's never going to background, comes through or something.
Everything up there with no.
I'll go for it. You might have to get a favor. Here, now the movement is like, so the mission of this time is we feeling like a bomber. Also, we're open in the feeling, it's not doing the carbon, they cannot be matching them in the mission. Oh, like a bubble. All right, read the claims, she's talking about this already. So the time performs pizza for that it is already does chew all the cases good. Our cases are good chew. So what are you reacting to? If you continue performing that way, it's why. All right, you might be micro, we're just talking about the Yanisha, you short to something. The key word is short. That a client did, he was short. He performed in a version of his religious snake, and he lay on the side to that when he saw it. It's a stumbling Gabeira. I came to something of the Alain in my show the king, and also I write on. It's a terrible thing what they did is that they would short the result. See what's right, but each one on the time and afterwards it's not. The more direction, the choice for the other stage, that he's strong before he's stimulates a video. How can he strong before stimulates a video? It's not what? For the ego. Oh! First and forward. Usually it's more like, when you're going into more what? I could turn the
I'll forget it.
I'll go on it. I'll go on it. Keep your share of the stars and the community for the share. By the way, that is the 12 minutes. What about the next thing? Rico. So this I think will really This was a massive thing. It's the number one of it. It's the top. So what about a player here? A player who performs Rico by mistake. He thought that Schmucker could have performed that later on in the season. You'll be surprised to learn that there's a sheet that says this also could perform even though it was a mistake.
What did your sign say? My sign said, Donald Trump is sensitive to fake news.
So, Trump is Rico. He thought that it's Schmucker to do Rico.
Trump was like, oh, you got me the final blow.
No problem.
You ain't the bad guy in the video game.
You can, all our faces and I'm in the law. How do I know this? All the faces are useful of us.
I know so many people who ask to take pictures of my son. And this little boy, can I put it on Instagram? Can I grab that? I'm
And
gonna
I'm
grab
here.
that.
My love, what do you call it? Oh, yeah, the take on the stupid thing. The ritual.
That's why I want to go.
It's an oven that you can deliver. Well, Mitchell strike. You can go up amazing.
You don't really support women's rights. You just want to do signs.
Mitchell big oven. You stumble to do and a very it's only amazing because you're not going to play a Mitchell and oven tells you or I'm not playing it on the love sign you back when I never said she gave it that's what Chicago is referring to this talking over this Zara from Lana playing so the of fighting and to give himself looking at Vero and go play himself and go to the community and the first himself the match what does it mean? Now, he knows this. That's not finished. My ear is showing you. I feel amazing now. If a client, the speech that I've observed is amazing, he can continue. Why? Because it's not enough items. And he can do enough items. No, it's good. It's people. It's people. And most people did, he performed as Rico for Shaitan. But this is on the law. Let him speak up. No, we're referring to Chico with amazing life, and it's not true. It's a tiny life. Chico on purpose. He now performed that with every time. Why? Not so they stick in here. How you allowed this life? You're right. Chico is not an avoider. But there's another problem. He becomes a claimer. A claimer becomes a priest. David Zara. And a priest David Zara has no place in our base of Mikdash. Father Tamayo, they each go according to their own reasoning. They did my raise in the Shkita. If he did have a Zara, he did Shuva, by Shkita, we're not going to Kabbalah or react to the continue performing that. But it's over. It's not think about reacting to the cannot perform that way. It's not going to react to the for other series, he didn't perform that way. He's going to Kabbalah react to the not saying, play real like the Zara. The problem is, whatever it is, you want to try it. And that's why you cannot perform that way with this. Over not, you're not middle. How do I know this? The time you find someone in Zara itself, there's a kind of one of the Zara is true. But Bonnie Red is why his partner is a beautiful thing and some love this. He likes to show you if he did it a hero. Might have shown what it means. Show what it means. It was a complete mistake. It was an honest mistake. I was super amazing. He did it deliberately. He was Rico, and if he did it by the throwing of the blood on his back, he showed my hobby. He did Cuba all the way. He's done and gone for the rest of his life. He performed David and his amigos, David Zara, and he could not perform David and his amigos. And Rabbi Shkita must be, they were talking about Shkita. He's on the law, let him show you, we're talking about that he did it.
Can I speak to your manager, please?
So he twists the words a little bit. Oh, you know, shove me for it. Person has never done that thing. If you over the show you about how is that possible?
Coming up on the 5-year anniversary of Phil Tunney coming up in June.
Thinking honest mistakes. You call it look at the throw. Look out in the sun. What was he doing there? I don't know. But he goes on.
And I feel like you looked at one of the people talking about the show almost that way, right?
Hey, you're going to rap it. Rich, that's the end of that. What about a shot?
You're very funny. Always good.
Well, it is
What's been going on?
down to the Zara.
New
Didn't
York for a while.
shot anything. You down to the Zara. And it
Yeah.
6 months.
The Appalachian Trail.
We're not going to our Corbani revenue for that.
He's deep in Bitcoin.
From that.
No, I sold it all 2 weeks ago, right before
It's all my Corbani revenue.
crazy. Wow. I got in it right before it went crazy, and then I got out right how much did you make?
Again, I think with words.
Oh, this guy's got to be someplace now.
$1,200, but I did a bunch of the altcoins.
And is it true? You're not going to the money revenue. He's going to the money revenue. I need all these cases. Stop about pizza, all these what? You guys gonna have easy stuff, right? Diaz, we don't have to my services on this legal party, legal by mistake, but it's all right. It's the other case. At the end of the day, these guys formed on a Hoiga, which is illegal, and that's why it says that he cannot do that Hoiga, even though it's not it's not considered. He was murdered by Yisrael. He said he's a woman, right? So it's not considered shame. Anyone might know that Nachman? Maybe you'd admit that this kind of formed in the middle. Yes, no. Yes, when he thought, listen, over there, buddy, he did a mice. How would he stop him over there, buddy? No, he didn't do any of that, buddy. There's no animal about it, no, buddy. Maybe he should not stop him from forming in the future. I don't know. He has to step about it. But the mice, he bent down on his feet. He did something with his body. I was waiting to do it, but Alma, without shots, talking is not considered a mice. Malloy, maybe that shouldn't prevent them from their cases from doing that. Very tough, Lloyd, the Bible in the Mishnah.
So, what else? Anything else?
Certainly, the fight of the forms of the Sorrow certainly cannot do Rabbi the Mishnah. So now we say the story. Here comes story time.
Subscription watch.
The fact the Mishnah says that this Tanya has this halakha. But for the original, it's amigos. You cannot do a. Certainly, you can't call them amigos. The problem is, watch this. So, if you compare Rabbi Zara to his funny, I say, certainly, that means that Rabbi Zara is worth to be funny. Does that mean he's funny? He's not Rabbi Zara. Tying him on the Omar, he's funny, not Rabbi Zara. Besides, always so strong information, it's out of going on. That years, the short of time is died. He's point out what God is 40 years by time. He's from the Omar and Shon's new woman said about himself, this is the last year. Omar Allah, you look nice and healthy. How do you know you're going to die? Omar Allah, quotes, you know, people who are dominating, Zokin Akot, love is the fun. Every single year, an old man wearing white comes in the south of the water. You need to see those listening to the social of the Russian from the best place, top place. The family doesn't have a lot of water. The family part of the school, a lot of them don't have water. Even a mouth can go in there. You see the research for the family. You know, Brad. Brad. He told me he's running for himself. And Yoko, in a form of the as an old man, dressed in white. That was good. He's here. He's looking at the lowest player. It's like Turkish says. I've been both dressed in black. As an old man, not inspired. You didn't see me to the outside. He didn't come out with me. Last night, Ragel. Right after Sukkot, call the Shabbat Yomim. The legs is lifted on a couple of feet. You many weapon like an animal going to the That's the arm. He starts using the Shem of the fire. He used to say, you can okay in the drop of no more. You're also Roman as yourself. He's no institution. There's nothing to save them. You're also Roman. And on his deathbed, he said, Konya to me, I want my son Konya to be instead of me. It's kind of a shit off. There's a person who has jealousy from his own brother. What does he do? He wants him dead. His own brother because of jealousy. That looks like he's not a fella. Those who don't know. So he got him and then he showed him that chutzpah. 2.5 years older than me. He's going to be the kind of other. You know, my father said, the young one should be, oh my Lord, let me teach you how it's done. course he knew how it's done. He saw his father doing it hundreds of times.
Well, it's 10 grand.
But maybe he didn't know how it's done. And then inauguration, you wear something special like the king that day. My dear brother, you have to wear his woman's clothing. Take your wife's dress. The piece of recently some sort of hide of linen with a very expensive, and he put on a belt of linen, a nice pink belt. And then he
6 months.
You might know that everything Russell, his beloved. Look what he promised his wife. Isso aí, hoje, estava de tudo bem, eu vou discutir, essa vez que promised her. If I ever come to England, I'm going to wear your clothing. Make sure that's what I'm going to do. Rothschild ran away from them. Rothschild ran after. However, I spent Jewish in Australia. We went to the Jews in Australia. We're going to his back. I'll show the second video tonight tomorrow. We're going to his back. Hello. And that's why he ran away. He was supposed to be the condom. He had to run away to like Korea. And over here it says that he did.
It was nice to see like a real comedian.
He did it with the Zara. And he said one more line. And I said, this is look, he's never the prime minister of Israel. But he had such jealousy coming along. I read it, Lord, someone was already here. And removed. A lot of times the jealousy is so great. Mayor, both sides.
So you're witnessing history right
tonight,
now.
if an Israel have a wonderful
watch it right before me. Always amazing.
Very discussion spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
Hi, I'm Allie. I'm a comedian, and when I tell people that, they like to ask me, "Oh, what do you joke about? What do you talk about on stage?" And I'm like, "My life." And they're never happy with that answer. I'm like, "Oh, actually, I'm a comedian, but I talk about my friends too. That's some funny things." I just recently ended a relationship that I was in. I know, thank you. I met my boyfriend on Halloween, and
we spoke
I
about
was
these
dressed
Sepharites.
as Guy
These
Fieri.
are the different pushka boxes. There's a beautiful picture that Yoshi put together.
Confusing. Every time things start to
This
get
is the
heated
inside.
up, he'd be like, "Take
The
me to
cutaway
Flavor
view of this
Town."
box. You can't put your
And
finger in there and
honestly,
try
I
to steal
have no
money.
idea where that is.
It even has like the
can't
old
even find my
style
G-spot.
shekel kind of stuff. Okay.
I was
There
at the
are
aquarium
6
the
out
other
of the
day, and there were so
13.
many cute
6.
kids, and I was excited to see them. I love kids, but
Connected
because
me,
I have this
she showed
haircut,
a
the
double
parents are like,
connected me. So
"How
we have
much do you
6
love
sheepers.
kids?"
We'll see one after another. Easy sheepers.
Okay.
Easier
Is
to
that
mark
the end of
today.
it?
Simon, Kenaz Pasha. You have a different symbol in there. You might want to change it to Kenaz Pasha. All my chicks, these are the Amoraim who give us a reason. All my kids here. Keneged Shisha Pasha. The ovens. Happy ovens. Happy Hannes. She is Shala in Zemzep. So to make peace, you should sit and talk for hours and make peace.
Yeah,
On one side, these are the Kohanim, right?
He got us in trouble. He got us kicked out.
Really?
The Kohanim are divided into 24 groups. Each one of those 24 groups gets determined in some English. These are the names and mostly the same. Makia, Harin, Hakia. Okay, 24 groups. Each group gets a week. After 24 weeks, it starts all over again. If you take 1 week, you divide that mishmar of that week into 6 days. Each 24 is divided into 6. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Shabbos, you'll get together. What might happen is, one day, on let's say Monday, a lot of animals.
It wasn't anyone's fault. I was just like, not trying to fuck
People are bringing animals, everybody's coming.
There comes a time.
The Kohanim, they get the hides, they get the leather. It's a rainy day. And only one guy did the
It was
card
also
that
hard
day.
because he's a comedian, so I was like, I don't want to go down that route.
So what happened?
But yeah, I broke up with him.
So he's going to open up the
but I
push
wasn't
and he's going to use more money out of the push out of the shofar for Kate on his back.
So,
You're
Ali,
going to go up.
you
You're going
have
to have a roll on
been doing
the.
this show off and on at times before even you were legally allowed to be here, right?
Yeah, I remember when I first started, I was
The kids are.
20.
So what happens
I was
is,
20, and then 2
comes
weeks
this
after
jealousy
I became a regular,
different
the
day.
Comedy Store cracked down. So I only did 2 episodes as a
You
regular, and then I was
got all
out
the money out of the push cup.
Yeah. You signed up for the fucking Vegas with Megan for that, right?
Yeah.
You have all the
So
special.
here you are, 3 years later.
Some other stuff.
Grown up, final episode as a regular.
How was Kill Tony Academy? You had the experiences from Kill Tony, like opening for WrestleMania.
Why? It's yeah. Some students.
Yes, I got a lot out of this experience. It taught me to come up with premises
Even the cases
constantly,
where
and
it says,
even if they don't work, keep working on them. And Russell Peters, I got to do guest spots with him, and just have fun up here.
Yes.
Meet a lot of cool comics that I look up to,
Only
and go to
2
the
out of the.
aquarium with them.
Well, it's been a
3 letters.
pleasure having you on. Always fun, and we're all very proud of you.
Thank you.
She goes to
Okay, roll out these kids. Okay, so that's the problem. Today's
comedians in the world.
because of the government rule, people in the forest rules. So what they did is every day gets their own amount of money.
Now
You can't
is a
complain.
special treat for you. We're going to show you the man.
She is showing them this. She goes on to show them the
newest
issues.
regular on Kill Tony.
So let's prevent a focus that shouldn't be with a
It's a
kilo
special
and
treat
issues.
to all of us. Ladies
She
and
shows
gentlemen, I
them
present to you
the
the
reason
new
I'm on the
minute
pitch on the
with
double
stylings
Maruba,
of our
people live in the forest
friend, the
Maruba.
great and powerful Wee-Man.
There's so much money coming in, so we need a lot of pushes. Why? Usually,
Come on, Comedy Store, make some
well, like,
fucking
those days,
noise!
the money would go back. If it was just
How's it going?
played around, it would become a little rusty.
My friends always
And
tell me lately that I turn up the weird
oldie.
whenever I'm
Now,
around. Now,
what?
here's an example. So I'm
See,
driving down the 405.
Okay. You see the green stuff.
And
Now we
this
just
guy's
keep
coming over and
pulling out from one area of the pitch. So the bottom part is always, we're just going to say, keep up charting and then like the milk, like we discussed already, the milk in the supermarket.
So I hop.
If you keep on just taking from the front and not from the back, then you're going to have an issue. So what you do is they make 6 different pushkas, and they use one, then they use the other, I'm assuming, and they keep on going. So once you always, the constant rotation of the money. What? You rotate, you don't let it sit there. Uziri on a third shot, connected tire, there you go, you make 6. Why? Because in fact, there are 6. In this picture you have 7, so just ignore one of the sheep over there. But there's 6 types of kavanas. Tire, an adult cow, the egg on the cow. Ayo, the dog, the canvas, and the sheep, the younger one. The bee, a mature goat, the star, and the baby. So
Sliding in head first on that
you need. Now, the ready, this only goes according to Das Yaakov, which is where it says, we don't like that so much.
So
You don't go through everything we had yesterday, don't cut them, maybe doubling up. You need 6 types of pushes, because if somebody donates a small sheet, you cannot bring an aisle. Even though an aisle is more valuable, so I need a special pushka for aisle, special pushka for flex, special pushka for eagles. What about on hold? Now give a place for showing them. Rashi says the Hummer with hold, all you need is 3 out of the 6. You need one adult for each one. You need the cars, the aisle, and the eggs. Whatever the adult goes. Why? Because the one home, once you give the more expensive one, you guys see this one. Prices says no. All you need is one push. I could give a giant cow instead of a small sheep, as Gemara says later. But that is like a ration places. Okay. Omar, Keneged Haparim V'Eglim. You need for the extras, the part would refer to the Pariam Double when Santa makes a mistake and he tells Paisho to produce
What else do you do for
certain things, such as eating the type of Taylor when they're not allowed or when they find out they made a mistake. So all Paisho gets together to buy one pie. And the leftover of that money that got lost, Roelim, and these are the goats for a Shamilas, a Sham. Zaylos, Shamilas would be if somebody used only the Shamilas, you'd have to pay another kindness, plus you have to bring a carbon. The other special shaver is like Boston, Vasir, and these are Shamnazir, and the story that got lost. What happens? You replace it, and then you find the original. What do you do with the original? You have two studies, and you take the money, you put it in the push. Nami sorry, and leftovers. Which is more than point out, everything we just mentioned really. Farm even wasn't series in the sorry, really. The cowboys. Another, everybody Paisho brings one max of shekel. For what? What do you do with the money? You buy the carbon, so there's something which is a common, the shotgun comes to the
underneath the tree.
and our value. Now, a max of shekel might not be, maybe it's slightly rubbed off, in your usage. So you always add the tiny amount from a lake and welcome, come inside. Little tiny amount more for the cowboy. Come on. So you give them up to 7 plus a penny point. So they're actually interesting things. Price really doesn't like that.
That is for the folks.
Rabbi says, so what if partners bring one shekel? So, theoretically, a shekel for 2 people, it might be rubbed off the same way a half a shekel is rubbed. So you should bring one cowboy for the shekel. But then it comes out that the Vietnamese is losing the small. So bring another mall. But that's not really the same as the first mall. The first mall is like part of the Matzah shekel. The second mall, you decide that the person should use that. It doesn't cause it got rubbed out. You want to bring it? So put that in a special place. That took was full shekel. That you really have to bring one mall or a cowboy. And you bring 2 cowboys. The second cowboy, put it in a special place.
Exactly. You don't carry a taser. No. You're not hanging out with the right friend.
You shave a piece of her hair.
So until now, we're just stopping here before we get to all the stuff. Oh, Seirim, by the way, I didn't Seirim are the sort of Muslim, the Yamsef, which comes to Mechat and things with the Kudosh, we have also okay. He says there's a peace. We want Sharon to be in peace, so each day gets its own place. We're not so worried about fighting. Why? Make everybody's busy with this day. Not to worry what happened the day before. Who got more weather, less weather. Say it. Just realize the Gemara says somewhere that at a certain point, the Vietnamese decided not to give the leathers the heights to the Gehanim. They weren't behaving or something, so they took it. And they had so much money from it that they were able to place the entire Vietnamese with a big gold plate. So in other words, these hides have value. See why people fight over it. Definitely, I'm not concerned about money going bad. I don't need to fix those perfect people. Because usually, he says, what, you need the 6 types of animals, the car, ego, this picture. You can go with...
We gotta get this guy wheel.
That only goes if you hold, like Rabbi.
Rick and I went at it for like a hot minute. Do you guys know what a one wheel is?
You bring a large animal instead of a small animal. You're not young, so.
Motorized one, it's a single wheel, and you stand on it like a skateboard, and your weight shifts, and it starts the engine.
That's Rabbi.
My neighbor,
for
context, my neighbor rides around in this thing, and I fucking hate this guy. It's not the wheel, it's the guy. I fucking hate the guy. And so I tweet it, I pray every night, and I'm not religious, but I pray that he catches it wrong, because I want to see it so bad. So when I know he's on it, I go outside and drink coffee, so I'm like, I want to see him catch a rock so fucking bad. Just to like have a nice day.
He's all about having leftover.
I'm not gonna help at
So I
all.
don't need a special site for leftovers when all 4 things are leftovers.
So I tweeted
So I
about
don't
it,
need
and Rick was like, "Fuck you."
well, and
It was
then he
kinda
says,
tight.
oh, but
It was
you need
like,
a
"What are
special
you, the
site for
fucking
in case there's
one wheel?"
partners or
And he
one
was like,
sector.
"I know somebody, so we figured
Well,
it
now
all
there's
out. So
colonizers.
get me a fucking one wheel out,
That's
rocket.
true, that extra
I'll go
power
toe to toe with my
goes
fucking dickhead
into
neighbor.
the Hamsa Shekel portion. It's not related, it's always all right. Where does it go?
It's probably here right
Oh,
now.
it's going to remain. Wait a minute, it's okay. So you have a machloik, when you get into a machloik,
What are you guys sipping out of the bucket again?
yes or no, it doesn't
And then
it's
after
name
that,
on our nuke
we
shop.
have a special treat.
So we dealt with those
The
first
first,
couple of
the bucket. Ichabod's bucket of destiny. So many names.
yeah, now we have two that are very, very similar. They're off by one thing only. Shmuel Amar, Keneged Moiser Kata, the first lesson designates $100 for his kata. I would like $100, right? Today, and the guy
There we
had
go.
a whole website. You could calculate your carbon, how much you owe for
Here he
carbon.
comes.
Whatever, $500 minimum. Right?
Here he is, Sean
Keneged
Garrett,
Moiser
ladies
Kata.
and gentlemen.
So, you have left over, you put
So last week,
you thought it cost $500, and you got a good deal. You got one for $350, so that extra $150 goes into this pushka of Moiser Kata, the same thing Moiser Rosham, Moiser Sham Lozer, Moiser Sham.
that's just the way I want.
Hamitzoyo, Umoisar Minchas Chaytek,
A friend of mine asked me, he was like,
and the leftover when a Paita that doesn't have money brings a mincha.
I said,
And here's the only nafkamina, Umoisar Asiris Ha'efa Shekayim Gadol. And Gadol every morning, every evening,
I was attacked by rats.
every morning he brings a holy sword, he splits and divides it in half. So if he has left over that day, that goes into the push. Yeah, I know you asked that question a lot. Very excited, Omar. He wants to know physically how it works with the. So sometimes you bring money and you buy it you purchase from the Bisami. You should tell. Very excited, Omar. Today, Moiser Chavis, Moiser Osham, Moiser Hasham Lazim, Moiser Hasham Mitzvah, Moiser Kim. Over here, he switches the Asira Sahib of the Kain Gogo with the bird. Person owes bird. He's a Zom, let's say. So he's bringing birds when he comes far. The leftover money goes to the pushka of the birds. Okay. These two, they argue only on one point. Is it the leftover to the birds or the leftover to the Kohen Gadol? Second to the same birds. Here's the iteration. If you look at the Mishnah says, Kenan, here. I'll even show you here. Oh, number three. What's number three? Kenan. It's in the Mishnah. No, that is a favor for Kenan.
Third time on the show, your third very
Rishaya,
funny minute.
funny when he says this mission, like funny Kenan, when he doesn't have number three in his list. But the Rishaya, funny Kenan. We know the Rishaya says that number three in the list, or whatever number it is, one of the 13 shayfras is Kenan. Because you're right, but Chad Kenan, Chad Moiser Kenan. There's one for first, and there's one for the extra that came up with it. The Rishaya, my dad will always be small. How come he doesn't say that for the Kohen Gadol, that series able to Kohen Gadol? So I don't know. I'm not sure.
Right now,
He holds that it's supposed to go to waste. You don't put it away. Here, over here you see a little bit, not like I'll tell you. Here, let's sell it.
Is your
I don't know exactly.
employer
Sell that, maybe sell the flour, you make take money. You certainly do not put flour in the soap. I'm not. Oh. So that's just able to go. There's nothing to do with it. It goes to waste. You have to let it spoil. Besides, years guys. My comma, what does it mean? Moitzar Milchas Gava, Moitzar Milchas, years guys. All right, this is okay. Moitzar Milchas Spite and the leftover Milchas to give it up. Moitzar. You say, it's going to years guys is a different thing with pipe. No, it's going to go. Just put it in the push cup. It's going to go. You saw it? Let it go to waste. Rabbi, after the Moitzar says, he argues. He says, no, leftover. We're going to go in the double. Hello, Moitzar locked me for the year time. The leftover of a leftover fighter. Can't finish those 40 bread. That goes to waste. It's actually my point. kids, what's that? This everything goes over the make number. It's all about the law girl, the unicorn, whether or not that people can go those that you let it spoil or not. Basic.
Alright, Sean.
Says,
Well, you've been on the show a bunch lately. You're super lucky. It's always been fun and fun.
Special, you put aside. I'm not going to check for people in your house. You have left over. What do you do with it? It goes out.
You're killing it. I mean,
It's 100%
Do you write a lot?
It says,
Well, you know what, Sean? We're going to put you in a bucket with me in the
leftover of the
nominees for the regular Rumble 2018.
The margin say, no, we're not doing something else. Well, to repeat, Mozart, as soon as it seems like you're talking about the Korean Godos, I just haven't said. A person who's Zava, or Zava, a woman who's hurt. Sometimes that's how it's explained in Zava. It says before it goes to the Zava, you don't let it get wasted. Mozart says, you don't let it rot. My lord, Mozart says, and it doesn't rot. Lord. Mozart was unpleasant. That's also the Seer Seifa, and that's the one that you let go to the Zava. You can be done. See, that's what it's talking about. You don't have a riot, you don't have a complete riot from here. The Gospel's leftovers doesn't rot. All our memories, all our influence, all our ways that Seer Seifa is going to go to Deer Count. It seems like
chip challenge where a volunteer from the
the
audience
one who says that it's when spoils the science of the learn
could eat the hot chip and perform for what?
in the posse.
2 minutes.
That's before the posse.
They eat the chip first, then they have to do 2 minutes of comedy.
And at first,
There was something the other state, sir. Maybe it's for what I thought the senior so I you see, so before the
but then I realized
posse
no,
about
it was
a
like one
little
of the
bit spice
greatest
up and
things I've ever seen because no
It
matter
says,
what
well, you can
happens, it's sort
Rabbi,
of interesting, right? Because their mouths are
But
burning
when you said, we
furiously.
really know
So
about
what we decided to do was what?
Sign
Bring it
you all
back,
this
give it
one,
another little test run, take a volunteer,
And
this is a special one. We don't have the hot chip this week. We are turning up the heat. No pun intended.
if you ever see the show Hot Ones, they have their own sauce called the last dab. It's the last bottle of hot sauce on the show.
but nothing else is a
So
concept.
you're about to watch somebody get a Dorito with the last dab on the Dorito, and then they get to perform 2 minutes, and then get interviewed by us right afterwards. So who out there thinks they
That
like
is not
hot
called
chip?
a concept, and it does require a little you know? And Mimelo, the concepts, sorrows,
Look at these
so
thirsty
you look for the concept that the leftovers and muddles
So many
is
people are down to do it. I want the guy that
Says
escaped
the
months
mister.
and going upside
Sorry,
down like that.
yeah,
Yeah, you.
oil
We
in
are.
his
Yeah,
style.
yeah, you.
I
Yeah, come
tripped
on
the
over
oil
here.
on the I want to see what the tricky
Thank you,
is.
by the way.
What if a person says,
Fuck
what
yeah.
if a person
It's the noise
says,
from Danny, ladies and gentlemen. Our sound guy up there, always taking care of us. All right, sir, what's your name?
I real lie oil.
All right, let's talk to you for a second before we do this. First
Something
of all,
happens to
you
it.
look like you're
Does he
15
have
and this is your first time out
get
of the
stolen?
house.
Does he have to do
What's
another
going
oil?
on here, dude?
And if he says I read Sue oil,
Are you adorable?
it's only the Missouri didn't get the whole season. They know, it's Southern Sue. But they didn't know how real life was confused by the. They knew one part of it. When you played Kane a Chilean lab, they weren't so good at it.
Is that true?
Zoo.
Are you good with hot sauce?
Zoo is the dog. A dog.
You do understand
Yeah.
this is
But
crazy
the mission
fucking
doesn't
hot.
say, the mission, yeah, the mission says, Hare, shark,
Milk and water and all that shit.
Zed. So what is that in the dog? He points at the
I wasn't.
action to Zed.
Yeah.
Zoo, Zed, same thing.
That wasn't even got it in 100%.
So Mayla in the sky,
You want to do it? Oh, yeah, I'm on the you can do
gotta
it.
move. So what's that
Now,
about
part of the
someone?
regulations, you
It's
can't
like
just like throw
responsibility.
it in your mouth and like swallow it down. You sort of
It's
gotta
not-
chew it for a
You
little
said
bit.
Zed.
That to show you.
If something
And then
happens to
whenever
Zed,
you
he
want,
drops
and
that
then whenever
this
you want,
box. You know, try to bring another one. Maybe that's a more, you know,
2 minutes set.
wait. So when Mayla, if you go ahead and sell it, the money has to do something.
Here, we need you to sign on
But you
this
can do
thing. Just sign your name. Say
Whatever you want with the money.
Yeah, just
That
sign it.
you understand
You hear?
that we're not
You're not allowed to
responsible.
do this.
Nobody's
It's animal.
responsible.
It's animal
Nobody's
God.
stores.
You sold it and the money has to do so. Okay, I'm going to do the original. You're not the place to bring the original. She wanted to create it or take the money. Do something else with it. So look, you have to show us. You do two instead of
I
one.
can rewind to this part. You'll hear me say.
Thanks, boy. Maybe one law. You did say this. Told me that these two
All right,
these
here he
two
goes.
should be like.
What is he
And then
might
he
as well
stopped and
for
then he fell
like,
along.
you on like Instagram or Twitter?
Rothschild, you know that.
Twitter,
One,
Nick Amadeo, there's an underscore in the middle.
How do you spell it?
instead of two, you bring one.
N-I-C-A-M-A-D-O.
What's better? 2 and 1.
Friend, I don't know what's going to happen here.
One animal
Welcome to another episode
that
of You're
weighs
Not Allowed to Sue
1,000
Us.
pounds, or 2 animals that weigh 500 pounds. What's better?
Calm down. Fuck. He decided to go on with the tongue directly. He said he doesn't know how he will fare with Han Fan. All right, and
Rashi says,
all right, it was like, put your hands
Who is
on
always
the
better
two
than
minutes from Nick
I think it's
Abadeo.
Rashi.
They're not new. I've done them before.
Rebbe's always so because Rebbe says you gotta
my
stick
niece
to what you say.
was to stop going into
How
work.
come behavior goggle? If you probably gonna bring a 10 pound and you brought 1,000 pounds, which is 990 pounds more than what you dropped.
The best way to describe it is
No good at it.
your sock,
That's not your measure.
and it fits real nice, and it's like tight and elastic.
Rebbe oyster. Really, Rebbe's only oyster with a kilo.
But after a
Let's see,
while,
Rashi says the word. But the other, it's okay.
after a while, it just loses
I
its charm.
same thing.
It starts to go loose around
Sit on the ram. This the bigger waters are from the side, and you gotta put more. Then Rothschild over to come up cabbage if you want. Now you go from a larger sheep, so a mature one to a baby. Cabbage oil over the side. What if you point at a baby and said, this sheep, and it has the milk, and Rothschild over to the
stumbling over it myself.
go large.
No, but
The Rebbe
seriously, like, I
oyster,
feel
Rebbe
people
says
who
what?
fucking know-
Customer goggles no good. Nah, put customer's base. Oh, average ratio.
Women,
We
all
learned in the
women come to me.
ratio short of mono
And they say
yesterday.
things like,
Short of mono, baby, schneiden the mono. If a guy, he promises he's going to bring one animal worth 100. And he goes and he buys 2 animals, each one's worth 50. 50 plus 50 equals 100.
and that's worse in my opinion.
What up, sir? What's the obvious answer to this question, Rabbi says? No. Much better answer. What?
I do things like eat hot sauce on live podcasts.
Honest ratio. Short of mono, baby, schneiden mono, layot.
That's all I got.
Enough
Can
today.
you believe that?
We looked
Just
yesterday.
from like
So the
not
guy
sure if I
promises
can
an
handle it.
animal for 100 and
My
buys
awkwardness
2
is paying off.
that had the same value, or even
Relatively
2.
small,
Then each
but I
one's worth
feel like it's gonna get
99.
better eventually.
2 99ers are not worth
Well, 2 minutes has passed, but I think that is it. I don't
Yeah,
know.
but
It's 2 minutes
back
right
in now
there.
you
You made
say
it.
that you can make one animal worth 100 and then sell it off and buy 2.
Delicious milk for you.
Well,
And since you're
say it
clearly a
better.
school
Let's say
boy,
much
I'm sure you're
better.
gonna enjoy it. We left the tinfoil seal on
Oh,
there for you, so you know we didn't Cosby you.
In our case, the moon and
His
the
eyes are
Mila
watering for those of you that
is not as not price on it anymore.
Let's try one. Andrew, you made another chip. You bang.
Over there, he charged us 100 and nothing happened in the case. And he went and
Part of me doesn't believe this shit. But yeah,
he
try it out.
go
Come
out.
on, chew on it real good. He
Says
put
the
his
Mara
tongue
shows
on
7 is
directly on the
shiny.
sauce.
When you style, it became about
Not
more.
bad. The last dab, see, maybe they just.
It takes a while to kick in.
It became about more. You can do whatever you want with the money. Say to our man, olha, eu estava. Say to our man, olha, eu estava. But the guy points at 2. And he says, these should be a nylon. Should be a nylon. It's so good. Rothschild is there. Now, you can go. Trade the 2, the money from the 2 and buy 1. The Rebbe always even on that Rebbe says, oh, so why? Why is it such a much time? Now it's double, baby. Because when you go from 2 to 1 over here, Rashi says that you say, Rashi Hebrew Hamaskil, go to the שניים חשובים מאחד. ואפילו שניהם שווים. בינתיים בשם דהבו גלו והייתי ככה. I forgot to this
Oh.
So you know what's going on there? You pay 2, you promised 2 and you bought 1. So it's going from something special to special to 1. So it's like going from a large to a small thing. God got me the stuff with a kilo.
The reason I did this was just to make sure this is legitimate and that, yeah, this
But the
is
nice
kind of insane.
it's not your responsibility anymore. It has a mold. You can do whatever you want with it. But that kilo is sorry, Rabbi. Rabbi says even such a case, it looks bad. It looks like I'm putting that in. Maybe I'm wrong. But you know, it's not your apparatus, but it looks like you're going from the large to the small thing with something that's no good. As tomorrow, good with non-information. The first case, when it's to 1 to 2, who are you telling me 2 animals?
This is not real, dude. This is fucking.
Rebbe should argue.
If you guys are sitting there thinking like, fuck
Even in
this
the first case, if I
bullshit,
go for one, it has a moon.
You should feel shame because the white guy's handling the heat better than you.
whoa! Don't make me pull my dick out, all right? Look, wait a second.
Nick, any chance you know how to play drums?
Yeah, that's right. Keep your mouth shut, you fucking Caucasian fucker.
Wow.
Something, I don't know.
Jesus,
What?
what's he doing?
Your some sort of responsibility down
This
on
one
it. We
shit
don't
my
need
man,
to
but
go
I'm
back
gonna
to
show it a little bit, all right?
in the
This shit's still
in the
hot as
reverse case.
fuck. What
He
the
went from
fuck?
1 to 2. 2 you're telling me is great. Only in that, you know,
Wow,
but
I
in
bet you could.
2 to 1 is great.
Singers, oh my
But
god.
Is that true, Nick? Do you
1
not
to
get
2.
lucky with the
1
ladies
to
very
2
often? I
is a
mean,
good
I
thing.
thought that since you were the
That's
kid
the
with
first
2.5
case.
men,
1 to 2. Mom had it 1 chart and you got 2 smart.
Shout out to
How come Rebbe doesn't argue there? Says the Gemara Rebbe does argue there. Rebbe has well, the Milsa
Really?
called it.
What's the last
So
date
why
you
did you
know?
hear from him? Because Rebbe has manners.
Oh,
We're not the ruler of Rabbi, not going to say it. But hold on, not you like
Yeah.
he waited patiently
Sender?
until Chacham said everything that had to say. Then he argued one argument. He said, listen, you cannot change either way. From good to bad and bad to good. Don't ever change what you say. So let the guy finish. Let him finish the sentence. And then argue with him the first. And now I'll prove you very, very right. With Tony, I also do this stuff. What's the only dog with Kevis? That's not important. What's important is this one. Kevis. Kevis is the cheapest animal you can buy from all the
So
Kurban.
she was,
It's a big
she was the most.
That costs how much? You said
I know what I like. I mean,
$75. You said
wow.
how much?
No, but like, here's my point.
Of the baby.
I know I'm not, and I advertise it as so.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's
I
go
don't
with
have
75.
I have like,
Yeah, the least parcel.
right, you're honest.
Yeah.
You're honest.
Look at tiny one
You know what,
just
hey, man, you know what I do? And I get
When you
that
start,
What? I'll pull a
Kevis
little
is
glass down.
he puts it. It's $75. Big,
Yeah. So this lady was bigger than you
give me
thought she'd
$75
be.
card bond. If it decides,
Yeah.
yeah,
Where'd you
it
meet
went
her?
bad, or it got
You're
more.
spilling your
You're
milk
up to your
everywhere.
Oh my god.
How many double about it?
What?
Don't buy the expensive one. How much is the expensive one? Ellie?
Suck it through your
500.
drink some
You
milk.
can go back at the 500. Rebbe Iser. Oh, so you see the
Today's the
foolish
night that I
case.
realized that maybe
We go
everybody
from
would
really
need to
bad
watch it
to
is
really
the
good,
greatest thing for
and
a
Rebbe says
podcast,
no.
by the way. This is why I like to keep the format pretty much long.
Base is just
Even in that case, no. So you see, does argue in every single place in the Mishnah.
Somebody's about to be under.
Even going from one animal to 2, which is bad to good, according to Rashi. Who's better argue, Shmami no.
Now, how many
Yeah.
different pussies
Yeah, said it all the time, but I'm proving to you that he actually holds it. It says over here, really good. In this case, he did not. Keep going. Lemina, man. So this we did discuss a little bit, and it's interesting. Can I replace? My animal has a
put it in 3 people, so you
well,
just
can I replace a very expensive cow
your
with
first
2
one, where was that?
medium
Yeah, what kind of car?
priced sheep? We're going from a different animal.
In the bed of the
Trust
truck.
me. Short as I live inside. I promise to bring a bull.
The story's
And
got
it has a
Joel
bull. You don't have an aisle. Don't bring a small little aisle. Way too small. I'm amazing to go straight and bring 2. Yeah, the other said we can kilo. So before we jump into Rabbi, what does Chacham say? It's okay to go from a bull to a rabbit. To bring it to a rabbit instead of a bull. So that's okay. That answers our question.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, and the first one was in a car.
I don't care how many. I'm going to, but a different.
What was the most
Red
recent
is also why.
Wow, your race
If
car
we
bed?
bring 2 rams, you have to bring a minimum per ram. It's 2.
No, what kind of bed? It's a normal bed. It's a regulation. You still live with
So now
your
you have 2
parents?
minimum. You promised
No,
1
you have your own
minimum,
place.
1 carbon. Now you bring 2.
Wow, is it the place that happened when you switched
Doesn't go
with
well.
Tom Hanks in the
Not
movie?
Now,
It's a big
I have a
room.
question for you.
What
What if
Chris, how you doing
Yep.
over there?
I should just said,
He's a liar,
okay,
dude.
let's think about it. A guy promised her a $3,000 cow, and he has a book, but he replaced it with a $500 sheep. One
So he's in your bed. Where'd you meet
That's the
that girl
question.
at?
That's the money hockey. A
Really?
serious
Tinder.
trick.
You're on
Why does he
Tinder.
have to replace it too?
Uh-huh.
I feel
So where'd you meet the
dynamic.
girl?
My buddy's
So
house.
you answer, they play with one. The other side,
What'd you guys
they're up
do
on the
there?
list on the little cup. You already told me you could bring a small one instead of a large. And you already told me that you could.
Like that?
go from one type of animal to another type of animal. So you go from a large to small, from two animals to one, which is large to small, large to small, and you go from a cow to goat. So bring one goat instead of one cow. What's the difference? You go from large to small, and you can go to different men. So let's replace one whole cow with one item. What needs two items? Two items. Says Gemara, you there's no difference. You can replace a small one with another.
It says hardcore polo? Yeah. Wow, it really does.
Hard one, because anyway, it's not your value. And it's just establishing you go from one type of animal to another one. So one item is instead of one cow, it's a problem. So you're right. The others are right. In the Mishnah, the kind of really hold that's no different between the large and the small. But over here, it holds a different problem. Really likes to teach you Bila. And then Bila, you tell them the whole reason is because you can't mix two animals. That's why you can't replace two with one cow. What is? You don't have to mix it. It'll be okay. But nah, that's not even started. What happened? One ram got him. Loves you up to the. If you want, you can bring a smaller sheep. And then what about Stefan's there? When it's done, you sever the smallest animal possibly so you can get.
She seems healthy. She's more like
You don't know about it.
She looks like she knows about almond milk.
You need to replace a small sheep with a very large.
You seem so confused. Damn, you two are about to fuck.
So one milk, one Bila. And what does Rabbi say? Rabbi, what does Rabbi say? It's also. It's not that if it's equal in terms of the menachos, how many menachos and how many Bilas you have to do, that's okay. So why does Rabbi say so also? You're right. The Mishnah says so. So over here, come up with what was the hybrid animal? It doesn't have a mold. And he'll maybe pop. If he made a nether to bring something small, a cat, and he instead brought something large, you think it's great. Have his baby out, Yotzo, and that. So much for abundance. It's ready with all things such as you go larger, it's awesome. Rothschild, Rabbi, the double schneider. Or not nice with all that. It's on my shorts, the person says, I have a screw up that everything is possible. I've always heard the police lie. You know what happened? It's set for a lie. It's like this, what upon myself. So which one is it? A net there, how do you say net? Already a lie or how do you say the dog? I read two. And what if he mixes the two words? He says it.
Ladies and gentlemen, now
one word after the other. I already said aloud. What the? You have a prior, you locked in. As the tomorrow, you go to the line on me, but my mate, he meant to do what you get it up. I have zero. But I'll bring it up in here. Hello, you're right. You know how we go. All right, I'm going to go to hello, Lord, so even if he says, the people shut us together, no uprise. The boys and worse is not I would almost say that the drama, I think, especially on the money. Well, I know, then you have to respect on the money, not the animal. The boy side. I mean, wonderful.
Where is the slip of spreading forth throughout the world? Come to a share today.
Patty Reagan's over there.
I just want to recommend the movie Apollo 13.
Chroma
on Netflix right now. Check it out.
Fuck yeah. Chroma Chris ate the hot chip tonight. How do you feel, Chris? It's all right. Anything else you want to promote? Not bad. I can do more. Anything else you want to plug? Nah, just follow me at Chroma Chris. Joel Jimenez over now. Wants to close in the beer. Oh, it's back on. Joel, how you feel? Everything good?
I mean, it was hot.
Oh, we just want to see the rest of this prototype. What's that? We're holding a football on the base.
Yeah, big, one more time.
Hold her up on it. Turn line from the
Tony, Mr. Truly, we man. Try not to win.
Milamage, and it's not even 18. This is a hell of flow, but not to us, because we already had this. One is permitted to donate wood as a carbon to the base Hamigdal. And therefore, there's a lot of almost, I don't want to use the word fight. Interesting, I love it. You can donate, instead of an animal, you can donate a piece of wood. A log to the base Hamigdal. Bekama, steak ziri. That's me two pieces. Those 2 pieces that you bring in the morning, that size that you put on the big nice raw and large 2 pieces. But they don't remember about girls, medicine, important costs. But a girl is Palnu, a Kurban Oetzi. It says Kurban, and it says Oetzi. Is one of the reasons I have Nikudis in my Gemara. Seriously. Because it is super. I would have absolutely read it Al Karban Ha'itzim, and there's a Churuk. I don't really want to call it, it's Kurban, not Karban. Rabbi Oimer, Ha'itzim Karban. And therefore, there's different halachas since it's considered wood. So Ulamara, people in English, this is unbelievable. You have to put salt on it, like you put on an animal that goes on the crab, instead of the moon, you put salt.
Look at this athleticism, folks. I'm the biggest pimp of all time. The dick slinging master of disaster. Look at this move. If this bitch isn't working, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. Really? Oh, I'm gonna shit a brick, kids. Really? Davis? Come on, you little bitch.
Houston, and then we do a stand-up show after that at the Secret Group same night in Houston after a live Kill Tony, in which people there in Houston can sign up for it. We always have fun characters.
You have to break it up. How do you do on a piece of wood? You literally have to break it up in pieces. Another finish. The Dibby Rabbi, 18 season mates, and we had a video finish. I don't want to show it again. The guy comes with the wagon, I'll just remind you, he comes with a wagon full of wood, and then he has a second wagon behind it, like a full of wood. And what's this?
And then on Saturday in Dallas, we do the exact same thing again.
It's the wood for the wood. In other words, you can't take the wood and put it on his neck and burn it. That's what you do with the regular wood. Burn a sheep.
After that, I go to Boise, Idaho with Josh Martin.
You're burning wood as a carbon. First, put a pile of wood, make it a nice fire, and do like fire. And on top of that, you're not going to burn carbon. You put your wood on it. Crazy position. You need salt, you need chimica, you need agosha. You need a wood for the wood.
It's 2018, people. You have to ask yourself, what kind of physical impression do you want to make on people around you?
If a person is murdered, breaking things with violence, it must be at least these 3 finger words. It has to be chimica. This is a heavy middle. The so it's not sham. No, it says a one process. The heavy middle, you should be master from it with the chimica. From the flour, from the sham, from the oil. The eggs, call halavayla. So it says the vayla, the same process as the mitzvah of the service. Makish Lavana la harama the mincha, so we have a hekesh here, we learn one from the other, ma harama the mincha. We mark here on the mizbeach of a mincha, how big, how much? Only one mitzvah. After Lavana nami, it should be a minimum of a mitzvah, a full mitzvah. Alright, Hooray, Olayla Mizbeach. A person, again, we're talking about people that say funny things, they're not very specific. What do they mean? He says 3 words. I'm accepting upon myself something for the Mizbeach. That's in English. In Hebrew, Hooray, Olayla Mizbeach. He doesn't say what, where, when. Just happy love lineup. You know what? Most times, at least the least, one piece of the stuff. Take a little bit, put it in your hand.
ShopSquad.tv was built on
Squarespace. You
can turn a cool idea
into a website.
You can showcase your work. I have a whole store all of Death Squad's merchandise, like this hat right now. There's ShopSquad.tv. It's all made on
more like 3 to 5,000. Depends on the size. Right? It goes by the website. Every pound is
Look at this one.
$5 a kilo or something. It's not cheap for a live animal. You put them on a live. It costs close to, that's all between 3, not 2 anymore. between 3 and 5,000. Why? Say the Chod Zavar should Korim Megabi Mizbeach Elon Lefayim. The Gemara says the reason is because that is the only thing that is 100% going to be consumed by the Mizbeach. You save 10%. You guys ready for this episode of Kill Tony or what? We are live at the Comedy Store. Says the Gemara, if you're asking any of them, if you're asking, person says, let's bring up tonight's guest. I specified, but I don't know what. Rabbi with Cold Rabbi. Therefore, you should read everything that is the book of that. Such as, like, favorite, funny people to work with in all of comedy. Make some noise for his first time on Kill Tony the Great. Starting with that, the Sulek has one of the other things that are confusing. Where's the Oilah? What about an Oilah? Somebody says, I'll bring the Oilah, it's really sheep. The whole thing, the coin can't eat anything. Says, the more Ika Oilah like the Hanan, and still the high is not 100%, it's 95% of the high goes. What Ika Oilah, so what about the Oilah? There's no. Second forward. Yeah, exactly. There's no high. Ika, more of the nights you have the famous that show it again because this is the halacha. You don't have to take it and toss it back. Corner, 28 hours or so, and it's a hard throw. It's very strong. But as the Gemara, so it can't be. It's not 100%. You still have to throw the feather and the crop, the zap that one part. So then we do it live, and in the listeners of the show actually listen because they want to hear the floor lines judge each other and shit. So it makes the listeners actually listen twice as hard, even though it sounds like we're sort of fucking. So again, I want to be clear because a lot of people. See, look at that! It just drew you in. Now we got a free ad for you. There's. I had so much fun shooting, crashing with you in New York City. Sunday night, they go over here into this device. So it's not a mistake. It's going to the shooting and eventually it goes into the drainage system. Okay. But I'll let HBO go. Do I have it over here? I paid for both of them. I don't know. Oh yeah, this is the makes no sense. Why would you do that? Because it's just I don't know. The voice side, as we're leaving the office, at least let's get this thing quiet. A lot of people get confused with Misaka and Misaka. Misaka means wine. But Misaka does not mean wine. It means the milk that has wine in it, but it also includes oil and flour. That's Misaka. When do we bring that? We bring that together with Shlam and Oil. What's the bonus of Misaka? You can also donate the Misaka on its own. And he and I, spoiler. Whereas when it doesn't suffer, all this goes into the band. So the Gemara is easy. Anybody go to the roast? The other one, like they had in Detroit. So if he really meant, the guy that is not explaining what he meant. Because perhaps I don't know what. If he really meant on the soccer, he really explained because it's very confusing. You know, because he can't be. Not a popular show. He should have said at the time that he made his letter. So we get to do it on HBO, which you can watch on TV. Alright, so Mela, at the end of the day, is this a real sport? Which is completely consumed. What is the deal? I realize a person says, I'm bringing gold, I want to donate gold to this amigo. That's a peanut job. As the Lord is doing that, maybe it's a small amount, which is less than a peanut. I'm not there. The guy says, I'm giving gold, not there, coin, and he's one good. I don't know how much he's going to do. I'm assuming it was $5,000. Probably, even a few years ago, gold was $100. So when a guy says, he means he's up for it. Okay, what a gift, what a gift. The deal of don't remember that. I said already. He specified it's going to be a coin. So you can't say it's a little piece of gold, a little chopstick. That's the bucket of destiny. Maybe why did he go all the way to dinner? Maybe it's a small fruit though. But he looks like he's People don't make a fruta. When it comes to silver, don't give less than 1 bit. The Dilma not to wait for small pieces of silver.
I can't wait. I love this.
Let's go on a band. Instead of coin, let me go get solid coin. It's like, you just give me that gold, you give me silver. I don't know. I think it's good.
They're our favorite band. They're the best damn band in the land. Make some noise for the Kiltony.
$80 a buck on one of these?
Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Jimenez, and Chroma Chris.
Yo, hold on, did I read it? The Villanowski never. Homer McBear. Oh, he said before the Junior coin. The Junior Creek, they maybe a small amount on our things, but actually, so the Creek because silver, they do have smaller coins. In this place, they don't use that smaller. But gold, they don't have. They're just really small.
Literally about 15, 20 people on the stage.
Hey, copper, leave it in your that's it. So, if a person donates copper, what is he donating?
Just when you go to the Kiltony, man, may not possibly get any more powerful.
He has to give a small little fork. Like this kind of fork, you have this. That's what that's the place to say.
Wow.
Do it like what do you do with a little fork? I'm not going to cutting, but see like when we come to raw and they clean out of the first they break off the top of now Rashi seems like he's talking about the mineral in the because that's right away. This was made out of gold, not out of copper. So it could be that Rashi says no, it's not a regular mineral, maybe that's what Rashi meant. It's something that cleans out, it helps you break the silo, like the top, the black part, the cut, crack it off, so to speak, and you start over. Okay. Apparently, so play artists mean another thing, but those little pieces of metal spikes, pigeon spikes, because it allowed the pigeon to sit down on the base of Migdosh. They had, a problem with in the second base of Migdosh. First base of Migdosh faces a lot of issues, so they didn't have good top. In the second base of Migdosh, the crows would come. I guess there were no pigeons. Because if you're a pigeon, you get caught, you'd be eaten. So they had crows, the crow issue. So put the pigeon spikes to the crows. So the comma, how big of a piece of metal are the spikes to? Oh my goodness, I'm alive. I saw somebody said it was interesting. I don't know that everybody else said it. Because it was actually like a dome. So that's what so there's really no room for the
and after 30 months or after 30 pounds of foraging himself, he gained 30 pounds, and I gained 3 pounds.
This is on the roof. We're talking about the roof of the English here.
Christian Bale.
That's the Heichal this.
That's incredible.
He gained 27
more pounds than he had to.
And he's only on the arm of
an episode of Kelton. I joined
on the spits, on the top.
played all the songs.
There was a roof. Not everyone says, some people say that it should be at least one arm by one arm. It should be like 2 feet. It gets rid of the spikes of the razor. The Bible just says, I want to give to this English wine. Well, how much? Will you put your choice up? It should be minimum. Why 3 words? Why 3 words? Rabbi, remember from the chart, what's the meaning represent? That's the minimum of the Kevin. Very good. Kevin is in Iowa's how much? And Torah's how much? 6. When you go to the church movie, the person says, I'm going to give oil, like his carpet says, he give oil.
Don't run that late, people. This is a very, very,
very
serious show. You guys ready to start this fucking shit or what?
Why 1 look? Because the typical mitzvah has a minimum.
Make some fucking noise.
The minimum of 1 load of oil. So when a person says oil, the minimum, which is 1 load. Maybe like man, place a load, you know. And you should put more oil. Why? Because in a something it's 3 loads. For that. You're asking any of them after asking. The person says, I said I'm going to give, but I don't remember how much. Meruba, that we also had that in the past when it came to flowers. What's here in Meruba? Well, explain the day that you bring the most abundance, which is what? Sukkot that falls out on a Shabbos like this year, next year, Korabah. Ezra, you have this already. Milamed was this type of sugya. Milamed is not the guy. You know what Ezra, but anybody can know why. The Kama, how much? What's the minimum shlishu? What? Today, you want to be more than 3. I'm going to my year, you can give me more. You also use a great, give less than 3. I'm going to my papa, right? You haven't seen the next studio. You get flour.
I pulled your first name out of the bucket, everybody. This shit's about to
Go
happen.
inside.
You got interrupted 60 seconds, and then you get interviewed by this insane crew.
The next year, we have something called the Mincha. You can donate. You can donate for me. How much? 1 week. Mincha. I want to donate a Mincha. Hi. Say, I want to give you a Mincha for it. How do I know I can do it? It says in the prayer I can do it. I could donate a Mincha. How much? 1 week. That's A. That's concept A.
Kidnapped my dad.
Concept B is something
That's how she
completely
got
different.
him.
It's oil.
Not recently.
How do I know that I can donate oil? I learned it from concept A.
She went over to her niece's house and discovered
This
that she had
oil, I need to learn from somewhere. I don't know that I could donate oil. In fact, we have a machlokes can donate oil.
So she shoplifted him.
Remember we said there's oil like wine. Wine you could donate
She
oil.
also sold masks professionally.
So I'm learning concept B from concept A.
The prostitutes were really old by the time I came around, so she turned the brothels
I have to learn
into
the
rooming
idea
houses.
that
So I basically grew up in a
the
retirement home
concept
for whores.
that you could donate. Okay, so I could donate oil. How much? Well, in A it's 1 loaf.
Which was
So
a
B
bit
is
of a
also 1 loaf.
juxtaposition because my
Well, no.
parents are Orthodox Mormon.
I'm going to learn the concept. How much? The amount, the detail, I'm going to learn from another place.
Emily Rivera.
That's
I
called
look so Mormon they
Lo
let me in the
Yimino,
temple.
Yimino.
Only a
Lo
Mormon
Yimino,
would get her.
it sounds traumatic, but it's just a simple idea. When I'm learning B from A, do I learn everything? Well, just that idea, the concept. And once I know the concept, then I can go to another place and learn that it's 3 look, not 1 look. I wrote about the mechanism. What's my point to say if Shemin gives 1 look or 3 look? I'm going to
I was already married and I came by
no, this is what I know. Rabbi always says, Michael, maybe you want to say, do we learn from it? Because we know, and everything we know. Even we know, we keep on learning the amounts also, not just the concept that you can on oil, but also how it. Or, because we know, you learn the concept. Well, you can you stop short over there, and you learn the amounts from someplace else. We learn the oil from a mincha. Not from the snazzy. First of all, you learn the bread. Hashem and Amisad. You also donate oil. So we know, and we keep on learning. B from A. Then what's not here from the world, Hashem in the world, the amount. Also, you do everything. You ready? So I really know. Maybe that's so you learn everything. Not from the snazzy. First of all, you learn the concept. Hashem and Amisad. Well, if you ask for all, but we learn, we stop right there, and we also say in the soccer. We learn the amount from somewhere else. We saw not a soccer question. We learn. Hashem and Amisad. We learn from the soccer, and talking about 3 loaves, so 2 oils. All the rest off, even. This was on the Rabbi, and in fact, we do learn from the Minchar, before that, we didn't even know it all. So we're going to learn from Minchar, we're going to learn everything in that also. Now, the Rabbi, Me'ezra from it. He learns from more than everything from the Suffolk. So there's the smallest amount. And the Suffolk was 3. All right, when we must have done the Suffolk after he 6. We made a mistake. But I need carbon. The word is not. As if we're learning from carbon. Mulana, she's not in 7. How do I know they could donate what? Carbon, I don't know. With Kama, what's the Google? Not honestly, don't mistake. We're ready. Don't put in the whole 3 versus 1 is ready. But the might go to carbon. And ready, where is it from carbon? I'm not even dying to the fact that you are right. I take it back. You're actually going to get my curiosity over here in Ruba. Person says, I specified that, I don't know how much. Bring like the most ever, the top day breeder. Paula, you have to believe the time you is the top. So we already did this once before, we do it again. We did it for a flag. The sheep do 3, the rams do 2, family 4, and the cows do 6. So 18 times 3 equals 54. On the left side of the cows, it's 13 cows. 13 times 6 equals 78. 78 plus 54 equals 133. And then you have the rams in the middle that are each one is holding 4. It's another 8. The total of 140 bulls. Then he says, I don't know what I specified as being like the top day of the year, which is 140 loads of wine, which is pretty nice amount. Says the Elegant Mishnah, Harei, Olai, Olilo, Yogi, Kevin. And the person says, I want to bring you my milk. He doesn't say what kind. You can bring a cow, you can bring a goat. The other cow is being the cheapest one, you probably meant.
What's the 10-year-old
But
doing right now?
Bring either a dove or a pigeon. So the silent the question is, the Mahoides really is, what's more expensive?
I got here when it was raining. It was a very sad time.
Or chicken? Meat or chicken? You don't like the people. So the one the guy says, in my city, birds are cheaper than meat. So I'm going to go with the bird. California says no, birds are more expensive. Birds are more expensive than what is called the lamb chop.
So you have half
So
your
you go
kids
lamb chop.
technically are
Whatever's
what, half
cheaper. Lamb chop is
Canadian,
cheaper than
half
a pigeon.
Mexican.
Go lamb chop.
So they're American.
That's one of them. What? It's not a point. Exactly. It's not a point. It's an excuse. Exactly. The one says it's not a point. You're actually going to fucking be done after that. I said meat. I didn't say what kind. Yogi. Very good. Nice being a $5,000 cow, and $3,000 veal. I'd say veal calf, and you estimate to do 2. He doesn't know. He needs a 1-year-old within the first year, or within the 3 years. The second and third year. You may have a hemo. You see, when being a hemo from an animal, maybe you got I'm not sure actually. Now he's stuck. Not a car. There you go, a cow and a calf. Aisle, a ram, sorry. Whale goat, deep, the color. A baby goat, and a baby sheep. That's me and Sim. Kirash, you didn't get my Kirash. I what? I specified I didn't say what. Most of I live in England. I didn't do an animal. I didn't say animal. Just in general. I'll bring it just to bring the story. I really like the first thing I'll bring. So, who's coming? Very funny. You have to bring. You're asking me, I'm fucking in the
Are you feeling horny right now?
I said there was something from Turkish Snapping, but I don't remember what. Turkish Snapping. I love tired Bukaro. That's being a male and a female cat. Ego bag was. I love this.
Emily, do you have any other skills and talents that you do or know?
Me not the hemo, but if I said I'm gonna bring an animal, I didn't say meat. I didn't say it should be I didn't say cow meat.
I used to be.
I didn't say beef. I didn't say beef. I said animal. Ladies and gentlemen, Yogi Paru Paro, Halo the Angelo, Iowa, Halo, that could be all the varieties of beef, male, female, adult, and calf. Iowa Halo. Now you have to do a male and a female band. Sorry, cereal, goats, baby goats, kids that get support, and the baby sheep. So it's a lot.
Just because you haven't
You gotta be more
talked in a
specific
while,
about it.
don't
How
take
do
it
you
away
start?
fun.
The guy says I'm breathing. You'll be hearing stuff of it on.
most apocalyptic Denzel Washington.
It should cost him
Like we have so many movies in
100
this to
dinners.
choose from. How dare you? That's my band leader, Patty Rigger, right there.
Man, 100 dinners.
I don't know what you said.
There you go. The one he says, you'll be moving stuff
I
like
know what your cells are saying.
25% of it. Punish is 25 dinars. So 25% of an adult. That's what it costs that. You'll be moving stuff on to start 8 dinars. So 8% of a cow. I looked it up. Not so far off. Today, a sheep costs about 10% of the cow. Yeah, man. You'll be moving stuff on the salad. But he said, a sheep should be him and his suckling should cost him a seller 25. Short of the money, if he says he's 25, how much is it going to cost him? The bull is going to cost me 100. The other money picking the suckling, that includes only the meat part. But you have to pay for the suckling in addition to the 100. Paying him 100 to say it's going to buy a calf 5 slugs. Well, the 100 is enough. Again, same thing. It doesn't include the wine and the oil. I have a diet. You have to sell it.
It's called
Sell it. It does not include the wine, oil, and serving on a baby Schneider Mana.
Jesus, Brian.
What if a guy says I'm going to bring one bull that costs me 100? So, but instead he brought 2 that each one is worth of 50. That's no good.
Son of a bitch. For 10% of
One
the
that costs 100, that's 50. Even though 50 plus 50 was 100.
Get hardcore and more hits. More hits, is that a thing? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's so
the name of the book. You guys having fun out there? You get it yet? Put your hands together for Mike Nolan.
This could help. Hires, Eagle, editor, who was in earlier, just a few minutes before when the Mr. said, like 5-6 lines above. Hires, Eagle, Idle, edit. They're all, the two on the left are cows. The two in the middle are, no, one is an adult sheep. That's the ram Io. An adult goes to Ace. And then it goes to Keves, which is a female adult who has a baby. He is, okay, fine. Last is everyone, sorry. Sorry about a baby Schneider, run away off the back. He says the amount of admission. He was every motherfucker's unit. So he donated 100 and he gave 99 times 2, which is 198. 198 does not equal 1 that's 100. So he said 1 that's 100. He didn't bring 1 that's 100. He brought 1 that's 99 and another 1 that's 99 that does not equal 1 that equals 100. What's the dinner? Does anyone want to dinner? No good. Shachar, the baby lover, he says, I'm going to bring a black sheep. He brought a white one. Love him, baby. Shachar, no good. Each one has its own name.
That's what you want? That's what you wanted? Owners is a funny word. There you go.
Oh, no, I promised a white lamb. Quick.
Is it valid? Is it bonus? I love this fucking band. This is amazing.
You? What is this lump of wool? Beautiful white lump of
It's so
wool.
powerful. One more
We'll see.
time for Mike Fallon, everybody. There you go. Appreciate you guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was listening hard during all of that. You sounded out of breath 30 seconds in. What happened? Where do you think you went wrong?
Talks about his suffer, baby, love him, baby, suffer, good, baby, cut him. Obviously, if you donate a large one, it is small, but that's so good. Look at cut him, baby, love. This is the story that we saw yesterday. This is a teller. With the BDG says that he understands this even more than he can count it. The person says, I'm bringing small ones, maybe big ones, or a large one, because nobody promised. You don't have to problem sign money. Rabbi Oimer, you promise small, bring small, don't bring big. So what if large, more expensive? That's not what you will annoy. So on the first part,
Yeah, that's good. Wait, was that the
So when a person says, whether you use a sheep or a bird, no matter what, my gosh, each one said,
Look at this athleticism, folks. Gang signs. That's what. That's just.
Only one seller. You understand this is really a sheep. They look a little bit taller than the seller. Now, yeah, the cheapest one.
Exposed on the exterior.
Actually, they didn't get enough rats. I don't know what I specify. Let me go to the seller. That means what? You should bring anything that's a seller, like flour, vino. Rashi and a box of any jam after Rashi, you'll be kind of ego. You should bring a bowl and a can. I'm out, going to time, I'm on the shop, bring a bowl, and that includes the ego, which to me, I don't understand 100%. Amani Levy, you go, my cousin, maybe brother. I mean, Zio is a much different tasting thing than beef. But okay, you understand that this part of side money. 200 includes 100. A large animal includes a small animal. No, but the Levy, that you can't bring a larger animal instead of a small animal. That's the difference. Tomorrow, just think about it. Right? This is the beginning of the year. And Rebbe's all the way at the end of the year.
I think it's a good joke.
So it doesn't flow well. Rebbe in the beginning, Rebbe at the end, what you have to come in the middle. You ready?
I want to say
it was April. Sure, money, baby, Schneider, money, all the others, and then it's supposed to do the whole thing, so we'll just fly it. But it was every money cost a dino, the money cost a dino, even at 79 plus 99, we said 198 is not 100. Something maybe love on black and then brought white, and he wrote sugar, and then he took with his nose. Solo baby, cut on the largest. Small and way up. Other maybe goggle, you also Rebbe, you love it. Oh, finally we have Rebbe all the way at the end that says if he's doing it, he's trying to be small and brought a large animal, no good. So they can say for Rebbe, hey, it was left for a butter, it's like a sandwich, it makes sense. Rebbe's going to do it, he raised at the end, there's a one in the middle. Rebbe's like, Rebbe, it's a Rabbanah, Vachkama, Rothschild, my pleasure is Rebbe, Rabbanah, my pleasure is Rabbanah, have a wonderful day.
Actually, stay up. I need to
Nurses Cook is spreading horror throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
Yeah, this is your second time, clearly. Where was the other place? Where? But you just had your first time ever on stage. What do you need for work? Oh, yeah. What exactly for Starline Tours?
I manage the buses. Like, I basically make sure people are taken care of. The drivers are on the shit. So.
Wow. All right, there it is again then. I don't get that.
Good morning, rap boys.
Just cheese, bro.
Lulichmas. Skimi, Merosimus, Mordecai. We're holding on the top of the
When's the last time you sent that jacket?
$100. 3 lines down. Look up. So what's going on here?
That's a great bird. That's good.
We learned that somebody says he's going to donate on him. So,
I like that you're wearing a
we want to be spicy enough. We're not exactly sure which one he meant.
I don't know what we're roasting. I'm trying to help you. No, I always give the last girl money.
It could be that he meant a mixture. One says it can't go for the shin, and one says it does go for the shin.
Lunches.
That's the one that says it can actually be a mixture of cows and chickens. If that's the case, it can't be Rishon. One says, yeah, it could be Rishon. Could be, yeah. You make it now. You say, I don't know exactly how many of each. Could be, maybe I get 5 silent. 5 Japikin, whatever it is, whatever my slave is, whatever my obligation is, that's what I'm giving. The rest is going to be in a double. A gift, shout out to the boss. The verse is that I need pizza among one into that. Now we understand, but if you look at every milk, you have to bring oil. What do you do with the leftover oil? And if you don't know what to do with the leftover oil, you can't do this milk oil. What's the problem? The cow is left to Ezekiel on our different fact that this means half and half. The cow is Ezekiel. What's the sort of deal with cow? Then I'll also see, take the leftover oil, let it go, put it in the cow inside, not put it in the cow inside. And it says, now, problem is, if he said, if it's all challah, what it is having as put the leftover oil, put it into the challah. He cooked. You know, my brother, he said, I'm being only chicken, moisturize them, and that's what they have. You have a problem. What do? You get the leftover thing out of it, you pour it into the bag. You can't just mix it up, you can't get it down, you get it into the bag, you pour it in the bag, you use the glass. So you might have a because of your shimmy baby, that's all expensive. The size of the shimmy, you know, from the shimmy, because the kids, you have to get what do you do? One ton community. This is also like we go to that, what's community? You got a major Machlokes. None of Machlokes, Rashi over here says it's like a test. Rashi over here says it's a test. Rashi says it's a puff. Rashi says it's X. The Rambam says the X. The Chumah, it's a given. If you go with most of the sheet, it's more like a puff, upside down, sideways, your head. It's just a little, people say it's really like a puff. It's like a little, you know, test that little piece on top, like that, like a corner. Of course, the point is that you write some sort of letter on the challah. And once they're done, they never look at it. So this idea, no matter what, even if it's the challah, it goes to the ground, and even if it's the deacon, it goes to the ground. So at the end of the day, we know what to do with the oil that's going to pass. All in our power and life. So think about it. These are the 5 menachos. When a person says stop, he doesn't explain what. He says, I want to bring a mincha. It can be one of these. The question is, think about other menachos. One of the menachos we spoke about yesterday is called minchas v'sachim. Minchas v'sachim is a mincha that comes together. It's a little confusing. So put them in the separate. Let's figure it out. Let's just discuss it. The sachim comes with every single woman and every single item. Every time you bring carbon item or carbon plumbing, you must bring a minchas v'sachim. It includes wine, oil, it includes flour, depending on the size of the animal. So let's say we're going to go with a small animal. You have to be 3 liters wine, 3 liters oil, or one son of flour. Maybe that's by the way, this is important. You could bring in a supplement all by itself, without an animal. I can say, I want to bring in a supplement that you typically bring. With the bowl. I want to bring the which requires more wine. I want to bring the basic one that goes with the sheep. That would be green logo beef. Green yayin, green stemmer beef. You say it. Sorry. Oh, my little battle. What he was supposed to because he saw grass. This is maybe when he told me, but it didn't mean the 5 minutes that we keep on talking about. Maybe he's talking about the mitzvah of something which you can bring on its own without an animal. Rama, he learned on his day. It's not the other mitzvah of something. A person is not a problem to give it a double to the Shloim every single day of your life. So now, the more answer the question, is the more going to teach us the difference, the 5 differences that there are between a mitzvah, soila, and sunah. The typical 5 minachos within a sunnah. 5 differences. And we know those 5 differences. The word is saying, the word arguing that I'm not going to mistake between a mitzvah that has this difference and not. But it teaches us the differences. So what are the differences? Yachid, the glass, the vina, the light, the count. That was number 1. What was our yachid? What was our two? You learn that these 5 menachos can bring, even if the shit's can't even have a single part of it, certainly can't be from the whole community, whereas the something could be from the whole community. A person is not going to make a mistake. He's not going to say, oh, I don't remember, it's something that I can't even have a partner, or it's something that I can do with everybody. He won't make a mistake. Another one, he comes stop too late, what was the last one?
What's your dance
He
name?
doesn't confuse a min cluster. And it comes all by itself, like divided on it. But we are going to unpack it. There's a mincha that comes together with an animal. He'll remember quite well that he's related a mincha that usually goes with sheep. With full, it doesn't go like, he comes actually another one. He will like, do something. He's not required a vitamin. He doesn't even understand, because he knows whether it has a vitamin or not. And if you know right now, let's calculate. Basically, the Gemara just telling us in a side way all the nafkaminas, a list of 5 nafkaminas. Pick up a stop delay, how many, when you have one of these 5 benachas, how much oil is required? 1 loaf. And the minimum of an asafim is how many? 3 loaf. A Rabbi saying, I can hear. In his mind, he knows exactly. He knows that he's going to have to schlep a huge amount of oil to the Mishnah in just one little pot. He was stop delaying for the pizza. Share it for the pizza. Loy. Sometimes the sultan does not require a pizza. Why not? Think about it for a second. Why does the sultan not require a pizza? Anybody? Because it all goes under his back. Why do you do pizza? Usually take a little bit of flour in your hand, and the rest becomes shirayim, and then you eat the kind of pizza. But the entire thing goes in his bath, like because of stuff, everything. Where does the wine go in his bath? The oil and the flour goes on his bath. There's no pizza over it. A person is not going to confuse himself between a mincha that has a pizza and a mincha doesn't have pizza. That's why the southern out of the question. So to give more correct. This was wild. Man, the guy poor like anything. He didn't have any money. All he has left is a bag of flour in his house. His wife's gonna make a little, bread to eat, and he's gonna bring just one bag of flour to the bunny. It's going to be on stage. This doesn't count to a side. He's doing stage. And because he missed out. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the third goddamn time, unless I was part of your set, please now, Sean Lewis. You're asking me for a shredder. I said I'm going to bring a mincha of different shredders, and I don't know what I said. You're asking me for a shredder any damn apparatus. The other mincha for shooting shredders. Don't say, you know what?
So I'm a big fan of like extreme metal, like blackened death metal and grindcore.
Where are you?
Yeah, especially like the underground 90s shit recorded by like
skip the 3 words.
teenagers.
Look about.
Personally, I think the holy grail of that genre is locked in an evidence room in Littleton, Colorado.
You're asking me for the Kabbalah Kuleh, that's those words. Okay, Kabbalah Kuleh.
Because I think the Columbine
it's very important because it's a little bit forgetting these words. So maybe
it's probably amazing. They were into Amon, Mars, Devil Orchard. They're prodigies.
Okay. That says basically that the whole sugi was really whole that he said I wanted in one plea. If you were to describe that it's in one plea, then you put it in 63K. When you put it in 63, one he started for plea on 60, and now we'll get rid of all our problems. As he said, they want to do with 3 started with 3K. He said 60 or 60K. Problem is, they said I want it in one plea. I want it in one plea. So perhaps it's 61 pleas. Perhaps it's 59 in one plea. So let's do 59 of plays and 1 of Nadav in one plea. You cannot do that. You cannot mix a Nadav with a play in one plea. So now you're stuck. Now you need 60 kalim. Then each one has a different shear. One has 1, the next one has 2, 3, 4, etc. All the way up to 6.
He looks like the other guy. Yeah. Tommy Wiseau.
I read this.
Where do you have a barista? The Vaughn's Starbucks. Wow. That should be your opening line.
He's going to bring the book of 60 is straight only once.
So
One
regardless
6
of
here.
the symptoms,
Why?
I'm happy to
Because
be here.
whatever it is will be in the clean.
Right in openers.
Now, how does that happen? Do you apply at the bonds,
I said
or do you
20,
apply at the
so 20 out of the
Starbucks?
60 should be
You
my
apply
income that I
actually the
am.
bonds, which is the same company as Safeway.
Were you willing to take any job that they gave
I
you?
am. The rest, the 40, are going to be another new
I was pretty desperate time.
So you
Don't make it sad.
for fun.
Desperate times call for
Just
desperate.
bring in the double time report.
that's a big joke.
Rabbi, I'm
They
what
have
is
measures
this?
in music. Literally
Y'all
playing
been
to
up
the
until
back of the
Australian and up of that teacher. This is unbelievable.
How long you been
You bring
resting at
a plea that has one thing, you bring another thing with you, another thing with you, 5, 10, 20, up to 60. Total amount, Shahei, wait a minute, how do you do the math? We're going to do it really quick. We take whatever number it is. We do 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. So for here we have to 60. Yeah, add a 1. You divide it in 2. It's 30. Take that division. Whatever number you divide it, 30. 30 times the number that you have. 30 times 60 equals 1,800. But there's a 1. 1830. 1830. There's no curiosity. Maybe you have a curiosity. Oh, what if I don't even know which one of these 5 it is?
Do they sell them like on
They have to do everything times 5.
skull or something, maybe? That would lead into the death metal stuff.
So according to Chachamim, you bring 60 in one bowl times 5. So it's 5 times 60. How much is that?
Dude,
I feel like your first
300.
I work in a Starbucks in the fall.
According to Rabbi, that is 1830. It could be any one
Why
of
are you
these.
telling me about death metal when we could be going there?
1830 times 5. How much?
Than I am.
Ezra and Brad, very done, Brad. Look, I'm strong, she's right. James Lynch Smith, Zuri from Hub. So now you have to bring 5 in office, each milk of 6. This equals 300. Rabbi, I mean, all these comments do not sell. That's right in there for that issue. Now you have to do 5 times 8.
So you just look like a Mortal Kombat character all
1830.
time.
Dang, he saw I lost him and made all the time. This is my practice or something like that, but before my I feel like that was my mind call. Hold on a second. A person who says, a person who brings a mitzvah is a poor person who brings one thing. Over here he's going to have to bring 9,000. 150, which is a tremendous amount of money. It's 15 tons of flour. It's a lot. Yeah, I feel like the whole mind call.
I feel like I like three guys debates and I can.
Okay, the microphone. So now we have 5. We have 5 ways to explain something. 5 ways. Again, what's about flavors? If a person doesn't know what he donated to the victim, and it could be 1 through 60. 1 is sorry, 60 is greater. So 1 is 160, bring the highest number. And you make a 9 and you say, something tomorrow. So no. Rabbi says, you can't just bring 60 and say, oh, I'm making a condition that if I meant 50, so 50 out of it is flavor, and 10 of it is other. It doesn't work. And we're going to see why it doesn't work. There's 5 reasons why that doesn't work. All my references is a Mutala.
That's really interesting that you interrupt your set.
Are you allowed to bring into the Azara when bring things? Why? Because
What were you doing there? What activities did you take part in?
if you have a bowl of
Getting expelled right before graduation. Have you ever tried to smoke weed through your
flour, and half of it is my milk. What? The other half cannot be in the double. Why? Because it cannot mix in the same bowl. Those 2 things. Hold on a second. You can't mix in those 2 things. You can't mix in the. Can't mix in the bowl 2 different kebabs. LMI, half of it is my partner, half of it is just mundane. But I
GED or something like that.
cannot be mundane. You cannot be the coolest into that Zara.
What did you guys?
No, it doesn't. It never does. Because no. Red says you can't. You can't make it dry. Why? Because you cannot breathe. You cannot personally can mix. Olive. But if you change it in the oven, and you're having a double flavor in 1 plate. You can't do that. You can have a flavor in the oven in 1 plate. You can't touch each other. You can't.
Oh, really?
You can't be mixed with each other. Sorry. It's at the Nedava. It's at Nedava and Chayva cannot mix. You cannot mix two levels. You could mix Chulin with the carbon. But the problem is that now you brought Chulin, apples into this thing. You're not going to take the Chulin and change it into a carbon. It's not going to change. It is what it is. It's Chulin. And it's not Zara. So now, simple apples, simple flowers, it's not Zara. Rabbi saw also the Happy School on Zara. It's not permitted to bring food on Zara.
If you have a pair of rollerblades, am I close on this?
What the Happy School on Zara? You're not. The question: are you allowed to bring food on Zara? Yes or no? Rabbi,
you get a lot of checks.
the Kuli Alma also the Happy School on Zara. No. So there's another mouse.
You seem like a guy that would do well with the ladies. You ever take them back to music? Homeschool them, you know what I mean?
No, everybody says Robert or Rabbi, the Kuli Alma also. Everybody agrees, you know, a lot of people that. Well, the local art, another simple point is, can you mix, and that's it. Involves the cooler with the flavor in the same bowl. But by the time we move a lot of flavor in the so that's our little problem. I can mix the flavor and go even up into one bowl. So maximum, all you have to do is 60. Within the 60, you have an average. Part of it is going to be quite low. I don't know how many. I make it's not whatever it is. I think, you know how many? It's 18. The rest,
Huge Frank Zappa fan. I love what he used to do in the mid.
Is going to be on a Dava. Parents have also learned how to do the Dava. Since it's off to mix the Dava, so they let you bring one of every party up to 60. 1830. All of that, I learned all of that. People to learn how to do the Dava. How begins. 6 months in, you need to have two pieces. So the Gemara, it's fun. Okay, read. This is funny, but. This is the Nedava of my children. I was thinking about working their stuff. We're making a minute. No, we're not going to make a minute. This is 16 sorry. Let's pretend.
I'm going to be writing
67. I go like this.
the rest of the night. I won't be able to.
It's fun, you know, it's one of those things that I never talk about, but I ask them these questions and I think the same thing all the time, almost to every answer.
And this is pizza number one.
It is.
Pizza number one.
It's incredible how different everybody is.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I'm going to put it to this bowl right over here.
They are. Who are we seeing?
You can say, go ahead.
Now, it's possible that not everything in this bowl is a flavor. Maybe I use Thomas pizza. Maybe I found. So I have to take another pizza to the another one for the rest of it, which is mincha number 2 in the bowl, which is in the double mincha. And again, with this, turn over. I gotta make sure I don't pull up to this side. Pinky like this. Here, this is my pizza. Boom. Something like that. Great. So now I have a double pizza over here, and a double pizza over here. Next, says tomorrow. When I took my pizza out the very first time, I went like this. I put it in here. In this bowl, I have a little bit of my Nedava. This whole thing is a little bit Nedava, a little bit flavor. In my pizza, there's a little part of it that is Nedava. Problem. Why? Because my pizza needs to be 100% perfect. I can't have too much and I can't have too little. A big part of it is not even a pizza, it's not even a fiber. Says the Gemara, this guy that donated the 60, whatever he donated, he doesn't say what is what. He says, you know what? Let the Kohen decide. When the Kohen takes it out, whatever he takes out, go to the Mati of the Kohen, has the Kohen. The first, whatever he takes out first, that should go forward. Because you don't know which part of the flower is part of the donut. It's only decided later. Okay, so the player decides that the first things that he thought is chayv. So that gives rid of that power. So there we go. So the side, and the second one should be the double. Back to Reikimach. Ask the Gemara, big problem. How do you put it on to this day? Look at the double ratio. Let's say I take this bowl and I put this on his back.
Completely wrong. And you won't find out until your next girlfriend.
Okay.
Hey, don't put it on your ear like that. You don't know.
Dilma.
I said on your ear.
The chayv b'heikamach Dilma. How
on the ear, like an ear job.
can I go ahead and put this one on his back? I cannot put the second bowl.
That's my third time. Third time ever for
Yeah,
you.
the chayv bowl.
Doing
Why?
sketch and improv for about 3 years, though. That's okay. That's 1/3 JC.
Dilma Kluma chayv. Perhaps all 60 in this guy
What have you been doing
will
all this
fall
time?
what I promised to bring. The original. And then what? So now it comes out that this 60 is missing how much? This much.
What's making you all of a sudden get into stand-up?
One pizza that I put in here as an adava is missing off the 60.
Easier to get stage
You
time.
cannot
Do stand-up
bring
and improv.
bring this
What do you think about this,
guy,
Jeremiah Watkins?
player guy, onto the back if some of this is missing. If an animal comes and eats a little bit out of here, the shirayim is missing. This is shirayim left over.
You know what I'm talking about? I don't know the norm. It's not the
An animal comes and eats, I cannot put this on his back. Over here, it's not an animal. You took this plastic bowl and put a sweet in here. You're like an animal. You took some of the shirayim out and put it over here. You have no right to do that. I don't know what to do. Now I can't put this on his back. Elamai, you put the plate on first. Put this on first. That's also a problem. So what do you do? All right, look at the plate of the ratio. So put this guy on first. Put this guy on first. So tomorrow, no, that'll be a problem. How do you put this on his back? I need to put this on his back because perhaps there's Nidava in this bowl, the big bowl, and this Nidava needs a Kmitza, and the Kmitza I have to put on his back, but I can't put this on his back. Why? The most will play it again. We're going with the assumption that perhaps, worst case scenario, all of this 60 in this silver thing is all part of my carbo. And therefore, well, the call from the Norwegian, and I already put this on his back. Yeah, I put this ball in his back. Now it's also, it's the right to put anything else onto his back. I don't want to be a disrespectful. I put this meat on his back. And then 10 minutes later, I go into my bowl. I take another key to put on his back. So I do this in the right. I'm giving Hashem more. No, it says impossible. The Once there was a fire. Once the Kmitza went onto the fire, anything in addition to that is this the right about the Piru. Perhaps what's in this plastic bowl, the Nadava part, is not Nadava. Perhaps it's just part of the carbon, the phytocarbon. And now I'm sacrificing, I'm being macro a second time. When I'm not allowed to, you only have to be macro once, not twice.
She's a line prep. She assembles bowls.
That's it.
She assembles bowls.
Okay.
All right, cool. Moving on.
So, says the Gemara. Omar Yehuda operated to Tazi. The master really should make sense. You know what you do? This Nidava, you put on his back, and you say, if there's a Nidava in this thing, this should be my pizza. But it's not. I'm turning this.
You look like the rapper Logic if he wasn't half black.
It would. I'm allowed to turn this into firewood. I need a bird. And this back needs fire. It needs fuel. This is fuel. So just like we had it in.
The wildest thing about you.
That sugi we had in this sugi that what do you take? You take this flour right over here. It's the double flour, and you say either it's in the double, it's a condition. Either but if it's not, what if it was? You gotta put it up on the Mizbeach. You can't put it as a carpet.
How many bars is he behind?
That's what. Only Rabbi did it. Actually, the difference between the album and the Lord could be the dog. Also, there's a logical difference. The boy said maybe the McCoy is different. Nah. If you're allowed to be my iron, everybody holds your allowed to. So you're allowed to what's about, according to Red. Going on 60. And say, it happens in the dog, it happens. Well, this is what we just said. It's hard for you to talk about. How do I put it on his bed? If I put it on his bed, I'm not good. On this side that it's not as good. I'm being matched something from the original status twice after there's already on his bath once. You can't do a second acrobat. It's gonna reach it. So they argue whether it's used as critic.
Really? A shotgun aiming is waiting for the person to shot in that
okay. On my leg, something that you have to move the wire, cut the food, probably do it last leg. What is that? According to Rabbi, you had a mix of cutting the double into one ball. And
he only got 10 years, so that's the second shot that went off.
Rabbi doesn't hold it. Yes, sir. You can't make him do it. Answer the mic. It's in the Kadmona. That's not the Kadmona. If you're allowed, you're permitted to mix the two.
So that your dad was smoking the second shot, right?
This bowl, I put one each on in this bowl. This bowl, that's 60. And then I cut some of the top. The flowers, chops or something.
Well, they were both addicted.
What did I gain? I'm going to take the kmitza from over here. One kmitza. I'm going to take one kmitza from here. I save all issues. What's the problem? Like I took
we actually hired the guy who
two kmitzas from here, and the second kmitza I'm going to put on his back. I didn't take a second one from here. The second one was from a separate bowl. This one. This second bowl is going to take care of all the nazaras in this bowl. How? By touching. You let it do here, boy.
Were they kind of like, look,
you let it mix. I'm going to touch. Here, touches. This is the kmitza for all the dove in here. This is the kmitza for all the cut in here. But I'm allowed to bring this on the Mizbeach because this is not connected to this at all. It's not the second kmitza from here. It's its own original mitzvah. Huh? Yeah? No, but it's different bowl.
You inherit your father's murderous traits.
Different bowl.
Well, I didn't kill him.
No, they touch. You got to halal for the touch. It's not. It's in the second. It's an info phone. The in-change phone, it's not 61 in here. It's one in here, 60 in here, they just touch.
I don't know.
It's the touching helps with the
Right, I think like your father, you do
have to kmitza from here on here. Oh, well, something like the player of the Lord, but you do it over the last way. It's like the Shibu Kalmona. The Kalmona. The Marvel of the comments.
CJ Price, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep flying through it, shall we? Stats of murder. That's fun, man. There you go. 24-year-old CJ Price, third time ever on stage.
So, why did Rabbi not say this? It's a great answer. They didn't take this. He holds it casually. Rabbi Omar, another time. They pull it out of the
What did you do?
What did you do? What did Rabbi Eliezer?
Melted ice cream.
Look at food that Rabbi Eliezer and Yaakov are another mahal. Again, let's go back.
After dark.
He ate so much food that he literally got those gloves.
Now, the machlokes is what Rabbi did. If a person got confused and he made Neder is going to bring him milk on the end. No clue what he said, how many is writing. If he wanted to start to be the 60s writing. So, Rabbi said, a wild idea is to bring 60 kalim, and each one has a different amount. 1, 2, 3, total of 1,850. Why? Why is 60 not enough? Just bring 60 and say, if I said 60, great. If I said less than 60, whatever I say is the fight, and all the rest of that free should be in the dollar. So another step, because my point is in the reaction. It's not. I feel a little decision is sorry, that's what she's doing. Yeah, the machlokes, fundamental machlokes. How much oil is necessary for 60
everybody.
Shammai Mincha. Either 16 lugim or 1 lug. And the Mela, that answers the question. What's the answer? Because if in this whole right over here, there's a mincha koiva and a mincha netava. So according to one man you need 2 lug. There's 2 separate numbers. According to one man you need 1. We don't know. It's either 1 mincha or 2.
She said, "Why would you do that?
What
kind of dog was it?" I said, "So small."
That's the shaila. How much you want to bring? You bring 1 lug or 2 lug. And since I don't know, can't bring.
Fellows, magic. It was just biting at a leash.
They go all the way to 2:30. If it's a large mincha of 60, what you need is 1 lug. So you either need 1 lug or 2 lug. Shinem my mincha of a lug.
You acted about the same way that you did, except you had a can of mace.
According to Sabri, you can have 1 lug. According to Rabbanan, in the 60 bowl, you need 60 lug of oil. You have some give it the Yaakov and Rabbi holds no, you only need 1 lug for 60. But since this is possible that's 2 different menachas, you need 2 lug. But what if it's only 1 mincha? So you need 1 lug. So now I'm confused. I don't know if I should bring 1 or 2. Well, they did it. I want to say, I don't know if it's 1 mincha, all it is 1 lug. You stay with him, you didn't stay with him, or it's the king. This one I relate to the most. This is like not as easy. What's my point? If I show up like the person that hates goes, give me super easy. Everybody's not going to understand. No one over here is going to understand Rabbi. The shaila is, if a person says, I want to bring 1 piece star in over mincha, can I bring it 60? Why not? I want to be large. I said I'm going to bring 1.
You saw, the story goes, I saw a cute
bag of flour, I'm going to bring 60. Rabbi says, you know what idea? That's not your nether.
I considered running.
Nether's 150 your nether. Memela, I can't bring a 60 bowl. So for every mincha that it's possible, I can make everything possible. 60 possibilities. That's it. Because Rabbi goes to Mikligi. He didn't make him sharper about it. Because they argue about the same exact thing by an animal. Someone's not called Rabbi Yoto, Rabbi Saba Yoto. But legal this is exactly my point. It's the same thing. It's not. Rabbi Gadol, he donated. He said he's going to bring a small bull, smaller, 1,000 pounder. Rabbi Gadol brought 3,000 pounds. You can't bring larger than you were later. So what's a mincha and a bull? Suka. Didn't remember how. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. One needs for 60 star mincha, one needs for a 1 inch. The meat, what goes on his back is identical inside. But also by animals, on the teaching murim, the murim that we bring under his back, we're supposed to bring the innards, the pliers, the skirt steak, all these things.
Where are you from, Jeff?
By Southern California.
As large as the animal is, that's how much, that's how, comparatively speaking, the murim are going to be larger. 2,000 pound animals, the murim are going to be double.
What do you do for work?
That's why you change your nether. You said you're going to bring 100 pounds of the murim under his back, and you brought 200 pounds.
It's windows and
Or Loretta, make it a common green that case, and you can't do that. Maybe Rabbi only said it by an animal because you're literally bringing more things out of the hospital. But when it comes to a mincha, maybe he's this up. We can do the mincha. This is the only time it's not
anything specific like a knob or a bolt or anything like that.
For both sides, that there's a simon for a mishnah. I looked it up this morning. In the Mishnah, obviously, there's no simon. The simon is an Amoraim kind of thing, maybe a parts of that. I don't know. Simon, 18 Zav, Yain, Oilet, Koida, sorry, these are all part of a lot of it. The next Mishnah is, this Mishnah says, I really like 18. The person says, I want to bring wood in his bath. Well, if the person says, he has to bring at least 2 pieces that
Jeff, do you drink a lot?
have to do with his bath. 2 pieces. The size of his bath. The size that you bring in the morning. But even if he says, and if he says, I'm going to bring Frankie Gibbons, Lebaina, לא יפרס מפיינה. זאת תגימה, says in this. Lebaina לא יפרס מפיינה. If a person donates to Lebaina, it means one kmitza like this. Says the Mishnah, Chamisha Kmotzimim, there are in fact 5 different kmitzas when it comes to Lebaina. Oh, in there, Allah Lebaina, when a person is accepting upon himself Lebaina, the yipras mipayna, he shouldn't give less than 1 kmitza. I mean, not the mincha, and any mincha, the 5 that we saw, the soul that's not precious, not fast. Oh, it's true.
Can you give us an example of
He did. Yovi Mapayna to Lebaina should have 1 kmitza. So Lebaina, Hamal is a funny before. If you take this pizza, Lebaina, you activate it in your house. Same thing would be if you take this pizza, put on his back, so there's nothing right there. Take a seat.
Here we go. That one's
If
successful.
you want to do the zip on my side, take a look at this. Remind Oilam. I was thinking myself that before we were enough this, we weren't all very familiar with the ship funds.
Thank you for calling.
And the Zitim, if I
Pleasure Storehouse. How can I help you?
Wow, you see the difference?
say the Zitim to somebody, that's the Zitim, the Zitim.
Oh God, come on.
The 2 spoons, and in each spoon
So,
is
is there
1
anything
pizza
interesting about you,
worth
Jeff, and how much
of
have you had to drink
Levaina.
today?
I've had 3 Millers. I've had
Snake muscles. I realize that if a person says I'm going to donate gold, but if you do a Zog, it should be less than the minimum small point of Zog. Pesach, if he says silver, then you're going to test it, you won't be able to test it. Not bring the smallest point of copper, that's not copper, but if it's in the mouth test. You're asking me that about the person says I don't know what I specified. Yeah, maybe this is a beautiful. Maybe that's the other one.
Do you have a roommate or
That's
anything?
your love the chocolate schematic. Keep on giving. And then when it comes to 100,000, 2,000, no, that can't be that much. Rabbi say, have a wonderful day.
since my Komodo dragon died.
Very good. Spreading throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. NDYsponsor.com. NDY.com.
Have you ever had a weird pet?
No, just cats.
How straight are your pubes?
Oh my God, dude, ridiculously straight.
Are they really
I haven't
straight?
trimmed them in a long time, and it's getting a little creepy. It looks like an emo kid down there. Did you name your nuts the Allman Brothers?
That's where about Jeremiah walking. The Allman Brothers. Because they're nuts and they have straight long hair. Did they it's like a triple chip.
Well,
Jeremiah is
yeah.
three prong.
My golden goose Jeremiah
Good morning, Rabbi.
What's the others? Can they grow straight?
They're really
So you take care of your
We're
hair.
only at
Let's face it. I mean, you leave it conditioner or something like that.
New
Do
parents.
you go to forhims.com and
Dr.
take special
Bellamy.
vitamins for that?
I thought about telling a joke about it, but now they're probably good because I would have lost your sponsorship.
I think you should address the
I realize Sora is Yogi Apple. This is no critical.
Man, I'm just trying to run shit.
The person uses a singular Russian. I realize he's sorry.
I'm not saying it's ridiculous.
I think about myself to bring one sorry. Yogi should bring one. If he says plural, it's really
It
nice.
just stands
Yogi's
out.
nice.
There's
So this is
something
a little
about,
bit
like,
more
normally when we see it look like that, it's followed by
that
the back
he
side
only
of
brings
the
two, he
horse.
doesn't bring more than two. Minimum
You look like you give
of
Luke
the plural
lessons.
is 2, and it's not more than 2.
I feel like you're here to recite a poem to my
Pay attention. This case is going to be brought down twice in the mission.
my wife. I know.
You're actually
I love your
Oh, I
podcast.
just made it. For some reason.
Is she?
the English idea. I'm not that.
Hey.
Do you have a crock
I
pot?
set aside. I said I'm going to
Dude, yeah.
bring
That's
him.
like,
But I had no
my
clue
dude, I just
what I
moved to a
said.
new apartment and it doesn't have a fucking stove. I didn't notice it at
So
first.
unfortunately
It
for
didn't
this,
have that. It
Yogi,
didn't have a crock pot, which I cooked all my meals out of.
What's your favorite thing that you make?
the most the person to bring one minute up
Or something. Or just,
is 16 sorry. So perhaps he said 16 sorry.
Hey, you want to go over Jeff Walt's
You don't know?
house, eat some chump
Now what he
steak with
said,
pork beans and onions,
59
just
is
throw
not
some all in a crock
How can you
pot.
bring 60?
So good.
59 is
Drink like 7 Miller High Lifes before
like
you eat it.
1 is in the dozen.
That's
One
fucking delicious. By the time you
obligation.
crack
Let's say
open
30.
that
30 is
sweet
obligation.
crock
The other 30 is not an
What's
obligation.
the
And they're all
smell of the onions and the
in one cleat.
fills that apartment, which
You
only
do the
takes
classic,
seconds
which
because
is
it's
nice. That's it.
the biggest apartment. I'm sure.
Whatever, if I get this 30, so the 30 is my part, the rest I'm giving it off. And whatever my part is, that's what I'm giving. And whatever's in the fleet, the leftover, that will be, you have to make a condition. That's, you have to specify. I already aligned
All
this
right,
part.
Jeff, have you ever got
What if
away
a
with
person
a crime?
doesn't say what kind of
No, I've been caught for all of them.
So there are 5
What's the
classes,
most interesting thing that you've been in trouble
and you bring one of these 5
Fingering my girlfriend while I
lovely
drive, that was
aces to you.
probably...
You bring anyone you want.
What's that?
Wait, did this happen
You
when
know,
you
in
were...
there, you already knew a service. No,
Did
no,
this
no, no.
happen when you were
One.
hitting a guy that worked for Starline
There's the
Tours?
default. There's a default movement. If you don't specify what, so the default is a Minchas service number 1 on the list.
You know, spinning around in
So
circles.
you can finish it in an office.
She
That's
reported
the
him,
most
the cop
special,
on a
that's the
motorcycle?
default.
No,
So,
it was...
I really know
I'm pretty sure this
you
was
know,
the cops on us as we were leaving a place. It was like kind of the sting
or
thing, I think.
The sting thing.
So,
Oh my God! All right,
person
guys,
says,
you know why we're here.
I really lied.
Today we are going to get every
How much
kid
is
that is
that?
fingering their girlfriend in this
One.
local parking lot.
Boy says, I really lied.
Finger
Min,
one more,
under the
going
cup,
over there.
it doesn't mean A,
And
this
we
is
both
min.
go, go, go.
A type of, which is 1, 2, a min, is a single. How many is a single?
There was a huge fingering
So the
epidemic.
2 cases.
So...
I really lied. Min,
Where did it happen at? Where'd you get busted?
min plus 1.
I got busted on the freeway. I was driving home from an establishment.
Min up.
If it wasn't a finger way, I don't know.
I realize
we were driving away from a bar.
Min up.
With a guy from a bar.
Where did they see you do the fingering out on the freeway?
We were
That's in
driving
his
in my
watch.
car
His watch is in my
and she was swerving someone supposedly, so I don't really...
She was driving.
The Gemara is just going to ask. And actually make a whole thing out of it. What is this given? I really like meaning. Meaning seems like 2. Minutes
So you're driving on the freeway,
seems like 1.
she's swerving, and then all of a sudden, what? You're fingering her for how long? A few minutes? She in the car?
So how many?
I didn't. Yeah, it was funny. It was hidden. Did you ever find her
Okay,
G
so we're
card?
going to go through the explain it nicely. Try to learn from the first case, try to learn from the second case. Try to learn from the different case. So let's see, we'll see the Gemara. I'm just throwing it out here because when you said 2 cases, I'm going to have the third case. You don't get all a mish. Aleph and Beis is in the Mishnah that we just read.
So
Min,
one of
min,
the
min,
couples you
simple,
guys over,
simple.
all of a sudden you see lights, you get the little what?
Pirashti, ve'einu yodea, izamen pirashti. I said I'm going to bring one of these 5. I might have said a machas, I might have said a machas. I have no clue what I said.
That would be the hardest thing ever.
Love you so much, so, unfortunately, that was for you. You bring all 5.
Is this true, or were you trying to be funny?
Now, this seems very, very similar to the first case of Mishnah. It might be the same. Never mind, the Gemara is different than that. Pirashti minchas of the Shreinim.
So wait,
The Ainu Yodea Kamet Pirashti. I said it's going to be
we're asking, is it true you were pulled over?
at least 1 Isarim, maybe 2 Yisraelim, maybe 5. Yavi Shishin Isarim. So, because I don't know what I said, and the maximum is 60, I'll bring 60.
Yes, and we thought you were
Rabbi
because the dog was
That's not real, guys. You don't get arrested
So
for
it's
things
right
like
now,
that. I was pulled over because I was translating now on a live.
I'm not Rabbi is unbelievable. This guy messed up royal.
But you weren't driving.
The mom is messed up. Instead of him bringing 3 Yisraelim, he has to bring a plea that has 1 Yisrael in it, because he might have said 1. He has to bring another plea that has 2.
Do you think we're
There's
playing
been
a
another
drop game right now
plea
or
that has
something
3.
like that?
And another plea that has 4, 5, 6, 10, 31, another plea that has 52, another plea that has 9, and finally a plea that has 60. So how do you do the math? Very, very simple. We have 60. Rabbi said 60. Our number is 60. You take 60, divide it in half. That's 30. How much is 3 times 6? What's the part of the 18. So 30 times 6 is how much? 1,800. But there's 1. You have to add 1. So it's 30. plus 1
Jeff, what do you think
is another
the most
30.
interesting thing
So it's
about you is?
1830. That's the number. That's the number of the Shrenim that we need. 1830. Shita. Says Gemara on the first line of the mission. First it says, Harei alike Isarai.
I'm gonna be honest
Kid
with
in
you.
kindergarten knows that it means 1. Shita.
I didn't want to do anything
Says
wacky
Gemara
this
right.
week.
As
I
Shrenim is Rabbi
wanted to go
Stein's
right
place.
through
The
a
second
normal
case that's
episode
important,
of the show
and that's a
all the way
little bit of
through the
finish.
book. As
Put
you
on the
guys may
Shita.
know,
It's also
Ali
possible.
Kosky retired from regularism
Hard to
last
understand
week,
exactly
we
back and forth there.
begun,
Neil, the Rabbi Stein, it's Shita like. That's one way to read it. But that is a privilege that not more than 2.
this week. We have
That the minimum of plural is 2, but not more than 2.
Ryan is set on this being a wild
Grazie,
show,
Benito, grazie,
in which somebody we've been given the opportunity
So,
to a random
just
volunteer who thinks that they can mean something.
you have case number 1 in the Mishnah. Rashi, I said I'm going to bring him. I have no idea.
This
The
like
Mishnah
the
is
mind
Rabbi
is just completely fucking.
Shimi. And then look at this thing. It says it again. Pirashti Yobi Shishim Isarim. Pirashti, it's much the same words. Pirashti, you should bring 60, much like the Mishnah. But over here you have Rabbi Oimer, Yobi Menachashel Israelim. You do 1 till 60, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. It's equal to 1830. So what's the difference between the rates and the same? So the Gemara Mankana, Kiskil, the Loiker Rebbe. Oh, I'm a Kiskil, the Loiker Rebbe. The first, the blue part, on top, Pirashti, any of them are Pirashti, it's just 1 sheet of Yobi. It's not going according to that. Rebbe, I'm a Yobi Menachashel Israelim. It's not going to teach it. Rebbe says before it. You should do 1 plus 2 plus 3.
Chris, would you like the taste just a half?
No. It's different case. I feel them already. The case is going to Pirashti Israelim. I have a look from Bastin between. The first page says, I said I'm going to bring a certain amount of flour, but I never said in how many vessels. The Maisi Shita Misrael is the Shita money. So what you have to do is you bring 60 saran, but just in 60 kalim. 60. So you don't gain anything in terms of the vessels. You have to put it in 60 packs, but only each pack gets 1 saran for a total of 60. Worst comes to worst, what? You said 39? So you take 39 bowls. And that's your thing. You don't have to do in each bowl 2, and then the second bowl 3 and 4 and 5. You don't have to do that. Each bowl is just gonna have 1 isar.
To the wall. All right.
Make sure you have 60 bowls, and then you cover all your bases. Now, the ain't in the rate in the safe up. He said it was a certain amount, and each amount was by itself in a bowl. So each amount is by some of the bowl. So now I have it's possible 39 isar in 1 bowl, 52 isar in 1 bowl, 7 in 1 bowl. You have to go through 1 to 60. Every bowl is a different amount. If I didn't say that the bowl is important, and I could just bring 1 isar per bowl. Those are the 2 cases.
Yeah, Brian.
Sorry. Let's do this again. I feel the table order given on my people already. What are the gradual straight as I believe about them, please? I never said how many vessels. The most you should start now is to see money again. I could just bring 60 and 60 vessels. I really mean,
Is it spicy?
We had reviewed the argument on this and says no. If I say mincha, you can't bring any one of the 5 you want. There's a default. There's a balance, and the default is safe. Oh no, what's the problem? The review says, it's Shihini, it's the most important one. Why? So maybe it's not starting to say, the first
this person
wait a minute.
gets 2 minutes.
They can eat the thing and then do the 2 minutes. Is the most important. So then every time a person says oila, I'm doing oila, you must bring a cow, which is super expensive versus a sheep. So he says, a minute, so in the other cabin, you can bring a goat, yes. You bring a sheep, why? Because you try to mention the bird.
Really?
No, when he says I'm going to bring a bird, you'll be tired. You should bring a bird, not a dog, not a pigeon. Oil, the way I call it, peel up, that's first in the fire. fact is,
Yeah, he looks bad. I'll be good.
Mishnah, versus Layla, you could be, not how, point to the same, you can tell
the Kill Tony favorites, and he hasn't been up in a while, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun to see him try to endure this.
So we have to say stop. What he says in the Mishnah, that the reason why...
Put your hands together for the Instagram douchebag, legend of Kill Tony. It's Kevin Mack. It's a music for Kevin Mack.
The less way saying about it doesn't have another name. Like if somebody says, I'm doing the daf. Doing daf. Daf means like
There's a little half
it
and
doesn't
half
mean
for you.
any other kind of daf that you have in the soul, you have in the school, you have a daf test, you have a daf this. No, it's one thing. Things that. Typical.
Here, you have to sign this thing real quick that says you can't sue Kill Tony, Death Squad, Golden Pony Productions, Joe Rogan, Pete Holmes, Judd Apatow, HBO, Wow, this guy's such a douchebag.
There's nothing accompanying
There
it.
you go. Here's another penny. Just bounce 10 out of his way. Huge dick. It should be already looking at start digging through his Instagram.
Because it's the first from the party.
And then let's do it. Bring up your recorder. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, two uninterrupted minutes from Kevin Mack. And then we go back to the bucket one last time.
This is what we have from the
For
field.
Kill Tony, 247.
It's the first one that the third starts off with.
Fuck my ass.
Because the sales coming. You're telling me we're talking about sales. Simon Ba'ama. This is your boy said. It's a Hadash Bachar. Okay, Mincha, Mina Mincha. So here's the question here. So let's just see again.
Shooting movie out there.
Here are the two. No, sorry, not this one.
Florida State I was there was
These are
zero.
the two cases in the Mishnah.
It was terrible.
Min Mincha.
It was so cold that
simple dictum. Mincha is very, very singular to these ones. Min
it was so cold that I was only liking girls' pictures on Instagram if they were wearing slurs.
Okay. Boy, Papa. Mine Mincha. What if he adds case number 3 in the bottom? Give one.
Bitch wearing hugs, warm toes. Hell yeah.
Mine Mincha. So on the one hand, Mine means 2. Mincha means 1. So what do you do? So the right one's the question. Even though my Mine.
Some decisions in life, you're like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
It's like a
Then you do it.
contradiction, and you should talking in the Gura like
It's not
yes,
a good
no.
idea.
The Gura Menachem is not even from the Cardinals. No, that's the
Kill
one in the
Tony
bottom of the
guys
sea.
have
The
been
sea.
getting me real hard.
You talk
Fans
about
have
all
been
these
getting me
numbers,
real hard.
and then we start calling them in the sea. Where was it? I have no idea where it is. That's the question, and when.
The guy, he
But
messaged
no more,
out like,
no more Mincha, other
"Hey,
Mincha,
man, I think you're really
yeah.
funny.
You come
Appreciate
this
the
walk.
way that you
Who
handle
might
things on the show. Keep going."
Mine Mincha, why do you say squirrel in the beginning? How come Mine Mincha, Father Mincha life? From all the 5 types, I want to bring one. Touchdown. Okay. I got
Fall for it every time.
Toshma. Mincha, Min Mincha,
Another guy direct
So,
messaged me and he's like,
basically,
"Hey man,
all the words doing. Let's just do this on the screen for a second.
yeah,
Well, let's take a look at
hey
page
man,
hour.
you're
Over
kind
the
of gay, you
It
suck,
says
you're not
Min
funny at
Mincha.
all, you should kill yourself."
And that's one.
And I was like, you know
Mashma.
what? The way
Mashma.
this
Let's
guy's
just do
giving
this
me some
outside. Very
messages
simple.
back,
Mashma
it's
from case Alice.
not very
So you
nice.
change the wording a little bit. And instead of saying min, you do mine. It should be 2. Only Aleph means 1. But anything different than Aleph should be 2. So what's the classic Gemara gonna add? But from case, so that's only min.
Want some milk?
The not place
Want
is
some water?
but if you change the wording
What a
to meaning
douchebag.
it because
Played
if
us
you
all
want.
like fools. It's like you didn't eat anything hot at all.
So the kids
Didn't
are what
really
they want to
play
say, you're
into,
right. I think I can't go from there. What?
Really? You just don't want to.
I
You
also
just
like
like
when
the
I
name.
something like that.
I can't drink that because
It's
not
a little
only
bit
I
of a
can't
travel
do dairy, so
from
not
Aleph
only
to
will I have
Mouth
fire shits,
that's
but I'll have
2.
shits
From
for
base to Mouth
days.
that's 1. So we're not going to learn from now on. Now
Water,
this one says
I would love a water.
Case out. How many minutes? But if I
Real
change the
Kevin Mack on
case,
Instagram.
Original
Kevin Mack.
Otherwise,
Kevin
we'll
Mack. Original Kevin Mack. Now,
people in the
Kevin is notorious.
No,
At one
say
point when he was
both.
on this show, we talked with him about his Instagram account, and it came up that, you know,
I realize in that case, case B, Lovey Stein.
He's like a male Instagram model.
So I can further pump meaning in the make sure the word around.
Everybody uses a lot of hashtags. That's a thing to draw more people
I can't learn not to do it.
And they always are very, very extreme. And as they go on, they tend to.
Only one case in price.
Do you have any advice for us, Kevin? What's
So I'm going to do the same exact thing again, but I don't have, it's my generation like this one, the same like that. Oh, yeah, it's not the same. Instead of the rice and million of it alive, you can still, but I change the wording around. The new thing, I'll only bring one. Oh, the new thing,
sun hitting like dicks for
beautiful. Maps, like different, and then I don't have a good outcome. So what? You're right. Case Gimbal is going to be different than case base. What's the outcome of case base? Case they bring two. So one wants them further. Case Gimbal, you bring one. No, maybe case Gimbal will bring one.
Those are all funny guys, but we're going to read you his actual hashtags from the actual post that he actually
different types of one from two different types. One not catches, one not.
The first I'm going to read you what he said. Standing in the ocean, looking down at the water as it splashes against his legs. Original Kevin Matt said, this is a picture of people this far into the ocean is up
but we don't like that in the guys. Maybe not as alive. What is that? Oh, this had to do a little surgery myself.
And these are some of the hashtags that he used after that. These are the real hashtags. It's not made up in good original Kevin Matt.
Maybe Stephen Office, maybe not. That's the big Stephen Office, but from one.
Hashtag scary.
You didn't know it was a live face gauge.
Hashtag oh shit.
Maybe Stephen Office, one time two. One nickel from 2 years.
That was for Joel, actually.
Oh,
hashtag
fish.
Did you really see any fish in the angle? Shallow length part of the ocean? Hashtag
cases is stupid, but I can infer that I change the word around a little bit. You want to do how many reps you need? No, maybe it's just going to that's the cause of the thinking that we had. I'm sure many times at least 3.
Yeah, and no one's been ever
I think it worked. Well, we had about done. No, the first said, we have 5 and up. Check out number 4, number 5.
Hashtag
The first 5 is to put together.
hashtag
The 2
sand,
actually says that you can mix and match.
hashtag
That's more for our city, man.
hashtag
Go back a little bit further.
hashtag fitness,
College
hashtag fit fam,
one, the kind of got my whole flow. Versus flowers. He says, look, but don't be 10
hashtag get
hours.
fit,
Or,
hashtag
and
fit too,
Richard says no.
fits too.
In fact, you bring 5 pallets and 5
What's
repeats.
fits
You
though?
can't do that with like pencils and pallets or soilless and pallets. But pallets where you can mix and match.
So that's for like the top 1% of the 1% of
1 and 9,
all the douchebags.
whatever you want.
Yeah, that's I understand. One of them says, hashtag I would just tip New York.
So in the wording, this wording can go like it's Shimon. The one, Hare like
You did say that on part of the
Listen. Right, in 1 minute. A college and repeat it. Meaning, and then cut 1 minute. Well, my meaning is, you put meaning 2 types in 1 minute. Well, I mean, that's how much you figure. Well, oh, you cannot mix that. Maybe shit it up like meaning, in fact, oh, that's to be 2 different types of.
Why would you ask? Because he squatted and it looked like he's
Right,
ready
meaning
to
that my direction is a mix up if a person. Although what minute they said they might have said a service, but I said, "Man, this is all fun." Man, no, remember the lawyer.
hashtag fitness model, hashtag fitness motivation, hashtag fitness journey, hashtag gym.
Now he's so look through you with all the coming up voice. That's
Like an idiot if you don't show the room your
if you was up to go by our fast training, super simple.
main room audience.
Check this out. What do we have on the screen here? 5 types of email. So the guy doesn't know what he said. There's only 5. How many college will it bring? 10. How many Ricky those agrees? 10. The problem is, what if he said, what if he said it? How many Ricky? 5 of each. So to do 5 college, 5 Ricky. That's really 6. Alright.
Hashtag muscle, hashtag tattoo,
And what if he said 6
hashtag
and 4?
tattoos. And you got any
So that's 7
tattoos
right.
lately? Kevin?
What? The combinations that are available to you are 14 total. Why? The 5 that we have on the screen, but the bottom 2, number 4 and 5. We're keeping college, you can mix and match. So we'll muscle. Only according to the shipment. Here. You would have to pick we bring Henry Peking and Henry Powell. That's normal. But what if he says 1 rock kick and 9 pounds? You have to bring 1 9.
That's plural. That you're
the guy could, is he allowed to say 100? Is he allowed to say one rock kick and 9 pounds?
Next one.
He's allowed
This is
to.
real.
So he has to bring this. Maybe he said this. The guy was the guy says I brought him up. I forgot what he said. You know what he said?
Wait a minute.
Maybe he said 1 rock kick and 9 pounds. So bring 1 rock kick and 9 pounds. Okay. He says 2 rock kick and 8 pounds. You have to bring that. That's another variety. And another variety. How many total combinations are there of inside? None. This is 9 and 1. 1 and 9. So there's only 9. Right. Plus, there's another 2. 10 and 0 of rocket, 10 and 0 of power. So 2 left. Plus 3 more, which are, let's go back to the 3 more, the top 1. So a total of 14. Is everybody with me?
Shouldn't you be like a villain and a superhero or something? What's going on here?
I feel like they were just no, it could go like this. So what? No, we said that you could bring 5 and up. That's an addition. So you could bring 4 5. The version should be up to bring 14. You could bring another 9. What? What? Combinations. There's another 9 combinations.
Jesus Christ.
So it can't be repeated. There's no equivalent. Bring 5. The boys said bring 5. 10 columns. 10 week kicking. And make 9. If it was 2 from here and 9 from here, or 2 from here and 9 from here, what's the problem? There's your going. My two master. What you need to do is make a solution. That is what I'm going to do. Maybe I have something to look at. So, one of them actually.
Yeah, what if you just have really terrible friends?
The graphic wasn't short. I'm also going to do it short. He doesn't know it's a little bit of a complicated situation. This guy is having a terrible day.
Wait, I have some.
He's not sure if
But
it's
is it like, tell me honestly, how LA is this?
like a
Is this like
booklet
an
and a
actor
booklet.
room? Is this on your vision board?
One of the and it's not sure why he's a mother.
What's the hardest thing you've ever ghosted a woman? I feel like you're probably in a sense, right?
No.
I feel like you're the type of guy that just like goes through, like walks through those like
No,
rotating hotel
he is, both of them. He just doesn't know if he's a real nutzer or a fake nutzer. This guy's a nutzer. He's 100% a nutzer. And he doesn't know when he was in the funeral, he touched the body.
so bad that she kept like calling me.
What else he doesn't know?
What was the
What should he do? Think about it. If he knows for sure that he touched the dead body, when he
get that bitch out of here.
do, this thing starts all over. His performance starts all over. But he cannot do that. You can't just take your haircut while you're a nutzer. If you're a nutzer and you take your haircut, you're already to the right side. If you move your shoulder in the face. So what does he do? Very simple. He waits till the end of the 30 days. The 30, 30, gets the haircut. Because anyways, you'd have to get a haircut if it was a nutzer. And then he starts over again.
On the top of my dick.
So yeah, you call it 60 days. At the same time, you also know if it's a booklet or muscle, you try to put him in for the
So it's a TV blowjob, but you still had sex with her after.
Sorry, now?
Yeah.
Okay. Bottom line is, you have a guy
because my skin had abrasion on it.
and he's supposed to do it. So over here, the buck rap back day 60, 61. Maybe I saw my you could bring a carbon hustle like a nutzer does with the oil that a nutzer, everybody knows. Nutzers, yeah. You see the studios that we have, put it on the finger, on this, on his head. Loin. And he makes a condition. You see, Rav Shimon says, if I'm a Mitzayro, so I show him the Zilog, so I'm bringing my carbon up. Then laugh. Also, so you get something that's always not. My option is not an option. My option is this. Let's think about what everybody knows the answer is. Also, is on what category? Culture or power? Also, what's that to 11-year-old? What do you say? What do you say? Okay, cutty. I know what this is. It's cutty. What's swarming? Now, so we have a big differences between the two. You can't take an also and say, oh, it's being swapped. So you have to be master in each one, whatever cover it has. For instance, also, a cutty, a cantos, and also, anytime keyboard, you can only do speaker on the north part of that zone. But strong, you can do the south. But it doesn't matter. We should see master and say, this animal since it might be enough, let's check it only in the south. And you go through the whole process of the soil, like the and you put the oil on his thumb and his big finger. Blood called Usika. Now this is not for enough. This is only for you need all the stuff that you want, not for enough. Right? Every farmer and every other different supplement. So if you have partner this is only the farmers you look up, the farmer will show you here. You do the whole minute. Now this for how long can you cut the for? Only for 1 day. How long do you eat from the for? 2 days. So what do? You only eat it for 1 day. What's the problem? Take away 2 days and only eat 1 day. What's the problem?
I prefer
let's see if this is a hard one. I don't know if this is no, if you take something to eat for 2 days and only eat for 1 day.
that was excellent.
It's a problem. Why is it a problem? What is it called? The problem?
I had to sit on
Great
consideration. The restraint that I showed to wait for that pocket.
I have to get an answer out of Kevin.
So, now I'm going to become the pirate and my discussion. This is your problem. I love this.
In the bedroom, funny, other than tell her that you just got a new job on the Nibble's
They didn't call it the second spot. They called it the Shkita's Kutcher. I'm learning what you're learning. Shkita's Kutcher. That's what it's up. So even though, even though you're totally inspiration. Hey, my God, you might see you might with the kilo. When did Richard say that you could do this on the Kuligabio? This is to help a human being. Sarah, he's having a bad day, he's material, he's no good himself, and I'll maybe only fucking get together in his life. We have a picture. How the Alma, Amazon, you ever do something right? Just tell somebody.
You guys ready to go to this fucking
walk? When it doesn't really help anybody. It says, tomorrow, that's it. I mean, you stop wondering to remind people, what is the big problem when you help somebody out? It's just like woman, you put something in a apartment.
Oh, yeah, I always have fun shit in my mouth. Like my tongue's in there and stuff. You know what I'm doing?
You only
Hashtag blood in the store.
1 day. That's a big problem.
That was so hot, I can't put my tongue in the ocean.
The expiration date, the expiration date is terrible.
All right, I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for
But a
Rachel.
new clause, all the numbers are the same exact date. This is, they're all for 1 day. I'm going to take it only 1 day. That is going to be up. I mean, that's also. Not bad. The bump says, you should know my Mexican house, my son, taking nothing. So this video, believe it or not, as silly as it is, it's really going to explain city beautifully. Because I wanted to bring 2 bags of flour, and I said, you know what, I don't need to. Because this guy did a very good job there.
Normal dads will take their daughters for like ice cream or like teach them how to ride a bike. My dad took me to see the movie Traffic.
Basically, think about it. For the rich, he can have to bring a bag of flour. For the college, have to bring a bag of flowers. What am I seen that movie? I'm making it tonight. Condition. Today, I decided to bring half and half. Half colleagues have this. So half should be a nether, half should be in the double. I have to make a condition. I'm bringing 10 loaves of power, 10 loaves of Rukikin, and I start making conditions. If I said 8 and 2, so the 8 and 2 should be my real thing, and the rest should be on the double. And if it's 5 and 5, the 5 and 5 should be my real part. But I have separate bags to be something. I made my house out of one bag of flour, and I made my Rukikin out of one bag of flour. How am I doing my pizza? How am I mixing it? Here, check this out.
Wow, your mom's really the judge in Vegas. That's what OJ
It's a little bit better than what I
Wow, that's so crazy. I'm sure to tell you any inside scoop or anything from that trial.
For Chova and a mincha for Nedava. Okay, so we need an Isser on of Solet and an Isser on of Yoyim for each one.
Wow, how long have you been here? 4.5 years.
What is the Chova and what is the Nedava? Half from here for Chova and half for Nedava. And half from here for Chova and half from here for Nedava.
You work with here. Well, it's legal there now too, right? It is, but like growing up, they told me if I
said one here is Nedava and one is Chova. How can you divide the key of Solet and the key with the Shem like that?
It's a great privilege.
Like Rabbi.
I don't know. Maybe there's the people who I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's like a roasted show. It's great. Be positive about everything.
one is so or in other words, one is so
I saw all the tweets and shit saying
for one for the
how nice
you might try to problem, you know, you online, you start up in the right now, you get up in the play, you also don't want to see holes in a particular case. Listen to this. The purpose is I'm going to bring one
Rachel, what are some interesting like things that you never run or skydive or rollerblade while skydiving or anything?
half from here and half from here. The hard thing is
really?
You don't have one together. You have a half here and half here. He says it's okay. So we all okay. I think we're very good at okay. And we're going to say you don't have everything together. You have a mixture of honey and dava in one bowl, and a mixture of honey and dava in which you eat pizza from. The master of all my I don't know what it is. If I said I'm only going to bring college by themselves, but he was speaking by themselves. The committee of college level college, wherever I take pizza from the college, the committee of king level everything.
Very good.
But even after we give it to house, I made what I promised was half and half.
Rachel, tell us some more interesting stuff about
it's the power. That's the power.
She told us a fact.
Whatever things I paid, it should be for the part of the dava and the part of the part of my week will be for the other part will be for the nether. That's the Gemara. But when you make holidays when we're thinking, but you need one pizza for both. It should all be. We said once. I just we don't have time here, but you do something like this pizza, right? You take the collard, break it up into pieces, you take the thing, and then once you have all pieces of the collard, when you put them together in one bowl, you do pizza like that. But it should be one pizza for everything mixed in.
So they were all here in the back.
You can go to the other thing, or you can go to college. You should have one mixed in, not two different pieces. You should go on my college all the way. That's what I'm saying. Lots of Rabbi side. They wonderful.
Rachel, you said mom and dad are still together. They are. They're married. What's your dad do?
Married is perfect. Spreading work, we're out the world. Sponsor a share today.
Son of a bitch. You son of a... Where did I go? I think I was doing his job. He must be the other guy. It's true.
How are you doing, great Tony? You answered the question, what if Anthony Jeselnik wasn't good looking? Wait a second. Wait, are you doing your extra crashing jokes right now?
I go Oh, to the Rabbi side.
Remember the last guy? I don't know how to respond to that without insulting Anthony Jeselnik, so I'm sorry to keep plowing on forward.
We're discussing, how do you know that a mitzvah can only be 60?
I liked the Naked Gun movie.
He saw it and not 61.
What's the silliest thing you've ever done after getting
Gemara
super
says
stoned?
because he can't mix it. That's the Gemara, the famous question. This is the famous son from all of shots. From right over here. 7-8 lines from the bottom.
The
The
silliest
key
thing I've ever
ain't
done while I was stoned.
who cares? So you can't mix it. You don't have to mix it.
Like for
But now we look at the Mishnah like,
you're not like
you
supposed to eat.
don't have to mix it. So you could even pile up 61 he started, 65 he started, and you don't have to mix it. Why from the fact that you can't mix it, tell me that 60 is the limit.
I like.
Color
I just
zero,
put something.
color
You know, when you
road,
put something and it's like.
and Vila Marquez, but it says using many different applications. So it starts off over here. If you
You know when
could
you get
mix it,
stoned and you think
then
like,
the
this is gonna
mixing
be a great
is
meal.
not my
This is gonna be
okay,
amazing.
anyway,
You
Vila,
know? You definitely know.
Vila Marquez,
What did you make, Rachel?
you
What are you
can't
doing?
mix it.
I don't know. It had like dairy and spicy in it.
You have to
What did
mix
you
it.
put in it?
And that's why it's possible. But if you could mix it, then you don't have to mix it.
I wouldn't say this was the
different,
silliest thing, but it was like I gave myself
many,
food
many
poisoning.
What did you put in
Okay,
the bowl
good.
that you put in the microwave?
Omar Habibi,
It was like cheese and
My-
pots. It was like I don't know. It was like that.
Go
And
inside, I
then
got
I just ate
you.
a whole bunch of it.
My son, the Trigo Akas, so it's ready to make so. There was
That's not all I ate.
a mule that died. The shield of Harlem is dumber reviews. They said it's with Kama.
I feel like I'm more silly when I'm not silly.
So, Charlie here is with Kama, they write some of the Rabbanim. We'll see at the end.
I once put a bowl
Most
of
of it
cheese
is
in the
by
microwave
Islam.
and ate it.
We're holding 5 lines from
No,
the
it
back.
was like
What's the silliest
Hey,
thing?
Rabbi
What's the silliest thing you've done when you're not stoned?
Rabbi Yeshua ben Besela.
You're not
I
microwaving
was
bowls
out in
of
the
snacks.
the blood
It's a
of
hard
the
question.
horse
Is your
was
dad a
hard.
serious
It's hard,
man?
not covered.
I thought it was super serious.
So we say, my sebon no karim, arbiyois la right la royois the starry from
Let me ask you this. Your mom, you get in trouble at home growing up?
I was grounded all the time.
Grounded all the time. Did your mom usually lay down the law on that, or was it your dad?
It was like equal.
Your mom a little bit tougher than your dad, though? Does she wear one of those?
I'm gonna read you.
Does she know really about them?
Only if it fits.
What was the worst thing that you did growing up?
Taking care of the house to bring it to another house. I just got
wild donkey, la riders to the lions is starry from Miller. But you always going straight to my when we say about donkey, there's so much blood that they go up into the knee. But the other than the iron is going, that came from all their throats, so there was touch this review style, a lot more than a review. And nobody said, be careful with
And like that, there she goes, Rachel Olsen. She's on Twitter
All
at
it is
Free
Rico.
Comedy.
This
This
is
is episode
great answer. I think it's an
247
answer.
of Killing
Which
Tony
you don't see
live
in
from the
second.
Comedy
All
Store.
right,
We're
let
in
me
Houston this Thursday doing
get
this
the
show with the whole
How
damn
could
band,
I?
the Brian Red Band
Don't
and
worry,
me.
the corner.
Saturday in Dallas with the whole damn band, the Brian Red Band and
That's the
me.
thing, it's possible
But
in
this
the
is been
swallows.
tonight, 247 with the great powerful Pete Holmes, everybody. That's
one thing, but behind the light of Yom is another, and the sound of Chayach is a third. It's three levels of poverty. Well, how do you Chayach of food from the negative? That was that food from the sun. He doesn't have money, he doesn't have any real estate, he doesn't have a house, but he buys, purchases enough wheat to last him for a whole year. That's he's very poor. So cut the light of the Yom that was that food from the Shabbos, last line on a vase, somebody that purchases enough to eat from week to week. It's a pot. You don't know what's going to happen. At the end of the week, you don't know if you're going to make money this week. Somebody who makes money from day to day. Not from month to month. A lot of people live month to month. He lives day to day. If he's sick one day, he doesn't have to do it. He goes to the bakery, counter, and he buys whatever he can buy for that day. So Gabra and me, Rabbi, I'm proud of myself. I'm the worst of the worst. So it says in the Gemara that a person who has diabetes or anything in his body, he can't focus. He's just not focused.
He's fine. What the fuck? You have the internet.
Might have it. The other day, what's up over here?
Joel Jimenez.
Reveals the blood. Oh, my God, it's
so much fun tonight. It was really fun.
The Gemara
this entire insane band that they brought with them. That was fucking amazing.
And he talks like his own stuff. It's not you. You know, this is my life. She should run until we find a
brass band, ladies and gentlemen. I fucking love you guys.
6 things that
did you guys have fun tonight?
the cool be shaman and cool be down the big look.
Man, that sucks.
Shaman is tired. It's still coming here. But it's still is the Thomas. That's why.
Yeah, you guys can follow me on social media at Jeremiah Stand Up. We got a new podcast called Jeremiah Wonders. This week's episode is Dom Herrera, so check that out. All those episodes I've done episodes, a lot of fun people on that show.
But that's the reason why we often Zikroid Lamanat because he said it's real and become inside the design. Says there in the Mishnah, same as Nadin Lloyd, sign of Hamisha. So here goes, get your papers ready, this is the Shema. The amount of work that goes together with sheep is 3 moves, 3 buys. With the Nile, a ram, 4 buys. You're getting drunker and drunker as you go. The cow, 6. So you have 3, 4, and 6. Convenient gobbo. Gimel, Dalit, Vav,
Thank you for our sponsor, Squarespace.com and Forhands.com. Use the promo code KILL and save on both of those sites. Live audience, thank you so much for coming out. We'll see you next week
if a
with another insane
makes an
special
above
guest.
is going to bring
How about one more time for the great Pete Holmes? Good night, everybody. There you go. Kill Tony, 1, 4, 7.
3, perfect. 4, good. 5, I don't know what to do with. 6, great. What about 7? What about 7? I wanted 7. 3 and 4. 3, 4, 7. What about 8? 4 and 4. What about 9? How do you get to 10? Sugar 4, raise your paper. No. The voice side, how do you get to 11? 4, 4, and 3. 4, 4 is 8. Plus 3 is how much? 11. How do you get a voice side? Here's one last one. Write it down. And put on your paper, no talking, even if you don't have a pen. How do you get to 13? 13! You can't look at this. Okay, 13 is this right over here. 6 plus 4 is 10. Plus 3 is 13. Okay, give out. 13 is a double. Is a double. Oh, double. Thank you. Very good. 13 is a double. 8 is not real. Jingle is valid. Perfect. 13 is a double. Give more dollars. Bob, move you. Works. Aim is not the Lloyd. 1 is not on this chart. It's not on the list. Shnayim, no good. The Chamisha, no good. So we're going to see in the Gemara of chapter 5. 3, 4, 6, perfect. It's on our chart, it works. And anything above 6, you have a combination. If it's 7, it's 3 plus 4. And it keeps on going. Keep boiling. Simple question. Do they all have to be in one kli? Or you can divide it. So, Hinky dummies, the Gemara explains the question. Simple question. It's like, oh, it sounds like scary words. It's a simple question. Hinky dummy, what's enough Gemina? Like, in what? The guy in the IC Hamsho, what if he brings 5? He says, I want to bring 5. The Gemara's going to ask. It says in the Mishnah, no. Okay, if you cannot separate it, you cannot divide it, so now you have 5. You have to wait. Most of the matches are going the Kazayel, the Dova. Sorry. Ain't Kevin on top of me? It's not Kavu and the you could separate it. Ain't Kevin. You could separate it. So you have 5. So what do? You take 4 and you give it to the aisle. Even like it's for the aisle. So it works. 4 is good. And now, what do you do with the one that's left over? It's a carbon that's in the Dova for carbon receiver. But if you say that it's kavua in the kli, it's stuck in the kli, you can't move it, you can't divide it, you can't separate the 5. And no matter until you get to 6, bring another bottle from home, you'll have 6, then you can go. But 5 you can't do anything with. You can't say, oh, 5. If I can bring 4, it's certainly like you bring 5. So let me take 4 and I'll put 1 on the side. No, it doesn't work like that. It's yeshkeva, it's stuck in the kli. Or Rabbi here, Toshma. Let me prove it. So, the way it works in the Beis HaMikdash, you had 3 forests. You had these things in the shape of a shofar. It's the whole thing in Shkolim. As you can see, number 13, 12, 11, it says Nadava, Moisar, Osham, Mitzoira, Moisar Nazir, Moisar Kinin, Moisar Osham, Moisar Chatas. And the rest of it. So people, they had different monies in their pocket, they had different things. So they go to the pushka, they put it in the type of a pushka, shaped like a shofar where it's hard to remove money from it. You can't like do those tricks, put a hanger in there and pull money out. It's a nice shape that's difficult to steal from. So it says, Shishon and Nadava, 6 out of the 13 shofars are Nadava, all the ones from 8 through 13 are Nadava. V'amina Keneged me. What does it say on it? Keneged Moisar Chatas. Who Moisar Shamis? Who Moisar Shamis Nazi? In other words, if a person set aside $100 for a Chatas and it only costs him 90, he takes the extra 10 and he puts it inside a special shofar called Moisar Chatas, that's number 8. And if he has too much money for Zasham, he puts in the shofar number 9. Moisar Sham Nazir, Moisar Sham Mitzaira, Moisar Kinin, he has too much money for the birds. Moisar Min Chasfaitim, too much he has left over for the sinners. The visa, according to you, they have left over. The taken shofar after can I get Moisar Misafet? If a person donated 5 and he's only able to use 4 out of the 5 because that stems with the aisle. So you take the fifth one and you put it in a special shofar. You should have another shofar. You want to know? Not a good liar. Anything else goes to the table, but over here, when you have extra wine, you're allowed, when you bring wine, anybody who brings the oil or someone has to bring himself and has to bring wine. So there's always extra going through. Going on with these things and enough. I'm sorry if I see it. No one is supposed to church here. I don't even know about the other things. People control things and what to do. It's not Ezra, whatever. But I'm just not really talking. You're familiar with this for me, you're talking to the Kamigon. You like to make oil for the food? Okay, we'll see. So why is that why are you getting me? Well, you got me talking. The camera? What's the mouth? What's the stupid? When I can revelate the end, you want to do more than three? How do I like you? You can't see a yin. You have a whole year. Look, you think? I learned my class. You can't go less than three. Less than three is less than a... Oh, 10 minutes. You can't do less than that. Now, so love all the way through. My God, what do you mean? You add over the three. Where do you go? Over three. You don't know about the two song. With the 4, with 6. Don't you put it? You can do 3. It's on our side. You do 4 and 6. 4 on our side. You know, the teacher might be supposed to come together. As I'm not going to rely on part. They're also available. They're allowed to come in. It must be an odd number. It's not a 4, it's not a 6. It's not for the eye, it's not for a eye. It's something you play. Who's money? No, you can learn something. And it can be my favorite by itself. Money, no. Perfect dryer. It has to be. What does youngster mean? You wouldn't be returned to a 4 or 6 as a youngster, as adding, because that's just as costly as a 3. Youngster means something that's more than a 3, but it's not another number, it's not a good number. And nevertheless, you can bring it right to the 6. All right, I'm up. Wait a minute. What does it say in our Mishnah? Don't forget our Mishnah. The law. But not like off the 8 times the law. Trying to finish the fourth Mishnah. You can't do 1, 2, or 5. You can't bring a 5er. So somebody coming to bring this night, it's in the same sentence. Don't bring a 1, don't bring a 2, don't bring it's not a 3, and don't bring not 5 in the same sentence. That's not trying to cause it out. There's no option at all to bring a 2. So taking from 5. How come it's not going to come from? So 2 and 5 are equal. In terms of the halacha, just like you cannot bring a 1, you can't bring a 2, you can't bring a 5. What else? Maybe who told you, okay, this is why I this. You can't bring a 1 or a 2, but a 5 you could bring. You bring the 4 out of the 5, you bring over the top. And the rest, you put on the side. All right, guys. You can slim it, put on the top, like this. So you got to hold that it's not solid in the 3, and you can break up a 5, you can a 4 and a 1. I think it was something, so everything's good. And this is what I made it going to start. But the boy said, if you stuck with what you have, I got so cheap of it. I'm so tired, I can get the 10. So the boy said, remember, we did 10 together, right? Okay? It's 4 4. Okay? This is important. There's usually something. I got started up secretly. I go from the boy. What do I do for 11? That's the dollar do. Come on. So what is 11 a boy say? Remember 11? How do you get to 11? 4 4 and 3. The boy, Mike, now the mistake part from a cabin. Maybe you need 12. 6 plus 6. Why do you say 11? I'm not a little like tired.
That's incredible. We got a Yankee fan, Kansas City
so I
Royal,
think it's 12. You can't just do it. But Yuma, why? It makes sense. If you think about it, how do you donate? You're donating something. You're donating a bunch of pounds in the community. You need 4 and 5, and you start making some 2 6s. 2 4s. I don't know what. It's like humans don't really mess around with different denominations. We can really figure it out on ourselves. Take the 4 4 3. So you're gonna spit it out like that. Oh, 2 6s. Let's go. You haven't seen 5 goals happen. I don't know the time. Or you didn't stay early in the 7 seconds ago. Maybe tapping like 2 now, which is 8. The carrot is another 3, and it's 11. Then the top being on 2 from the round, the top of how many on 1 feet. I mean, the love, can you say it like that or not? Thank you. The mic, thank you. I haven't found the 7. Okay, the boy says, send this over there, you can donate wine by itself, so you can't donate salmon. You can't donate a bottle of oil. So if you donate wine, screw different people. Then you talking about 1,000 salmon, you could donate just oil. Other talking, I'm assuming the Irish will book like, it's like another team. What's another team? We find this come up over here, and do something over here. Now what? Now it's going to be yain shubo chayvo banadava. Wine become both together with the carbon and on its own chayvo together with the carbon. Ubanadava is like Hashem and so is it. Hashem shubo chayvo banadava. All of the people do is law. Might still be yain. You encourage the ones with the actual. When it comes to wine, you don't let's just pour the wine together with the carbon. There's a special spot where you put the wine. What is it called in the first time? You see things? Oh. What's good about skip over
Houston, Texas.
the sheep thing. On top of that, the two bowl-like things. And you pour the wine in, and then there's like pipes, inside pipes, and showing you an X-ray of how there's pipes in, the like through the walls of them, into the ammo. But the wine is always separated from the carbon. Not saying they put on the center and say the carbon comes out of the action. Okay? Put on the center and say the carbon comes out of the action. You don't put the oil separately, it goes together with the minute onto the mizbeach. That's why I hold it wrong. Shemen, you cannot donate by itself. Wine you cook, wine is an independent kind of product. Oil always goes together with something. Each time it's not going to be sorry enough. Two people cannot combine to bring one mitzvah of the mitzvah. However, it's not going to be oil they could combine to bring a carbon oil, a carbon shlamim, va'ai, and a bird. I feel even one out of the two birds. Omarov. Different name, we know it's not about the mikdash and sachin b'chol yoyim. In fact, there's a people argues over here whether you can bring oil or not. It's only about the oil, but something that includes oil, flour, and wine. That I could say I want to bring that. I want to bring that every single day. Every day I want to bring the reverse level gift. So it's done. Chico. But the thing I'm interested in is the Galibar Mono. Honey condition enough to sit. I was thinking it's not these typical 5 menachos and so on. That's the typical, that's the way we move. Very large. You cannot be in the software which includes the wine and the oil and the wine. This one has 3 million pounds. What's by the way, what's missing from these 5 menachos? Anybody can tell? What's missing here? What is not part of the 5 menachos?
You're like the Asian version of a Stuart Little or something like that. There's something like adorable and mousy about you, and I can't quite put my finger on it, but he looks like the only person.
The person that's straight out of bringing the something. Yeah, you can bring in the something no matter what.
He looks like he still lives with his parents, but his parents don't know he still lives in
People
the
cannot
house.
combine for flour. My time,
Space
even
or
if
something
you
like
can
that.
say
So
what
he
you
has
offer,
everything well
he
thought
should
and
bring in.
organized.
Or the name of Sivyaki. Those is what we have. The oil of time of civilization. The economic civilization. The oil says plural. Say 10. Closest to why can 2 people combine for one minute?
I'm interested to see
That's
how many
it.
big small
I know,
they're going to be able to squeeze that.
That is the last one I have.
Interesting. There, you read the oil there. As you reacted to a bottle from the gray and from body from a few left there. Hakol bomb b'shufis, anything, a slum and oil you can bring in a pocket. When you see what that talks about the milk, shenem and nefesh, says the nefesh. Shomer Rizva, when you might stand Rizva shenem and nefesh. Why is there only a milk that says the word nefesh? Oh my goodness, for me, that's what I mean for. Who brings the milk? Who's so poor that brings it? Only Mala the all of people reaping not showing the fun eye. He's giving his last, whatever he has, the last thing. And that is tremendous. It gives your last food. If you're usher and you give I don't know, $10,000 worth of steak to the museum. It's nothing compared to an onion that gives $1 worth of his last flour and that's his nefesh. It's the last thing he has. Wow. Man is Mincha Shenemar Bukhamishim in the people that love it. How come Mincha has these 5 ways of making it? Much of a mellow, much of a dog, much of a oya, much of a There's a melech, and his best friend made him a meal. We did have a short and the two nose is very poor. Oh my Lord, I put me in Kamisha and me today. I want you to make 5 types of things that you have. I know here. 5 types.
I have everything going for me. And there I go. I can do that. All right.
Hi, my old friend.
So, what's the biggest friend they've given you? Did they want you to, or they sort of like love you?
I have nothing but eggs in the house.
Yeah. Well, then,
I've not been like it the way it's all been.
So you've been bringing this on as your family for 400 years. Has your dad ever tried to stab himself in the chest with a samurai sword and just like that?
Half and half, omelette. Your Majesty, what would you like?
Mom says, making 5 things out of flour. Little slap. Today's your honor. I want to better for you. How do I look? I'm in love with suffering. How do I look? I'm in love with suffering. How do I look? I'm in love with suffering. Wow.
When he gets mad, does he say no more?
Go ahead. The boy side, have a wonderful week.
What shit on you say not wearing the glasses here, Dad?
Merry Christmas is spreading word throughout the world. Start to here today. NDYCoffee.com is sponsored NDY.com.
Son of a bitch, there it is. There's one for Silver. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, so Victor, what's your love life like? You getting any of that sweet? Oh shit! I think she just said being uncomfortable for you calling her out like that. How long have you guys been dating? A year.
Good morning, Rabbi side.
Oh, look at that! I love that.
Dude, this might see me enough with this one. I want to do it. Feel it. Boy, there, hooray, alive, mapas. You know that there are 2 types of menachos. Many types of menachos. But 2 that are very, very similar, but coming, they're baked in different ways. One is a mapas, a very short, like pan, flat pan. And one of them are peshes, round, shallow, shallow pan. And one of them are peshes, a deep pan. They have the same ingredients, but one burns up the oil quicker, and therefore it is harder, like a matcha kind of. The other one is more like a rock, more like a chewier kind of dough. Remember we had this.
Would you like a matcha?
The art is amazing. The art is really annoying to me.
According to Rabbi a matcha chef had a cover, while a machavat had no cover.
Telling you what I was gonna do.
And according to Rabbi Yochanan, the machavat is shallow, so there's no room for the oil, so the matcha comes out hard. While the rest is deep, it bakes in the oil and comes out soft.
Okay.
Yeah, you can tell. You seem like you
if a person
really
promises, makes a neder, I'll bring a machas, I'll bring a shallow frying pan. They do not focus. And they end up bringing the deeper one. It's a completely different mincha. Remember I mentioned, say the machas, the opposite, instead of maybe the chewy one, the thicker one, the heavy, the machas, but the flat one, like the heavy. So you don't have to throw it out. Why? Because the summer, he had another Nadava.
What's your favorite thing about
he had something else going on in his mind. He did another Nadava, a different time. He did but this time he promised a shallow one, and he brought a deep one. You want to start over. But don't throw out the one you brought, because maybe it's something else. What Rabbi says, think about for a second the whole of the answer. Zoo. This flower right here, zoo. Is that called a nether or an adava? How do you know? It's zoo. So, but what does it mean? What does it mean it's an adava? It means that if you point at something saying this, then that it's this. You can't change it to He points to this flower and says, this flower I want to go in a shallow frying pan. Maybe this flower you put in a deep one, not another possible. You can't talk about this particular flower and change the designation from shallow to deep. And the reverse also, zoo. Zoo, but he said zoo. Give my precious, the Hebrew in my life. He pointed to this flower in the bag. This whole bag is going to go in a deep one. Or in a shallow one. Or is it too long? Now you can't even use it. Oh, man, I realized it's right. That's what I told Benny for the smoker, so I said over. If somebody promises to bring you to meet two animals, 200-pounders, and it brings one 200-pound animal, Yaitza or not Yaitza? No way. No Yaitza. It's the same number of pounds. And you did that right? And you did that okay? So the person says, I'm going to bring two menachas. Two. Each one requires its own mitzvah, its own akvara. But he doubles it up. Instead of a typical mincha is how much? One in Sarai. She brings two strings. But he did it in one plea, not Yaitza. So he promised two. I'm saying in reverse. If he promises one, and it brings two, so let's say with an animal, he promises one gazunta, hefty 200-pounder, and instead he brings two small ones, 100, so just double. No, not good. He promised up to 200 pounders, and he's going to do it. The person promises one mincha of two strings, and he splits up to two. Instead that he gets double, he didn't bring what he promised. Why am I really trying to He said, I'm going to bring two. I'm going to bring, sorry, double measurement, but I'm only going to bring it in one vessel. The Avi Mishneke, they ended up bringing it two. Mishneke, the Avi, so basically, he doesn't have the right amount for the food. He doesn't have the right table. But so he continued bringing it. Again, perhaps another time he made such a nether and maybe it was two. So let him bring the two, and I'll have to bring a different time the one. So now, here's the two. Oh no, Elu, now the same thing. He pointed and says, say zoo. He says, Elu, this is the flower. We're not going to maybe say, he specified the flower that's supposed to go in, but he ruined it by putting it into different types of vessels. Two instead of one instead of two. I mean, it's true because he already designated the flower, which flower, like in the dogma, zoo, Elu, and cancer. Same character voice, same exact voice, but there's a little variation of both. I realize today it's flavors and how do you do that part? Very distinctly. He said I'm going to bring two Israelim in one vessel. And he brought it in two. That's exactly what we had before. But on the line, his friends are standing there and saying, what are you doing? On the line, before you have talking about it, what are you doing? You're messing up. So he ignores it. What's the whole story over here? How do you continue bringing your partner when you mess up? Because yesterday you made a running nether, and it's such a running nether, nobody knows about it. But if your friends are making a comment, they're trying to fix it. And you don't tell your friends, hey, no, you got it wrong. I made a nether yesterday. You're right. You heard me say two Caleb, but right now I'm bringing one plea because on Sunday I said one plea. You should explain yourself. So he says, if you just ignore them, that means you don't care. You don't care, that means you're messing up now. But I already gave you very soon. I realized, oh my Lord, you never know that. What are you doing? Why are you doing it too? If you didn't say Caleb, listen. That part, listen to them. Listen to his whole mouth. I realized he was very valuable. If he promised to bring me, he was ready to teach him. Basically, after he messed up on the mountain thing, instead of bringing two, he started to go to one. Oh my Lord, his friends again make remarks to kill that. What are you doing? Why are you bringing one instead of two? If you understand Caleb, you brought in two, you listen to you changing your route. Jay, here's a little difference. The sun is clear, but you put it to one sleeve. The shade will not put inside. This has our anybody reports working doctors. We have two numbers that get mixed up. So if you're not completely mixed in, and you can make out the two numbers. See, this is one hour. This is a baby. You're taking the side of it. Trying to find that. So you just take the seeds and you go like this. Yeah. Mixed in, then the other problem. Since we already sweep up, the kids are simple treatments here. Why do I need two different cases of a guy messing up between a frying pan and a deep dish, and a guy messing up between two square and one square? It's the same idea. So, he actually has a nice to the Almighty, just talk about the purpose of God's opinion on my text. Okay, that's why. Completely messed up the type of milk. It's a different type. What do you mean not touch? You're doing the same thing. Meaning you're not touching. Only the million on your. You go to write them now. To write them now, it's not in the right table. I'll let it go. Let it slide. Maybe he doesn't have to do it. No. He doesn't have. And it only says the case of the mouse and Caleb. This is a proposal. At the end of the day, you break up the proposal. You promise of your safety. Destroy them. You can bring it, but you have to bring it again. You don't throw it in the garden. It's okay. You probably had nothing other in mind, but you have to bring another. But Shimon Oimer, after the Nidroi Nami, Rothschild, in all the snow, in every case, let's say to my precious, and it got not precious, not one of the precious, you got soon, rather than not precious. He said, only this flower I want to bring in a pan, and he ended up bringing me in a pan. Why the hustle? Take it out of my pan and start all over. What did the pan do? What did my pastor do? What I really teach him he learned that the Kisharis doesn't have an effect on it. On our Bible, we teach him the Torah, it doesn't have an effect to the point that you can bring it onto his death. I was just really possible if you had already dead. So why is it not effect to make it to ruin? Well, Rabbi, a person brings a carbon milka to his amigo. And on Monday, he goes to the store, flour, and takes out from the flour. So when exactly does he decide that he's going to bring a frying pan and a deep dish? At the time of his neighbor, when he says, when he puts one in the ring, a milka, my cousin. Now when he pulls the flour out of the bag, at that point, it's too late, you can't decide that. Or the chimney decide all his bag. Now, the mother says, that's not Russia. When you're moving the flour from the bag, white. Why? That's in the dark. Says the apostle, as you make an edit, a vow, but look at very fast, but now when you are separating and removing and putting aside the flour. Ifranami. Omer Rabbi Camino, Omer Rabbi Camino, I was at the first one. You have to say, guys, it's time to say the nether, all the foul. Again, what's the good idea? About the speech. The people, not to myself. Oh, you can give it flour. When you say I'm going to bring it up, or if you want to pass the nether, that's a broken life. All right? And that's the Lord has said, Zos Mishnah. Hare Ha'omer, Hare Olai Mincha Ben HaSoirim. There's something called Freud, Rothschild, it's a Muslim old shot. The guy contradicts himself. He says, so do I take the first part of the sentence? Hare Olai Mincha, period. Soirim, banana, listen, I don't know if you don't make a kind of banana. So, that part I ignore. Or perhaps no. The guy was saying, I really miss all of a sudden real wait a minute. Right now, all the way to the social bananas. So I'm going to erase what I said. I say, still saying that's going to erase the. So it's in the point. You can't really show. Do I go by the first? Do I go by the beginning or do I go by the. Oh, hey, there. He messed up. He contradicted himself. I want a miracle, but I want it out of barley every minute in the world. You out of three, besides two that are not negated. Okay? Love, even not people. You say you meant to bring a miracle. Sorry, I do it. What if he says, I want to bring it out of flowers? Again, only a slave brings Kema. Everybody else brings silence. You also silence. Bring it like a message. And he says, but like Shannon of the Layla Vina, really those of us who work in office, what unicorn does not have oil? You know how the Israelis look? Remember, it's a million everybody. So you put these stuff, you don't remember that. You remember how? Why a guy that doesn't sin, he shouldn't have to pay the $2 that the oil costs? Also remember, Chayta does not bring oil. Look, Samuel playing right now, he messed up. The only people, he's not bringing him in because he's a psycho. He's not bringing him in because he's a psycho or a psycho. He's bringing him in because he wants to be a psycho. So he messed up. Now we Samuel Rabbi, we ignore it. The second part of the statement, disregard it. First part of the statement, I really bring him in because, like a man, with Rabino, with psycho. What did he say? Hachi Sar. He has it. We all know Mincha must be at least one star. He ignores it. Rabbi Solid, we ignore him, and he started that this is a good one. What about starting at 1.5? No, 3.5. The guy says, I want to bring a milk made out of barley. He doesn't have to bring anything. So he's not there from his nazis because that's not how people say it. If he said it the wrong way, that means he wants to erase his initial comment. Instead of just saying no, he says, sorry. So it means nothing. Am I neither this way, isn't he trying to change, rectify, whatever the lesson is? In the nether, he has an opening. So here's my point. So they still say, before I show you this, let me show you the character. Repentance, you have soyless is the number one, most of them are not going to number of stuff. And it's the last man standing. And soyless that is looking at. So when you see it's the soyless, we still say the operation, the barley is the one standing, first motion operate. And we shall say first motion mutual. You go by the first part of the statement. They still say go by the second part of the statement. Says this here, I go with Bishama. I don't know if Bishama. Again, the says, I'm very alive, Nico. I want to make it. So you have to bring a make it. The second part of the statement, sorry, I ignore that disregard. So fudge, love, and research. Christy says, this is the go take Bishama. Slightly problematic. Go like this. How do we fit this mission into this thing? Omani Bishami, that was the reason. It's not, I raise you love him and I great love. A person looks and says, I want to be a Nazir. A Nazir is somebody that refrains from grapes, products. He doesn't drink wine, grapes. And he looks at the figs and he says, I'm going to be a Nazir from figs. So again, once again, we have a community guru. You have Haredi Nazir, period. I'm going to receive grapes. Figs, disregard figs. So that's the defining of what it's not already not when I grow you into that Zayla is Zayla something like this. Let's put together. So it's worth contradicting each other. You shall be learning Nazir. You shall be saying he's a complete Nazir and disregard. So in other words, first question we can let's grab the first word, disregard the second. But it's already Nazir. We go back to the second word. Refraining from figs and that's so that's this is I go with the time I I prefer to go and in fact the ones that say that the concept of this yesterday. And he says barley and barley, but he explains himself. Further explains to our rabbis, listen, I didn't do this out. I don't know anything about milk. I try to be smart guy, what I have at home. Let me bring a milk out of barley. If I would have known I would have said wheat. Okay, so bring the milk out of wheat. I'm explaining what you're doing. All our kids feel. They saw it all I saw it. Soil is something that exists in the Middle East, so okay, so that's up a little bit. Hello, I'm just going to ask you, I want to bring up some lentils. That's what I was asking. It's completely off. So tomorrow, what's going on here? If you say the guy says, I want to bring up this stuff. Period. And the story, the fact that he added on a watermelon or lentils, ignore it. Because he's going to get a shama, go take the shama. Move a shama, you should put the and they go. This is the first one. Not even at Dashing. So what difference does it make? They said, sorry about Dashing. Says the Gemara, other than. He actually holds. If you go, you're coming out Dashing. After why? Because you go by that Dashing. And that's why it's possible. So in other words, I hold close to Shanaka. How do you hold close to Shanaka when you hold close to Shanaka? On the other hand, says, problematic also. He says that a person is looking at Adasha, you're trying to bring a mincha. That means that I stop. I go mincha, period. So that means I go by Lashon Rishon. But he holds the silver to Shanaka, but that's not the worst thing. So, other thing. The real question is why other thing? Why didn't you take it back? Maybe there's a difference between adoption and Sawyer. And that's what the market is. By adoption, there's no mistake. By Sawyer, you can make a mistake because that's when it's something else. But nobody, even a guy that never went to the office in his life, no, he cannot bring a milcha out of lentils. Ask anybody going to school tonight, you can ask them, is the milcha made out of barley or wheat? No. You ask them, is the milcha made out of lentils or wheat? Not moving on. That's 2026. What's the real reason? Or let's listen to you. I don't get a problem with this one. There is one I think about. It's true that the right message will make a shot. We go with the first word, and we don't go with the second word. I think I've heard it. Tell me what's the person go with what's the reason? Even if he adds on something silly like lentils, still goes. I mean, no, I'm sure tell you. The whole point of the issue is that you go with the sorry party. You can make an honest mistake between flour from wheat versus flour from barley. Because you do this, I mean, just snap barley also sometimes. God knows something like that. Here, coming up, mommy, pushing right there on the side. You have the oven coming up, it's made out of barley. God knows some work, but nobody's going to make it. Looking along, I feel a little bit of that. The person says, like you see in the right side of the corner, which is looking at that. You have to bring it. Why? Look, you reveal it to my number of my baby, hope that the homeless is going to see a big deal. Well, I'm trying to tell you. And the whole point of the truth is why, even though they typically hold you go like the last word. And the last word is so iron, and that's a no further. But the reason why we go with the Russian mission here is to make a mistake. He explained himself. He said, had I known, I wouldn't have said sorry. He said, sorry. I thought she was bad, but I thought she doesn't make a mistake. So with Rothschild, that's called a ground roll double. The real thing goes like this. He's telling this guy, I don't understand you. Why did you come to my feet? Why did you reverse the sequence? You went from saying the original was going to the challenge and the original was going to the field. That I have a problem with. Why? Stay on your feet. I don't have that. This is what the funny man does. You hold. You prove the Mishnah that means the word. Sorry, we said of a dash. Numa, where the fuck is the break for? Numa, everybody comes. Everybody say, learn by that dash. We do it. Learn how to do it. All the way to the front. That's certainly you don't see this in a dash. Because the person took it back. And he's going with the first thing was, oh, I feel when I started not speaking when we go with the party. The reason Mishnah, usually loves it on Saturday because maybe it's a parent. And Saturday, a person can make a mistake. Now, if you're a husband of Lashon, you should still go with the first Lashon. Stop. On his base. Amaziri Lishanu. Hello, go on my beautiful. When a guy says, this whole thing that first Lashon Mishnah, Rabbi said, look, I got the first words in the sentence is because he said, Hooray, alive, mitzvah. Go on my mitzvah. Says, I want to bring a mitzvah. I have a lot of mitzvah, but if he didn't say Hooray, alive, mitzvah, what did he say? Says Rashi, this is a little tricky. You got to write it in with potential. He said, Hooray, alive, mitzvah.
What else? Should we just keep
and when he says Hooray, alive, mitzvah, so I can split his word. Anybody should know. Hooray, alive, mitzvah, period. Siren is another sentence. When a person says Hooray, alive, mitzvah, siren, the siren goes together with the word minchas.
There it is.
Not equals two words. They're together. Minchas siren. It's a minchas of. Minchas means minchas of. Siren. I can't break his words. Therefore, you don't think I need to do it. You talk it. But he said specifically, you can't make two sentences out of one sentence. You can't make two sentences out of one sentence. What he said is a contradiction. And shtusim, and therefore he's possible. Yes, we're not going to call my law much mindful, so I'm not going to say sober. Hey, we're not going to ask. What about in the Mishnah? It says, Emma, the Mishnah doesn't say what he said. It doesn't say the Mishnah, Hardea like Emma. You'll be certain. My love, you will not miss it. You see, Hardea like Mitzvah Emma. He probably said, what's like in the Mishnah? It said, Hooray, alive, mincha. Hooray like Kema. Sorry, Hooray like Kema. Now, a person, Rabbi explains, a person doesn't say anything without follow. A person doesn't stop thinking. So Mela, when he says, Hooray alive, mincha, then he's being serious. Hooray alive, Kema. My love, the way I'm mincha, even without saying mincha. Well, don't remember, no, you have to say, he said no. Only in the case he said, I really milk. Like Zir said. Now, so, the way says off the mission, so what? You know, something like, my love, the way I'm milk. He said, Kasi sorry, my love, the way I'm milk. Lloyd, don't remember. But the Gemara is setting up this question. Okay, what about January? Yes, sorry, let's not first, I want to have it meeting. You know, I'm going to call. So actually, tomorrow, once you look at the word beautiful, says milka, if I will be sorry, then you say first what name. When first says milka, then the first thing that he said, I will be sorry. You have to be sorry. Why is the higher doing? He didn't say anything on the second part is nothing. His first lesson goes on a full mincha. The second part of Katsi is nothing. You want me to see that's real quick. This one you tries to do not to you also need to say the sorry not so. This one you like on my mincha, my pray. You say the word mincha, yes, be true. Boy, you see that because he explains himself away if I would have known. Even though I'm not making son of Mechza, he says the word mincha. And he says the word Yisar and Mechza, the word mincha goes on the Yisar, and the Mechza is nothing. I might maybe pray, why should you bring two? So Iris, they can deliver my mincha in bloom. You see, you say you have to say the word mincha. So now he did say mincha. But only on one of the two words. In Peg, the Shabbat is not to say, they let you go. Seriously. If you don't say the word mincha, if you don't say the word mincha, you have to bring it up. So over here he said mincha, Yisar v'Petzi. So the mincha is going to go on the Yisar part, and on the Petzi he never said mincha on it. So it be at all. You're right. When he didn't say 1 and a half, he said a half and 1. And the word, find out. So we'll do what the Gemara does. We don't know what you think. So it gives over Harry. Hey, like, how's the son Yisar? Now we're changing it around a little bit. It's you know about mincha. So the word mincha, right there in the hand, means a full Yisar. Mincha. If a guy says, I'm going to have to drink 1 Yisar, without explaining how many Yisar. You know, you're not happy, sorry. And when he said, I want to be a half, on the half part, we're going to disregard completely. And then the other, I'm not sorry, nice Yisar, you know what's going on here? No, come on. He says Mincha, that's
so
one.
you really did this.
He
You
says
said you were
Katsi,
flying
that's
to
0.
Texas from your
And then he says
grandfather's
Yisrael, that's another one. 1 plus 1 equals 2, that goes to 3. Yaqi. But if he really says Mincha in his Mishnah, Yaqi, Rishon, Plug, it's not a good not. You tell me that a person doesn't say Dvar B'Vatol. A person, and he said over here, Mincha. So why did Rishon say there's nothing to anything? He said a real Mincha. You should at least have to bring, you should have to bring the start. Amai. Marava, there's another slightly different shita. We have Twice Rishon, we have twice Nachas. And then we have a shita that combines the two. It says, listen, if there's a Mishka Babel, if there's a stira here, then we have to disregard everything. We have to consider every statement that he says. So we're going to consider the first statement and the second statement. But they contradict each other. So nothing. That's why he didn't bring anything.
It's true. Mostly Cracker Jacks.
Somebody can be my
There's nothing wrong with it. White people got great
here we're going to come to one of the classic. It's not the other. It's not all the Minchas Shishim Yisrael moving to Echad. We have this already. It's a Chazara for us. A person brings a giant tree of 60 Yisrael. A typical Minchas 1 Yisrael. Maximum is 60. That's the magic movement of Shishim Yisrael. The movement to Echad has to go in one person. The moment I realized Shishim Echad, but what if it goes over the limit and she does 61? Maybe Shishim to Echad, Echad to Echad. Since in the Mishnah, they bring one thing that has 60 and one thing that has 1. Don't break it 30 to 31, just 60 and 1. Shekain Hatzidu maybe the Yom Tov Rishon Shechad on Sukkot. Shechad is the Shabbos. That's the most kabbalah you could ever bring. Shishim the Echad. Here, let me show you a beautiful thing that you should do here. Every sheep, you bring one inside. See, there's only one inside in the hands. And the aisle is 2 starting per aisle. Cows are 3. 13 times 3 is how much?
You said you have insurance,
39.
Derek. What is it that you do for a living?
How many?
What do you do for work?
It's very good.
Or do you
2 times 2
He's an Allstate guy.
4. So 4 plus 18 is how much?
Is that really?
And 22 plus 39
Fishburne? Is that better?
is 61. Even if you don't know math, you can cheat and look at the top. So 61. 61 is sorry. So that's the math. 61 is sorry. So he says, if the tzibur brings, this is interesting. No one's going to love this one. If the tzibur brings 61, that will be focused on a tzibur. You know what? Take one off the community of an individual, and then you're able to bring up to 60. Oh, no, tzibur doesn't make any sense when he says. That way, even with part, he's 39, they bring with the cows, with the bulls, they were fussing, these 18 of the sheep. The ain't of the ball is in there. He never goes to the same bowl. How did you just make a mincha that has 60 in one bowl when the bulls and the sheep never go in one bowl? It's also computer mix it. You can't mix different types of it. The point is, physically speaking, you cannot mix more than 60. On the law, Shishim with rollers, Shishim has to be rollers, they're protecting things. So 60 you could, but 61 not. On the line, Amalahem, Kol Midois, with the top at them. Kol Midois, Kapamike, what are you talking about? Everything in Allah is like that. Barban is so title, it says you need 40 sauce to be title. Ubam, Barban is sauce, it says title, anyway, Yapalufa, but 40 minus 1 little drop, the smallest amount, not the kilo. So to you, that's the question. The amount of the by life and you realize. 9 really sees the apple, maybe it's for this. I know the 61, maybe she's the apple, you get 61 for the apple. Also, I'm going to very low rich in the God from Mufai, the famous Gemara. If anybody wants to remember this Gemara, the view by low, the famous story is Shimba Lafai. Shimba Lafai comes up, Mame, Shimba Lafai. You want to remember where that story of Shimba Lafai, everybody knows, Shabbos, Daf, Lam Gimel, Lag Goymer. So it says over there, like that's why you started calling in the Yudah, that's the whole story that started the whole fight. The Romans wanted to go to the fight. because the Levi Lloyd, he stuck up for the Romans, he said, V'amar, this whole thing that he said, so in Bishop 61 is when the Yaakov beats it. And Shimon, the other part, and the Pastor, and the Yosem Abba, and the Yosem Yaakov, everyone is out there, the Yosem Ben Arba. This you make in the morning, you eat it, then you don't get that, you don't get that, no lawyer, but the more Yaakov. Well, so we was talking about I lay all in there, the phone minute of the Lumen, the Shul of the Hareva. Forever Torah, all the minutes you probably borrow. Bring something that you can mix. Wow, season the rum, season up, and the rum, what? 60 you can mix? 61 you can? Here's this guy, like this.
Alright.
Oh, my Lord, Paul, me get some funny things. This is how it goes in all players. Nothing to do about it. Barbar and so playable, it's 40 soft. Barbar and so has a part of the smallest amount of liquid. Any other debates of the time to recycle. Listen to this. This you have to remember. Because in the video you're going to see, you're not going to understand what it is. You need a full egg to become tame from a sheret. If it's less than an egg, then it's not tame. Less than an egg is not tame. Chosei shum shum, or some people sum sum. One sesame seed. It comes to the surface. Which are choice of time of midras. Oh, so let's do midras. Let's do medidas. I want to check this out. I love this. And if you done with the measuring thing.
I don't know what the fuck just happened. We went from HEB to BET real quick.
Yes, you did.
You made him think he was done. The lighting guy got so turned up that, perfect, dude.
It's not cool.
We're gonna do it along. I had no problem with that. Tony, I can't believe he just walked him like that. No, he did enough work up here. That was like 10 minutes of sleep or something like that. Alright, I guess I'll go to a more liberal city with Kiltonians. You pieces of shit. Too soon for 10 years of slave joke? Really? I guess I'm gonna have to put that Abraham Lincoln joke I had back in my repertoire. Alright, this guy filled out, taking in the old ways of hits like Ichabod and Aphrodite. This man signed up with a Sharpie. Put your hands together for Ben Oberon Rakan. Oh, Ben Rakan. Ben Rakan. There he is. Holy shit. Fuck yeah, put your hands together for Ben.
Of course there is a chatzitza. Chatzitza. What are you talking? There is no chatzitza.
Maybe let go of me?
Shut. Be quiet and let Talmidei Chachamim argue and learn.
Really should be a blowjob season. You know, I think.
Okay, let's just finish up here. Let's the time of this. Greek talking. He gives tuma for a zav, nida to sit on a chair and a piece of baguette. One here, Rabbi, I have a wonderful day.
Hey, I'm allowed to fat shame because I'm shamefully fat. Okay? You know, I've been in the pantry at my house, eating my kids' snacks, crying, tears running down my eyes. And, my wife's walked in on me in the toilet eating Doritos, and I won't even go to the bathroom. That is what shameful looks like. Thank you.
Fuck yeah. Yes, sir. Look at you big fucking baby. You know the most adorable fucking thing I've ever seen.
Thank you.
I've never seen somebody look like a 5-year-old and a 50-year-old at the same time.
You sort of remind me of
that if something's about to be done, let's say about to be grown, so I can consider it grown. We saw it also from what we made in the you're about to redeem it, you're not to actually redeem it because if it was redeemed. Let's say we have a situation where the king says you have the blood in the cup, you could throw it, it's as if it's thrown, if it's thrown, then you're allowed to eat the carpet, right? You have something that right now you can't eat, unless it's blood. There's blood on the back, you can eat. So we're going to view it as if it was thrown, not thrown to the cup. And therefore what? I forget to eat it. If you eat it, now it becomes common. So only if I can eat it can it become common. That means the whole thing. It's as if I drew it, then it's edible, I could eat it. If the cutting throws the blood in his back, the other cutting could eat the steak. But he won't throw it in his back. It's as if he threw it in his back. Oh, so he threw it in his back. Then it comes edible. It's common, right? That's what we're at the top. If it's edible, it's common. That's the essence of it. So now, ask the Gemara with like 8 lines from the back. So how long? Mina is when the carbon, the blood, whatever it is, remains overnight. How long? With Nez Rika. Before it's Rika, one of the things we had yesterday. These carbon stayed overnight before you were able to throw the blood on the floor. How did they take it off? The mitzvah of Israel. These items are. It's a mitzvah to throw the blood. And if you want to throw. And therefore we say that anything that's about to be thrown, it's as if it was thrown. You can put it in something certain. But you already established that there's no tumah. Meaning that if it wasn't, if it was thrown, then it would be food. If it's food, it becomes coming. But you said it's not coming. Then it's not food. That means it wasn't thrown. What do you do? So I mean, it's not. Otherwise, really, you're right. If it was a moment, one moment that he could have thrown, then I use this rule. Anything that I could throw, I threw it. I don't have to physically throw. I could have. So I did the kilo. Okay, so I learned the kilo here. I didn't do my phone. So when Rothschild uses it, he's like, I don't use that ruler. No, I don't use the ruler because you did it by kilo. He shut the animal a second before you didn't have that moment. So basically it's 2 cases. If you had a moment before, he said you look like Sophia Vergara. It couldn't happen to be over here. He didn't have the moment. What's the more classic question? So then tell me a difference between these 2 cases. Why are you jumping to a far-fetched case? Two very similar cases. One case is that the fire through the blood expiates, so there's not a second that he could have thrown it, and therefore it's not considered food. If it's not considered food, it's not coming. Case number 2 is no, he shut this animal 5 minutes before she did. He had a 5-minute window. He could have thrown the blood, so that's if he threw the blood, so then it's edible. If it's edible, it's Kabbal. Why don't you do this? But if you had a moment to throw the blood, the Kabbal. It's as if you threw the blood, then it becomes edible, and it becomes edible, it becomes solid. So I've been talking a lot for this, but let's just show you the chart for a second. Check it out. There's 2 cases that we said yes during the dry, so. One is Nuna, one is Nuna after Nuna. Yes? Yeah, Nuna. Those are the 2 cases. That's the Gemara. One is just giving 2 cases that are much more similar. One is that he did Nuna. They're all Nuna before Nuna. Both cases before Nuna. But one he had a moment. You give me a second. You say, oh, he did it the last moment. He didn't have a second to throw it. Okay, so give me a case where he had 2 seconds to throw it. And our level will be the opposite. It's not a long knock if you can come to the surface. Literally, just say within that case, the man throws the loyalty in the surface. One case is we didn't have a moment to throw it, so it's not coming. I would like to throw it, but if we had a moment to throw it, give me 10 seconds, we come to the surface, and it would become coming. Because if you could throw it, so you want to be 100% right. That's what it says. The 2 cases on top are identical to the 2 cases on the bottom. One with Nizri, one after Nizri is shown and not shown. Up and down, gone.
I'm sorry, Brian.
No, I'm quite cheer up and speak up. Hey, no, in the comments, too, so if the leader wants before we available to this week or something, we'll have to do this week or okay, another case. What about, we had yesterday also. If a person is trying out about trouble and not something, when I am this speaking Adam, let's talk about Kegel first. Kegel, you can do all four avoiders. There's four actions that are taken when you bring a person, the not bring a person. First, you step the person. Then you receive the blood, then you take the blood, put it in the bath. And then you throw it up in his bath. Rika is the top, that's the most important one, that's the one that gives the part.
So Ben, what else are you going to do? You made a hole-in-one.
But in each and every one of those four avoiders,
obviously the hole-in-one
you
was
can have a thought, like in this chart, that I am going to eat this animal for 5 days from now. I don't want to mix up the other one, but you also have a thought that I'm going to be knocking on his back because put it on his back, I'm going to be eating. Everything that has to do with eating and food, and Rika goes fine. That's not the point. The point is, let's say, let's take one from let's start. He thinks in his mind he's going to eat this animal, the steaks that come down on eating in 5 days from now. That's Rika. Now, what's the decision? It's going to cost right away. Now, what it says, well, people, maybe cut you Calvin. Mitzvah,
That's what I did.
I have a mitzvah, Saddam, where do people, we burn Zorek, and he has the ability to prepare some medallion on top, we burn Zorek, this is the question where we have to everybody here for the answer on the top.
It's time for you to leave. Seriously, I'd like you to get out of here. Go back to your plane. Go back to your dugout. Come on, scram, kiddos. All right. No, but seriously, you're on a roll. I mean, it was a cinnamon roll, but...
Yeah, from the time it gets to the time it does Rika, it's 5 minutes.
Jeremiah question?
So then it's 5 minutes.
Jeremiah, my age is 42. Name a famous player we got number.
Becoming then it comes to the how come it's coming time I understand. If Palaim of Israel, anything I'm about to do when I could have done, it's as if I could have. So I could have thrown the blood. And I had 5 minutes to throw the blood. Before I did the people, I had 5 minutes. From the time of the Shkita, the time of the Shkita, I had 5 minutes. And I could have thrown the blood. When I could have thrown the blood, it's as if I threw the blood.
What do you think the most
important blood? What's the
you're just lay in your bathtub and feel like
a
rubber ducky and belly button and just like stare at it and shit like that. If I were you, I would do cute shit all the time.
It's not all the way at the end of the 5 minutes. It was in the beginning of the 5 minutes.
Right.
I can't do take baths. Yes.
As he accepted the animal, he had him a thought that he's going to eat this animal for 5 days from now. So there's never a moment that he could have thrown the blood. As he shucked it, where's the moment that he could throw the blood? Before he shucked it, that doesn't count. The animal's alive. So as he shucked it, it's too late. So there's never a moment, not even 1 millisecond, that he could have thrown the blood. My love, if he was in the blood,
Can we have a
exchange?
but I'm trying to at least move my question. I will see if we can lie. What happens if you do the seagull by Zika? After 5 minutes, you put a 5 minutes after the Zika, he did a seagull, what he did with Zika. In other words, you have 5 minutes where he could have thrown the blood, and he didn't. So say that following the blood, in that case, you might have to me that what?
Well, you know what? Let's try a bunch of different things. All right, Joel, how about put you in charge of putting the coins into
at the end,
start off with a dime, then cut nickel, then cut quarter. Let's see how it's working out. Wow, it's another blood moon, everybody.
Then the food becomes edible. Food becomes edible. People giving my eye on it's the same exact question that we had before.
Actual legitimate
two cases that we have. Yesterday, we were 2 cases. A person that people when he's doing an animal, a person that people when he's doing a minister. So the one question now, as 2 cases are much closer.
This is how
many good people by this speaker, that's what we just said now. Oh, no, it's only at a crazy. We didn't have a moment to throw the blood. But if he did it by Zrika, if he had the people thought by Zrika, then he did have a moment. He had 5 minutes. So I have 2 cases that are somewhat similar. Why are you coming from this one? One case is touching, where it's not food, and in one case is Minko, where it is food. I have two cases in checking an animal. One is considered food, one is not considered. One is without food, one is not without food. One, I didn't have a moment to be able to sort of like, how's that? He's like, my ego was really speaking. What is that right there? Your outside moment. Let me get that thing. But his husband, I'm sorry, I said, no, think what you had before. But if you're going to make an comment to his husband, why are you jumping to another case? It's far-fetched. One case, very separate animal, number one, it's top right.
Alright, so we already have one dime in there. Jeremiah's putting his second dime in. It's in there very two times.
One of these separate buckets, one of these separate, you know, Jeremiah's putting his third dime in. Joel, how do you feel about that? I have one or two. They're both in animals. One of these is he's going to get those stuck in there, guys. Is that number 4 or 5? 4? The back one happens only when you're getting really trying to get them next. So
it's like number coming out.
Then it's not food. Then it's not funny.
Yes. On the upside, he can get a job at an arcade.
That's 5 minutes. You can see the video.
I remember when that show used to be on stand-up comedy.
So it's considered food. Considered food. It's not food. So you're right. But I have a look for this thing.
Okay, so we have
rather tell you
6
a
W
distinction between
number 7
something
here.
that are
Still
also
not
done
in
before.
level
The
ground.
speaker,
Still
even
saying
the
under.
speaker, always saying
Still
speaker,
saying
step number
under.
1. The speaker, one speaker
That's
is
number 8.
considered food, and one speaker is not considered food. How's the concept?
Oh my God.
Guess what? Lupa is the speaker. Lupa, part of the Lupa is the speaker. How?
What is Jeremiah's
Let's check this
forcing the dimes in?
We go there. The 4 flavors that you have on that animal that are on top. The speaker, the bottle,
Some
the
hand
local speaker.
sanitizer on it.
The
There's
4
Phil,
you
you're
have
good
on
enough. Here's some hand sanitizer.
the same thing as a rock and a star. They line up with each
How many
other.
is that?
You need to go like this. The
That's
flower
11.
is the flipping
No
banana.
wonder I got scared
That's
now.
what I want to show you. Is what I'm looking for. Another
Alright. Alright, now you have to take all the dimes that blowjob girls want to suck on.
concept between two types of people. You got an animal. I cannot consider it food.
Wait, you can put more in there, dude. Put more in there.
Flour, I can
That's
consider
11.
it food
We're
as
going
I
with
do.
our first vehicle, everybody.
It's a big difference.
Make some noise for the American
Sort of like
people.
a speaker, yeah, it's still considered food, pal. People are
Alright, here we go. What is that now? 12? That's 12. Here's number 13. Baker's dozen. Say no more. That's number 14. Hold the swallow. Alright, now spin them all in this class. Let the blowjob girl. No. Oh, jeez. Oh, smells like Panera Bread up here.
So that's what we had yesterday. We had such a moment of fitness before.
How do you feel knowing that you can fit?
An animal didn't have a moment of fitness. You were never able to eat it. The only time you were able to eat it is when you shot. It's already too late. It's already...
Wow.
Fine. That's that.
You know what? We're gonna do something we never do. We never normally give out money on the show to somebody pulled out of the bucket. We're actually gonna let you take the dimes that were in your belly button. You can put it towards some ginger machine. What's your last name?
It doesn't matter. Lean on is literally in a before or after Rico. Doesn't matter when. Before after.
Put your hands together. It's been so much fun with you. Really great
stuff. Step number 1, like natural. The people that happen at step number 4, like Rico.
Wait, stand
I want to tell you something.
It's your first time ever doing stand-up?
You started to
That was
see
his first time ever doing stand-up.
Something that you're about to burn is like you put. Something that you're about to throw is like you put. Not true.
I love that.
You've got
a lot of events on so far. 4 years, and then living doing it, bunch of years, 4 years, 2 years, and then you got Ben up here. What a good sport. Jeremiah, how was that experience for you?
Think about it. When a guy has a handful of flour for a minute, what is it? He's about to put his wife up.
What a great video to have like before he loses a bunch of weight though, you know? Yeah.
So what does he?
I got 14 dimes on my...
He says, all the juice that's in my hand transfer to my $5 bill.
It's like $42.
An action? No. He said something with his mouth. And the mayor, listen to this, very simple. Since you don't have to take action, all you have to do is say, producer permits to go to there. So then it happens by itself. Even if you didn't do it, I can hear the logic that even you didn't do it because if you did it, what? It's so simple. But anything, you have to take a physical action and I can get up and go. And then I can know that I can pay off. You do that. So why is it a good thing? It's a nice one. It's a nice stuff. That's literally the word. Yeah, so it's hard to see Rashi's all. Yeah. He says the body part of Ahmed Mufusadiya, Laptemaisa, uses those words, Mufusamaisa. And it's sticking Mufusamaisa, the government oceans, the Svav, the Zion. Kitzer, that's what he's saying here. One is missing action, one is not missing action. And it actually makes sense logically. Something that's missing action, you can't say, oh, it's as if it happened. No, it didn't happen. Now, for me, I'm like, I want to build a building. I want to build. So it's as if it's built. No, it's not as if it's built. It takes 3 years to build it. But I want to destroy the building. I just want to give it a little zest in the corner like you're doing Gaza. And the whole thing goes down. Maybe that is not a simple. Just throwing it out. Some things you can say this country, some things you don't. But it's easy to say it. And it's harder than you don't. You buy harder than you make a minute. You want to redeem it and just saying the word that works. You buy it, have a czar, it's not it. Say, if you want it, you put it on the bus. You'll know it is. It's the cooker man. You buy it, you have a czar, man. All right.
3 times.
Here's another one. In a paraduma, we said that you have a paraduma, you put the paraduma, and it's very normal to put a larger, better paraduma in the deep. In that case, he said, although even Lucifer, even though you didn't do it, it probably doesn't. Why? Because it's normal to do. It's under the pillar. But by the Mizpah, we don't do it.
You're like, oh my God, you write songs for other people. I wrote that shit.
So when it works in the Islamic, if there's food that's owned by the Islamic, and you
absolutely get it. We watch you listen to the show a few times.
And what do you have to do?
Like everybody
You have
else,
to pay 25% penalty. You have to bring it carbon also. Let's say it's food that went from being the Islamic, it went to being the place. Any kind could eat it. And then you went ahead and grabbed the steak and you ate it. Does that mean Elah? No, it's not Elah. Why? Because there's no more Kusha in it. The Kusha of the Islamic went away. Now, a human being is allowed to eat it. Correct. Not from anybody in particular. From the whole thing.
You know you don't know anything. You don't need to say that anymore, I promise.
What if now
no, we know.
available to be
You had to write the first
for a moment?
Allah always said, I forbid
But also,
for me
since it's available to the place for a moment, so the juice is flew away.
I finally found the person who writes first on all the YouTube
And
comments.
remember, it's in the I wonder if there's a moment in the time for the people. And my own no issue of the
I'm sure I've seen a lot of your amazing work out there.
To me, it was always confusing as a software. A-Myelin and myelin. Myelin means
Let's try to start over.
Myelin
I'm sure you're
is certainly Elon. Also, my other was after my time, the time was never able to use it, so it remains the base something just good, and it remains the point to Myelin. So, Myelin was listening. Then you talk to
So you listen to 2 1/4 episodes of the show, and
now it came up.
the funniest episodes that goes on.
Let's look at the cards. See also.
Am I right? Suiciding myself.
In other words, you
So let me get back
have
to this
people.
Jake situation, because I'm sure you're a nice guy.
As
So
you
let's
speak,
find out
he
a
talked
little
himself,
bit
but he
about the
outside
actual
the lot
you,
of time.
shall we? If I ask you some questions, we answer the ones that
the 17 days not allowed.
what's the living situation?
Yeah,
Just by yourself?
the Kabbalah Saddam was done by a plane that's possible, like a moon. The Zorg was done by a bomb through the blood, born through the It's done in the ratio, but what does it say? Solana, these 3 things happen. Now, my life, one amount. The one says over here, one amount, what I mean,
I'm curious,
is
why
that
you
even the
dress up
blood,
for
there's a lean on the blood. In other words, there's no Zrikia. So what's the question? There's no Zrikia. But you could have done Zrikia. It happened before the night. It went through the night, the blood went through the night, the meat went through the night. That's bad, it's called Nuna, it's overnight. But at the end of the day, it's still in the blood. If he could have thrown the blood, the fight could have eaten it.
So, I don't have
Could have
anything
eaten
in
it.
my house.
So it's not punishing it. It's not the If the fight could have eaten it in 1 minute, and it's not why they need it. Since I could have thrown the blood, I could have called Lloyd and was right his article. It's as if I threw it. So it's as if I threw it. I could eat it. But I said, there's no Lino. It's the same thing as I said before. Sorry, not Lino. Lino. Just reading inside. Before you have a Zor, you could have thrown the blood. Why? But Gunny and Miley. It says before it, that's because it is. He's our Gunny. You have a player. If he's able to eat this food, then you don't, if you eat the steak instead, you're not over on meat. If you couldn't eat it. What happened by us? All the blood was not thrown in the there. It went overnight. And that's considered as a potential eater. Why? He must say that it could have been thrown. The color image was right.
So, I mean, I'm going to ask
this
a
blood,
personal question. I don't know
that had a shot like close, it had a shot at this. Right before it spilled, there's a pot of blood. There's no streak on it. So it's as if it was in the surroundings for 1 minute. There's no need to realize, what do I see? I see that color image was with the blood. I will say it in something that requires a mindset. Before I say it all, if I throw it, that's too much. I have to throw it. So since I didn't throw it, I can't say, Hawaii was visiting Kazan, but we have to take action. Or maybe saying tourists, even if I have to take action, I should say, Hawaii was visiting Kazan, because in fact, if you throw piece of speech, you're not hiding on me, because it's different. You are like, we love to do it, I'm not really long. No, the story is different. The story, not that he didn't throw the ball. There was a complete Zrika. So in other words, the blood, there's no lean on the blood. The only soul that we have over here is Lena. So they there's running for the fight. There's right for the fight, there's Rico. There's right for the fight, and that's why there's no Mila. There's Rico, so it's right for the fight. There's a real Rico, not a fake, not a pretend Rico, I love Rico. There's a physical Rico, and then therefore, at that point, it became the fight. And it became the fight, it's no longer Mila. This is the fight. The problem is that once you're the night, what if you think he's using a down? Who do you think he's using a down? It's because he just uses a down. That's why he went out of the big from the distance possession, went to the post possession, and therefore he's going to come to the top to just take him up and catch him into the fight. But what if he didn't use it? How can I do my own? So what do you do? I told you, oh, you're going to stop that. Now you look at question on the left. Well, let's just do this together outside. It's very simple. What happened if the blood was strong? The blood was strong. They threw the blood. So is it the claims right now? They threw the blood. The moment they threw the blood, what happened? So when is it okay? When is it okay? Yesterday or right now? When I choose Rico right now, when does it become okay? Right now. So why are you telling me that in the past, a lesson of the past, they should say, a yes, Lord, right now, it's a sacrifice, because right now it's Rico, right now it's the fighting. So that bothers the Gemara. Then what? Which is even inside. I told the lesson, look at him, the lesson that he used to have the lesson, the very high solution I said to the guys. That's not good. Why? You say, yes, let's not say you say right now, that's that. So it's more like the one. So this is talking about on the case where there is no Zrika. Because if there was a Zrika, the mission would say, right now, there's a shot at it. The reason why it says that there's no Zrika, so it had that shit. I'm thinking, sorry. Hello, hold on. You are talking on. He says, look, what do you mean right from this plane? You can't be right from the plane. That was, like, shower super wide. You know, you serve a lot of
Shake
people.
Schultz, ladies and gentlemen. There you go.
Sometimes it's just food is not food. That's what we're calling it now. Food is food, not food. Danilo is a different thing. Danilo is it at Tusha or not Tusha?
We're gonna get together for Matt
What establishes Tusha by Danilo? Does it have does this piece of steak have Tusha on it or not? If it has Tusha,
What's up, guys? I'm Matt Macklin, and I walked into a sex shop the other day. I walked into a sex shop and the lady behind the counter said, "Oh, hey, Matt."
could have
And I said, "How the fuck do you know my name?" She said, "Because it's on your credit card and you come in here all the time."
And the Tusha can never come
So
back.
I went home and killed myself. It's a true story.
You can't say, oh, let's bring it back.
I went in there for dick pills. It's an addiction.
But my own even if it's so
Step
down,
one, get red
and
band on your side.
tired,
I went in there for dick pills. I've been trying to kick that addiction for a few months, but it's just so hard.
Susceptible to or not, it's whether or not
I was having sex with this girl the other day. She had a Bible verse on her back. And that's awkward, right? But I'll tell you, man, that Bible verse gave me the strength to last forever. Because I'm an atheist. Usually when you're in Texas and you don't get your sets going on, you go to military material. I'll say that. Never mind, I won't.
You say you were in the military?
Yes, sir.
There you go. Clear answer to the right guy.
I feel so happy now.
All that kids out there cleaning pools, this guy's fighting for goddamn freedom. What branch of the service were you?
I was in the Army.
Wow. Did you go anywhere?
Afghanistan and South Korea. South Korea counts, so just having fun.
Yeah, what kind of fun were you having in South Korea?
I did like 20 sets there, man, and like, I don't know, I got drunk all the time. That's the big thing to do there. So.
And you did sets of comedy there?
Yeah. Wow. Mostly math jokes.
I heard a North Korean bombing, but I didn't know anything extended. So, hey, what'd you think of South Korean audiences? Did they have soul?
It could have been crazy. It could have been nothing. It could have been nothing. Some of these smart gals.
That's my boy Q Pat right there.
If he wasn't sure that he ate Taylor, his wife said, "You ate Taylor." What does he do?
Did they have soul?
But if he can't think it's how to do
They have soul. They don't have soul.
What are some differences between South Korea?
hanging also. Wasn't he hanging?
Personal space. That's a big one.
That I didn't hear. I figured it out.
I don't want to go into a bit, but I don't want to go into a bit, but they have like a serious. I mean, I would sound racist, but they don't think outside of the box like we do. Like one time I went to a soccer game and they took away my wife at the time. They took away her bottle caps, and I had a frisbee in my satchel, and they were like, "Yeah, go ahead, take that frisbee in there." Because their rule is like take away bottle caps so they can't throw them on the field. I had a pack of batteries. It didn't occur to them that I could chuck that way farther than the bottle cap. You know?
Yeah, you do think outside the battery box.
That story was more confusing than the movie Inception.
Why? You made a mistake. Or, I'm telling you this because you've seen the video. There's three
I just used the GI Bill to go to college. I get house on paychecks.
Belt number 1 is school.
What are you studying in college?
Belt number 2 is chemistry. You're not too
Where you
slow.
going to school at?
Belt
Community
number 3,
college.
let's see the video.
In Dallas, by the way. Fuck you people.
Where is it?
Full heel turn for Matt Ecclehorn.
For you podcast listeners, there is a race right in the audience right now.
Yeah, it's the two craziest races, Houston versus Dallas. When those two races go at, normally it's a NASCAR race. So, what else? You're from Texas, born and raised? And the playground is where you spent most of your days?
Most of my days, yeah.
What else do you do for fun?
I shoot people back.
No, seriously, what else do you do for fun? Like,
I play pool. I do it. Clean pools.
yeah.
It's true.
Alright, Matt. Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you, stand up. once for 4 months, and you listen to Tony, sometimes you just
Get the moment. You're out to start.
Oh, like since like Iron Patriot.
What happened? They go all day songs with Taylor. Turns out you got a really super amount. So now what do you do with all the dollars? So people number one says, I made you a regular, something else, something you found out that it's not. That it's not, he wasn't over there, they know JT the year of Asia. It's not, don't worry about it, put it right back in the pen, give me his name, it's not about. Look how hard the money is, I'm going to say, I see started, you put it on the line, going down to the airport, you make sure it breaks its leg, the involved, you go to the double. You take the money, they can set you steroid, take the money, you buy one good from the bath, you do it in the bath. Why is it Ralphie?
You're doing it, man. If you want to do it, you can fucking keep doing it. That's fine. You might as well. Talk about being in the fucking military in South Korea and shit.
One more match places, not she. I don't know. Okay, fine. He's already not supposed to do. Let's go in there, look at the fun when it's one of the folks over there. And then he ball, that's it. I really ball. I said out there. It's not
But if you guys ready for this, one last name. That's all we can get through. We have a hard out. So we have to do a stand-up show at 9 p.m. here.
I'm sure you deserve it. It's something else.
It's interesting. We're getting together for
You know what?
final comedian of the night. Get pretty gay. Check home.
Trust me. There's another out there that's support. So no matter what, just check it out the radio goes.
Here we go.
You can look like the Lord. When if you're ready to step in this open following, I down in chocolate. The blood must be spilled. There is no zip is fucking. What does it mean it was spilled? What do you spell it? The voice side.
Hey, Sean, I'm
In the ammo.
my second show.
But that's in the past. Still in there. You started to burn the meat. Why do you think they need to like, oh my God, don't bother you. What about you look at that? The blood was already on his bath, and he found out that he didn't say, I hope you don't think this is me. Don't you right there? People are not the
Oh, shit. What the fuck am I doing? He's like, there's an active shooter. And I'm like, oh, shit, there's an active shooter in the fucking building.
keep on going. You found out now that he's really keep on going. Split on the inside. Now, what's up with you? The one, yeah, one in the top. You didn't throw it. You threw it. Then it becomes like edible. And not as high as I was thinking. The Kalani was the results on it. You say the concept that
Give me a fucking
even though you have to take actions. Tomorrow, no, not a right. You do time and see the reason it's Kalani with the results on no. I don't know. It's like the reason. I don't know how to do it. What's the reason?
You're 21, this is your second time ever on stage.
What happened?
Are you fucking serious?
That's me. I'm thinking the door runs through the blood. No, the people's special power is a good. Is a really. The practice of shooting the kills it allows you to be not
your method and commitment to whatever that was. I don't even know what you were talking about, but it was so unbelievable and unorthodox. Like, you're high shit for those of you that are just listening to the podcast, Enrique is 21 and looks like a 10-year-old lesbian. Braces, a baby face, but somewhat of a professional, looks like Fareed Zakaria, like looked to him in some weird way. Like he has his wits about him. You know his accent looks like we were playing G.I. Joe together as a kid. Enrique, you're a badass motherfucker. You got the rubber bands on the braces and everything. You don't give a fuck. You are a rock star, sir. Do you know that? You get a lot of pussy. You get a lot of pussy every day. Oh,
you're right. You're right. It's good. But no matter what, you make a comment. Although you're an option, you don't have to be supposed to be to pay. So the way it works is, you know, you have top level come up. I'll be able to come up. Then under that, what do you have? The one side, what do you have under the other come up? I'll do what you have under that. You put it under that. There it is. You can do it. You can do it. But it's just a consequence. It's not a consequence. Something tells you this apple, it becomes soft.
Enrique, what did you just yell at that guy that told you don't get a lot of pussy? What you yelling?
It's not a reason to make somebody else famous. Fuck. The reason I need to after understand, you want to take this part out boom and say, you know, it's a bunch of actors. Supposed to do what? And the producer, I'm gonna make it awesome. Awesome. You can't use it anymore. So you tell me now you can eliminate the use of the data, but it says it has enough power to get something else. Come on, knock it off. I think so. This is the body of the bucket. If you want to say yes, it does have the power. This is what it tells you. It tells you what that's the question. It tells you the numbers. You have flour. What do you do with the flour? You pour in a bunch of oil. And what's going to happen? I think it's here.
If someone is in this audience, please take a picture of the spin and leave it immediately. If it just be
you have lots of flour like this, dude. There's not a single molecule of water touches it. It's impossible.
That is your real name. Enrique Francisco Chacon.
So here's a glob of flour that would never come. It can
What
be
happened to
immune
that
to
voice that you just did?
and he's asking, does it become coming out? And the answer should be, based on our remarks, that it does become coming. Why?
Latinos out here are so much different than the West Coast. Latinos, like they're
everything in the food car, even in the glob, it's sorry to give our focus. It's very focused. Sorry to give up on the glob of flour. When the reason
either way, I'm fine with it. I consider it this.
But yeah, it's the question. You have to answer that. Should be coming to change. That was nice. That was his question. You're telling me right side. You want to know the real comment.
Enrique, I want to know more about you. Can you tell us like some fun facts about you? You do anything fun? Like, you know, you skydiving?
The both sides have a wonderful
Here we go. Welcome to another episode of Are You Ticklish? I tried to play the song, but it's alright. So tell us some more fun facts about Enrique Chacon.
Your seat really fall off.
What else about El Salvador? Is that true? Yeah. Wow. Were you just a little baby drug mule or something like
So before we start the news, I
If
just want to give
someone is in this
very quick
audience,
example.
please take a picture and meme that target.
It's not
There are two things when it
I've
comes
said
to
this,
customers.
you've heard
Something
this all
called
before
research.
on this show. It happens all the time. I've said it.
Drumming, and this is like both. This is drumming, is step one. This is like this, step two. This is drumming, you bring an animal to this, and it does. It has research, but on a lower level. So only monetary research. This is drumming. Then you do something to
I'll tell you this,
the
Enrique,
carbon,
I guarantee
the influx to the left of my comment, it all of a sudden gets a higher visible research.
you commit the same way forever.
It says the mission, though.
Bury people forever in this. You are
That I'm gonna fuck.
Also, you have to commit to life wearing braces.
Why? Significantly, something bad happens to them.
Don't lose the brace.
They can come and they tell me you can't use it anymore. What do you do? What do you do? You redeem it.
There he goes, ladies and gentlemen.
How do you do something? You have money in your pocket, and you say, you don't have to take the money, you don't have to steal it, what do you say? This flower over here, that's coming. You go fly into my money in my pocket. That's what happens. You automatically transfer it.
Kill Tony
It goes
live
from the
from
flower
Houston,
into my
Texas,
pocket.
just like
My
that.
flower becomes free. Now I can use it for whatever I want. The money becomes coming. Now I can use the money I buy.
Victor and DJ Vasquez.
Now, notice, this is
We have a lot of fun stuff coming up. I'm touring all around the world.
Guys, if you're on the second show,
roll right away,
you have to have everyone leave and then come back in.
No matter what, whether you have tickets or not, you have to go out there. If you're
No
coming
matter
back
what,
in
I
for the
can take
second show,
that.
in which everybody does stand up, close it out, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So thank you so much, live audience. Jeremiah Watkins,
No,
this is a
you didn't put
podcast.
the flower in the food cart.
listen to around the world. So tell people where they can find you.
Follow me on social media at Jeremiah Stand. And check out my new podcast, Jeremiah Wonders, on SoundCloud, Stitcher, Google Play, iTunes, all that stuff. And the budget was a little out of control for this show, so we're going to need for donations for, I got some t-shirts, CDs, stickers, different desk spots stuff that you guys can donate to help us with our trip out here because we love Houston. We want to make this happen. We didn't have the budget.
And another thing, crazy. We started. That's a tweet. It's an intro where you can come and okay, that doesn't really apply to the hey, no, even if they comment goes to those not redeem them. Why? They never secret ever behavior. No good only in an animal, not in a bird, and certainly not in a forest. How much more? How more we say is to take flour and the demons and take Kedusha from the flour and place it into money and use the flour for whatever you want. That's what I am the the Gemara is going to go to this town, I'm sure, the fire on it out. How could it be? It's impossible. But that's what Shmuel says. Shmuel says our Mishnah is not literal. It's stuck in the word that became common that there's a problem, and only because there's a problem you can do things. No, you don't need a problem. Anytime you have Kedusha's dumb and not Kedusha's good, I can go and redeem it. You don't die in it. My diamond. How do I catch it? Kedusha's dumb. As long as you didn't put it in the tree, it remains just a very lower level of Kedusha's dumb. Kedusha's dumb and different. What's the problem? I can redeem it. Kedusha's dumb. I understand that it's a hot dog. It's going to do. But you have also better bias. You have a lot of stuff that people donate to the upkeep of the that's why you do it. No, you don't need this. Right? So why you miss the same one? Once you go to the police station, to go to the police, and redeem it. Now, even in a very severe case, where it became Amen, you're not permitted to redeem it. In the police, as super Kedusha, that's it. Locked in, you can never redeem it.
Somebody grab the bucket from
the minute, the safe, we say in the ratio that can Amen, but it's locked up. Now, if it's in the plea, there's no business details. There's a good thing.
I met a guy outside just now when I was smoking a cigarette.
So you want to know, I would think that if the plea they had to be for 6 years, and probably you couldn't even watch. Somebody doesn't know
this like a fucking business guy who's like one of Donald Trump's sons just hanging out.
It's a tire on something that has a
knows me out. What the fuck?
So therefore, let's reverse it. Something that's coming is about more.
Dallas is turned up.
It's the same thing.
6 p.m.
If you're about home, you're from. If you're from, you're about home. You're on the same category. So we call you. It's your nickname. So the male, we know the famous. I'm not going to show it really. This is the short version of Seven's Life. Even if it's an animal has a good, it has Kedusha, and it has a more. You can redeem it. So Tommy's also a monk. What's the difference between bone or it became Tommy? Both became Tommy instead. I mean, I'm looking at the deal to redeem it. Muscle in the left guy, Tommy by the Tommy. No, this is not what the player is called. A Tommy about home. We can start the actual.
You know these guys, ladies and gentlemen, in blue having an actual guest who decided to do the coolest thing possible. Just bring our funniest friends who you know from the show. It's the best damn band in the land. It's the real Tony Man, Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez. Here they are. There's some shoulders, Joel Jimenez, there's saxophone, Jeremiah Watkins, and the band,
And that's me. Check the animal.
In the flesh, they commit to characters every single episode, and I have no idea what your characters are tonight with the shirt stuff.
Now, this is a side note about movement. They become a really smart.
I've never thought of this before. You guys are just playing the band. You're yourselves. Jeremiah Watkins, Matt Reagan, and Joel Bennett. Excited. Joel, you got a mic?
Now, if you were to read the pasuk with me,
oh, okay.
All right.
Joelberg's going to step up.
What is a behemoth male? A behemoth male. What is a behemoth male? Like a cow? What's a behemoth male? A donkey. A horse. A camel.
Anyway, so Jeremiah, how you doing tonight? You excited?
Oh, behemoth male. That's how the cookie is.
I'm excited that there's a guy in Austin next to stairs up the best.
Not only that, let me also tell you guys this. This is stepping out for a moment, and I was cutting up names. I was cutting up pieces of paper. The doors open 10 minutes before the doors open. The guy at the front desk got a phone on the phone. I know this because I was trying to sort of get his attention. So I need to sit, so I'm sort of waiting on his ticket from customer. And I go, and you go, sir, I don't really know, to be honest with you. I've never been asked that question before.
They're referring to a bamum, and the Torah calls it a pame bamum, or citing, you can call it a mum over. Let's say the animal develops leprosy. Go to the doctor, take some antibiotics to go away. So maybe you can redeem it, and let me know you can redeem it. That's cheating. Actually, if you don't go on Hashem, you can't pray with Hashem Koliko, that's the thing. You never sacrifice everything as a party. It's okay, 1 day delay. And now I have some sort of leprosy. Let's go away tomorrow. You say that you can never do something.
I want to give a shout out to Eric,
so
who brought a guitar in tonight for me.
That's today's studio. I'm saying, to the bottom of $100. Schmools of the opinion that you have a milk that's hard, nothing wrong with it. And it has a dusha. Why? Because he said, I am going to do something fair. It has dusha double. If I feel like it, I can redeem it even if nothing's wrong with it. Doesn't have to be fun. Once you have by Manoia, our mission, I'll ask you a question from our mission. It says at the end of the mission. You have a bird, you have wood, you have the fragrances of Kushara and a knife of the resolution. This is again coming. Hey, no, I think you can never redeem it. Why? So they never redeem another way. Because there's no redemption only by an animal. And the Gemara goes one by one. I can understand what you're talking about when it comes to birds. Even a bird has the real Dusha of Dusabu. And that's what it says. The redemption for animals and not for birds, even though they have the same level of LOH, if you have lots of before it went before that started, and the Kushara itself, what are they considered right now at this point? To do that garment. What's the problem? Why can't you redeem them? According to Shmuel, any Kedusha's domain you can redeem without any reason. What is the reason? Allah is and dominant. Because typically speaking, we have to take shots for wrong. You cannot redeem something that's false. Right now, I haven't got the name to and these particular items, they are considered hard. Why? So the line out, I'm going to read it just to have a riddle. The eighth one was like a lot of the love of Hashem, Mashulu. Okay, we'll make it as if the halacha it's food. So first of all, wood, if you don't chop it up into the proper size, you need special size wood. You just take a big giant chunk of the tree. If you don't have a special size, it's not kosher. Levainanami kind of like kitchen with Kusharas. Levain also, before it's in the Kusharas, it doesn't come to the
we may all feel uncomfortable, but I'm going to finish it up for a minute.
I call Conan.
So I hate the term alt,
alt says that There's nothing wrong with the mincha. You can still redeem it. There's a mincha smash when you can't redeem. Maybe Shmuel's right. That typically speaking, you could redeem something that doesn't have an issue with it. If it only has usually dominant, go ahead and redeem it. So why does it say in our Mishnah? It seems from our Mishnah that wood and Levina and Shari can redeem even if it doesn't have an issue. Not until there's a special zero. Don't redeem something that's real. Because if you're going to redeem something that's rare, you might not be able to replace it. Yeah? You're going to redeem something that's rare. What are you going to do? Here, I got something, a once-in-a-lifetime diamond. I'm going to redeem it. And then what? Where are you going to find the one to replace it? Mishlam Levina says, okay, I get it. You don't have so many beautiful golden Caleb. I guess Levina's hard to come by. Not so LA to this is a lot of trees. Says you might say, not true. Trees are rare. Why is trees rare?
It's so easy to access that I do it all the time. Todd, so how long have you been a financial analyst and how bad of advice can you possibly be giving?
Even on my mind.
It's like corporate planning and stuff. It's not for people.
Also got me there. If it has a worm, it's also on these. There's a lot of most trees have worms. Wormy. And therefore, it's something considered common.
You do that looking like
that. It says Rapapa.
I'm not sure if I should look at you.
Shmuel would have pushed this thing. He wouldn't say what he said. What did Shmuel say? That I have flour, that has nothing wrong with it. It's not going to become pame. I just feel like I need to redeem it. Why? Because I want to make a pancake right now with this flour that I said. And my wife doesn't have flour. So I'm going to redeem it right now and make pancakes. And 2 hours from now, I'm going to go to the store and buy more flour. But it says that Papa, if he would have heard this thing, he would have said it. Why? I'm not just even with better cup. A person takes a perfectly good sheep and says, this sheep is good for the Benedict. I'm donating it for the Beis Hamikdash, for the upkeep of the wall, for a piece of the wall, and use this cheap and repair.
I think it's very
some element. Okay. You're going to redeem it. Then the money must go directly to the Mizbeach, not to the Rabbi.
5 months.
Why?
Is it
Because
true?
If you have something that's available to Mizbeach, it can never become coolers. It's a big problem.
Also, Tony, if
well, here you have something that's cool. It's something that's right in Mizbeach. It's flour. It's about to go on Mizbeach. It says Shmuel, I can redeem it for nothing. So my wife can make pancakes. Over here it says, if I have an animal that can go on Mizbeach, even if I redeem it, the money is not cooling. The money, I can't do whatever I want with it. I must use it in Mizbeach. Have other days. He would have read what he said. He would have said that you're allowed to redeem flour. The Gemara is not true. Shmuel wouldn't have taken him back. He knows about this, and he didn't take it back. Why? You already explained this to me in the Mishnah. The Levina, the Fushares, the war, that they're all rare. Guess what? A normal animal. Normal is not so normal, yeah? It's not so common. To be normal. Find a normal human being, right? Even the speaking movement, the possibly, since there are a lot of different things that could ruin it for an animal here like this. This is the list that we had one. Bears, shovels, corals, the leopards, goros, the bellas. How many animals don't have warts somewhere? The people who took it to the eye, now we have to even the cataract. Helkop, Lloyd, Zokti Gemara, Rakahana Omar, Mayin Nishkin, it's Jesus Domin and it's Tomei Zay to redeem, the Hoyrin Kain Nishkin. So he's arguing on who? And Shmuel says something that's tahar, nothing wrong with it, I can redeem. Says Rav Kahana, the Hoyrin Kain Nishkin, you can never redeem. Good pain over Rabbi Shai also agrees with him. They listen to her, they listen. If it's tahar, nothing wrong with it, you can't redeem. You don't know Rabbi Shai, or some say Rabbi Shai said that he was tahar nifted, that he agrees with Shmuel, that it's tahar. You be fine.
I was for a while in the band.
That's all, man. Couldn't make him nifted, tahar made nifted. The law says that a mincha, That's Hamel you can redeem. The higher you cannot redeem. You argue on most part in
That's awesome.
what? My serious or a part of Minchas Chayte. So all of it is if you're a wealthy person, you bring it out. If you're a poor person, you bring birth. If you're super poor, you bring flour. So the guy doesn't have Pharaoh, and he's super poor. So he sets aside flour. Suddenly, he wins the lottery. He wins the lottery after the flour is designated. Now what does he do? He has to bring an animal. What about the flour? What do you do with the flour? So he redeems the flour to buy the animal, and the flour he can use for pancakes. What about the opposite?
How long have you been sober?
He's super wealthy, and he invested in some stock. He became poor. He invested high.
The only person I ever seen get
He
sober
bought,
is the worst
okay,
thing
he brings a nice Zilka sheep. And then it becomes super poor. What does he do? He redeems the animal and buys flour. So no, everything says Rabbi Lazar, any normal carbon, any normal can redeem. So there's one exception to the rule. The Asiris Ha'efa Sheminchas Chayte, that flour in this particular case of a Chayte who became wealthy, or a wealthy person who became poor, that you could redeem. So the Amr Torah is a special verse to come and says, Mechad Asher, Avchat Asher. Because of different Shinas, they're allowed to redeem. Amr Rishai. So now, Rabbi, it's a brand new subject. You're spacing it out, it's time to wake up now. Food is susceptible to similar, can become common. What if it's food that no one can eat? It's food that no one can eat. Why? It's also about no. Arla. You can't even give it to the guy. You can't give it to your cleaning lady. Also, can it be even cobblestone or not? You have no clue. Since it's not food, really, it's food. But it's not edible to human beings. It's not food. If it's not food, it's not cobblestone. That's one way to look at it. So it says in the Gemara, Shomati, Piga b'mincha.
All right, well, there you go. There he is.
Guys, the mincha.
Fun little
As
60
he's putting
seconds.
the mincha on his
He's on Twitter. This is Squirtle. It's right there also in the third row for those of you in the live audience.
outside a lot of times, you're allowed to eat the mincha for a day. He said I'm going to eat it in a week from now. So therefore, as soon as you do people what happens, it becomes puzzle. Comes also by no. The Reb Shimon in the Matam Shimon. According to Reb Shimon, there's no, it cannot be Mikabel Tumah. Rather than Mikama means to accept Tumah. Other Reb Shimon say Mikama doesn't. He gives off Tumah. But the idea is the same. Why? Because it's not considered food. Listen now. Harla, the first 3 years of a tree, so the fruit is also now. No, if you're you have somebody who's planted with weeds or according to most, even other things to feed or this shot is called. You have the Kabbalah babies. You have a whole killed a human being, and now you have to kill him. After you shecht it, you decided not forego the whole thing with the you go ahead and you shut the animal. Also, the hanois can't even give it to a goy. You can't give it to your dog.
I'm getting super fat, dude. Super fat.
Now, the person which is in cities, so we do a whole ceremony with the calf, and we chop the head off. This calf that you chop that off is also, let's say, before you chop that off, you chop it in Kosovo. It's important to say.
I used to think I was telepathic, then I realized I was just schizophrenic.
To sparrow, what do we call them?
Thank you.
So one of them, what? No, this is not a dove, this is a sparrow. A little bird, the flower. There's a beautiful picture right over there. On the stick, you have the live bird and an exile. You spritz the guy, you take one, you shot, the other one you let go.
I weigh 300 pounds, guys. I think he looks more like if Joe
Pedro Samar.
Hi, I'm Julie. I'm gonna guess you didn't get this way for a pussy.
Who did it better? Me.
Oh my god. It's
The kids are before you redeem the firstborn donkey. You have to redeem the first.
We normally don't have this.
Now, before you do that, yeah, the chamar is also the chamar. And also the color. If somebody cooks meat and milk together, they do according to the Tanakama acceptable food. No, none of these can accept why. Whether Shimon was Machal is Shimon holds that sin is also behind us, so it's not considered food. It's not considered food. It cannot become pumice. The mother between the mother Shimon was Machal is Shimon. However, he agrees in one of the cases. Was Machal.
This little Cub Scouts are dealing with a bear, huh?
And a meat. So the Tanakh says they are. Why? He says an interesting reason. The Gemara is going to say, why did you have to say this reason? There's a better reason. One time, not like we think for a second. When the milk is by itself and the meat is by itself, even if you put the two of them together in a pot, you just let it brew there for 3 hours. That's the Shabbos HaKosher. Why? Because it doesn't come also until you cook it. So even when they were together, they had the issue together, it was still mutter.
How did you get fired from the Cub Scouts? Was it because you're 34?
So Mamela, since there was a moment of fitness starts to call this,
we're going to have to let you go.
How do you say the news? That's a question. There's a moment of fitness. It was okay for a moment. So Mela, it's Makabal Kubal, it's food. For 10 minutes it was food. Even if it is so part. Even when the milk and the meat were together, it's food. Then the Kubal grabs on it. What's Richard's argument? Any food, Ashiyoko, just thinking the word Yikma becomes tummy. But it has to be edible, Ashiyoko. Unshali Yoko, the Hakal Acher, and Koryoko. You can feed it to blood, the Seder. You put it on his bed, the Seder, but if you can't, it's not food. Unshali Yoko, the Hakal Acher, and he explained the Hov, in this context is different than usual. The Hov, people in Nimcha, Nami Oikel, Shiyoko, Yoko, Lakila, Lakerimu, says Rabbi Shaya, tremendous. Let me add to the whole list of Sharnis, still in our lungs, and everything. One more thing. If somebody had in mind a mincha, people with a mincha, what about people of other things we'll discuss? But people, I ruined it. I can't eat this flour forever because the Kohen had a terrible thought. He thought he was going to eat it in a week from now. So it's not edible. I can't give it to the guy. I give it to the guy. Then it does not become tummy. It's not susceptible to tumah. That's the Gemara. If your whole point is edible, not edible, so why is it when it came to Basel Cholov, the Gemara came up with an excuse? A reason. Why is Basel Cholov different than everything else? Because Basel had a Shabbos HaKosher. I was able to eat the milk and the meat before I cooked it. Basel Cholov. According to Shimon, even after you cook it, I can feed it to the guy. Besides, everybody knows the three. So it's the end of the aliyah every time. It's 3 times. Why 3 times? Cooking it. And this round up. No, you're allowed to give a cheeseburger to a guy. You're allowed to order McDonald's. It's not your children. Who don't even have children? Says that if you look at that, and then I can't put that on the table. It says by prayer of answer, same word. Just like by trade off, you have an animal that died from a heart disease. You're allowed to give it to your own dog, even though it's going to save you money. You don't have to give it dog food. In other words, it's for the man. So too, when by Basel Cholov, says Rick Shimon, I'm allowed to give it to a guy. If I'm allowed to give it to a guy,
look at the right side gangster.
To be susceptible to tumah. Why do I have to come on to this reason that I had to stop our place? No, a guy can eat it. Once a guy can eat it, it's food. It's a food item. It's a Kabbalah. This is what you're right. I gave you two reasons. First of all, it's food that a goy can eat. But more than that, even if you're going to focus on the Jew, not only was it kosher, it had a shot of kosher. It had a moment of fitness, and therefore it's a Kabbalah. Okay, look, what does Rabbi say? Rabbi says, Biggie son, but if the boy had a bad thought while he's feeding him, even after a week, he did a single, and he ruined it and became possible enough. So it's not acceptable to throw more. Makes it from right there. It's noise that should be comment from a certain it's noise that should ain't comment from a certain.
Smelly parking lot. Is that what you're saying? Smelly parking, smelled up parking lot?
Smelly parking lot. We did it in the parking lot.
Wow, in your car?
No, I got out.
Wow, what kind of car do you have?
Toyota Camry. Toyota Camry.
I was going to say, you think that he can do it in a car? Like, yeah, I'm trying to do the math.
I'm flexible.
No. You couldn't have sex in a Camry, Julio. Come on. So where'd you guys do it? You did it on the, like, against a wall?
So the meat stayed overnight. The car stayed overnight.
What kind of car does she have?
We know. Yes, noise is from a town to Masoiklin. There's noise is from a town to Masoiklin. There's some meat that was left overnight, and you're not allowed to use it. You're not allowed to use it. Sometimes it's with Kabbalah, sometimes it's not. Long as name's Rico, if it never had a shot at kosher, it was never available for the Mizbeah. And every time it's mamish. We're talking about that if it's not edible, so it's not a top. Lachas Rico, it's not a Beagle. What about Beagle? Now, Beagle, he made it served right away. In other words, there's no shot at kosher. As soon as you have a thought, this thing becomes awesome. Then you come hey, no, the time is and now here goes. Beagle but minimum. If he was a Tago, that's the Shai's case, that he had the score with him. It's considered food, and it becomes fame, and it's a bomb question on who? Rishaya, who said that if you're mefagel on a mincha, it is not common. But guys, if it never had a moment that you were able to eat it, so in Mela, it's not mefagel. Thank you, Dom. What's the case? Thank you, what? Right. Because it can't get tumor. When it's connected, so it's not considered food. I know. The point is, they explain because it can't be Makabal tumor. But the point is, if it can't be Makabal tumor because it's connected, it's not edible. It's not considered food. Thank you, Domi. The ladies are kosher. That's he made it Hadosh when it was connected. That's the Gemara of the So what if he was magically in the let him redeem it? So the Gemara says, "Under the lap, listen, over the Shai, may nitten fire, may nitten chapter." If we go with what we said in the beginning, there's two ways to learn the Shai. Either you agree with more, then you agree with more. If you go with the lesson that he says that Tahir may nitten, he argues with Shmuel that when it's tar, you cannot redeem. Okay, so here's the case of that tar, you can't redeem. The lachlish is all our people talk. According to the Shadr of Rishaya holds that you could redeem something that's tar. How come in this case you can't redeem? Gemara has to be with tar, but he didn't redeem it. And since he didn't redeem it, so never had a shot at kosher. But the Gemara now just asks a very simple question. You could redeem it. And if he would have redeemed it, that's okay. But since he didn't redeem it, he never had a chance to question. Sound question. Let's say you have a paraduma. A paraduma, yeah? You shut the paraduma. It's up to Lano. You can't have enough for a paraduma. Is the Makabal tumor not? Based on what we said, that anything that you cannot give to a guy is not Makabal tumor. Can he? It's not so. You can't go and make a steak out of paraduma. Not for you or for a guy. Is it Makabal tumor? Yes or no? And the answer is it is Makabal tumor. Why? So that's the Gemara's question. So what? Typical, the classic question. You're right. This case didn't redeem it, but he can redeem it. And since he could redeem it, it's considered as if he did redeem it.
System for greatness.
And how do I see that? From a Parat Duma. Because we don't say that concept of Parat Duma has a big problem. Parat Duma, since I couldn't redeem it, even after I could replace it with a bigger, larger Parat Duma. So even though it's also that I know, it's considered as if I redeemed it. I redeemed it, that's why it's Mikabel. Typically, it should be Mikabel doing what? And I can't do anything with it. But since I could redeem it, then I'm going to consider it as if I did redeem it, and the difference is Mikabel. So by also, says Gemara, the community part, but the life we could redeem it. So we're going to continue in the Omar, so we're going to look at the Daniel, the Shimon Oimer, Horo, Metamo, to the Muslim, Hoyo, the Hoyso, the Tasakosha. Because it had a time that it was fit. What does that mean? What was that? Or it is a God Marakta. Even after you shut, you can redeem it. Tomorrow, okay, that's a paraduma, but not flour. Okay, I finished with the paraduma. Let's look at it. The paraduma, you have a 100-pound paraduma. I want to redeem it and buy it. I have a much better paraduma, 200 pounds. What's our favorite? Like on Shabbos, you buy a fish on Tuesday, and you find a nicer fish. You give them even you ate on Tuesday Shabbos fish. And so part of the law, so you upgrade. You let up. I don't know if it's there's no mitzvah to be paid though. Flour, Rabbi.
What kind of cars do you fix?
I have a wonderful.
Anything that's broke down, basically.
You are a mechanic?
No, I'm a truck driver.
Fuck yeah! We love truck drivers here. We knew that this past August, Jeremiah and I for a month tried to make on our tour, we tried to make as many trucks on as possible. What's your policy when you see a person in their window going like this to you? Oh, wait, you give us the finger?
Unless it's a kid. If it's a grown man, fuck him.
Really? Yeah. Do you get that a lot? Do a lot of grown men try to do that?
I actually do, mostly homeless people, but from time to time, you'll have a guy in the car doing this.
What are they doing?
Good morning, Rabbi.
I didn't know homeless people were sitting shotgun a lot.
You do this, man. Says the Gemara, ten lines from the Valentine, that's on the base. So then gone up in a place to Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel's nephew asked him, "When I mean, Shalamat, she asked Rabbi Shmuel, I learned the Pari prayer. So there's a few things you have to understand here that we probably won't understand. What do you mean I learned the whole prayer? You learned the whole prayer. How do you possibly learn the whole prayer? Okay, I learned the whole prayer.
That's interesting.
Now, Lumoid, Chachmas Yivanis.
How long have you been driving
I
trucks
learned the Chachmas Yivanis. Wants to
What do you know
know.
before that?
Can I sit back and relax? I learned all of Torah. So now I want to learn something, today they have the apps. You can learn Spanish for 2 days. Learn this. I want to learn something. I want to learn chess. What do I do? All about Mikra is there. He says, absolutely not. But you always say that there are different people, but usually you're relaxed. So don't show share the loy, but no, find the time it's not the night.
It's going to be our dartboard.
Then that's when you should start. So this is a sheet of the full holes that means you're learning Torah day and night. All your available time to be learning Torah. We argue on the this passage is not a key to learn day and night.
Are you really like this type of character? Or like you just exaggerate it?
We love Torah so much. And then he didn't stop learning Torah in the base measure. If that's the case, you love it so much. I'm giving you a bracha that you continue. It's unbelievable. When you do something, you want something so bad, the Lord gives you the bracha. So we have to keep it. That's what we learn. But you can learn the lie law. You put a little bit in the morning, a little bit at night. Don't tell them that they could actually be young to fish, man. And then the life people will take advantage of it if they have kavanah. Or else it's really not young to fish, man. Unless, like, you think you're with because this is Talmud Torah, okay? And then we have the sheet of Rabbi Shmuel, if you learn it day and night. And then we have the third sheet. Everybody agrees that there's a field to learn day and night. Not in the day and in the night. Just right over here, this part is other super awesome. Say preach, like the ball. going, you get up. How about it? This pasuk we appreciate is this man says it's only a brother. Learning should not be like you're forced to learn. You have to. You have to sharp. Hey, look at that command. No. Don't be tired of. Don't get strong. You have to. It's up to your head. You learn Torah because you love to learn, you want to learn, you feel like it's smart. But at the same time, remember that it's going to learn Torah. It should be like a fight. All of this you might have seen back. This is called, we have a puzzle here, it's very difficult to understand. It's a puzzle in English, it's not easy. That is and he will steer you with pizza from a very narrow opening. Rothschild. It's wide. It's narrow, it's wide. One looks at the it's not solid underneath. So the Gemara, that's differently than a human being. The way human nature is, other races is covered in that definition. A friend is constantly telling his friend to do bad stuff. Tries to convince him to do this, do that. It's throwing him off the path. The wonderful races are other as it is in that way. He sees a person not doing well. He tries to move him onto the path. And then he's trying to steer you away from that narrow opening in the Gehenna. You should feel tired from that Gehenna, that its opening is very narrow. It's small, but the Gehenna is stuck inside that pipe. Maybe the whole Gehenna is very narrow. Make careful. So no, as you get deeper in there, it gets wider and wider. You'll say, you know what? Gehenna is not for special people like some of the Chacham to learn Torah. You did something terrible. No, the Gehenna is there for everybody. Even if someone comes. There's not fire. We do also 18 hard. There's a lot of wood, fires, geschmack here.
What's up, Ben? Are you always this nervous?
Probably more so right now.
Yeah. Can we get some paper towels from one of the waitresses?
All right,
What's going on? Sweating?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Tony, I know why he's sweating.
Good thing you don't have a black light up here. Okay.
A lot of racist shit going on in Texas. Yeah. I know why he's sweating. Yeah. My name's Chris Hansen, and this is To Catch a Predator.
Let's say, you know what? When you learn Torah, you get out of the Gehenna. But you don't get anything good. I'm a boy Marvin. His uncle, Molly, Doctor, he goes to learn Torah. Like that guy that was lifted yesterday, the guy yesterday, 26 years old, learned Torah. And they've been waiting for it. Child, you're going to raise your child. You learned in the Mishnah, what if your food falls out on Friday? And you have this carbon in the Beis Hamikdash that you made on Yom Kippur. One of the series, and that's for human consumption. Some of them, the other one, the sorry lads, his partner, get a bird. But the sorry, most of my thing was, you get to eat. So who eats it though? It's in cookie candy. So when do you eat it? You eat it on Matzah Yom Kippur, which is Friday night by the Suda. And Romi. Because you can't cook it. Not even keep it on top. Who eats raw meat? People meat. I'm a rabbi, what about meat? Hello. I would say meat. These are Alexander meat. These are like Egyptian things. They didn't like the it was just right. Name. You're a Bible. But it really meant you're the Alexandri. These are people that eat raw meat. I'm so worried. You're calling me, my whole shpach, we're back and we were eating expresses, raw meat. See this, I like the Shabbos. So one side, I'm learning a lot about Shulchan, so you're fighting them today. The way it works is we put the bread, the lechem, on the Shulchan on Shabbos, and the bezichin, the levayna, the frankincense, also on Shabbos. It stays there until the following Shabbos. See this, how lechem the Shabbos is a bezichin on Shabbos. So all of this is going to discuss different scenarios where we mess up. Instead of putting the lechem and the bezichin, the frankincense, the levayna, instead of putting it on Shabbos, he did one of them after Shabbos. These are like the Shabbos. These are bezichin after Shabbos. Both of them have Shabbos. We take the same cases.
Yeah, I did this past year.
Instead of
I was on
Shabbos, he puts the levayna after Shabbos.
I wasn't the starter.
And he went along and he took the bezichin that he put on the shulchan on Sunday instead of Shabbos. He did one day late. Put it on the table on Shabbos. Also, that's called mechutzman. It's missing time. What does it mean? Missing time. It's not the right time. You put it on the table on Sunday instead of Shabbos. So it's mechutzman. It's possible. And once it's possible, so what's possible? What's possible? The bread is possible. The levayna is the bread's master. They go together. In order to eat the bread, you need to put the levayna on the mizbeach.
Nobody want wet hands Malone on their team.
You put something that's worth
I ain't picking on wet hands Johnson. Fuck that guy. Ball always slipping right out of his goddamn hand.
You're not tired on this bread. You should figure. But it's interesting. Today's parsha. People put some time on. There's no light.
Your wet hands.
If you leave it over,
your wet hands.
you leave the lechem upon it for 2 weeks. So there's no lights. So why? Because it was never moved to be. There's no lights until it never moved to be.
Slide right into the
And the coin, let's say the coin itself is coming, and the coin itself goes and touches this lechem upon him. He's not carrying carrots. All three of these are carrots, right? If he goes, the noise of the coin, there's no coin. Why? Because it's not going to be. And then these things, we're going to say it again 3 times. See this is a bezichin Shabbos. What if he put it on the right day? I mean, it's a bezichin on the Shabbos, but he removed it on the wrong day. He removed the bezichin on Sunday instead of waiting the whole week until the following Shabbos. Similar, you're bored, you're not tired, see this a lot of things on Shabbos. They can set up the bread and the bezichin on Sunday instead of on Shabbos.
You have a girlfriend?
Birthdays, very similar cases. Go on Sunday. You put the bezichin on Sunday. You put the bread on Sunday. You put both on Sunday. The bread and the levayna you put it on Sunday. You need this on the bezichin Shabbos. Anyway, until the following Shabbos, 7 days later, put the bezichin on. So what should he do? How do you make this work? He put it on Sunday. Sunday happened. There's an emergency with something that didn't have bread. I don't know. He put it on Sunday. So how does he make it work? You understand? Here's the simple calendar. If he messed up and he put the breads on a Sunday instead of Shabbos all the way to the right. So the first Shabbos that comes, well, it's not good enough. It's not enough days. So you wait until the second Shabbos, you go all the way over here. The foul day. Now, we are looking on the round here. We got broken. Now it turns out it's on the table for 14 days. Okay? Why? Because we need what? 13 days. Whatever it is. It's not easy. Because if you put the bread on Sunday, you take it off on Sunday. It's right, like a bread. So if you do around here, not all the second in command, after the playing Dodo, I love the cover in the morning, every morning, he says, go see if there's something out. And if he does see something, he says these words about cut. In other words,
All right,
This
man.
sunrise.
We're gonna
Hey,
keep flying
here I
through
go.
here.
Muchísimo
Fucking
chulo,
awesome.
man. Hey,
Thanks,
they
man.
call me the They light up all the time. Boy, hey. And he says, yeah.
Fuck yeah, chair
Check
light
it
and
out.
stand for a real fist bump. Definitely not going for the handshake on that one, huh? Wow, there's a lot of Ben Malone fans up there. There's one very sweaty corner of people over there.
Tony, I wanted to ask if it was hard to tie women to train tracks with those split hands.
Probably is how Joel would probably is. Pull another name out of the bucket. 60 seconds uninterrupted goes to Josh Ogle. Wow. It's like some crazy
One day, they saw the moon, but they thought it was the sun. The day they saw it was sunrise. It was already late. So they shoved it, they called it funded. But it's you, it's a straight ball. If you mess up, you take it and you throw it in the garbage. There's a place called, in that
I'm actually a licensed attorney in Arkansas. It just means I can read. It's okay.
Also, outside of the base, I mean, this is the place.
But I'm actually a bankruptcy attorney.
Now we're talking about inside the base, I mean, inside that jar, the lunch of you is a little interesting. If you took it out, okay, fine, but you burn it. In other words, worthless. This is a garbage can. Have a yoke of things that you mess up with. Another halacha, not to get, it's a continuation over there. The Kohen Gadol needs to play ball before he does the puppet. And there was a rule. If you go to the bathroom, you relieve yourself with doilim, tone tefillah. Crazy thing. Imagine a guy goes to the bathroom 3 times a day. You have to make it 3 times. You just went to Canada, then you have to go to the PR, which is also, it's a little too quick. What we do, you have to wash your feet and hands in that position. So this line that we're about to read here is very important for the civil. It's not only that animal that you shot in the middle of the night instead of during the day, but it's a bird. It wasn't. There are people that saw it, and they were like, a plane did
that's not improvement in the court of
the bird, burn it, put it in that place that's straight for fire.
How dare you play a saxophone right in front of the light?
So we'll focus on this one.
I'm right here!
On a mincha, they give you big meat, so you take a handful a night. You're not supposed to do it at night. So what do you do with what's in your hands?
I've been an attorney for...
Put it in the base of the straight. So the Gemara, fish like if you knock its head off, you should go answer like you can't reattach its head. There's nothing you can do about it. You burn it. So if it's like I don't know what the problem is. But the problem is actually Gemara. I understand. What is the problem? Take the flour. Actually, the hand comes to do. Then it comes to be mama. Restart. Do over.
So I deal with broke people.
So Gemara will love all my love. He asked the question. He asked the question. He started to pass his focus mama. You see them here, like no nonsense. The one you put the meat into the kisharas, you give the kisha even at night. The more I tells the kiddush. But let me ask you a question. I'm going to show you a brisa that says the exact opposite, that it doesn't give kisha at night. And in fact, the more it doesn't. The Rami might not have been right over here. $60,000-$70,000. Anything that's done during the day in the Beis Hamikdash gets kisha during the day. Like what? Like every single carpet. The Laila, things that you only do at night. Now, you're going to have to struggle to come up with something. What do you do at night? God just says this often. So the Shittim Kubat just changes it and says, he means to say, the other Rishonim also talking about the oil for the menorah. That we just wanted the other day. The only thing that at night is the oil in the night. That's the only thing. Something that you do a full thing during the day, it's not something, Imurim. Kaddish, then the Kedusha is how during the day.
I love it when I ask that question, you're like, what's going on?
So what's a mincha? So then they do during the day. So when is it receive Kedusha? Only during the day. But you know, the light of light. It's a big question. How? When a kohen messes up and does a mitzvah 2 in the morning, it has zero Kedusha. Why? Because it's something you do during the day. And at night, it doesn't receive Kedusha. I don't care if it has a Kedusha or not.
You have boxers or you have a more tight
You're
structure?
100% right.
Tight,
And it comes with part what I said, the original picture, I meant to say that it doesn't have enough picture they put it onto them there. Because he gave it a little bit of picture, it's too sharp, in the middle of the night, and now it becomes puzzle for me, or the 2-yard puzzle here.
The map hasn't been drawn yet for what's going on.
You're right, it doesn't give it the real picture.
I was going to say it looks like no action.
There you go, see this 11, it says, so what do we do with our Mishnah? It says in our Mishnah that if you put the bread on the table, we'll have to put them on the table right on Sunday, not for Shabbos. Big is obviously Shabbos. And you put the little button on,
How long
you
you
stay
been
up.
stand up?
Almost 4 years.
Fuck yeah.
And then later on Shabbos, Sula. But this is actually what you do. You have to tell Shabbos above. You should leave it like in this calendar. Let's just have the calendar up for a second. Leave it. For the second Shabbos, in other words, on sale, it's 14 days.
That's cute and all, but you need to have
So
a
if you
full thing
shoot me
about
on the
how
Rabbi,
you're
we got food, and she tells us it doesn't matter if it's on sale for
you, that'd be
as the Bible says that the first passion of the Shana, what's the soul for the boys and soul for the ladies? But we started. And you can have this, you told me you can have even at night, a little bit. You become hustle, so now you have to bread on the soul overnight for a long time, for 8 days. So to make it covered.
What do you do when you're not doing stand-up and practice a lot? What does a guy like you do for fun when you're not just feeding from the bottom?
Question that you just asked me to say was beautiful. Well, you brought me a Mephorisha Brisa that says that if I do Kmitza at night, Shalom is Mano, I have to burn. In other words, from our Mishnah, it's mashma that there's no Kedusha in it. And you brought me a raya that there is a Kedusha at night because if you do Kmitza 2 in the morning, you have to burn. Burn means there is some Kedusha. And our Mishnah says there's no Kedusha. So you should have to burn the lechem upon it according to what you tell me. So we have a contradiction. What do we do? Very simple. Laila in Chutz. What happened? You did pizza 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning is actually like 7 in the morning. When do you go? When does a kid become member? The night before. The Judaism, they start the night. So when you put the pizza onto the bed, a few hours before you're supposed to, it's not like, oh, you're in left field. You're part of that day. That night is part of the following day. So Ramela gives it a psul. Laila includes man. It's not considered night. It's not considered, oh, you did the wrong day. It's part of that day.
From Los Angeles, I didn't know there was a scene out here of that happening.
But over here, on this calendar,
What kind of commercials did
you messed up on a few days. You can't say, oh, you put the lechem upon him on a Tuesday. It's kilo. You put it on Shabbos. No.
She's your wife.
It's too far away. Who puts
Did
his
I
mind?
say wife?
That's the very good. But what happens? Look at this cow. They put the bread onto the shulchan on where it's red. Rishon Bezir. When is he taking it off? 14 days later, 13 days later, let's call it, on Shabbos, all the way at the end. The first Shabbos, it becomes puzzle. And then when the second Shabbos rolls around, that's when it's become puzzle. What are they going to do? Shabbos morning with the chol. But the problem is by the filter fish at night, it already became night is part of the day. Then it stayed overnight, the whole night, the whole Friday night it stayed over. Which will become possible in according to what you just told. Rava, this is part of the student. Says Rava, okay, I'll get out of it. He's talking about that the day before on this calendar, the last day on the calendar shot, on Friday, he took them all the he took them off. He put them like where they are. Oh well, no, this is uncool. He took them out, so they didn't become hustled from the shit on Friday night because they weren't on the shit on Friday night.
All right, Josh, we're gonna keep moving through. Maybe we can get your girlfriend.
Actually, on my
There you go, Joshua.
the left hand,
We're meeting all the fun characters tonight. I'm having fun. I get to show
on the table on the wrong day on Sunday instead of on Shabbos. Not so kinesh siddur hakol. It's literally as if a monkey did it. In other words, when you do something wrong, it's not you didn't do something.
if this sounds anything
Same
like your
thing
name,
if it happened by itself. Same thing as if a monkey did it. You didn't do the right thing. So maybe this is possible. And I check this out. I think you have a lot of
Jared Lowry.
All right. I've been wondering what the J and Don Get Trump stands
Yes,
for.
that was perfect.
Now change into an elephant costume and we'll film the video of Kilsha Balak Tifamitzri.
So you always need to stay minimum 2 days after it's baked. Why? Because you have to bake it before Yom Tov. You're not allowed to bake. Now we all know you're allowed to cook on Yom Tov. Everybody cooks on Yom Tov, but not for the Beis Hamikdash. There's a mandala that says you can't cook, can't bake for the Beis Hamikdash. Lochem is for you, but not for Beis Hamikdash purposes. So anything that has to do with the Beis Hamikdash, you hold. You have to bake before Yom Tov. So maybe you're always eating the following day, which is 2 days. Never more than 3 days. You never eat the bread 3 days after the bake. Ketzad, how does it work? Never serve Yom Tov. You bake it before Yom Tov, again, it's after Yom Tov. Nechos, Yom Tov, Lishnai. So then you eat it on the second day. But what if, I believe this is on a Friday.
Here we go. Do you really sound like that?
Okay, so what if,
Really?
I'm going to shop. Yom Tov is on a Sunday. Now you can't bake on a Shabbos, obviously. You're going to bake on a Friday. So maybe when that comes, the question is, you're going to give me 3 days. But I'm not funny. What about the other nipple? Ain't fucking Kisha. Again, but how funny you put on the table? On Shabbos. You eat it on Shabbos. So that's 8 days. You always bake it before Shabbos, and then it's just 9 days.
Why do you do that? I don't know. This is a rush of energy. Get out. I think it's funny. Would you do that if you weren't on camera? Did you do it before you were on camera? I don't think so. I think it's funny that I'm that's a Dr. Rabbi yelling about being a pimp. Why? Hilarious. Some bitch out there is going to think it's funny. Really? Oh, for sure. Look at this move, though, folks. Let's just sum it.
Baking of the bread.
Look at this.
You could bake bread on Shabbos on Yom Tov. Why? Because on that fest, I don't agree with you that you know how to bake for the Beis Hamikdash. But it does, but it doesn't show off.
Like the young child. Someone never told you that? You look like you would beat up the guy that you sound like.
Because
what do you do for work?
if I'm allowed to bring
One of the many signs of people
I'll bring also if I don't have to. I'll bring the fun. I'll bring oil. But he also know you can't do it. What you have to bring on your thing is bring it.
You can really judge like how good a person is.
Right? You
sort of can to some degree.
I said it was a gender upon. I said I'm going to bring a shlom.
I'm 71, but it's been a busy, we're busy with specials.
So what do? I know that my family's coming for Pesach, massive sudas, 30 people sudas. So I push off my nedavis all the way to Pesach. I shifted on Pesach, then I have, no, don't do that. Why? Shemiyasha. You're going to get something's going to happen. You're going to get a flat tire, and then you won't bring it on Pesach.
I love that.
So maybe that's why the reporter should go through. Right? So now I'm going to you should know they're up on the Torah says, don't bring it on Pesach. Don't bring it on the Yom Tov. This is the why. From our Mishnah. What about the two bread? You have to bring it on Shavuos. And then there's no problem, maybe you'll get stuff. Just the Beis Hamikdash we're talking about. With Donnie, and it still says that you can't bake it on Shabbos and Yom Tov. So maybe you don't think so coach gets something that's in a double you shouldn't bring on Yom Tov. Bake on Yom Tov. Have a wonderful day.
Spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor share today.
Sure, it's hard to see. Your drone broke it?
Yeah, I just set my fingers up and I can barely write right now.
What's you sound like you have a little bit of a thick country accent. What would you say is the most Texas or country or hillbilly thing about you?
Good morning, Rabbi.
Why would you want to leave Arkansas? What's the most
position in the
Arkansas thing about you? Like, what's the most?
I can make Mexican food.
From the Beis Hamikdash. This is the long way. She says in Gemara, Bishloimo, we're holding 5 lines from the bottom of the top of the text on the base. Bishloimo Lamando Omar Mizrach Omayro. That goes the long way of the Beis Hamikdash. So here, this is a beautiful picture.
Wow. You ever get an SCP before?
The depiction with the lion behind that wall is crazy. Nobody goes in there. Only from the other land.
It's turned into a gigantic baby for the podcast.
The long way. The pole touching the Baraikas. We spoke about how it touches Baraikas. That's long. You're right.
By what we were talking about earlier, it looks like you ate more pussy than anybody ever.
Exactly. Make sure they do.
Truly the pussy
This
eating
is
king
not
out here.
touching the foot. This is because of the This is a
You were
wall.
married for 5 years. How long have you been divorced
So,
for?
if it goes this way, and we have 10 tables of Shloimando. Each Oroy is 2 hours. 2. Each 2 hours. Times 10. Each shulchan is 2 hours times 10. 2 times 10 is how much? 20. If you take, let's say, a shoebox that's 20 inches, and you try to put something that's exactly 20 inches in there, it's very, very difficult to get it in there. Especially if it's made out of 10 different pieces. Each piece has a little bit of different variety. It's almost impossible to put something that's exactly 20 amas because space is exactly 20 amas.
Why does she have a deeper voice than you?
Instead, a half a millimeter, whatever it is, it's not going to fit. If it goes this way, the long way, so it extends into open space. This side, we have another 20 hours. Like this. It's a wide open space. It's fine. What if it goes like this? The picture's changed. It goes with the horizon. You see the line at the top. Problem number 1, how does the plane get through there? If I want to get into the back of the mountain, I have to jump over the shulchan. They're tight. They're so tight. First of all, physically it's impossible to get.
That sounds like a made
And
up black guy.
tables that are 2 hours in the exact same spot, in the exact same width. Okay? Each table has a variety this way, that way, maybe the wood is not 100%. It's not going to fit. So fish loy, Malamadama, Mizokumayer, Hainu, Dahava, Yaki, Yasvi, Yasvi, 10 tables, 20 hours. Because yes, it extends slightly, but that's not a big deal. We don't care about that half an inch that extends over the line. I'm going to tell them the daughter, but it goes from north to south. In other words, the width of the Beis Hamikdash, Asar Be'ezrim Yosher Habi Yaki. How could, especially if we say that the shulchan is 12 hours, 12 hours is not 10. So, could I make that right? How did I make it over the shulchan? You have to divide this wall, right, that we're looking at, is the right side and the left side. There's a line down the middle. The right side is the north. The left side is the south. So you're going to have 5 tables on the south. You're not going to have tables on the south. None of this will come into the south. So the Moshe come out of it. You're only taking into consideration 10. In fact, 11 tables. So where's the 11 tables? It's a bit right over here. He looks kind of isolated. One he actually has the left one, most of the time you put the left one on it, sometimes you put the left one on the other ones. But you didn't consider when you put Moshe Rabbeinu. So the Gemara the man Omar Mizrach Omayr Nami, even if it goes like this one, east to west, Shulchan and Moshe, and Chav Manachim. We're going to put that one. Now, you can't continue the line and make it 11 tables because that was outside of the red line, outside of. You have to be within the 20 amas of the place of production. Now it's going to be over the line. If you put them in a row, I don't know, if you put them like this, it's straight. So tomorrow, Ella, Misabit, Kabara, this was one long row of tables. Number 2, something like this. So basically, on top of kind of this one, I'm on the top of the garden. If they go to the width and this 2 rows, everything's good. We have a ton of space. From the horizon, from the left wall to the elbow, we have a ton of space. You can put the rows, you can distance them from each other. Like we have over here, 2.5 amas distance from every aisle is 2.5 amas. Great. Hello, Lamando, I'm moving from my row. But this goes this way. We have a big problem. Why? If you recall yesterday when we spoke about the bobbins that come out of the
it fell out of the bucket when I pulled the last guy's name. So
we said if the bobbins, if the poles are on the width, the width is only 1.5 amas. 1.5 amas, you can't have 2 people standing inside it. So what do you
pulled another name out of the bucket. It's good for Andrew.
People stand 2.5 amas. Imagine you have a Titan standing between the wall and the first row on top. And he's pulling out columns. The left one on him. How's another Titan going to get around him? You need an aisle of 2.5 amas. So let's take a look over here. This is not a season now. How many ones do you see in the picture? 3. Yeah, the width of the shulchan is 1. The width of Moshe Rabbeinu's shulchan is 1, and the width of the bottom row is also 1. So that's 3. They have 3 2.5. How much is 3 2.5? 7.5. How do I know? Because 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5. Plus 2.5 is 7.5. So we have 7.5 plus 3. 7.5 plus 3, 7.5, 8.5, 9.5, 10.5. You got 10.5. 10.5 is a big problem. Once you get to 10.5, the line, the dotted line is at the 10 point. What's the dotted line? Dotted line represents north and south. All the tables have to be above the dotted line. They have to be on the north side of the table. So, what are we doing? So how far away is the first table? Actually, not called table. The shulchan. How far away is the shulchan from the wall? They have next to me 2.5 amas for people to maneuver around each other. The amma the shulchan itself is 1 amma. So that's 3.5. U'stei amas, I can't do this math like this. This is too hard. U'stei amas will match the beinei amma, the beinei. Now, between this, the row of shulchanas, and Moshe Rabbeinu's shulchan, another 2.5 amas. U'stei amas will match the beinei amma, and the actual shulchan of Moshe takes it 1 amma. U'stei amas will match the beinei, another 2.5 amas between Moshe Rabbeinu and the bottom row. How many day? And it's exactly the amas to be done. Comes out that you're 1/2 amma in the south. You have 10.5 amas. Shulchan was like this in this picture. No, you take the other shulchanos, you push them eastward. You take Moshe Rabbeinu's and you push them westward. Instead of like this, it's going to be like this. Okay, great. What changed? That the bottom row of tables is far away from the dotted line now. Moshe Rabbeinu's table doesn't take up another 2.5 amma. We gained 2.5 amma because we pulled them out. It's like the Gemara. Without the Mazurei push these guys to the right. You take Moshe Rabbeinu's a little bit to the left. It's literally like this table right over here. My chair sits in the front, and
working in accounting for a medical
the Talmudim sit over here. Those of you who think you're Talmudim, whatever. I'm sorry for those who are my Rabbi.
Technically, yeah. What is that?
I saw this one. So I said before that we learned yesterday that I mentioned these. There were another 10 Shulchanis in addition to Moshe Rabbeinu's Shulchan. Was the Lechem HaParim on that Shulchan or not? The Nanagat says the only Moshe Rabbeinu's table got Lechem Shulchan. It's a Shulchan that says all of Lechem HaParim. So it seems like only this Shulchan got the Lechem HaParim. And so the Menorah is also Shulchan. There's also 10 Menorahs that some are not added to the 1 Menorah of Moshe Rabbeinu, but we only list 1 Menorah. On the bread on the Shulchan, we'll be very proud of, we'll see later, we put 11 breads, 11 stacks, 11 times 12 bread. You can't do that. The Menorah, you like extra Right, okay, it's the nice that's up in there till the burger. You can put the left hand on any one you want. Doesn't mean I'll pull them together. It means you pick one of my melon tables also. That's a shulchan noise, plural. The Ali hand on them, left on the bottom, you put the left on the bottom on any table. Now, it's not a kind of going to have to explain what we did before. It seems very obvious from the passage that you put the left hand on any table. Who this plural, like Vicky says, is like any menorah, all 11. The menorah, the menorah, all from all 11. It's a menorah, the menorah, the virus, the mishpat, the shnei, the zilzal, a menorah, the menorah, say here, plural. The regular read all here.
Spicy Cheetos.
Lo you misakin elo also Moshe. No. He said before there was only one table, the table of Moshe Rabbeinu. That's where the left one part went.
On the Mexican flag.
What I do is I do is seems like there's other tables before the table, and on that you put the left one as well. Three tables in addition to these 11 tables. These are regular, like workshop tables. These are tables that you put stuff down on. And in fact, the bread was on them. This is on top of me. There's something that's just to show. This is the airport, tall building, like 20 feet tall. There's a smaller part. That's the airport over here, and then there's the large, the wide part. As you get to the airport, there's like more like a foyer, a vestibule before you get into the airport. There's two tables over there. One was marble. The reason why I say marble because the Mishnah says in the foyer it was marble. Over here, there's a difference in the language in called it kesef because compared to the gold color of the zav, it's kesef. It's white, like a whitish color. But I think we're trying to understand that this is marble. That's what the kesef, that's what the zav. After kesef, nice and left hand, not part between salsa. When you come in with the fresh bread, you put it on the right on the marble table. That's the zav. It's also stacks of bread. You're holding these stacks. I forgot how much it weighs. Each one weighs like 16 pounds minimum. Each one, 16 times 6, 70 pounds. You carry 70 pounds. It's not fun to carry. So you put it down as you're entering, you're exiting, you put it down. That's the zav. So first you start off with marble. You end off with gold. So now about previously when you're using the cloud and the fire of the oil go upward. You always have the learning, you always have the that is over with me, so all of looking up on Talmud. Talmud, that's what Lewis suggested is Talmud. So the concept that the bread should be on the table always.
I mean, yeah, man, I used to wear white t-shirt back where Dodger caps.
Yeah, I used to have a buzz cut.
Literally every second.
A burly mustache.
Overnight without that. And how do you know that in the Torah you don't go down? You don't down here. That's why he holds a preaching and that. All this. And it says the Lashon by Yaakov is Amuga, the people something around it. One side is that it says by Yaakov, and by Yaakov is another Lashon of, let's say, by Yitan. The one I related to more was that it started off with Moshe Rabbeinu, and he doesn't let anybody else know this besides himself. He's downgrading, he's going down from Moshe Rabbeinu. So when they express to Moshe Rabbeinu, well, the knowledge of knowledge, and how do you know it's a good idea to go up? In fact, everybody knows that you're either going down or going up. Nobody thinks that you're and I showed them the story of Korah. They took these pans that they used for the Korah. And they upgraded it to be the plating, thank you, of the Mishloach, because they sacrificed the Torah that sent by God, and they covered you laws to the Israel. There's a short video.
Dallas, Texas, don't lose me now. We have basically only one comedian left after this, so you make some fucking noise, people. What are you guys doing? Paying your bills? It's a fucking rock show. Get it together. There he is, Java Man.
So the Gemara, but people that Shmishim is there. before they served the Mizbeach for the prayer, but after the Gubash and Mizbeach, then it became part and parcel of the Mizbeach, so they went up. Asher Shibarta, the Samton Bar, you don't really look at the red highlighting that it did. You just read the puzzle on a third grade level. So you read referring to the second luchas. Right exactly on the second luchas what was written on the first luchas. Asher Shibarta, which you broke, the Samton Bar, put them in the orange. What is it referring to? The first and the second luchas. The second luchas. I'm telling you how to write the second one. So it's the same wording as the first, and put them in the orange. But the Gemara Darshan, even the broken part of the first luchos are in orange. It says Asher Shibarta v'samtem b'orange. It's like one sentence. If you see, there's a snap phone there. Asher Shibarta breaks it, like the Bakar was reading. Asher Shibarta. The samtem b'orange is referring to the. No, the Gemara is putting it in one. Asher Shibarta the samtem b'orange. The one that you broke, you put into the orange. Like so.
Wow, fuck yeah. I work late nights, so I gotta do something. You're like Felipe Dip Sparks.
Broken pieces and pieces, and the whole one. Okay. Mikan says the Gemara, what's the
job that you work at nighttime?
Like Rabbi Yosef. It's not Rabbi Yosef, I didn't realize this.
Whatsoever.
Rabbi Yosef is the one that forgot his word. Rabbi Yosef is the one that says this. Mikan is learning because he's sick. I'm sorry, sick or parnasa. It doesn't mean it makes fun of it. Simon, people, Sarah, Shahar, these are three things that we're supposed to say. I'm going to say, Mamish, Shagavito, Common should be Tula, Shaltoira, Zel, Susoida, Suga, Xiv, Asher Shibarta. In Zoki Gemara, Xiv, how do I know? Asher Shibarta. I'm going to let the Lamoisha, Yishar, Koichacha, Shibarta. Thank you for breaking. Sometimes breaking is better than that. They're not breaking. Sometimes you have to break. Mamish, Lucky, Stam, Kocham, Shasora, in the Bazinus, in the class. I'm talking to one off and did something terrible. But you have to put them in the Yidui, you have to put them in Khairib. You don't do it in public.
Yeah. What do you play on Xbox
Live? What's your why not in public? It's a big deal Hashem. Shinamar, B'choshalta Ayoy, B'choshal Gam Novi Yich Malayla. It says, so when the Novi is Nichshal, Malayla, Kaseo Kalayla, cover Kalayla. But it's not a blanket. It's not a blanket of the thing. You never. Some of you have to. Unfortunately, you have to. Baruch Shlokish comes to check. Don't have to tell me. This is a really difficult Gemara for that if you forget one thing of what you're even allowed. The good news is that at the end, the Gemara saves us. Be careful and watch your soul. Boy, very much. We shall not forget the Luchos, the Pyro. Anytime you use the Luchos, you saw that or just 10 or just Val. It means like light. Do not. It's a light answer. Light answer. You know, I'm not. It says in this passage, which one of the pen tishka. It says it's Shomer pen. It says two of those, 2 out of 3. So anytime you forget something in learning, you either on 2 levels. We're not going to go on Shlish level. We're on 3. And then you Shomer look on this one. You Shomer Shmar is another one. We're not Shmar. And there's 3. You got the one. Oh, look at the map. Talmud Loimar, Payusur Malabasma. A person who's lazy and doesn't do Chazara, that's the problem. When the story of Rabbi Yani Omar, so this I think is Yogi. What's Chakfalo Mishnasa? He's overwhelmed by the amount that he's learning. He's learning another dot. So maybe he's also over. We got saved. We got to realize this down in Rabbi. It took 40 days to bring the fire down in the summer and then the summer goes into the vlad, the fetus. It takes 40 days to be created and have it in the stomach.
What's the most Spanish thing you can say?
then your soul is protected. And if you don't protect the Torah, then Hashem, the Neshama is not very small. And it's a marshal of a king that has, like a person that has a slave, and he tells him, watch my keeper drawer, here, watch my sparrow. We have it in the neighborhood. These little guys. Every neighborhood has it. It's one of these birds you can't.
Wow.
Now, they're impossible to tame.
What else? I love that he's
And they're
calling black
impossible
people
to...
Canadians right now, by the way.
No, come back.
If you call them Canadians, sure, buddy. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Let's do it. Yeah. Kidding black people.
Mexicans say hey too.
Yeah. Say hey.
So this,
Say hey.
so this
Don't we
king
do
tells
this
his
every
slave,
day?
oh my, you do my call, so let them out this, and you know, you
Canadians with their baggy
see
clothes.
that, oh, I'm telling you to watch my bird, and if it gets lost,
All right,
you,
Java man,
the
I'm gonna be
emotional
honest with
only
you.
is one Easter, nothing.
Cool dude,
$1.
good intention to scare
No.
the shit out of me a little bit.
It's lost on the
And that's
It
how
might
like,
be easy
scope
to
picture
learn
getting
it
into
down.
a fight with
If you don't watch it, play that book. This
There
Mishnah, we
goes
just
Java man. You guys ready to get
spoke
one
about.
more person up
We
here?
did a
Then
lot
we're
of
gonna
it.
wrap this thing
Azara.
up.
We
So
have to
we
get
have to get through this. We have a hard out. So we have stand-up shows tonight at 8
There were
and 10.
2 additional
I believe
tables
both are sold
at
out.
the
Is that
entrance
10 p.m.
of the
sold
table.
out?
That was
10:30,
the size.
Randy?
One was made out of marble, the other was up. One was made out
Wow,
of
look
gold.
at that. So if you guys
Also,
trying to
size
take it to
nice
good
and
dinner,
also
come
size
back, come
nice
back.
and left in my front of me. He's
Stand-up
He's
sets are
holding 6
actual
bread. Each
acts.
friend is holding 6 bread. Puts it on the table when he walks in. He's always
You guys
and
ready for one
he
last
places it
comedian
on the
for
golden table
Kiltani?
when he leaves.
Dallas,
So now I'm not
Texas.
talking
You
about the
guys
reason
have
he goes
fun
from
here
the
tonight?
marble to the gold.
It's a real fucking slobber knocker
So
of a
I'm not
show.
going to coffee. Says the Mishnah both clean out of the Chassim Schneider and the other his daughter. Each card is holding 70 pounds of bread, 6 breads in his hand. 2 Koyanim holding 6 sticks. Each 9 belongs to the and 2 Koyanim are holding the 2 spoons of the Levite. You got a bowl of dealing with me. You have 4 families to do it. Now you need to see his daughter. The reason why we walk in front of them because you need 2 to remove 6 breads. This time, Lito's name is Nico. The kids are, you have 4 Kohanim bringing the new stuff, 4 Kohanim taking out the old stuff. I'm not bringing some of them, but stuff on the table, all right? If we look at these tables over here, Moshe Rabbeinu's table. So he's standing on top of the screen by the wall. That's suffering. And the other guys are standing between the 2 rows of tables. That's Dara. They're facing the north, facing the north. So you have a bread. It's on the sofa like this. So they push the bread out, and they push the new bread in. Maybe I'll do it this way. They'll take the bread from over here, the new bread, and then push it out. So, and then they take the old bread out. So what happens is that the new bread is on the table. There's always bread on the table. You don't lift the old and put the new down. You put the yeah, because you want comment. Hey, and these push moishim and they put it in. This is the dessert. Every time it goes out, a new time comes in. Then I have fun. Maybe I see over there. I feel like the way the rhythm I need to. I feel fun. You don't need. Do it normally. Pick up a bread, take it out, put the new bread in. It's still considered puff. You know, to the sun, I'll show you the table. Okay, but put it out on the table that we're talking about. These special tables for holding the bread. Take your out the Ezekiel. And then they put the Levina on the fire on his back. And after that, so that's a matter. We learned the word matter. It allows you to do something. It allows you to what? That how it sounds like that. Then the bread are eaten by the Kohanim of that Mishnah.
Hell yeah, Princess will like around all day. I like that. That's a good punch up, Amanda.
Smoking the bread. Put down in front of them to remove the bread.
That's pretty good.
Put the bread on the marble table.
You're adorable, Amanda. So
I'm trying, y'all.
you're sweet.
Remember, there's no sleeping and no comments. That all removed on every child.
So I like roasting.
And when they're done,
It's all good, Amanda.
they put
Just
it on the
relax.
gold
Let's do
table.
our job up here.
Some of that are, and some of them are on the floor. Let's see what you can. Okay. All right, before we lose the shot. If Yom Kippur falls out on the Shabbos. So what's the problem if Yom Kippur falls on the Shabbos? You can't eat the challah. Who's eating the challah? It's Yom Kippur. How is the challah bread? So you give it out. On Motzei Shabbos and Yidden, Shmak, break the fast, and let them upon it. Chalio is better Shabbos. What if people falls out on a Friday? The time of the Gemara could fall out on a Friday. Sorry, Shayla, people in Nephilim. There's a side thing because we want to talk about the Kippur Shabbos. So the goat on the Kippur, one of the goats that you will eat. You can't eat it on Yom Kippur. It's Erev Shabbos, and you can't eat it on Yom Kippur. So what do you do? So nothing later. You eat it on Friday night. Like a soup. Shabbos soup. It's not Yom Kippur anymore. But when did you cook it? You can't cook it on Yom Kippur. It's Yom Kippur. You can't cook it on Friday night. So when did you cook it? But believe it or not, it's good time. They were either like, what is it called? Best. When they should have in your phone, because it's almost like a play on words. They're not before it. They're not before it. I mean, there's your people see, look at how you put a comment to about the hardness and the clothes. He says, it's not important to have the bread on every movie set. Take it off the shelf and put the new one on. I'm not even kind of funny color. It says, all it should be always. So you only told them means that you shouldn't have the table without bread the whole night. On the bottom of the board, so you're doing what I can learn from here. I feel the most on all the military just to stop for the harvest. Everybody is here to learn Pyro day and night. So if you learn one paragraph in the morning, one paragraph in the evening, do a dot in the morning, dot in the evening. Here, this class will almost sleep for after as in a people. Hold on, I feel like Adam and Kriya Shema Shabbos harvest. Even if you don't say Kriya Shema just in the morning and the evening, PM Layomos. You will time that part. It says like this. Also, you know that says in front of an Amar. You shouldn't get comfortable with it. Mitzvah La'amroi, B'nei Amei Aretz. It's a mitzvah, says Rashi. Mitzvah La'amroi, V'sofer Mishum Kriya Shema Noid L'sofer Gdoluk Hazeh. If you tell the Amaretz, listen, all you have to do is say Kriya Shema, you're trying to listen to Tamar because that says no suffering. If my Yoretz is called Ayon, Koshis is Torah, then he realizes, wow, that's Torah. Umardos, long of the Talmud Torah, don't forget about his children, Zamaret, Rothschild, have a wonderful
America's Cook is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
He knows a lot of people in the mattress game.
You like cancel comedy out. Do you know that? You're so aggressive. You just listened a little more and just read a bit. You have a case of the Aphrodite is what you got. That's what you have. You have everything going for you. You're so likable. You just need to relax a little more. You don't need to be so aggressive. You gotta play defense.
There's a puzzle in the Tesco that's needs a lot of explanation. And basically, the whole study discusses whether an animal is six-fucking or an animal is five-fucking. The concept seems to say that there are two parts of the Mizbeach that we use a different measure. We use the animal five-fucking. What are the two parts? The base and the walkway. The side and the sideway. Those are the two parts.
God, Amanda, you are so terrible, but I love you. You have such a good intention. You're such a sweet girl. I don't think you have a funny bone in your body.
We were discussing how it's impossible that's referring to the height of the Mizbeach because that gave us a problem in that the chairs in the Gemara that the clay would stand on the walkway on the sideway, and he was looking for him to bend over and apply the blood below his feet, six-fucking. Now, if you do the math, if this being five, everything being five, then the distance between you standing on the red line is only 3 fucking. It's also to put blood below the red line. If it's blood that can walk above the red line, it must be above the red line. How in the world would Brad say standing over here, you're allowed to put blood 6 fucking down when 6 fucking is below the red line? Therefore, it can't be that we're taking this bath, making 5 fucking on these sides, 5 fucking on these. I'm telling you, 5. Let's go back to Pyro's bath from top to bottom is
either Boise or
6
Joshua.
fucking per amma. 6 times 10 ammas from top to bottom is 60.
Sacramento.
60 divided
We're
by 2
taking
is
Kiltony
30.
to Phoenix,
Easy math.
Arizona.
If you have 4 ammas from the top to the shoulder, to the walkway, 6 times 4 ammas. 4 ammas times 6 fucking is 24. From the 30 point, from halfway, the red mark is halfway from here to here, and from here to halfway. If it's 30 to the red line, and 24 from the top of the walkway, so from the walkway to the red line is how much? 6 fucking, that works perfectly. The plane is on top on the 24 mark. You can bend down 6 fucking to the 30 mark. It's beautiful. We still need to understand the fucking. It understands that some of the honest over there are high fucking. It can't be in the height. It must be on the width. It's the rise and the run. It's not on the rise. You can't be on the rise. It must be on the run. Must be the keys. The beside. Beside them is
We love you so much.
5,
Thank you.
not
Make
6.
sure you exit
That
that
form on
way.
the bottom
That's
is
the
a
only
32
way out
by
of
32.
that way.
What we're doing right now is 32 by 32. Then it steps in. It goes up 5 ammas on top of that, and it steps in. There's another piece that goes on top here, like this. This is back right here. There's 3 stages. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's the second stage. That wood is a form for the next stage. How big is the next stage? The wooden form, 30. What's the math? Simple math. If this is the bottom, this is the base plate. I'm just showing it this way. And then you put another step. You put a step that's 30 by 30. That means we took off 1 amma from every single direction. You take off an amma from the bottom, an amma from the top. So 32 minus 2 equals 30. What if you don't take a full amma from the top, you go like this, watch the paper.
Oh yeah, baby. Hi, live audience. How are you? Make some noise. You're the #1 live podcast in the world.
So this box now is much larger.
The adorable Josh
Now,
Martin running
it's only
around.
30 if you go down like this. Let's
I'm
say you only take
excited
like a half
about this,
amma.
people.
So
You
this
guys ready
box
for
will
an
be
exciting
30 and a
fucking
half
night or
amma
what?
or 31 amma.
I'm pumped about it. We just had an
31
amazing
What I asked,
sold out
if
Kiltony
you're telling me
shows
that
in
from
both
here to
Houston
here, it's not a full amma. Then what the fuck means it's only 5 fucking, not 6 fucking. So in fact, it's as if you didn't take off a full amma, you took off less, not a half, you took off less, 1 tenth off less. So now you're missing, not missing, but this box, this red box is not 30. It's more than 30. What it's showing here is
they don't have the
32
accessibility.
ammas.
Some of the stories are so much more intriguing sometimes. These people
Uh,
that can't leave their
yeah, the
hometown,
purple is
maybe
normal,
drive to
6
Dallas or
fucking.
Houston or whatever.
Like those people that drove
If
5
everything's
hours
normal,
from
we're using
Arkansas,
6
big gain
amma,
of like 13
6
copies.
fucking
Yeah,
amma.
3 of them
Then
got
the
on.
little
It was
box,
incredible.
the purple
So,
box is going to be
those
30
were
by
amazing.
30.
We have other fun shows coming up. I'm going to
But if
Boise,
you-
Idaho this
If you're
weekend
using
with
5
Josh Martin.
fucking,
Sacramento,
then it's 30
California, March
plus
1, 2,
2
and 3.
fucking.
Kiltony Live is
And then
going to
the
be
market keeps on going on and on. As we get into the center, everything gets worse and worse. It's 28 and 4 fucking.
April 5th.
And the Gemara says, but maybe I'm not that. I don't care so much about the numbers. I said 26, but I really meant 27. So then what about the center back? The center back is 24. Oh, I'm not that. It's off by an hour. No, that can't be because the third one was 24. The middle is 24. So I can't say, oh, the player wasn't exact. That's always exact. That's wrong right now. So says the Gemara, Mama should know the story. 7 lines from the bottom. We have a major issue. The Pasuk in the text says that some of the Amas are 5, not 6. So maybe we can't go to the height, and we almost can't go to the width. So what do? We do something in between. You see, some of the Amas, 6 out of the 32 are 5 fucking Amas.
Like, especially if you're like me, who goes to the gas station and gets those
I
like boner
have nothing
pills
else to do
for
with it.
like $20.
I'm trying
You can
to
go on
my
this
hardest.
website, get generic
Get
Viagra.
this pussy for
$20
it.
a month,
It's
you
all
get generic Viagra.
Kabbalah, it's all like Chesko and maybe some of the Amos are, as they were building this, as they were putting the cement truck, it's not a full 32, it's actually 31 total. So 6
this would cost hundreds if you went to a doctor or a pharmacy.
32 Amos, 6. We're calling 32 Amos, but it's really a total of 31. Why? Because 6 Amos consist of 5 tunnels, not 6 tunnels. So it's total 31. Okay? That's going to solve a lot of our issues, all of our issues so far, because then you don't have the extra fucking, because of the 28 point this, it's exactly the protein.
And everything that they deliver, we cooked under 45 minutes. And
the problem is
amazing time. My
that
wife
if the
and I,
Mizbeach, the base of the Mizbeach is 31, not 32, then the calculation of the width of the whole entire base of Mikvah
we had the most fun time.
You know the width is 187, but the length is 187. That's because you consider the Mizbeach 32. But if the Mizbeach is only 31, then the whole length is only 186. Problem. So let's see inside.
Compared to the other guys, you could actually see which
If you just been I'm telling you, if you're spacing out now, don't worry. You're gonna wake up in a second. We have a lot of cool stuff coming. Okay, Rothschild Zara. The problem is Zara is the calculation that we have with Zara doesn't make sense. This is the Zara. It's not a call Zara. Zara is never winning Shabbat. It was 187 long. You see, on top is $187 on top. You see the top number 187. We're not discussing the width, which is 135. The Mitzvah from from east to west, 187. Welcome to Israel. Look at the wall on the right. There's dotted line all the way to the right. 11 Amma, 22 feet wide. That's it. That's all Israel says. Israel gets 22 feet. 11 Amma. The Ezra's Kohanim, the other dotted line, is another 11. 11 plus 11 is how much? The width of his back is 32. 22 plus 32 is how much?
So loyal.
54.
I am so excited about tonight's episode.
I
say that every single Monday when we do this, but I really mean it tonight. We have some special surprises in store for you guys, and happy that you're here. You guys ready to get this thing started or what?
Between the back and the head. 22 plus 54 is how much?
One of our favorite guests in the world, writer and star of the HBO show Crashing, and one of the best comedians on the planet. Make some noise for the great Fitzsimmons, ladies and gentlemen. Come on! Yeah!
187. But it's in his back. There is 31. This doesn't work. We're 186.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Tony, thank you very much. The 47 section is over there on the left. And the rest of you, don't give a fuck that I'm here right now. This is great. Tony, you've created an institution here. The Comedy Store, which is hard to do in an institution. But look
We're
at
going
this,
to
you're filling up a
mix it
bigger
all
room.
up. Something, and then that's the
We
last
left that
one. That's the
closet
end of it.
upstairs.
The boys are
And the sky's the
Look
limit.
at the top. Let's start at the bottom.
Now, and a big part of it is all the
When you're
fun
talking about
work
the
that
height
I've
of
gotten
the
into,
Yisoid,
different forms.
that's
And
an
one
arm
of
of
my
5
favorite things that I have coming up this year is
And
an
then it
appearance
switches. Before we try to
HBO's
say,
Crashing.
the
Kill
whole
Tony
top part,
did
the
an
whole
episode
bottom
of
part of
Crashing,
the
and
back,
you know,
is
you're
an
a
arm of
fucking
5.
great comic,
And we
great,
did 5 times
but
6
this
is
guy
30.
can act. He's got
Now,
acting chops. We
now
didn't know.
it's the bottom.
He got this very intense look in his eye. He was off in the corner before starting,
an arm of
and
5
doing some weird method
walk
shit,
up.
masturbated
Then from that
without
point
coming.
on,
Kept taking
all the way
himself
to
to
the
the
further,
edge,
right
to
to
the
the
choke it back.
walkway,
Take
it's
it to the
almost
edge,
up.
choke it back.
Look to the map.
All the way.
And it showed on the screen in the
Plus
end bay.
the
We
5
could
on
see
the
it.
bottom.
I'm excited about it. That's every
Now, from the
Sunday
survey,
night at
back where it
10:30
says
on
number 23,
HBO.
that's
If you
that
like
line over
me
there,
on
that's the
HBO,
survey.
go on HBO now.
Now
So
we
you
go
can watch it
up,
anytime.
all the way to the
iPad,
horn,
your cell
only to the
phone,
horn.
do anything.
Those are honors.
Get a passcode from your friend's parents.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it. This shit. Let's get the band out here.
But
The band is
once
the best
again,
damn band
is a
in the land.
5.
Every week
So
they
if you
come
look at
in
it now,
different characters. I never know what they're going
the
to
arm
do.
of 5. The
So
bottom
here we are. It's
bottom
the
is
best
the
damn
arm
band in
of
the
5.
land.
That's
The
it.
Tony band,
The
ladies and
whole, the
gentlemen.
rest of the
Pat
entire
Raven,
bear
Jeremiah
is on
Watkins,
the
and Joel
opposite.
Jimenez.
So when the Pesco tells us, and it says
Here we
specifically,
go.
there are
What's it
2
gonna be
things in
this
this bear that are an arm of 5.
All right.
What 2? We didn't know. This parent and the bottom you said. How wide is the parent? We don't care.
Oh, it's
The
vampires.
height of the parent is 5.
Now, what just happened? If you remember before, think about it. Before we said that from the top of his bath, the walkway was 24 tefachim. 6 times 4.
Vampires?
Now we just lost 1 tefach. Why? Because the Karen is small, 23. Now, we also lost 1 tefach on the bottom. Before we had, we had 60 tefach on the entire bath. 10 times 6 amos.
10
times almost 6 tefachim.
And we also
60
have
tefachim. Now we just lost 2 tefachim. One from the top, one from the bottom. So it's 58. 58 divided by 2 is
Danny Trejo
29.
got his teeth fixed.
So the halfway point.
looks much better.
This, with the 6 cross. That's the silver Rabbi. This red point, this red line here is at the 29 points. He's standing on the 23 points.
Right?
So he has 6 talking to them down, and it fits right into that right. So it's Yavah. And that explains the puzzle that there are some on the 5 instead of 6. It's referring only to the top, and the bottom. Let's see inside. The 2 words in Yiches that says Chekam are referring to
Is it true
the
vampire
base,
LSD died on the
inside,
toilet?
the Guva. Now we're talking about is the 5, Chachim, Amma, and the height. We're not, that's the ride, not the run, the
Well,
ride.
let's just jump right into it. You guys ready to start this show? I have a
When it
bucket
says
full
that
of
we're talking
comedians'
about the run,
names. We have
the
Ichabod's
run
Bucket of Destiny.
over here, that
And,
is
you know how it
Lisa,
works. I put your
actually
name
a
out, you get
fiver
60 seconds
on the surface,
uninterrupted.
but we don't care
Talk
about
about
that.
anything in
We
the
took
world.
off 1
Sometimes
tefach
it's
over
an
there.
amazing new comedian.
We'll have that's referring to the horn. The horn of God is only 5 fucking tall.
21 years old, still has
Now,
braces on his
let's
teeth.
not listen to hockey. Means I don't care if the horn, how wide the horn is, or the top off there. There's a horn. I don't care if this is
you know, your
6
60 seconds is
fucking
up when you hear the
or
sound
5
of it.
fucking. All I care is
Wrap it
that
up
it
there.
fits
I'm
right
sure
over
gonna
there.
bring
From
out
here
the
to
angry
5
West
fucking.
Hollywood Bear.
The wisdom, that I don't care about.
Stick to your
What's
time.
that
You guys ready to start this thing or what?
So now the Gemara does the whole
I think you guys can do a little bit better than that. You ready to start, Tony? Episode 148 or 149 or 150
I need the carry quarter. I need the soy quarter. I'm down to 58. I'll need the best now. So
150. How about that? You guys are at episode 150.
29.
Oh, 250. Episode 250. That's halfway to 500. You guys excited about that?
That's it. The water kind of happens. That's the process.
I pulled it in out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Aaron McCann.
Kind of about how you that. From that point, 23 to 29 is how much. I have 6 bucks. It's not, and it's 7 minutes. I put it right.
Put your hands together for Aaron McCann, ladies
You
and gentlemen.
not the miracle. I feel I'm out.
So I'm trying to get my mother on Facebook recently.
The
thing is, you know I love my mother. I love her to pieces. Put her behind a keyboard,
Goes
fucking monster,
He
can't
bends
sound
over
bitch.
and smears the
Here's the
bird
thing is,
on
my
the
mother
wall
on
of the
Facebook, she
chef
takes
below
like
his
these
feet. He
online
has 6
personality
bucks
quizzes,
to do
right?
so.
She's about
What's
50
that
years
for?
old, but she really
Second
wants to know
army,
what animated
and
cartoon characters
I'll
looks
prove
like.
to you from the parts
So if you put on her timeline, it's sort of just like, Shark, check the quiz.
And then we're talking about the height. The Amaroicha, and now we're talking about the ledge, the walkway. It's also 5. So
she's kind.
it uses
She's
different
honest,
signs
and
to
she
say
lights up every room she looks
Amaroicha.
into. And if you see my mom, she's the fucking
Sometimes we're
hunchback
talking
of
about 5
Belfast. So
fucking
that's
up. And sometimes we're
I
talking
used to work
about 5
as a
fucking
waiter.
away. But at the end
One
of the
time,
day,
my last
we
shift,
can
I had
explain
this
the
woman
parts
sit
away,
down
but
by herself
Amaroicha
at the
is
table.
mommy, no.
I couldn't believe what she was doing this.
The kind of Alabama.
And I was like, listen,
That
love,
took
you
us,
better be
wow,
able to start a fucking
33
high school
minutes
musical
to
type sing along
okay.
here.
With a little bit of a
Because I'll
start
be
up,
on your down there before I were near you.
well done. The
I just
Kama
reached here,
Alabama.
folks.
Overview of the Shish
Thank you very much.
So yesterday we mentioned the Gemara here, a 3 Amos vicinity. There's a 5er, a 6er, and what else? A 6 and 1 finger, or a half finger.
Northern Ireland. I want to thank you on behalf of everyone for bombing preference. Because you're from a
From
place
here
that
to here, the
bombs.
story tells us 2 Amos.
It's a rare restraint that we see from our comedians from war-torn
It can either
countries.
be a Amos 5 or Amos 6. So if you're reviewing, you say Amos 5, so 2 times 5 is Amos.
Yeah,
And
fresh
if it's
meat.
your mayor, it's Amos 6, so 2 times 6 is 12. So the mayor is 12. The width, same thing, 1 Amos. It's either 5 wide or 6 wide. It says in the Gemara, the amount of point is the mayor, Shulchan Aruch, that's why the mayor says that the table, the Shulchan, was 12. The Rabbi Shishon.
I'm a
The
half a
clouds,
Catholic,
but
so I'm like half
call it a
Catholic, half
medium
Protestant.
size.
Wow,
It's 6 is the medium.
you a lot.
What else is it besides 5 and 6?
Really?
Because I haven't been able to teach me now. There's a Amos 5
Is it fuck
and
you
10,
to the
yes.
parents? Because
But not
people do that with black
today,
people.
Amos, what are you going to do? There's 2 measuring sticks. What do you use stick for? I don't know, like this.
What's your living situation? You just moved here 2 weeks ago.
For pool, you know,
So I'm
stick
living
in
in
a stick that has lines on it.
Park.
There's two of them. I have a pair of them. Because this the entrance is on the east. So northeast, meaning to the right of the doorway. Not the left of the doorway. Left of the doorway.
29
Okay,
house.
we drop right in there on the Moishe. Now, Moishe's Amos is 24 foot. Espa is like the top. Typical top, but what's the top? Width.
Wow, how do you have 29
Amos is
housemates?
24
How many
foot.
bricks is this?
So we added half a top. Half a top, let's call it 2%. We added 2% more. Okay, those drivers, like you said, well, how much is the real man?
Do you realize you can turn your 29 roommates into a 4%?
Okay. So half of that is 2%.
They're getting ripped the fuck off, man.
So you guys get together, rent a house.
Are you thinking about that?
So the one of the measures was a half a finger wide, another one was a full finger. One was 2% more, one was 4% more. One around the why did they do that? When I'm a contractor, I come to these videos and they ask me to build a wall, they take out some of the sticks to get anything else. I put from here to here, of course, it was $110,000. But the fact that I can do another 4%. I can put a wall 4% longer. I use other ones. There's one for those over that. There's two making sticks. When I hire you as a contractor, you're going to use this thing. When you show me what you produce, I'm going to use the next one. Make sure you give me 4% more. Why? Because when you vote, anyway, so basically, this always wins. Yeah? When you do business with me, you know that it's going to cost you a little bit more than what.
House space as well.
Okay, so why do you need two sticks? You have the regular Moshe Rabbeinu stick that's 24 for you. And you have another one that's 25. Why do you need 25, 24 and a half, and 25? That's lovely.
That's Penny Reagan. I thought that was
okay, so somebody's going to be building with gold and building something that's made out of gold. He's not going to get 4% more, take 4% less. You have to be nice. So it's 2%.
As a winner, basically, I just
It's cheap material. We're going to go. You have to get
it's called Sally's.
4% more. Not awesome. Sorry, the Bureau. There's a depiction of Susan Abir. My time of wife. But I think they argue, I don't like it. You have to remember where you come from and respect that. But I don't like it. You should fear them. In other words, the king, when he let Faisal leave and go to Eretz, he said, but on condition that you remember me and put a picture of me and you fear me. Remember, you don't call it up on every side. It's not one way. Oh, sorry. Oh, Rihanna. What about saying that's not the way? So it's
sitting here at the table waiting for you.
Remember, you don't call it up on either like. Which have been told Pyro, all your slaves and company in the darkness of the night. You stop with your labor and they bow to you. You didn't say you like correlate. You didn't say you are going to bow to me. In fact, you did come to. But you don't come like that. You have to give respect. You're the one on the hawk. Another morning. The other time I still didn't know. It was right after the whole famous story in Harris Carmel. And we had Akko was the king, but a rock.
Compared to like back home.
He shot his muscle yards with the Akko, and Yo took up his clothes and he ran and he gave him special cuts to run. Remember the Akko, like, boy, Akko is forever. Volley over Sufa. He says, with an area later, he wanted to be a very small, like, water.
How many of them are female?
Not a leak, but water goes through the tank. It's wider and wider before you can't cross it. And a stream, and the trees grow from this water, source of water. Well, later the Kufa, and we take a medicine. The word Kufa is true fluff. What does it mean? It's going to
fucked a girl in the house?
The mouth. This children, these two Rabbi, that's true. You had sex in that house? Your mouth needs to be trumped, so the person is a mute. So they'll be responsible. Or if a woman can't give birth, her womb is closed, then we'll fix that. She did mine. Fix the armor, and okay, the Gemara says in the Fur, not.
How did that go down? You just
Malo, the master, but rather like a human. Like a bar, like a car. And that car,
yeah, that was one of the
so let's just do this buffet because it's super simple and it's almost like a freebie. You got like 12 lines that you slide through here.
No, what was she? She's from Wisconsin.
This is the
pub. The Ireland of America.
It says in the stupid. Same as your college, it's 12 bread on the shulchan. This shulchan right over here.
Your Irish cheddar.
I know you did it.
Wisconsin. It's a good.
Tony. But there's an extra lesson here.
And they are very polite, but they secretly are not very nice.
1, 2. Show some Moroccan. 6 bread, 34. How would you say, if you wanted to say, green was, that there should be 12 breads, 2 rolls, and each roll is 6 bread, how would you say? Now, could I get away with not saying Shema Moroccan? Could I get away without saying Shema Moroccan? Everybody says state of college, it says Spain Moroccan. That's the idea. It's a Shema college and only 2 Moroccans. I don't know how many per. I can do 8 on one and 4 on the other.
Wow.
Or perhaps you mean 3
Was it a big
that are
girl or is she tiny?
3 that are 4. Because let's say it doesn't say State Moroccan, it just says because I'm Moroccan. So, or because let's see inside. That's the whole thing. 11 lines. Explain one thing. That is 2 rows of 6 and a total of 12. Maybe it should be 1. You could even do 1, 4, 1, 8, which is total of 12. That's why it says 6. Actually, 6. Really, them at dying Moroccan 6. It doesn't say 12. It says 2 rows of 6. So maybe. Dying Moroccan means 12 plus another 6. Total of 18. I got another 6. So now I have to give you a total. No, it's a college. Moroccan. Whatever, Stein.
You guys get it? Yeah.
I was thinking, 3 times 4. You'll have your 12, but not 2 rows. 3 rows of 4. Never Stein. And 2 rows. Well, I tell you, I would know. Okay, so how do you do it? Let's try to say 2 rows of 6 inches. Nothing on the 6.8. Now, everybody's thinking about it. What if it's 2 rows of 7? Put it on good.
Teachers were
excited. It's good. You can do it because we just pretend that there's nothing on top.
And I've always known I was gay because I've always sounded like this.
You have to put the...
Like, even as a little kid, I tried to call up my friends and their parents were dancing on the phone and be like, is this...
As you're top of the 6th one. Now,
This is one of those old ladies' bailiffs from
There's
my
7
birthday.
rows. How are you putting on top?
Lisa, honey, your school chump that goes to sell diamonds on the phone. Most gay people have really sad coming out stories. I had a pretty good coming out story. Like, I came out when I was in high school, and I was the only one, so everyone had to experiment with me.
Yeah, as we learn stuff. So it's not fun. The point is, my daughter that
Made
you
up
have
of
to
the
do like this.
basis of so many
You do on top.
things.
You can't have 7.
Fuck yeah.
Besides, Rabbi Yochanan decided to how I'm a reference to later that how the son of how doesn't mean. This is just a question that those who know don't answer. We had the same thing like a day ago, 2 days ago, and the Gemara brought a raya that al does not mean on top, it means next to. What was the raya from?
Lady that's gay. I am a very gay
It's
old
very
lady.
good.
Yeah.
The
Raised
problem
by a
is you can't be
lesbian.
that
Is that
menashe
true?
on top of a triangle.
There you go. You
Menashe
fucking
says that one is
nailed it.
out.
Thank you for
It means
being
next to.
a friend.
Okay, what is the one?
Yes.
I don't know how the son of a maybe meaning literally on top. Sure, but it's a place to how it's a parade.
It's a
You should put the
vampire
parade
Elvis.
the curtain on top of the orange. You know, the famous orange
For
in the
people
place
that,
of
I always
production
feel remiss for
that
people that are listening that don't know
Sorry.
what he looks like.
you don't put a parade
Gilbert
on top of
Godfrey,
it.
he'd exercise.
It means it's next to it. The wall that you divide the halo from the wall. It's next to it. How many of this one?
John, how old are you? I'm 35.
Or
35.
35.
Pittsburgh originally. Oh yeah. Barry's been out here for a few years.
If the Beis Hamikdash goes in this direction, the head goes 187. This way, 187. So the Kli has to be this way, not this way. It goes with the light from east to west, east to west, not from north to south or south to north. Okay. Says tomorrow.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
Almost
11 years.
No,
Yeah, it shows.
So
Very fun set.
wow,
that's awesome.
It's actually was
So
not
what else has
like
been?
this.
What else goes on in your world? You live in West Hollywood.
How do I know?
No, I live in East Hollywood. We're trying to gay that one up too.
Right?
Oh, I see.
You see these poles? These are the poles up in the back. That's right, when it has poles. Because of the poles. You must be talking about. How can you look about the size of how many
So what are some of the jobs that you do for a living? How do you survive out
here? Picture, maybe it's better. There's two ways the poles could have been. Like this.
The other comedians' apartments.
Or
when you say PA, you mean pussy avoiding? Yes.
How would you guys do it?
Penis and ass.
This way?
Yes, there you go.
This is easier. Like you go in that door. The problem is that
no one famous.
there's a Kohen holding this pole and a Kohen holding this pole.
No, just I clean people's houses that can't afford like real people to come clean their houses. So I do it for like
it cannot
5